This man is extraordinarily talented. The chickens he raises in his yard, they are ancient phoenixes. The carp in his pond are golden dragons. Even the knife he uses to chop vegetables is a supreme divine weapon. In fact, every piece of furniture in his house is a legendary artifact. Even more exaggerated is his small courtyard, which teems with boundless lightning. But the most unbelievable part is that eating the meat he cooks makes people continuously break through their cultivation realms. Yet, he remains completely oblivious. He thinks he's just an ordinary mortal. He is Chun Pingin. He transmigrated to this cultivation world 5 years ago. Although he has a system, he can't get any stronger until he completes 1,000 missions. All the missions are trivial daily chores, and the rewards are just mundane household items, like the chickens and carp the system gave him. Thinking about these dull, flavorless missions, he smashes the cup the system rewarded him with in a fit of rage. Just as he sat there sighing and moaning, the system issued a new mission. Chun Pingin for you. Don't tell me I have to resolve another marital dispute. Suddenly, the screen displayed, "Join the Kaoshan sect." He spat out a mouthful of tea. Asking an ordinary guy like me to join the Kaoshan sect? Is this a scam? But then he thought, maybe the system finally found a way for him to become stronger. Suddenly, the system displayed, "Men should strive for self-improvement. Time limit, 3 months. Failure penalty, host obliteration." Chun Pingin sighed in helplessness. I knew it would be like this, but he was used to it. Over the past 5 years, from delivering babies to making toys for kids, he's done every weird mission imaginable. But the mission to join the Kaoshan sect, how is that even possible? The next day, he set off, but he had no idea where the Kaoshan sect was, and the system didn't send coordinates either. Well, he couldn't rely on the system anyway. Having lost his way, he had to sit down and rest for a while. Just as he was pondering how to find a clue, a beautiful woman suddenly fell from the sky. Chun Pingin immediately ran over to catch her, but he missed. The voluptuous beauty smashed a large crater into the ground. While Chun Pingin wondered why she fell from the sky, the beauty suddenly woke up. Seeing a man poking her with a small twig, she sat up abruptly. She was about to warn the man staring at her. But suddenly, her face went pale, and she knelt before Chun Pingin. "Senior, please save me." Before Chun Pingin could understand what was happening, a group of people surrounded them. Chun Pingin became incredibly tense. He guessed this woman was definitely being hunted by this group. So, he whispered, advising her to run away quickly. The beauty looked at him with pitiful, pleading eyes. But Chun Pingin thought, I'm just a mortal. How can I fight these cultivators? Right at that moment, the group suddenly knelt down in front of him. The leader spoke cautiously. "Senior, if we have disturbed you, please forgive our offense." Chun Pingin was stunned. Do you cultivators just love kneeling that much? Meanwhile, the chickens in his yard began to speak human language. "I wonder when Master will return. I am clearly a phoenix, yet I was turned into a chicken. I'm so jealous of that knife Master took with him." Even the carp in the pond chimed in. "That's right. I'm about to turn into a dragon, yet I'm trapped here." The peach tree also spoke up. "And that knife creates such a racket all day, screaming about being so hungry and thirsty it wants to kill someone. Will it gain its freedom?" The chicken laughed confidently. "Don't worry. Master wouldn't dare scold us anyway." Back to the beauty's scene. She only dared to ask for help because she detected Chun Pingin's terrifying nature. At this moment, the group kneeling on the ground had faces pale as ash, because Chun Pingin's entire body was shrouded in an aura of power, a suppression, an invisible pressure that was utterly terrifying. Just one look from him, and they felt their souls were on the verge of being erased. From the perspective of that group, as soon as Chun Pingin opened his mouth, they were scared out of their wits. "Senior, do you have any instructions? Please speak. If we are an eyesore to you, we will vanish immediately." Chun Pingin broke out in a cold sweat. Do I look that much like a gangster? He suddenly understood. These guys are actually good people. They only attacked the girl because of orders from their superiors. So he spoke to them like a normal person. He tried saying a few words. Or, "Why don't you guys just leave?" As soon as he finished speaking, those guys turned and ran as if granted a great amnesty. The beauty immediately threw herself into his arms. "This humble girl is Murong Shui. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life." Chun Pingin awkwardly explained. "I'm just an ordinary person. Murong Shui was full of doubt. How could a mortal possess such power? He directly scared off 4 Golden Core experts until they ran for their lives. But experts always have their reasons. So, she pretended to be dizzy and played along with his act. That's right, Senior is just an ordinary person. He coughed lightly twice. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony then. It was only after they started chatting that he realized the truth. Murong Shui was actually the holy maiden of the Kaoshan sect. Chun Ping'an lied, claiming he just happened to have business at the Kaoshan sect too. Murong Shui excitedly declared that she would follow his every arrangement. As they prepared to hit the road, they both looked at each other with expectant eyes. It turned out, each thought the other was a golden thigh who could fly them back to the Kaoshan sect in a heartbeat. Chun Ping'an had to explain that he could only travel on foot. Murong Shui cheerfully agreed to walk with him. Half a day later, the two rested by a spring. Murong Shui took the opportunity to cultivate. Chun Ping'an set up a stove and started a fire to cook. Murong Shui was cultivating a water element technique. She had been observing the water for enlightenment for months, but still couldn't find a way to break through. Every time she tried to break through, she failed. Meanwhile, Chun Ping'an was feeling pretty depressed. He originally thought he could hitch a ride back to the Kaoshan sect, but in the end, he was stuck walking. Suddenly, Murong Shui's voice rang out behind him. "Senior, I have a favor to ask of you." Right then, Chun Ping'an figured he knew exactly what Murong Shui wanted to ask. It had to be something related to water. Murong Shui was completely astonished. "I didn't expect Senior to predict things like a god. This humble girl is in awe." Chun Ping'an was speechless. Turns out, he thought the lady's clothes were wet. If he offered to dry her clothes for her, that might be a bit inappropriate, right? He unconsciously glanced at Murong Shui's rear and spoke absent-mindedly. Who knew Murong Shui would mishear his mumble as bigu? She thought to herself, Senior definitely saw through my cultivation of the water element technique. He even knew she was stuck at the peak of the biggest stage. So, she begged Chun Ping'an to give her some pointers. Chun Ping'an wanted to cry, but had no tears. "I'm just a mortal. If I understood anything about cultivation, I'd drop dead right now." He handed her a cup of hot water to help her cool down first. Just taking one sip, she was shocked. It turned out Senior was subtly reminding her not to just look at the water, but to drink it in. In an instant, Murong Shui finally achieved a successful breakthrough. She knelt down to thank Chun Ping'an for his guidance. Chun Ping'an's jaw dropped. What the hell is going on? I didn't even do anything. Not long after, finally, the two arrived at the Kaoshan sect. Stepping through the gates, Chun Ping'an sighed with emotion, as expected of a great sect. Truly imposing. However, thanks to Miss Murong opening the back door, joining the sect should be much easier. Murong Shui recounted the entire story to her father. Murong Yinhai found it incredibly strange after listening. Zhang Qingxian, the sect master of the Yanhua sect who was visiting as a guest, also thought they were joking. Seeing they didn't believe her, Murong Shui's pretty little face grew angry. "Just go out there and see for yourself." Murong Yinhai and Zhang Qingxian went with Murong Shui to meet this legendary figure. The moment Murong Yinhai saw Chun Ping'an, he was scared witless, because in his eyes, the Tao rhymes of the universe were converging around Chun Ping'an, wrapping him in an aura. Chun Ping'an guessed the person walking over must be the sect master of the Kaoshan sect. He intended to follow etiquette and call him Senior, but before he could speak, Murong Yinhai bowed low. "I did not know Senior was gracing us with his presence. Forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. Please." Chun Ping'an crumbled internally. Why is he calling me Senior? So, he quickly explained that he was just an ordinary mortal. Murong Shui hurriedly reminded her father. Senior is living as a mortal to experience the mundane world. Father, absolutely do not mention cultivation matters in front of him. Avoid making Senior angry. But there was no way he could view him as a mortal. After all, not even the highest realm Mayana cultivators in this world would be surrounded by such Tao rhymes. Learning that Chun Ping'an wanted to join their sect, Murong Yinhai suddenly refused, because he wanted to abdicate and have Chun Ping'an take over directly as sect master. Chun Ping'an felt this old man must be crazy, so he waved his hand to refuse. Murong Yinhai was shocked. He thought Chun Ping'an felt the position wasn't good enough. Chun Ping'an politely said no, but inside he was panicked. He thought, wait, Is he trying to chase me away? Suddenly, Murong Yunhai proposed he become the old ancestor of the Kaoshan sect. Hearing this, Chun Pingyan was totally speechless. Is communicating with cultivators always this difficult? Although he couldn't cultivate, he had heard stories about sex. The guardian old ancestor is the highest authority in a sect. I'm just a mortal. I'm not even hardworking, yet you want me to be the old ancestor? He had to think of a way to persuade them. Before he could even open his mouth, Murong Yunhai made the decision for him, then prepared to usher him into the inner sanctum to talk. Murong Shui whispered to her father that Zhang Qingxian was still inside. Murong Yunhai panicked, not wanting Zhang Qingxian or himself to be rude before the senior. He immediately sprinted back to the inner hall. Seeing this, Chun Pingyan asked, "Does your dad really need to use the bathroom?" Murong Shui replied awkwardly, yeah, probably. At that moment, Zhang Qingxian was playing with a wooden ball when Murong Yunhai shoved the door open and explained the story at lightning speed. Zhang Qingxian was extremely puzzled after hearing it, afraid his brother was being scammed. He angrily stood up to go check it out himself. He stepped out the door, his eyes immediately going wide. The young man standing before him was completely shrouded in an aura of power and the very laws of the Tao. He dropped to his knees without hesitation and knocked his head against the ground 3 times. I did not know a senior was gracing us with his presence. I failed to welcome you from afar. Please, punish me. That old fox Murong Yunhai snickered on the side, while Zhang Qingxian's heart was pounding like a drum. What kind of dumb luck did old Yunhai stumble upon to invite a big shot like this? Chun Pingyan stood there, stunned. Why do these cultivators love kneeling so much? Is this some kind of local custom for them? Just as Chun Pingyan was about to kneel back, to be polite, Zhang Qingxian and Murong Shui scrambled to pull him up. Just then, Zhang Qingxian's wooden ball dropped and rolled right to Chun Pingyan's feet. He picked it up. Where did you guys get this? Zhang Qingxian explained that he'd stumbled upon it by chance from a disciple of the Huanyue sect. The only problem was, even combining his strength with Murong Yunhai's, they couldn't crack it open. They were convinced there was some incredible treasure hidden inside. Chun Pingyan gave an awkward smile. Actually, there's just food inside. The 2 old men looked at him, flabbergasted. Senior, can you see through solid objects? Chun Pingyan tossed the ball in the air and laughed. I don't have that kind of skill. I made this ball myself. Honestly, I just made it as a toy for some local kids. It's meant to be a belt accessory. There's a trick to opening it, though it looks like the lock mechanism is jammed. The moment he pulled out his knife, Murong and his daughter felt a phantom blade slice across their throats. Shock paralyzed them instantly. Murong Yunhai couldn't even speak. Even legendary immortal weapons with immense killing intent shouldn't feel this terrifying. Is it a legendary immortal artifact? The knife came down on the wooden ball. Zhang Qingxian was even more terrified. Was that a collision of Tao laws? To Chun Pingyan, however, he was simply splitting a piece of wood. He turned around, confused as to why the 3 of them were huddling so far away. He handed the wooden ball to Murong Shui. He told her, "Here, it's candy. You can eat it." But Murong Shui realized the energy inside this candy was colossal. She took a small bite and tasted a subtle sourness. And then, she leveled up. She skyrocketed from level 1 straight to level 10. Overwhelmed with excitement, she grabbed Chun Pingyan's hand. Senior, I don't know how to repay you. You didn't just save me. You guided me to break through my technique, and now you've helped me advance my cultivation. Can I offer myself to you in marriage to repay this debt? Hearing the words, offer myself in marriage, Chun Pingyan turned beet red. He couldn't wrap his head around it. A beauty wants to marry him just because of some candy? He figured she was either crazy or had a screw loose somewhere. So, he politely tried to decline Murong Shui's offer. But Murong Yunhai chimed in, insisting that marriage was the absolute best way to show gratitude. Chun Pingyan was cornered. He explained awkwardly, "Look, I'm just an ordinary guy. I can't ruin your whole life over a piece of candy." But Murong Shui wouldn't give up. She begged Chun Pingyan to at least accept her as a servant. She looked at him with puppy dog eyes, pitiful and expectant. Chun Pingyan was about to crumble. Murong Yunhai, meanwhile, completely supported his daughter's strategy. This didn't sit well with Zhang Qingxian. "Didn't you say you were saving little Shui to be my daughter-in-law? Why aren't you stopping her?" Murong Yunhai's face beamed with joy. "If you've got the guts, Go compete with the senior yourself. Such a massive golden thigh to hug. Heaven would strike me down if I let this opportunity slip. Besides, little Shui clearly has feelings for him. Zhang Qingxian was so mad, he was speechless. But then a thought struck him. What if his son offered himself in marriage too? Wouldn't it be hugging the golden thigh as well? A sudden chill ran down Chun Pingin's spine. He had no idea what that old man was thinking, but it felt ominous. With no other choice, he agreed to Murong Shui's request. Murong Shui was so happy she hugged him tight, seeing that Chun Pingin was getting overwhelmed. The system interface suddenly popped up, shifting his attention. Mission complete. Join the Kaoshan sect. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Murong Yinhai, Chun Pingin realized getting back would be a hassle, so he asked them to give him a lift. In the blink of an eye, Chun Pingin was back at his house. He let out a long sigh. Murong Yinhai thought he was disappointed by their slow speed, unaware that Chun Pingin actually felt it was too fast. He didn't get to enjoy the feeling of flying at all. Still, guests were guests. He invited them inside for a cup of tea before they left. Murong Yinhai hurriedly tried to offer him accommodations back at the sect. Chun Pingin politely declined, saying he preferred a simple life of raising fish and growing vegetables. Suddenly, the chicken in the yard stared down the strangers. Murong Yinhai and the others froze in shock, too terrified to take another step. Chun Pingin wondered why they had suddenly stopped moving. Murong Yinhai quickly made an excuse that they were just a bit tired. Chun Pingin didn't think much of it. He told them to look around the place while he went to brew some tea. The three of them still didn't dare move a muscle. Their minds were screaming in absolute terror. Zhang Qingxian was on the verge of tears. In all his years, he had never seen anything like this. The peach tree in the yard was swathed in the laws of the Tao. The fish, the chicken, they were all radiating Tao laws. The entire yard was a holy land. Worse, they could feel an overwhelming aura of power radiating from every single thing there, just as Murong Shui was on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a cough echoed from inside the room. In an instant, the suffocating aura vanished without a trace. Terror was written all over their faces, as if they had just survived a life-and-death calamity. They hurried into the room, daring not to delay a single second. It turned out Chun Pingin had simply choked from drinking his tea too quickly. When he turned around, he saw the three of them standing there, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. He wondered, did they just do a workout in the yard? His face was filled with confusion. I don't get it. Why are they so exhausted? Suddenly, two words popped into his mind: kidney deficiency. The more he looked at them, the more convinced he became. So, he decided to toss a handful of goji berries into the tea. The protagonist had only casually added a few berries. But the three not only smelled a rich fragrance, they felt their very souls strengthen significantly. Murong Shui was absolutely thunderstruck. After all, the level of one's soul determines the speed and purity of absorbing spiritual energy. She didn't dare hesitate. She immediately downed it. Chun Pingin was completely baffled by their expressions. What is wrong with them? Is the tea that bad? The three of them quickly drained their cups of goji tea and spoke in unison. Senior, please, another cup. It was just as Chun Pingin had suspected. They really are weak. They kept drinking until they were practically dead drunk, yet their mouths kept clamoring for more. Chun Pingin helplessly explained that there was no more water in the house. Zhang Qingxian immediately pulled a water skin from his storage ring. Chun Pingin was so furious he shouted, "Get the hell out!" He then promptly escorted them to the gate. Watching them walk away, he heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, I can go buy some groceries. Meanwhile, at the Reliance sect, the old ancestor, Murong Gong, was at a critical moment of breaking through a bottleneck. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Father, I've returned." Murong Gong instantly spurted a mouthful of blood. His state of enlightenment was instantly shattered. Murong Yinhai wanted to share the good news, but seeing his father's furious expression, he wisely chose silence. Murong Gong immediately drew his sword. A terrifying aura erupted. What followed was a scene of a father beating his son so brutally it was hard to watch. Even Murong Shui didn't dare to intervene. Only when Murong Yinhai cried out, "Father," did Murong Gong finally stay his hand. Murong Yinhai quickly recounted the events involving Chun Pingin to his father. Seeing that his father didn't believe him, Murong Yinhai bet 10,000 spirit stones with him. Zhang Qingxian also bet 10,000 spirit stones. Hearing that even his granddaughter bet 1,000 spirit stones, Murong Gong suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Could it actually be true? Murong Yinhai let out a smug humph. What's the matter? Father, surely you aren't afraid? Murong Gong smacked him. No manners. Lead the way now. Not long after, they appeared in front of Chun Pingin's house. Murong Gong wore a look of disdain. Murong Shui immediately reminded him. Grandfather, please watch your words. Murong Yinhai also gave him a subtle warning. But the old man paid them no mind. The very moment he stepped into the courtyard, his body involuntarily dropped to its knees. His heart quaked as a terrifying, oppressive light weighed down on him, rendering him completely immobile. Right at that moment, a surge of energy burst from the house. Then, an incredibly handsome young man charged out. Seeing this, the rooster spoke up. Blade Master, hold on. Only then did the Blade Master stop. Murong Yinhai hadn't expected this person to be the senior's kitchen knife. Murong Gong was so terrified he nearly wet his pants. The young man looked at Murong Gong with an impatient expression. Phoenix, this old man doesn't look like a good person, and I've never seen him before. If I chop him a few times, it shouldn't matter, right? Hearing the word Phoenix, Murong Gong was completely stupefied. I'm speaking seriously here, the rooster continued. One look, and you can tell this old man is an idiot. If you chop an idiot, aren't you afraid you'll catch the stupid? Hearing that, the Blade Master agreed it made sense. He transformed into a streak of light and flew back into the house. Murong Gong immediately kowtowed to the rooster. Thank you, divine beast, for your great kindness. I will never forget this. The rooster arrogantly ignored him. Murong Gong felt like an ant on a hot pan. He knew that since his son said he lost the bet, he'd have to hand over the spirit stones. He wanted to slap his son across the face right then and there. But now, crushed by the invisible pressure, he could only kneel on the ground. Luckily, Murong Shui stood by his side, comforting him. Not long after, Chun Pingin returned, carrying a basket of groceries. Seeing the familiar figures at his gate, he was utterly speechless. He wanted to sneak away, but before he could take a few steps, Murong Shui spotted him. Senior, you're finally back. Chun Pingin forced an awkward smile. Do you guys need something? Why are you back so soon? Murong Shui pointed behind her. Senior, my grandfather insisted on coming here. Murong Shui continued, her voice filled with embarrassment. Chun Pingin felt his scalp go numb. Why is the patriarch of the Backers sect kneeling in my house? I can't afford to offend a big shot like him. He hurried over, ready to apologize. Murong Yinhai nudged his father. The senior is here. His entire body is shrouded in the laws of the Tao. Since it's your first time seeing him, try to keep it together. No sooner had he spoken than Murong Gong turned his head. Before Chun Pingin could even open his mouth, the old man's face went pale. It's not just surrounding him. The entire area is saturated with the laws of the Tao. Just as he prepared to kneel, this old man, Murong Shui, pays respects to senior. Chun Pingin immediately caught the old man. Murong Gong was stunned. The pressure vanished instantly. This man really isn't immortal. To think the patriarch came this time too. Chun Pingin happily invited them inside to sit. Murong Shui and the others' eyes lit up. They thought they'd get to drink that goji berry tea again. Chun Pingin knew exactly what was on their minds. He told them there wouldn't be tea this time. Instead, he wanted to treat them to a meal. Hearing the word meal, Murong Shui immediately envisioned herself leveling up. Right at that moment, without a word, the four of them sat at the table. Murong Shui and the others looked disappointed, while Murong Gong blushed. He thought he had lost the bet. Before he could hand over the spirit stones, Murong Yinhai let out umph. Do you think we care about those spirit stones? We just wanted to drink the goji berry tea. Murong Gong didn't think much of it and reached out to grab the teapot. Suddenly, a surge of energy slammed his head onto the table. Murong Gong stared at the teapot. He realized the teapot was also shrouded in the laws of the Tao. It was actually an immortal artifact. Murong Yinhai smirked smugly. Father, since we stepped in here, we haven't dared to move a muscle. Only you would have the guts to touch his treasures. Murong Gong cursed under his breath, calling them swindlers. He remained pinned to the table until a cough rang out from the kitchen. Only then did the pressure on him lift. It happened while Chun Pingin was stir-frying shrimp. He had choked on the chili fumes. At the same time, the rich aroma of shrimp wafted out. Zhang Qingxian didn't just smell it. he suddenly broke through his cultivation realm. The three members of the Murong family were dumbstruck. They immediately started inhaling the scent greedily. Soon enough, Chen Pingyan finished cooking 4 savory dishes and 1 soup. He told them not to stand on ceremony. Seeing their eyes, hungry as tigers ready to pounce, Chen Pingyan suddenly felt a pang of regret. As he turned to scoop the rice, he sensed something was off. Luckily, he cooked plenty of rice, so they should be full. He brought the rice out and asked if anyone wanted some. He froze in place. The 4 of them had devoured all the food, and they even had the gall to ask for more rice. Although Chen Pingyan was annoyed, he just let slide. The next second, he served it to them. Have these immortals never eaten a meal before? Murong Shui didn't even act like a lady. In the blink of an eye, she licked the plate clean. There wasn't a single grain of rice left. Of the 4, only the Murong father and son duo retained a shred of sanity. The other 2 were already food drunk. Chen Pingyan was completely dumbfounded. Are they all reincarnated starving ghosts? They even licked the plates. Zhang Qingxian broke through from the 8th stage of nascent soul to the 5th stage of out-of-body. Murong Gong went from the spirit-severing realm to the 2nd stage of the distraction realm. Murong Shui went from the peak of core formation to the 5th stage. Murong Yinhai went from the 8th stage of nascent soul to the 5th stage of out-of-body. He never imagined a single meal could allow him to glimpse the dawn of the great Tao. As he prepared to kneel before Chen Pingyan, Senior, this opportunity is truly a great kindness. I will never forget it. Chen Pingyan broke out in a cold sweat. He assumed the opportunity the old man meant was getting a free meal like a begging monk. He politely replied, Elder Gonk, you yist. Such a small favor isn't worth mentioning. Little did he know, Murong Gong was actually telling him, if we have time in the future, we'll come over to eat with Senior more often. Chen Pingyan couldn't take it anymore. He ushered all 4 of them out the door. Murong Yinhai grumbled, Father, how could you say something like that? Wasn't that too embarrassing? No sooner had he spoken than Murong Gong smacked him. How dare you speak to your father that way? I didn't have a choice back there. That's why I spoke so impulsively. The Senior is generous. He wouldn't get angry over such a trivial matter. In fact, the Senior is reminding us. Greedily leveling up like that will leave our foundations unstable. We would possess power in name only. Hearing this, Murong Yinhai and his son almost laughed out loud. Only Murong Shui claimed that she had attained enlightenment, which made Elder Gong almost unable to keep his stoic old face straight. In truth, he felt a bit guilty for tricking them, just as he was staring intently at Zhang Qingxian, warning him not to spread the Senior's affairs to the outside world. A voice suddenly rang out inside his head. Qingxian, do not return to the sect. Zhang Qingxian turned pale and slipped up, shouting, that's Father's voice. The situation took a bizarre turn. Your father? Is that some sort of secret transmission? Yes. It is our sect's highest priority emergency signal. Once used, it means we are facing total annihilation. Zhang Qingxian spoke up right at this moment. The Yanhua sect was nearly destroyed by a man just like this. The villainous old man swiftly wielded his sword. He was the patriarch of the Yanhua sect. Zhang Xiaofeng thought that since his son wasn't at the sect, he could at least eventually take revenge for him. He had no idea Zhang Qingxian was standing right behind him, calling out. He immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Startled by his father's scolding, Zhang Qingxian felt a wave of relief. But that was merely a clone at the soul formation stage. Zhang Xiaofeng froze in shock. The villainous man looked down at Zhang Qingxian with contempt. Right at that moment, Murong Gong appeared behind him without a sound. Before the man could even open his mouth, he was slain by Murong Gong. Zhang Xiaofeng was thunderstruck. He asked his son who this divine being was. Zhang Qingxian calmly replied, that is the patriarch of the Kaoshan sect. Seeing Murong Gong walk over with a smug look, Zhang Xiaofeng asked, this profound cultivation base, just what is going on? Murong Gong pretended to be profound. It is a long story. In reality, he was plotting a way to scam Zhang Xiaofeng to win back the spirit stones he had lost. He claimed that previously, he had met an immortal, and just by eating a meal there, he had leveled up. Zhang Xiaofeng, filled with excitement, grabbed his hand. So that's how it is. Hurry, take me to meet Senior Murong Gong. I mean, that's Senior. He hadn't expected this old man to be so extraordinary. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth. Murongong looked toward that direction. That is Chun Pingan's residence. He immediately grabbed his brother's hand. With a swift flash of light, the two of them instantly stood before Chun Pingan's door. Just as Murongong and Zhang Xiaofeng were preparing to visit Chun Pingan to beg for a meal, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. This black hole was a secret rift. Once broken, the entire town would be destroyed. The two of them were powerless to disrupt its balance. Right at this critical moment, the fish pond emitted a brilliant golden light. A dragon soared upward. They watched the dragon circle the courtyard before it flew toward the black hole and took a massive bite out of it, dragging it far away. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xiaofeng was bewildered. In contrast, Murongong remained very calm, because he knew there was also a phoenix here. It is said that the only one who can command dragons and phoenixes is an immortal emperor. Zhang Xiaofeng was utterly shaken. At the same time, a whirlwind rose in the forest, and a golden sword fell from the sky. Turns out, it had been hunted down all the way here. The divine sword was covered in cracks, just as it was vowing to return for revenge in the future. Chun Pingan walked up and casually picked it up. The sword was preparing to curse at him, when suddenly it was terrified to the extreme. The man before was surrounded by the Taoist rhyme of the laws, exuding a threat no less than that of an immortal emperor. It was scared to the point of tears. It even doubted if it had actually descended to the mortal realm. Seeing the sword trembling all over, Chun Pingan's eyes lit up. Wow, it can move on its own. Could this be a high-level weapon? I might be able to sell it for some good money. He immediately tossed it into his bamboo basket. The sword felt humiliated. It never expected that, as a dignified, divine weapon, it would end up in such a state. But then it discovered the basket was full of ordinary herbs. Furthermore, this man didn't seem to recognize its rank. It started to think this person must be a mere mortal. That Taoist rhyme earlier, I must have been seeing things. This basket is just full of mundane trash. Suddenly, it heard a shouting voice. Shut your mouth, you little punk. Shockingly, the one cursing it was a hoe. Very quickly, Chun Pingan felt the basket moving. He curiously checked it out. The hoe immediately threatened the sword not to move. The sword trembled in fear, not daring to act rashly, because this ugly hoe was a divine weapon of an even higher tier than itself. In another scene, Murongong rode his sword toward the black hole. Right at this moment, the hole emitted a sound that shook the heavens. Elder Gong's expression shifted instantly. He yelled for everyone to stop at once. Just then, a pillar of light slammed down from the crater. Chun Pingan witnessed this spectacular sight as well. Suddenly, the system interface popped up. Chun Pingan saw a new notification. He felt a surge of panic. He thought he'd be tasked with dealing with that light pillar, but the system immediately displayed a lucky draw prompt. Chun Pingan let out a sigh of relief. He hit draw without hesitation. A rift opened above his head, and the reward dropped right out. Chun Pingan hadn't expected to get a bamboo flute this time. Way luckier than the last pull. Since he learned how to play in his previous life, he just tossed the flute into his bamboo basket. The sword was bewildered. Another divine artifact? Who exactly is this person? He treats divine artifacts like common items. Terror began to take root in its core. By the time he got home, night had fallen. Chun Pingan dumped the basket aside and went to take a bath. At this point, the sword was so terrified it started questioning its own existence, because what lay before it was a house filled with divine artifacts. Even the windows, tables, and chairs were divine treasures. It had roamed the immortal realm for years, but it had never witnessed a scene like this. Furthermore, that peach tree outside emitted an aura even stronger than the immortal emperor himself. The fish in the pond, the chickens in the coop, were 1,000 times stronger than the emperor's dragons and phoenixes. Suddenly, the bamboo flute spoke up arrogantly. Why did Master bring this piece of trash home? The hoe chimed in fiercely, exactly. If I wasn't afraid of Master finding out, I would have already taught a small fry like you a lesson. The teapot jumped into the conversation. I say we just melt it down. The sword huddled helplessly in the corner. Hello, brothers. It's my first time here. I don't know the rules. Please go easy on me, seniors. Meanwhile, outside, the pillar of light still hadn't vanished. Even Murongong was unable to destroy it. Just as they were running out of options, the pillar emitted a deafening noise. Chun Pingyan, who was sleeping soundly, was jolted awake. He tossed over and shouted, "It's so damn loud. Can a guy get some sleep around here? Can someone shut that damn thing up?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the kitchen knife on the table stirred. This powerful figure was none other than Lord Saber. He was the manifestation of a supreme divine artifact. He only revealed his true form because Chun Pingyan had been disturbed. In an instant, a beam of light intercepted the sound waves from the pillar. Murong Shui knew at a glance that this was Chun Pingyan's doing. Murong Gong immediately covered his face. He recognized the knife belonging to the senior. He never expected something with such power to exist in the mortal realm. Though the immortal realm has plenty, in front of Lord Saber, one slash is all it takes. Lord Saber simply raised his hand. A streak of crimson light flashed, shattering the pillar of light in the blink of an eye. An overwhelming pressure blanketed everything. Murong Gong and the others immediately erected defensive shields. Once the pressure subsided, an orb of light had crashed into the ground. Inside the orb was a young girl, her hands bound tightly by chains. The light around her gradually faded. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, revealing a ghastly smile. Lord Saber maintained his human form, but he had already sensed the girl's aura. The girl transformed into a demonic silhouette, emitting a bone-chilling laugh. Murong Shui and the others didn't dare let their guard down. As the girl reached out and stepped forward, she defied Lord Saber's expectations. He hadn't expected to find a girl under a possession curse. Murong Gong was completely in shock. Murong Shui was tense. Murong Gong sighed helplessly. They were standing before an immortal, so what right did they have to flee? At that moment, Lord Saber's calm voice rang out. "You there? State your name." The girl didn't answer, instead lunging straight at Lord Saber. Lord Saber's finger gathered energy into a magical seal. The girl was instantly immobilized by the array. Even an immortal needs actual strength to be arrogant in front of me. Even that trash immortal emperor has to address me as Lord Saber. His words left the two old men dumbfounded. Lord Saber pointed at the girl's forehead. Her memories immediately flooded into his mind. This girl was originally just an adorable child, but because she was framed by the Supreme Emperor, who infused her body with demon blood, she ended up like this. Seeing the girl's memories, Lord Saber frowned. He gently tapped her forehead. He placed her into a temporary slumber. Then he looked down at old man Murong. "I'm leaving this place to you. Do not speak a word of what happened today to anyone, or you will face the consequences. Do I make myself clear?" Murong responded with the utmost respect. Then, the man picked up the girl and flew back home. But the commotion here had already attracted the attention of countless people. I'm afraid this secret won't remain hidden for long. As soon as he entered the house, the rooster asked in confusion, "Why did you bring her back?" Ignoring him, the man walked over to the peach tree and said, "Peach tree, I'm entrusting her to you. I've got to go." As soon as he finished speaking, the peach tree radiated a soft green light. Then, Sister Peach appeared. Seeing the young girl, Sister Peach gasped silently. What a cruel celestial venerable. How could they bear to lay a hand on a 6-year-old child? As she spoke, power gathered in her hand, taking the form of a peach blossom. At the same time, the most beautiful flower on the peach tree bloomed. It immediately fell, landing gently on the girl's forehead. Instantly, the girl was enveloped in a peach blossom to undergo purification. Very quickly, the demonic energy within her body vanished. Hearing the noise, the sword gently poked its head out, only to be terrified by the scene. Because this girl was no stranger to it. That is Su Ling, the daughter of immortal Emperor Batian. When Su Ling woke up again, Sister Peach and the rooster were very surprised. She really was incredibly cute. Hearing Su Ling ask where she was, Sister Peach immediately granted her a new set of memories. From now on, this is your home. You must call the master Big Brother. The sword, who had been peeking the whole time, gave a dry laugh. I have a feeling immortal Emperor Batian definitely won't take this sitting down. This man is immortal Emperor Batian, the most revered figure in the immortal realm. At that very moment, the life aura on Su Ling's jade tablet dissipated. He immediately dispatched his men to find his daughter. He promised a generous reward and the right to rule the realm alongside him, to whoever found her. Meanwhile, Chun Ping'an was sound asleep when a noise forced him to bury his head under the covers. Su Ling shook him, trying to wake him up. Only then did Chun Ping'an open his eyes. Right in front of him was a little girl, looking at him with a smile. Sun's shining on your butt, big brother. Chun Ping'an sat up with a start. Little sister, who are you? Why are you here? I'm Su Ling. This is my house. Hearing this, Chun Ping'an froze. He thought the house Su Ling mentioned was the town itself, but he had lived in this town for 5 years. There was no way he hadn't met such an adorable little girl before. Assuming she was a lost child, Chun Ping'an patted her head and said he'd take her to find her parents. Su Ling didn't refuse. So, Chun Ping'an took her by the hand and walked up to the town. 1 hour later, Chun Ping'an was dumbfounded. The two of them had walked in a circle and ended up right back at his house. Chun Ping'an asked helplessly, Xiaoling, do you remember what your parents look like? Su Ling replied briskly, Nope, don't remember. But Sister Peach just said. Suddenly, the peach tree trembled. A small pebble fell from the tree. It hit Su Ling right on the head, stopping her from saying anything more. Chun Ping'an thought she must have hit her head, causing her to get confused. Su Ling looked at Chun Ping'an with puppy dog eyes. Big brother, do you not want Linger anymore? Chun Ping'an rubbed her head to comfort her. How could that be? For now, I just have an extra little sister, that's all. He figured her parents would eventually come looking for her. Just then, a voice rang out from the gate. Senior, are you home? He opened the gate to check. It turned out to be Murong Gong and Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for saving my life. After speaking, he was shocked, because in his eyes, the person before him was completely shrouded in the principles of the Great Tao. But Chun Ping'an just stood there blankly. He thought they definitely just used that as an excuse to come beg for food. Just then, Su Ling walked over. Murong Gong hurriedly asked, Senior, who is this? Chun Ping'an smiled and said, Su Ling, she's my little sister. I'm 21 years old this year, and she's just a regular person like me. Su Ling obediently greeted them. Grandpa. The two old men suddenly felt dizzy. How could this be called a normal person? Because the young girl before them was radiating a terrifyingly powerful aura, no less than the rank of an immortal emperor. Seeing the expressions of extreme exaggeration on their faces, both Chun Ping'an and Su Ling were confused. Murong Gong was even more shaken to the core. If these two siblings were this terrifying, he couldn't imagine how powerful their parents must be. Chun Ping'an decided to change the subject and invited the two of them inside for a meal. Zhang Xiaofeng, oblivious to the truth, tried to tactfully decline Chun Ping'an's kind offer. But how could Elder Gong let such a golden opportunity slip away? He immediately clapped a hand over Zhang Xiaofeng's mouth, signaling him to just follow the senior's lead. As Chun Ping'an led Xiao Ling into the house, Murong Gong shot Zhang Xiaofeng a sharp, warning glare. Upon hearing her big brother mention cooking, Xiao Ling immediately volunteered to handle it. Chun Ping'an was surprised. He hadn't expected this little sister of his to know her way around a kitchen. So, he obediently sat down to wait alongside the two guests. He even took a moment to remind Murong Gong to mind his table manners. Can't have him setting a bad example for the child. Murong Gong nodded furiously like a chicken pecking rice. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofeng whispered, Elder Gong, how can you be so thick-skinned, shamelessly mooching a meal off the senior? Murong Gong scoffed. If you're so high and mighty, then don't eat. Not long after, Zhang Xiaofeng caught a whiff of an incredible aroma. Then, he saw Xiao Ling carrying out a hot pot. The moment the lid was lifted, a brilliant light burst forth, blinding everyone in the room. The two old men gasped, sucking in a cold breath. What kind of divine treasure is this? In the blink of an eye, the two of them had stuffed themselves to the brim. The rice was gone. The hot pot was licked clean. Not a scrap remained. Chun Ping'an felt a bit awkward. This meal was far too hasty. He hadn't even swallowed a single grain of rice before everything vanished. Though resigned, he had to admit, Xiao Ling's culinary skills were leagues above his own. Truly the work of a master chef. Curious, he asked Xiao Ling who had taught her to cook. Xiao Ling thought for a moment before replying. I don't really know. I just realized I somehow know how to make a lot of dishes. Chun Ping'an secretly rejoiced. This means he won't have to cook for himself anymore. This little sister is definitely a keeper. And he wasn't the only one. Even the divine pot believed it had finally found its soulmate. Sorry, master, but Xiao Ling is the true chef here. It even started mentally protesting. It wanted Old Saber to tell Sister Peach to seal away more of Xiao Ling's memories. Anything to keep her father from ever finding her. Even a hot-tempered Old Saber had to agree with that logic. Just moments ago, after tasting Xiao Ling's sour fish hot pot, the old man couldn't hold back his tears. Because that single meal was enough to trigger a cultivation breakthrough for both of them. Murong was filled with envy and admiration. He rushed forward, blabbering about wanting to trade his own granddaughter for Xiao Ling. Meanwhile, Murong Shui suddenly sneezed. Who's bad-mouthing me now? She looked up and spotted a flying boat soaring overhead. As the vessel touched down, a young woman gracefully stepped off. It was none other than Princess Luo Lanqing. She was also Murong Shui's best friend. Murong Shui put on a flattering smile. Long time no see, princess. You're getting more beautiful by the day. Luo Lanqing preened at the compliment. Then, she looked Murong Shui up and down with a serious expression. Though I must say, your chest is getting bigger. Murong Shui flushed with embarrassment. Just then, someone approached from behind. It was Luo Xiaojun, Murong Shui's cousin. Upon seeing him, Murong Shui immediately groaned. Why are you here? A toad lusting after swan meat again? Luo Xiaojun was instantly annoyed. He threatened Murong Shui, warning her to watch her mouth or get a beating. In response, Murong Shui unleashed a ruthless beam of energy. Luo Xiaojun collapsed to the ground instantly. His face was a mask of pure terror. You advanced to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Murong Shui huffed triumphantly. Comparing myself to you? How does this genius at the 5th level of core formation stack up now? Luo Lanqing was equally shocked. Xiao Shui, what happened with your cultivation? Does this have something to do with that pillar of light? Murong Shui froze. Before she could explain, Luo Lanqing continued. I actually came looking for you for a specific reason today. It turned out that on the day the crater appeared, Luo Lanqing and her father were observing the mountain. That mountain was a famous scenic spot in the region. Suddenly, a red-crimson light flashed atop the peak. She was completely astounded at the time. She assumed it was some peerless expert practicing their martial arts, who unleashed a strike that shattered the entire mountain. And it's not just me. Countless cultivators have tracked the phenomenon here. Murong Shui clarified. That wasn't a sword. It was a saber. Luo Lanqing's eyes lit up. But noticing Luo Xiaojun eavesdropping, Murong Shui dragged her best friend away to talk in private. Then, the two turned into streaks of light and shot into the sky. Murong Shui recounted her encounter with Chun Pingyan to her friend. Luo Lanqing's face was filled with horror. The senior is a true immortal. His tea alone can elevate the soul. His rice can boost one's cultivation base. Seeing that she still didn't believe it, Murong Shui dragged her straight to Chun Pingyan's residence. She completely forgot about the rule not to disturb the senior. At that moment, Chun Pingyan was fiddling with a bamboo flute. Murong Shui pushed open the gate to greet him. Chun Pingyan invited them inside to sit. Luo Lanqing was terrified the moment she stepped inside. She felt an invisible gaze staring right at her. She even felt as if she were being seen through completely. Murong Shui told her there was no need to be nervous. She said everyone feels that way their first time here. Then, she pushed her best friend in front of Chun Pingyan. Senior, actually this is my best friend. She wanted to pay her respects to you. That is why we have disturbed you. Luo Lanqing was flushed with embarrassment, not knowing what to do. She had assumed he would be some grumpy old man. She never expected this senior to be not only unfathomably powerful, but also incredibly handsome. At that moment, Xiao Ling peeked her head out from behind the peach tree. Big brother, who are they? Murong Shui immediately tensed up. She only relaxed when she heard Chun Pingyan say it was his little sister. Xiao Ling obediently greeted them. Hello, big sisters. Suddenly, the two ladies pulled Xiao Ling into a hug. They rubbed their cheeks vigorously against her adorable face. It was too much for Chun Pingyan, so he let out a light cough. He had to bring out his bamboo flute to divert their attention. Then, he played a melody about summer. Murong Shui was astonished. A sudden burst of inspiration flooded her mind. Luo Lanqing was equally shocked. She hadn't even circulated her cultivation method, yet a spiritual epiphany appeared. The sword, hearing the melody, was no less shaken. The music contained profound Tao rhythms. After listening for just a few seconds, its injuries were nearly healed. It never imagined this master's power would be so terrifying. At this point, the sword was completely won over. It even fantasized that one day, it might become a permanent part of this miraculous household. Xiao Ling clapped her hands, praising the beautiful tune. Luo Lanqing shot straight up from the 1st level to the 6th level. Murong Shui advanced from the 5th level to the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. The two girls bowed together, thanking the senior for this fortuitous opportunity. Chun Ping'an was baffled. I didn't even give you guys any rice to eat. He was still thinking that this was just a voice recorder in the cultivation world. This stone can record all sounds. Right at that moment, after listening to Chun Ping'an's entire song, Luo Lanqing felt she had nothing valuable enough to offer in return. She was about to express her gratitude once more. Chun Ping'an took one look and knew exactly what she was going to say. He firmly refused any offer of repaying with one's body. Luo Lanqing actually did have that intention, but being rejected so heartlessly would easily break a girl's heart. Chun Ping'an didn't overthink it. These immortals are truly strange. Why do they always want to offer themselves to me at the drop of a hat? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Is it actually because I'm just too handsome? Walking back, Luo Lanqing was still in disbelief. The first time I ever confessed, and I got rejected. I'm a princess of an entire nation, after all. Seeing this, Murong Shui had to comfort her. Suddenly, her friend stopped crying and looked at her suspiciously. Did you get rejected too? Murong Shui felt guilty and quickly changed the subject. Either way, you just received a great opportunity from the senior. Being able to hear that song was blessing enough. You don't need to take the rejection to heart. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Lanqing pulled something out of her storage bag. It was a violet stone. This stone can record all sounds. Earlier, when Chun Ping'an was playing the flute, she had secretly recorded it. The two of them excitedly went to find a quiet place to listen. As the melody drifted out from the stone, both of them immediately entered a state of enlightenment. The aura around their bodies began to surge. Not long after, Murong Shui's cultivation rose from the 9th level to the peak of the nascent soul realm. Luo Lanqing jumped from the 6th level to the peak of core formation. We finally obtained this treasure. They prepared to push their cultivation to the limit. But the moment she poured spiritual energy into it, the stone instantly exploded. This was a result neither of them could have predicted. Furthermore, a cloud of black smoke engulfed the area. That black smoke was highly corrosive to their clothing. Luo Lanqing was left nearly stark naked. Her snowy white skin was exposed to the air. The two women were panicked to the extreme. They wondered if this was the price for their bottomless greed. On the other side, Luo Xiaojun was still fuming. After all, he is one of the 3 great geniuses. Did they think he had no way to take him down? He pulled out a positioning device used in the cultivation world. It turned out he had planted a tracker on the princess long ago. He is indeed a scheming man. The coordinates stayed fixed in one spot for a long time. Then, they suddenly vanished. Luo Xiaojun's expression darkened instantly. Meanwhile, the two women had already sprinted toward the boat. By sheer coincidence, Murong Shui snapped a branch. Luo Xiaojun instinctively whipped around to look. He had no idea that a single glance would nearly give him a stroke. He immediately spun back around, shielding his eyes with his hands. At that moment, Murong Shui barked from behind him. If you turn your head again, I'm going to give you a serious beating. In truth, Luo Xiaojun wasn't even paying attention to their beauty, because in that brief glimpse, he realized the power of these two women had skyrocketed. He couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. Analyzing this stroke of luck, it must be related to the place they just visited. I have to go check it out. Following the coordinates, he arrived at Chun Ping'an's house. Without a second thought, he stepped inside. The Phoenix Hen and the Broom Boss instantly released a terrifying, oppressive aura. Luo Xiaojun was caught right in the middle of it. His knees hit the ground with a heavy thud. What kind of monsters are these? One burst of pressure, I can't even move. It feels like my entire body is being lashed by whips. And yet, he found the sensation strangely exhilarating. It was almost overwhelming. The Phoenix Hen recoiled in disgust. Is this kid actually getting off on this? Why do I feel like his blood is boiling with excitement? The Broom Boss got goosebumps. Oh my God, don't tell me this kid is a total masochist. Just then, Chun Pingyan and Xiao Ling returned from gathering herbs. As soon as he reached the gate, he froze in confusion. Good grief, why is there someone kneeling in there? Did he trip or something? Is my doorstep really that high? Chun Pingyan hurried over. As he helped the young man up, Luo Xiaojun was stunned. He actually neutralized the crushing pressure around me. This must be the master of this house. But when he looked closely at the man, the very laws of the great Tao flooded his vision. He immediately dropped back to his knees before Chun Pingyan. Greetings, senior. Please forgive me for intruding upon your residence. This habit of kneeling made Chun Pingyan wonder. He must be one of Murong Gong's relatives. Luo Xiaojun couldn't believe this man's intuition was so sharp. He knew my background with just one look. Chun Pingyan felt a headache coming on. It seems the entire Murong family is a bit eccentric. Every time they visit, they're either kneeling or drenched in sweat. He wondered if this condition was contagious. Suddenly, Xiao Ling stepped forward. I'm going first. Luo Xiaojun gasped, his breath catching in his throat. How was there someone even more terrifying behind him? This arrogant 12-year-old girl possesses the power of an immortal emperor. Luo Xiaojun promptly prostrated himself at Xiao Ling's feet. Seeing this, Chun Pingyan had to help him up once more. Your body is weak, so there's no need to be so tense. You need to balance your training with rest. Besides, your constitution is inherently unstable. Stop kneeling at the drop of a hat. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold, understand? Luo Xiaojun was struck with realization. Gold beneath the knees. What does that imply? Could Senior have seen right through my flaws? Though he was one of the 3 great geniuses, and his cultivation was nearly equal to the other 2. They always teamed up to beat him down. They often mocked him, calling him the perpetual 3rd place. The gap between them was entirely in their movement techniques. Luo Xiaojun realized the gold beneath the knees comment was a cryptic pointer for his training. He took a deep breath and lowered his stance. The gold manifested as rising currents in the air. Then, he suddenly launched himself upward. He moved as light as a swallow, gliding through the air. Chun Pingyan looked up with an envious expression. Man, he's actually pretty amazing. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaojun was ecstatic. I just created that move myself, to create a new technique on the fly. Only the truly powerful can achieve that. Chun Pingyan shouted from below. Remember to get some rest, and eat plenty of chives to build up your strength. You are kneeling so long that your circulation must be shot. Make sure you take care of yourself. Luo Xiaojun was momentarily confused. Then, a sudden warmth surged in his ankles. I can't believe Senior saw my underlying issue. So I need to maintain the circulation of my spiritual energy. He bid a hasty farewell and flew off to study this new insight. Chun Pingyan was baffled. Does reminding someone to look after their kidney health count as guidance now? The next day, he took Xiao Ling for a stroll through town. Xiao Ling was begging to buy some watermelon. While there, Chun Pingyan accidentally overheard passers-by mentioning a group of cultivators looking for a treasure. I don't get it. Why are there more and more cultivators swarming this tiny town lately? The real culprit, of course, was that single strike Dao Jia unleashed at the start. Sister Dao had already sensed the spiritual energy of these cultivators long ago. The chicken felt completely powerless to help. He had no choice but to let Dao Jia handle this mess himself. The fish, on the other hand, was just gloating over his misfortune. Now Dao Jia is really in for a headache. He never expected that the immortal emperor here would create such a pathetic pillar of light. He could destroy it with just a flick of his wrist. Seriously, that was the most pathetic immortal emperor he'd ever encountered. The sword, eavesdropping nearby, fumed with silent rage. How could he speak so arrogantly? Suddenly, Dao Jia appeared right in front of it. It was so startled it nearly jumped out of its skin. Hey, scrap metal, how about you do me a favor? It trembled so hard it couldn't even squeeze out a word. Dao Jia told it to relax. He wanted it to pose as the sword intent from the slash he'd made. Then, it needed to find a way to lure those people somewhere else. He mentioned that even though it was riding his coattails, it was a perfect chance for the sword to become famous. The sword knew exactly what was happening. Dao Jia wanted it to be a scapegoat. But then, Dao Jia gripped its hilt firmly. It saw the threatening glint in Dao Jia's smile. The sword immediately promised to get the job done. With that, it transformed into a streak of light and shot out of the house. It quickly reached the site of the secret black hole. It scanned the area carefully, analyzing that day's strike. The blade energy should have flown straight to the edge of the continent. If they followed the trail of destroyed peaks, that group would definitely end up here. Having said its piece, it revealed its true form, which had once caused a massive upheaval in this very place. With a casual swing, it unleashed its power. The ground erupted in a series of violent explosions. Feeling like that wasn't enough, it released a massive wave of energy. Sure enough, the massive commotion immediately drew the attention of the searchers. It looked smugly at the approaching mob of low-level lackeys. Mission accomplished. That red-haired man turned out to be Long Gao Tien, the master of the Heavenly Pavilion. Thinking himself a powerhouse, he pulled out a specialized weapon designed to trap immortals. He was ready to subdue the sword. The only problem was that this tool consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy. The others agreed to back him up. But immortal artifacts choose their own masters. In the end, it all comes down to each person's fate. The sword watched them perform with pure amusement. Long Gao Tien pressed 2 fingers together. A massive formation instantly surrounded it. The sword let out a laugh. So, it's an immortal trapping formation. It hadn't seen one of these in ages, so it was actually quite curious. But 2 hours later, it was utterly disappointed. One guy was so weak, he couldn't even stand anymore. The other looked like his spiritual energy had run completely bone dry. The rest of them could only gasp in shock at the sight. The sword couldn't wait any longer. Just as it was about to help them along, Long Gao Tien poured in a massive burst of power. Finally, the formation was activated. He pressed his fingers together once more. Countless golden chains manifested within the formation. The sword was instantly bound tight. Long Gao Tien was ecstatic. He thought he'd finally tamed the sword and made it his own. However, reality immediately slapped him right in the face. Now was the time for the sword to show its real skills. This mere mortal, Long Gao Tien, how dare he challenge the sword's true rank? A burst of light shattered the formation instantly. Long Gao Tien fell to his knees in utter despair. The sword chuckled triumphantly. I'm not in the mood for a bloodbath today. It pointed toward the horizon and lied, saying it would reappear there in 1 month. At that time, it would choose its true master. It felt like that was a perfect lie. Then it transformed into a golden streak and vanished into the sky. Long Gao Tien let out a long, heavy sigh. He used to think he was unrivaled in this world. Looking back now, that seems like a total joke. Dejected, he headed back to the place, the home he hadn't returned to in a very long time. Meanwhile, the sword was peeking cautiously through the kitchen window. Dao Jia, I've finished the task. Those cultivators definitely won't be coming back. Dao Jia gave a nod of satisfaction. He reminded it to stay undercover as a normal weapon. Otherwise, it would bring disaster upon itself. Hearing this, the sword panicked. Could the senior have realized I used my immortal energy? Is he going to kill me? Just then, Chun Pingan's voice rang out. The sword immediately reverted to its original, plain form. The moment Chun Pingan entered, he glanced at the sword, nearly scaring it to death. Chun Pingan couldn't find anything in the bamboo basket. Suddenly, he turned his head toward the sword. He picked it up and muttered to himself, "Let's try using this one today." The sword couldn't believe it. A divine weapon of its caliber, being used to chop firewood. This was a rundown old shack, the place where Long Gao Tien lived as a child. He was overwhelmed with emotion. His parents had been gone for many years, and he too had grown old. But returning here brings back so many memories of the old days. Suddenly, a surge of Taoist rhythm began to circulate through his body. In that moment, he broke through to a new level. He used to think that grueling cultivation was the only true path. It seems cultivating the heart is the correct way. Right then, the kingly spirit within Long Hao Ian's heart was finally awakened. He swore he would become the strongest cultivator on the continent. With newfound confidence, he set off. Up ahead, he spotted a young man busy chopping wood. He took one look and froze. The tool being used to chop wood was that legendary sword. He watched as Chun Pingan casually handle the blade. Not bad for a cultivator's weapon. It's actually pretty handy for chopping firewood. Long Hao Tian blinked, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him. Just as the sword thought no one was looking, someone approached from the side. It immediately released a threatening aura toward Long Hao Ian. Long Hao Yin was so terrified, he collapsed right onto the ground. Chen Pingan finally realized someone was there. Tossing the sword aside, he hurried over to help him up. Long Hao Yin was horrified. How could he just throw such a sword away, like it was nothing? Unable to hold back, he questioned the young man. Why on earth are you using a weapon like that to chop firewood? Chen Pingan gave a soft chuckle. It wasn't doing much else, so I figured I'd use it to cut some trees. Long Hao Yin stood there completely dazed. While tidying up the wood, Chen Pingan invited Long Hao Yin inside. He still hadn't recovered from the shock, seeing that this young man had no cultivation base at all. He couldn't understand why that sword would choose someone like this as its master. Since it had already recognized him as its master, the sword didn't even seem angry about being forced to chop wood. Once the firewood was stacked, Chen Pingan asked Long Hao Yin to help him carry the sword. Long Hao Yin felt a pang of anxiety. That might not be a good idea. Chen Pingan smiled and told him just to be careful not to get hurt. Long Hao Yin couldn't stop his mind from racing. Getting hurt isn't the problem here. I feel like if I even touch it, the whole town will end up dead. But he couldn't resist the urge and reached out his hand anyway. The moment his fingers brushed the sword, it erupted with an incredibly powerful surge of killing intent. It looked ready to strike him down then and there. Long Hao Yin immediately begged for mercy, explaining that it was his master's idea. A light cough echoed through the air. The sword's overwhelming pressure vanished instantly. Chen Pingan gave an embarrassed smile. I've been working so hard my throat's a bit dry. Long Hao Yin's eyes nearly popped out of his head. To make an immortal artifact so obedient. Just who is this godlike being? Long Hao Yin respectfully leaned the sword against the woodpile. Then, he followed Chen Pingan into the house. When he saw the house was overflowing with Taoist essence, he immediately bowed to Chen Pingan. Long Hao Yin pays his respects to the senior. Meanwhile, his heart was pounding in shock. Compared to the treasures in this house, that sword is practically trash. It seems Senior is living as a mortal to cultivate his heart. Chen Pingan told him there was no need for such formalities. He casually asked if he happened to know Mu Rongong. As soon as the words left his mouth, Long Hao Yin turned pale. He misunderstood, thinking Chen Pingan was referring to the Mu Rongong who leads the immortal venerables. He assumed the man was the lord of the celestial pavilion. So he blurted out, Senior's foresight is truly divine. I am in awe. Chen Pingan was left speechless. He felt like everyone from the Mu Rong family acted exactly the same way. Hearing them talking, Xiao Ling poked her head out. She gave Long Hao Yin a quick greeting. Long Hao Yin grew tense. His soul was shaken to the core. He had never met a little girl who was both so powerful and so cute. Chen Pingan asked Xiao Ling to bring out some watermelon for their guest. Xiao Ling's face immediately soured. Chen Pingan patted her head and told her not to be selfish. But Xiao Ling couldn't help herself. She glared at Long Hao Yin, making him freeze in his tracks. Seeing that the little girl was about to fly into a rage, he lied and said he had urgent business to attend to and needed to leave. I'll come by for a visit another day. Chen Pingan didn't think much of it. As the man was leaving, he asked if he had ever heard of any cooling treasures. The treasure in Long Hao Yin's town happened to be exactly that. So, he agreed to bring it to him tomorrow. Chen Pingan had originally wanted him to stay for a meal. But seeing the murderous intent radiating from Xiao Ling, Long Hao Yin didn't dare stay a second longer. After saying his goodbyes, he beat a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, once Chen Pingan took Xiao Ling out to buy a dress, the sword finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a group of cultivators descended from the sky. The sword thought it hadn't finished the job yesterday. It called out to the big blade to help deal with them. Hearing this, the big blade opened its eyes and transformed in an instant. It knew the sword wouldn't dare lie about something like this. When the sword reached the spot where the black hole had appeared, there was no one to be found. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind them. It turned around, and its face went pale with dread. Memories came flooding back in an instant. After being captured by the Ronyurt sect, it had been brutally tortured to force it to accept a master. The ones who had tormented it were the very people standing there talking now. The group pulled out their whips and let out cold, mocking laughs. Wait, isn't that the golden spirit immortal tool? It's been a long time. Sensing the danger, it instinctively backed away. I didn't expect them to track me down so quickly. In a world this vast, it wondered how they managed to find its trail. As it turned out, They had marked the sword's energy long ago. Panic set in. It must have accidentally exposed its aura yesterday. Seeing it try to flee, they pulled out a talisman, pressed 2 fingers together, and whispered a command, "Spirit soul, rise." The sword was instantly trapped within an array. The crushing pressure was so intense it was forced to its knees. This was a specialized array they had crafted specifically for this purpose. If its spiritual energy hadn't been suppressed by this very array back then, it would have wiped out their entire sect. They told it to give up and surrender quietly. Suddenly, the sword burst out laughing. This only served to infuriate the group. Images of Chun Pingan's back and Dao Ji's imposing stature flashed through its mind. Suddenly, it forced itself to stand. Its body surged with a fierce will to fight. This time, it would rather die than surrender. Losing patience, the group began forming hand seals. A pillar of light descended from the heavens, instantly piercing through the sword. To its horror, it was the immortal slaying spike. Blood sprayed from its mouth. It wondered silently if the boss would actually come to the rescue. But its body had already begun to disintegrate. Sister Ho was desperately trying to hold Dao Ge back, but he was determined to head out. The chicken tried to reason with him. "Dao Ge, you know the rules. Leaving this place without permission. At best, you'll be turned into a common mortal tool. At worst, you'll be completely obliterated." Dao Ge knew the risks, but he was the one who sent that sword out. Even if it cost him his life, he had to save the kid. Suddenly, a crimson streak of light tore through the sky. With a massive boom, he appeared right in front of the group. Their faces turned pale with fright. The overwhelming pressure radiating from the newcomer filled them with dread. Dao Ji's voice rang out, calm yet chilling. "When I am moved to rage, even the gods must bow their heads. A mere speck of immortal essence like you dares to lay a hand on one of mine?" The sword couldn't believe Dao Ge actually showed up. Dao Ge simply scoffed in reproach. "A pathetic array like this was enough to trouble you? You really are a useless rookie." Before he even finished speaking, a flick of his finger shattered the array and the immortal slaying spike into dust. Seeing them try to threaten him again, Dao Ge began gathering his spiritual energy. With a single flash of red, the man was instantly struck down. Only then did the sword ask, "Dao Ge, why did you come?" Dao Ge snapped back, "Shut up and follow me home." The sword was dazed for a moment. Then, a small smile played on its lips. Once they returned, it knelt outside in the courtyard. Even the chicken didn't dare to plead for its life. Even Dao Ge had to kneel inside the house. He spoke coldly to the woman in front of him. "There won't be a next time." Meanwhile, at the Ruyue sect, a disciple was reporting everything to the sect leader. He deduced that this likely involved immortal Emperor Batian's search for his daughter. Finally, a lead that could break an immortal emperor-level secret. It confirmed the existence of a realm far beyond that of an immortal emperor. He even believed that soon, he would rule these lands alongside Batian. At that moment, Chun Pingan and Xiaoling had just returned. Xiaoling was wearing a new dress. No one could possibly be cuter than her. The moment they stepped through the door, Long Haoyan came rushing over. It turned out he had been waiting by the gate because Chun Pingan hadn't returned yet. He had come specifically to bring him a treasure. Long Haoyan presented the heavenly profound ice crystal to Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan insisted on treating him to a great meal this time. Just then, a flash of light appeared outside the gate. That guy, Immortal Emperor Batian, had arrived. When he pushed the gate open, he was stunned by the sight of the house. Inside, Long Haoyan was just as shocked. A single meal here could skyrocket one's cultivation. A single sip of goji tea could evolve one's very soul. This was a stroke of luck one wouldn't even dare to dream of. As it turned out, the only reason Chun Pingan wanted a cooling treasure was to build a refrigerator for iced watermelon. Long Haoyan was curious about how one was supposed to eat this strange fruit. Chun Pingan brought out a platter of the iced melon. He invited Long Haoyan to have a taste. However, Long Haoyan glanced to the side. He saw Xiao Ling staring him down intensely. Chun Pingan gave her a light rap on the head. Only then did Xiao Ling back off, knowing she was beaten. She obediently pushed the plate of watermelon toward Long Haoyan. Long Haoyan picked up a slice, but didn't eat it immediately. Since the tea and rice had been so miraculous, he had to steel his nerves first. The moment he took a small bite, a thunderous roar echoed within his body. His dantian was transforming into a vast sea, gathering immense spiritual energy. This was the omen of breaking through the immortal realm. He felt himself instantly touching that higher plane of existence. He was absolutely terrified. How could a simple slice of watermelon be this powerful? Could it be because it was infused with the aura of that kitchen knife? Meanwhile, after finishing the slicing, Dao Ge was suffering in silence. The blade was slick with watermelon juice. Suddenly, Long Haotian's body erupted with a surge of terrifying power. I had no choice but to lie and say nature was calling. I need to go take care of this immediately. The moment he swung the door open, he saw a complete stranger standing outside. He eyed the man with deep suspicion. It was immortal Emperor Batian, kneeling right there on the ground. The emperor reached out, desperately pleading for his help. Long Jiashan didn't have a second to waste on him and brushed right past. Just as immortal Emperor Batian began to doubt if this man was truly the master, Chun Pingan's voice rang out. We have a restroom inside the house. You don't need to go all that way. Immortal Emperor Batian looked up, and his face instantly paled. The man before him was completely enveloped in the essence of the great Tao. This is the true master of this house. In that instant, he finally understood why the house was filled with such horrifyingly powerful artifacts. Even as a dignified immortal emperor, I had to kneel the moment I arrived. And yet, this young man looks like he has no cultivation at all. Could he be cultivating the heart Tao? But he quickly dismissed the thought. According to the secret records of the immortal emperors, a person who has attained the great Tao through heaven, earth, and heart will immediately, upon accumulating enough essence, break through their current realm. There are no bottlenecks for such a being. As he stood before Chun Pingan, he felt like he was facing a game of life on a cosmic scale, where people are used as mere pawns, and the entire world serves as the chessboard. He is battling someone of equal power, controlling destiny itself. In this war, he's even using himself as a chess piece. Seeing the man's dazed expression, Chun Pingan asked, "Are you all right? I really need to replace that door threshold one of these days. Did you have a nasty fall?" He had no idea that immortal Emperor Batian was bowing deeply 3 times. Your junior, Su Yi, pays his respects to the senior. Hearing him introduce himself as Su Yi, Chun Pingan quickly asked if he was here looking for Su Ling. Immortal Emperor Batian immediately confirmed that he was Su Ling's father. Suddenly, Chun Pingan felt a pang of reluctance. But if I don't give Su Ling back to him, wouldn't that make me a kidnapper? He let out a heavy sigh and helped immortal Emperor Batian to his feet. Once they were inside the house, little Ling insisted she didn't know this man at all. Immortal Emperor Batian grew frantic upon hearing her deny her own father. Chun Pingan's gaze instantly turned cold. Are you actually little Ling's father or not? Su, he was at a loss for words, his mind racing. Hasn't Senior already calculated the fate of every pawn on the board? How could he not know who I am? Could it be that I'm just an insignificant bystander? And little Ling is the Senior's true key player? He scrambled to explain. To be honest, little Ling and I have been separated for quite a while. Logically, she should have grown up and gotten taller by now. But she looks exactly the same as the day we were parted. That's why I was momentarily confused myself. Hearing this, Chun Pingan grew even more suspicious of Su Yi's identity. He tested him by asking if he knew where little Ling's birthmark was. He asked because he had accidentally noticed a snowflake-shaped birthmark on the back of her neck before. Su Yi's answer matched perfectly. It seems this old fellow really is her father after all. Still feeling reluctant, Chun Pingan asked the girl if she wanted to keep staying with him. Su Ling agreed immediately. With a thick skin, Chun Pingan turned to Su Yi and promised to take good care of her. He vowed to personally oversee her education and growth. Su Yi couldn't believe his daughter had stumbled upon such an incredible opportunity. He dropped to his knees, kowtowing to Chun Pingan. Senior, I leave little Ling in your honorable hands. By this time, Long Gaoshan had successfully broken through to a new realm. He hadn't even noticed Su Yi standing behind him. Congratulations, fellow cultivator. I'm a guest of the senior. Wanting to build a connection, Su Yi naturally offered Long Haotian a command medallion that granted free passage into the immortal realm. Long Gaoshan thanked him profusely. I am Long Gaoshan. Might I ask how I should address you? I am Su Yi. Most in the immortal realm call me the immortal Emperor Batian. Long Gaoshan casually remarked, Nice name, very imposing. Then, as the realization hit him, he froze like a statue. Soon after, immortal Emperor Batian returned to the immortal realm. He was overjoyed at the thought of being able to visit his daughter once a month. Just then, Zhao Kun, the sect leader of the Nguyen Noyet sect, appeared before him. The man immediately dropped to his knees. Immortal Emperor Batian coolly asked what he wanted. He inquired whether Su Ling had been found yet. Immortal Emperor Batian flatly told him no. He knew exactly what this old fox was plotting. Zhao Kun, of course, didn't believe a word of it. He asked if there was anything he could do to assist. Immortal Emperor Batian's expression turned deathly cold. He unleashed a flash of light that sent Kun flying and barked. If they pushed any further, he would wipe their entire sect from existence. A wicked insect like him had no right to share the world with him. Today was the day the Shushan Immortal Academy accepted new disciples. Among the applicants was a youth with a rare talent for Confucianism. Suddenly, the sound of an argument broke out from outside. A man covered in soap suds came out, berating the disciples. This man is none other than Zhen Dandang, the Academy Dean. The young scholar steps forward to pay his respects. Deng Zimo radiates the unmistakable aura of a Confucian prodigy. It turns out he's been seeking guidance from Chun Pingyan for the past 4 years. Only now has his latent Confucian talent finally been awakened. Zhen Dandang, wanting to test Chun Pingyan's power, pulls out a collection of poems from behind his back, works that were originally acquired from Chun Pingyan. Deng Zimo composes himself and begins to recite. Leaving home young, returning old. My accent remains, but my hair has turned gray. Children see me, but know me not. Smiling, they ask, Traveler, from where do you come? As the last word falls, Zhen Dandang immediately drops to his knees. He feels the profound, scholarly destiny contained within this poem. Just 4 lines, yet they capture the entire rise and fall of a lifetime. A true living saint of Confucianism. Zhen Dandang hurriedly asks for Chun Pingyan's address. He wants to take this opportunity to pay a visit. He even hopes to invite Chun Pingyan to become the Academy Dean. As soon as Deng Zimo gives the address, Zhen Dandang drags him out of the academy. Meanwhile, the system notifies Chun Pingyan of a new sect mission. Chun Pingyan is so furious he wants to tear the system apart with his bare hands. Letting a mortal like him join a sect was already a stretch, but this is beyond ridiculous. But the system doesn't care. Furthermore, there is a 2-month time limit. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences. Chun Pingyan faints on the spot. I'll have to swallow my pride and go ask Marong Gong for advice when I can. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. He opens it to find Deng Zimo standing there. Deng Zimo introduces Zhen Dandang. He explains that the dean specifically came to pay his respects. When Chun Pingyan hears he's the Academy Dean, he starts wondering how he should play this off. Unexpectedly, the old man bows deeply and says, This junior, Zhen Dandang, greets senior. Chun Pingyan is completely dumbfounded. He can't fathom why these top-tier powerhouses of the continent keep calling him senior. Is it possible I really am some kind of invincible expert? So, he decides to test Zhen Dandang with a question. Tell me, do you think I'm very powerful? Zhen Dandang suddenly drops to his knees and kowtows 3 times. I beg for senior's forgiveness. This leaves Chun Pingyan even more confused. He tells him to just answer honestly. Zhen Dandang begins to overthink the situation. Could senior be a god descended to the mortal realm to temper his heart? He probably wants to keep his peerless talent hidden. He doesn't want anyone to know the truth. If I asked him to be my dean, I'd be disturbing his peaceful cultivation. The more Zhen Dandang thinks about it, the more convinced he becomes. He immediately puts on a cold face and says, Not strong at all. In my eyes, you have no cultivation. Senior, you are just a regular mortal. Clearly, these words are a far cry from the truth. Chun Pingyan is instantly displeased. He sees Zhen Dandang's hands, hidden behind his back, trembling uncontrollably. The man is panicking to the extreme. He bids senior farewell and quickly flies off, dragging Deng Zimo with him. He's actually overjoyed that senior didn't kill him on the spot. Good thing I kept a respectful attitude earlier. But on second thought, he realizes the only reason he survived was Deng Zimo's relationship with senior. He decides he must focus all his efforts on grooming Deng Zimo to keep a firm grip on senior's golden thigh. Chun Pingyan, however, assumes Deng Zimo just read his poetry well. He thinks Jean Donding's respect came from that misunderstanding. Right now, the urgent task is to establish the sect. But I don't know the first thing about cultivation. So he decides to go into town to buy some cultivation manuals. Before long, he arrives at the Myriad Worlds bookstore. He pushes the door open and asks if the owner is in. "I'm here to buy some books." The owner replies in an excited, teasing voice. This is a secret manual that even an idiot could use to become an immortal. You can only find something this good at the Myriad Worlds bookstore. The shop owner is Duan Xin, a woman with a stunning, curvaceous figure. She and Chen Pingyan are old acquaintances. Moreover, she clearly has a crush on him and constantly teases him. For instance, this time Duan Xin acts all shy. She says a frail woman like her just wants to find someone to marry. Chen Pingyan laughs it off, saying no one is worthy of her. Duan Xin suddenly leans in close. She touches her finger to his lips and smiles. "Isn't there someone right here?" Chen Pingyan blushes and gives a soft, awkward cough. He quickly changes the subject. "Boss Duan, do you have any books regarding the cultivation world? You know, basic knowledge about cultivation and such." Duan Xin's mood instantly drops. "You dodge the subject every single time. As for those books, I have them." She pulls a book off the shelf. She hands him the Cultivation for Dummies manual and tosses him a wink. "I won't take your money. Consider this a token of my affection." Chen Pingyan laughs awkwardly. "Thank you, Boss Duan. I'll be sure to tell everyone about your bookstore." As he turns to leave, Duan Xin's voice calls out behind him. "No need for that. Just come visit more often." Chen Pingyan blushes again. The reason he lets Duan Xin tease him like this is because this woman always gives him a strange sense of familiarity. Thinking about this, Chen Pingyan suddenly freezes in his tracks. A bold suspicion began to take root in his mind. Subconsciously, he turned back to call out to the shopkeeper, Duan Hinkson. Duan Hinkson gave a soft smile. "Has Mr. Chun changed his mind? Are you finally ready to agree to take me as your wife?" Chen Pingyan still wasn't entirely sure. He could only manage to awkwardly say that if the chance arose, he'd like to invite her over to his place sometime. Seeing Duan Hinkson agree, Chen Pingyan took his leave and headed out. On the way back, he dismissed his earlier thoughts. After all, she just looked a bit familiar. It didn't necessarily mean anything. Once Chen Pingyan was out of sight, Duan Hinkson smiled and whispered a quiet apology. "The time just isn't right yet." With that, she gave a light snap of her fingers. As the sound echoed, the entire bookstore erupted in a brilliant golden light. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. It was as if it had never existed at all. Meanwhile, Chen Pingyan was sitting in his courtyard reading. He finally understood that providential opportunity was just another way of saying luck. Suddenly, he bolted upright. He remembered how Mu Rongong and his group were always looking for excuses to come over for dinner. Could eating his food actually be the key to breaking through their cultivation realms? But he quickly dismissed the idea as nonsense. "I eat the same food every day, so why hasn't anything happened to me?" He figured they probably just really liked his cooking. Then, his mind drifted to the quest for establishing a sect. He still needed to find a chance to ask Mu Rongong for some advice. Right at that moment, Mu Rongshiwe's voice rang out. He couldn't believe the timing was so perfect. He immediately told her about his plans to start a sect. He asked her to pass the word along to Mu Rongong, hoping they could sit down and discuss the details. As it turned out, Mu Rongshiwe had come to ask if he'd agree to merge the Mountain Backing Sect and the Illusory Moon Sect into a new organization. If he agreed, they still needed him to provide a name for the new sect. After all, Chen Pingyan was currently the patriarch of the Mountain Backing Sect. He was stunned that such good news had come so quickly. He decided to call it the Pingyan Sect. Mu Rongshiwe's eyes lit up instantly. She praised him, saying it was a magnificent name. Chen Pingyan was at a loss for words. It felt like no matter what he said, these people would always find a way to praise it. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Why do you all keep calling me senior every chance you get?" Mu Rongshiwe answered without hesitation. "Because you're incredibly powerful, senior." But as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Chen Pingyan gave a soft, self-deprecating laugh. "Powerful? I'm really just an ordinary mortal." Mu Rongshiwe panicked, not knowing what to do. She cursed herself internally for forgetting that the senior was currently practicing heart cultivation as a mortal. Chen Pingyan wanted to press for a real answer, but fearing she might drop to her knees again, he quickly changed the subject. He tried to invite her for a meal before she left. But Mu Rongxue stayed on her knees and confessed to using a recording device secretly last time. She swore she would never be greedy for his providential opportunities again, then bolted away like she was being chased by a ghost before he could say another word. In the end, he still had no idea what this opportunity was supposed to be. He let out a helpless sigh. If only I actually had that kind of power. At that moment, a massive meteorite began screaming through the sky, heading straight for the town. In the forest nearby, a pair of lovers were sharing a moment. The woman asked, "Do you really mean it? Will you take responsibility for me?" The man replied, "Of course. My heart belongs only to you. The stars and moon can witness my love. Even that falling meteor can tell you how I feel." Just as he finished, the man looked up confused. Wait, there really is a meteor falling. As the man grabbed the woman to run for their lives, Long Jiashan also spotted the falling star. He realized it wasn't just a rock, it was a Hongzi luck stone, and it was heading directly for Chun Pingan's house. Seeing the massive meteorite, about to crush everything, the rooster broke into a cold sweat. Did you really think this was just an ordinary fish? In truth, it was the golden dragon of the great emperor's palace. The golden dragon soared into the sky. With a powerful flick of its tail, it intercepted the Hongzi stone head-on. Long Jiashan stood there, frozen like a statue. He never imagined the senior kept a literal dragon in his house. He figured the senior must have had this all planned out from the start. The redirected Hongzi stone ended up crashing into the Tianwu kingdom. Overnight, the Tianwu Empire began its meteoric rise. First, the princess of Tianwu awakened a powerful divine physique, becoming one of the top geniuses on the entire continent. Then, the retired emperor successfully broke through his cultivation bottleneck in just 1 month. The Tianwu kingdom officially transitioned into the Tianwu Empire, becoming one of the great powers of the continent. Mu Ronggong eventually brought this news to Chenpingan. However, the Tianwu princess claimed there were hidden treasures near the town. They were forced to assist in the search, meaning the establishment of the sect had to be put on hold. The person leading the search was a cultivator in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Mu Ronggong and the others had no way to resist such power. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan panicked. He only had half a month left to finish his quest. Taking a moment to calm down, he thought perhaps he could ask Chen Daning for help. Mu Ronggong beamed with joy. But back then, Chen Pingan didn't even ask for their contact information. Suddenly, a spark lit up in his mind as he remembered Xiaoling's father. Mu Ronggong was struck with awe once again. However, the late Emperor Batian had already visited half a month ago. You'll have to wait another half month. Mu Ronggong nearly fainted on the spot. Why didn't Senior just say so from the start? The woman standing before them was none other than Lu Yuxi, princess of the Tianwu Empire. Zhang Xiaofeng and the others had no choice but to swallow their pride, because the bald guard Lu Yuxi brought with her was actually in the Tribulation Transcending stage. Right then, a plate of watermelon was slammed onto the table. Lu Yuxi picked up a slice, took a bite, and sneered. "You still dare to give me attitude? Is this the best you can do? Even slicing a melon takes you this long. The people here really are nothing but useless trash." Mu Rongxue had to force herself to endure the insult. Lu Yuxi took another bite before suddenly hurling the melon right at her face. "This is disgusting. Slice another one for me now." Mu Rongxue clenched her fists so hard they shook. The fury inside her was right on the verge of exploding. Lu Yuxi looked at her with pure disdain. "What? You got a problem with that?" Not wanting to bring trouble to her sect, Mu Rongxue could only suppress her rage. When Mu Ronggong approached, Mu Rongxue thought Chun Pingan was finally going to take action. Mu Ronggong shook his head and said, "Senior has other plans." Disappointment clouded Mu Rongxue's eyes. At that exact moment, the ground began to tremble violently. Lu Yuxi thought some legendary treasure was about to emerge. She rushed over, eyes gleaming with excitement. Suddenly, a massive black shadow erupted from the earth. Before Lu Yuxi could even react, the thing slashed a deep gash across her face. When Zhang Xiaofeng finally got a clear look at the creature, he couldn't help but gasp in pure terror. It was a black dragon. The bald guard, completely ignoring Lu Yuxi's safety, turned tail and bolted instantly. Suddenly, Long Naoyan appeared. "I'm here now. Don't even think about killing anyone on my watch." Seeing a potential lifeline, Lu Yuxi immediately tried to pull rank. She demanded that Long Naoyan get her out of there. Long Nao Yin remained cold and indifferent. He was well aware of everything she had been doing lately. He only came here to capture this monster and siphon some of its power. But who could have guessed this dragon possessed such overwhelming strength? It's truly a formidable beast. Who said anything about me killing people? What did I ever say I was here to kill? Can't you people just have a little faith? Long Nao Yin was left completely speechless. The dragon claimed it just wanted to come out and sunbathe. It even boasted about killing immortal beasts before. In a real fight, there's no telling who would come out on top. Long Nao Yin nearly fainted from the absurdity. Is this really a demonic beast? What is this feeling of being played like a fool? This left him completely conflicted. He had no idea how to even approach this. Lu Yushi grabbed his sleeve. She ordered him to kill the dragon immediately. How could Long Nao Yin not see through her petty schemes? He shook her off with a cold snort. You think you can use me? The Tianwu Empire really is something else. Looking at your behavior, your father must be a real piece of work too. Remember this. If you keep seeking death, that great one will strip away everything you own. You're on your own now. Good luck. But Lu Yushi refused to back down. She even screamed that one day, both he and the dragon would be kneeling at her feet. Suddenly, the dragon loomed right in front of her. I think I heard you talking smack about me just now. The moment it finished speaking, two red flashes streaked through the air. Lu Yushi was swallowed whole. Afterward, Long Nao Yin left the scene. He had already decided to wipe the Tianwu Empire off the map. The man in the black cloak was his subordinate. He gave the order to mobilize the forces of the Heavenly Sovereign. Annihilate the Tianwu Empire immediately. He would ensure the empire fell in a single night. That night, the entire Tianwu Empire went up in flames. The imperial family was slaughtered in record time. Long Nao Yin went to report the news to Chen Pingon. He fully expected Chen Pingon to punish him for the massacre. To his surprise, Chen Pingon looked delighted and shouted, "Great job." Long Nao Yin was baffled by how enthusiastically he praised the attack. Suddenly, Chen Pingon asked him why, being so powerful himself, he still insisted on calling him Senior. Long Nao Yin thought to himself, Senior must be testing me. Believing the destruction of the empire was a trial set for him, he cupped his hands and spoke. If Senior truly wishes for me to say it, then it's because your strength is simply illogical. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system detected a massive load of nonsense. But Chen Pingon was quite satisfied with that answer. After their talk, Long Nao Yin took his leave, relieved that Senior wasn't angry. It only confirmed that this had all been a test. On the outside, it was a terrifying black dragon in the Great Integration stage, but in reality, it was just a little dog. And it was at this very moment, after Chen Pingon heard from Long Nao Yin, that he was actually incredibly powerful. He couldn't help but roar out a single command. System, get your damn self out here right now. The system screen flickered to life, and he immediately began interrogating it. The system, feeling the pressure, nervously suggested he find someone to test his strength against. It claimed that if he actually wanted to fight, it would step down and swap positions with him. Chen Pingon was fuming. I still don't buy it. Let's see how you try to wiggle out of this today. But who could he find to stir up a bit of trouble with? The Muron family didn't even dare to look him in the eye anymore. They were more likely to kneel before him than to ever raise a hand against him. But as for those other guys, he was terrified that if he actually didn't have any power, he'd just end up getting his ass kicked. His eyes wandered outside instinctively, and he spotted Xiao Ling fast asleep on the lounge chair. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Xiao Ling, could you do your big brother a favor? Xiao Ling looked up completely dazed. Chen Pingon gave a confident smirk. How about a little sparring match with me? Hearing this, the system nearly coughed up blood in frustration. It offered a silent 3-second prayer for him. Even the divine artifacts in the courtyard thought their master was being way too shameless. To keep things fair, Chen Pingon gave Xiao Ling a bamboo pole to use as a weapon. Xiao Ling agreed, but she still asked if he really wanted to do this for real. His blood was pumping as he insisted they go all out. He even took off his outer robe, worried he might get it dirty during the fight. He waited expectantly for Xiao Ling to show him a thing or two. The moment Chen Pingon shouted start, the bamboo pole came swinging toward him. He couldn't react in time at all. The pole smacked him right across the face. He went tumbling straight to the ground. Xiao Ling asked worriedly if he was okay. Trying to save face, he blurted out that he just wasn't ready that time. But internally, he was reeling with shock. He never expected Xiaoling to possess such insane strength. Is it possible I'm so weak that I can't even handle a little girl? This time, he made sure he was fully prepared. Yet, he still couldn't dodge the incoming attack. What followed was a total one-sided beatdown. With his face bruised and battered, he finally started wailing in pain. Who the hell said I was strong? I'm gonna kill whoever lied to me. At that moment, the system popped up just to mock him, driving him absolutely ballistic. Shut your mouth. I need some damn peace and quiet. After a while, he tried to comfort himself. Looking at Su Yi's background, it's likely Xiaoling comes from a family of powerful cultivators. It's only natural for her to be stronger than average kids. Xiaoling looked like a child who had done something wrong. Brother, are you really okay? Suddenly, Chen Pingan had an epiphany. Could it be that I'm just a vessel? He remembered reading in a book once that cultivators can sense an opponent's power through their aura. He figured that even though he was weak because of his vessel status, they must be sensing a massive surge of energy coming from him. That's why they all keep calling him Senior. Once he figured it out, his eyes gleamed with a new plan. Well then, I guess I could just keep playing the part and ride their coattails. Later that night, the Black Dragon was fast asleep. Chen Pingan was also busy having a dream date with Duan Henin. Meanwhile, the saber sat by the fish pond. He asked the little carp if that black dragon today carried the spiritual aura of their clan. The little carp guessed that the newcomer was a higher-ranked dragon. However, it hadn't fully absorbed its potential yet. If they could keep it around, there would be a chance to help it absorb the purest essence and truly ascend. The chicken suggested they should just capture it. It would be the perfect way to train a new errand boy. This constructive suggestion was immediately met with unanimous approval. The current errand boy number 1 poked his head out and said he was all for it. Then, the goldfish spat out a concentrated orb of dragon essence. He handed it over to the sword, telling him to force-feed it to the dragon and bring him back immediately. When the sword arrived at the spot, the beast had already tried to bury itself underground. Realizing there was no escape, it poked its head back up. It timidly asked the sword, "Boss, is there something you need from me?" Hearing the word boss, the sword felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria. Seeing the sword's goofy, delighted grin, the black dragon worried it had said something wrong. After soaking in the respect, the sword played it cool and asked, "Wait, what did you just call me?" Confused, the dragon repeated it again. "Boss." The sword loved the feeling so much he didn't want it to end. But realizing he was acting a bit undignified, he quickly got down to business. "A group of big bosses wants to take you in as an errand boy. I've got 2 choices laid out for you. Option 1, you agree. Option 2, I beat the hell out of you, and then you agree." The dragon's face went blank with disbelief. That's literally just one choice. "What? You got a problem with that?" The sword made a sharp gesture as he spoke. A burst of spiritual energy exploded right above the dragon's head. Terrified, the dragon agreed instantly. The sword then tossed the dragon essence over, and the black dragon swallowed it whole. It felt the pure dragon chi surging through its entire body. What's more, it sensed a hidden secret of transformation buried within. The moment the thought of transforming crossed its mind, there was a sudden boom. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pitch-black dog. The black dragon was stunned. How the hell did I turn into a dog? At that moment, the sword burst out laughing so hard its stomach ached. Who would have thought the majestic black dragon would suddenly become a mutt? Despite the mocking laughter, the black dragon didn't dare utter a single word of complaint. Since this sword might actually be an immortal venerable, it had no choice but to follow along obediently. As the black dragon stepped through the door, it froze in its tracks. The saber and the rooster were both surrounded by the essence of the great Tao. I can't believe this entire courtyard is filled with terrifying beings steeped in the Tao. The black dragon was so terrified it began to tremble uncontrollably. The saber was very pleased with the sword's performance this time. After giving it a quick compliment, he looked at the black dragon and said, "Stand up. From now on, while you're in this house, especially in front of the master, you must act like a dumb, clueless dog. If you don't, you'll be burned to a crisp. Got it?" The black dragon tremblingly replied that it understood. The saber then told it to go toward the fish pond to receive a blessing of providence. The second it peered over the edge of the pond, its very soul shuddered. Then, The dragon essence within its body began to boil violently. The goldfish spoke softly. Don't be so nervous. Even if Founder was like this at first, you're actually doing quite well. The black dragon was speechless. Boss, just what kind of life are you living here? The little fish chuckled. Back there, many people used to call me the sacred dragon. Upon hearing the words sacred dragon, the black dragon nearly peed itself in fear. Legend says the sacred dragon was born when the world was first formed, existing alongside all creation, enduring as long as time itself. That is the true ancestor of the dragon clan. The black dragon broke into a cold sweat. To think a being of that stature would willingly live as a tiny carp. Just how terrifying is this master they keep talking about? Suddenly, the peach tree began to sway. Sister Peach had come out to see what the fuss was about. She pointed a finger and began a telepathic transmission to Xiaoling. Tomorrow, make sure you get Master taking this black dog. Xiaoling agreed and went back to sleep. Elsewhere, an old man was flying into a rage at another man. This man was Lu Zhengtao, the emperor of the heavenly martial empire. It turned out Long Outyian's subordinates hadn't killed him after all. The old man was Lu Guangpu, his father, who was currently interrogating him. In a single night, the entire empire was wiped out. Lu Zhengtao truly had no idea how it happened. Just then, Lu Yushi suddenly returned. She couldn't believe that dragon actually didn't eat her. This girl even started praising herself for being so clever. The moment she stepped inside, her spoiled princess attitude flared up. Where's everyone? Pour me a cup of tea and bring it here. Lu Zhengtao finally reached his breaking point. I'm asking you, what on earth did you do? Lu Yushi thought for a moment. Since Long Outyian was so arrogant anyway, she said angrily. He said he beat you all like dogs later. Lu Zhengtao was bewildered. I knew it. You're the one who caused this mess. Hearing that, Lu Yushi nearly choked on the cake she was eating. Lu Zhengtao clenched his fists and turned to Lu Guangpu. Father, should I give your precious granddaughter a good thrashing? Lu Guangpu immediately said, no, you shouldn't. Lu Yushi was touched and called out to her grandfather, only to hear him say 4 more words. Let me help you. Back at the house, Xiaoling turned herself into a human alarm clock. The moment Qin Pingan opened his eyes, he saw a black dog standing behind Xiaoling. Holy crap, Xiaoling, where did this dog come from? Xiaoling said exactly what Sister Peach had told her. She said she found it wandering around and picked it up. Qin Pingan was curious. Oh, how do you know this dog is lost? Xiaoling patted its head. That's what it told me. Qin Pingan rubbed her head and said, stop joking around. If it wandered off from someone's house, just let it play in the yard. Once it gets bored, it'll find its own way home. Qin Pingan assumed Xiaoling really liked the dog, but he didn't dare officially adopt a dog of unknown origin. In reality, Xiaoling didn't like it at all. She had just happened to pass by and tossed it out into the yard. The black dragon helplessly accepted its fate. It walked over to the fish pond, let out a long sigh, and slumped down. When Qin Pingan stepped outside later, he saw it. To his surprise, the dog was still lying right there. He sat down and asked, don't tell me you're trying to eat the chickens in my yard. The black dragon wanted to cry. It was lucky the rooster hadn't eaten him yet. Dare to eat the chicken? Does it look like he has a death wish? Just then, the system flickered to life with a new mission. Within 10 days, the new sect must recruit 10,000 disciples. Qin Pingan froze in utter shock. The system gave a gentle, lingering reminder. Failing this mission won't result in death. Qin Pingan let out a huge sigh of relief. Wait, then what's the catch? The system immediately displayed the penalty. His manhood would be cut in half. Furious, he grabbed the system interface, let out a roar, and slammed it violently onto the ground. You've got a twisted sense of humor. Right at that moment, Mu Rongong's voice echoed from outside. Once inside, Mu Rongong got straight to the point. The heavenly martial empire has been beaten to a pulp. He then suggested that the senior sect could officially begin recruiting. Qin Pingan hadn't expected Long Outyian to be so powerful. At the same time, it proved his own backing was even stronger. To think he could even push Long Outyian around. Mentioning Long Outyian made Mu Rongong swell with pride. He boasted about how a black dragon had been scared witless by him back then. As he finished speaking, his eyes accidentally landed on a black dog lying on the floor. Qin Pingan noticed the sudden silence. He turned around to see Mu Rongong cowering against the door. Mu Rongong had realized that this dog was actually that black dragon. He had just been talking trash about it. Terrified of a grudge, he kept as much distance as possible. Chun Pingon completely misunderstood, thinking the man was just afraid of dogs. Mu Rongong forced a calm expression, insisting he wasn't afraid. Inner monologue. This dog was definitely tamed by Senior. There's nothing to fear. I have to be brave. Feeling a bit guilty, Chun Pingon asked tentatively, in just 10 days, can we really recruit 10,000 disciples? Mu Rongong had the same concern, but he figured he'd need Senior's help. Inner monologue. If Senior went personally, every cultivator on the continent would probably break each other's heads just to join. Instead, he pointed at the black dog and asked to borrow it for a few days. He guaranteed the mission would be completed. Right at that moment, Chun Pingon grew curious about why Mu Rongong wanted the dog. First, the old man looked terrified of it, and a black dragon had appeared recently. Could this dog actually be that black dragon? He recalled reading in cultivation manuals that some beasts look ordinary, but are actually bloodthirsty monsters that kill without blinking. Inner monologue. If it turns on Shaoling, I'll be defenseless. He decided to probe one more time. Elder Gong, what exactly do you need this beast for? Mu Rongong replied that he wanted to take it along to show off some power. This confirmed Chun Pingon's suspicions. Chun Pingon immediately urged him to take it away quickly. Mu Rongong scooped up the dog and promised to finish the task in 10 days. The black dragon helplessly sent a telepathic message to the carp boss. The carp told him not to worry. He could just sneak back under the cover of night. Watching Mu Rongong streak away as a beam of light, Chun Pingon's emotions were a mess. Truthfully, he really wanted to go along. With his impressive appearance, maybe he could finally get the adoration of 10,000 people. But he worried his vibe wouldn't always work. If he messed up, he'd get publicly humiliated. For now, he had to put all his faith in Mu Rongong. As the man and dog landed at the Pingon sect, the black dragon finally spoke up. Listen here, old man. Do you have any idea how many opportunities I'm missing by being stuck with you? Mu Rongong quickly tried to explain. Don't be angry. I'm actually doing you a favor. This is Senior's sect. Helping me is helping Senior. When the time comes, I'll put in a good word for you. So don't try to chase me away. The black dragon looked stunned. It immediately bowed to Mu Rongong, trying to get on his good side. The black dragon then revealed a priceless sect-protecting array. It was capable of absolute offense even during the Great Mahayana stage. It generously gifted Mu Rongong a mountain of resources. In an instant, its presence enveloped the entire sect. Mu Rongong was beyond satisfied with the results. And so, the recruitment for Chun Pingon's sect began. Meanwhile, everything happening at the Pingon sect was being watched closely by Long Outyin, a Mahayana-grade protection array, and a Mahayana realm dragon guarding the mountain. It made him think this was all a gift from Chun Pingon. But he quickly doubted himself, realizing Senior's plans were never that simple. Inner monologue. Could this be a threefold divine trial? First, the Heavenly Martial Empire. Senior knew they were arrogant and overbearing. He gave them a chance, but they were too foolish to take it. Second, there's me. He was watching to see if I'd take the initiative to strike the Empire. If I hadn't acted then, I would have failed my test. And third, the Kaoshan sect. They clearly passed the trial, which is why they were granted such an immense fortune. He couldn't help but sigh in deep admiration. Everything he does is so fluid, like flowing water and drifting clouds. Yet, he remains in absolute control of everything. Senior is truly extraordinary. Men, prepare a grand gift for me at once. His subordinate appeared instantly. May I ask what kind of gift the Tower Master desires? Long Natian simply replied with a calm, convincing tone. When the greatest power on the continent is born, a grand tribute is only fitting. At that moment, the system notified him that the quest to establish the peace sect was complete. He earned one lucky draw. Chun Pingon didn't expect Mu Rongong to be this capable. I'll have to make sure I treat him well next time he visits. Let the draw begin. The corner of the reward was quickly revealed. Then, it landed with a heavy thud right on Chun Pingon's stomach. Chun Pingon looked at the reward with curiosity. It turned out to be a bag of premium fertilizer. Exactly what I wanted. He had been wanting to plant something in the yard for a long time. He then took Xiaoling to town to buy some watermelon seeds. While they were shopping, someone was secretly watching them. Without a word, He and Xiao Ling spent the whole day busy in the garden. After fertilizing the soil, they both felt a great sense of accomplishment. Though, these farmer clothes make me feel like I'm living deep in the mountains. The path back to the village felt longer and longer. Suddenly, Xiao Ling pointed at the field in excitement. "Big brother, look!" Chen Pingan was stunned. The seeds had sprouted in the blink of an eye. Chen Pingan didn't expect the system to give him such high-quality items this time. It's much more considerate than it used to be. These artifacts were also labeled as trash by their master. This left them completely speechless. Right at that moment, Xiao Ling really couldn't resist the temptation of watermelon. She looked at the remaining fertilizer and had a bold idea. And so, she went ahead and dumped all the leftover fertilizer. The entire garden was covered in a thick layer of it. In an instant, the plants grew at terrifying speed. And then, a massive watermelon sprouted. Hearing a strange sound, Chen Pingan asked, "What was that noise?" Xiao Ling swallowed hard. She pointed guiltily toward the garden. "Big brother, look! There's a watermelon already." Chen Pingan nearly fainted on the spot. Is this some kind of legendary farming technique? But seeing Xiao Ling's guilty expression, he figured out what happened. He noticed that half the fertilizer was gone. Xiao Ling blushed as she tried to explain. She claimed that maybe the wind had just blown the fertilizer away. Chen Pingan's face went pale. He didn't realize this little girl was so obsessed with watermelons. And everything that just happened had been witnessed by someone. After slicing the watermelon, Chen Pingan suddenly felt anxious. It ripened so fast, I'm not even sure if it's safe to eat. Just as he was about to take a cautious bite, Xiao Ling had already devoured half the fruit. She said it was incredibly sweet and urged him to eat. He sighed. "Slow down, kid. No one's going to take it from you." Little did he know, Xiao Ling was eating faster because she was afraid her brother would give it away to strangers. Suddenly, he turned to look outside. Is there actually someone at the door? He grabbed a slice of melon and went to open the door. Sure enough, a little girl was standing there. The girl saw him coming and felt intimidated. To her eyes, even the slice of melon in Chen Pingan's hand was swirling with the essence of the great Tao. When Chen Pingan asked what she wanted, she was so terrified she nearly fainted. Chen Pingan asked again, "Little one, are you a cultivator?" But she didn't answer. He realized his presence must have intimidated her. But why won't she speak? He started to wonder if the poor child was mute. He ended up handing her the slice of melon. Then he urged her to hurry home so her family wouldn't worry. The little girl nodded quickly. Only after the door closed did she finally let out a breath. That scared the life out of me. Suddenly, Chen Pingan popped the door open again. "Oh, so you could talk? Is it possible that no cultivator is actually normal?" After he finished speaking, he shut the door. She grabbed the melon and bolted like she'd seen a ghost. This was the first time she had been so terrified she couldn't find her voice. Turns out, this little one's name is Chun. She had been following him since he bought the seeds. She thought Chen Pingan had noticed her a long time ago. But luckily, instead of scolding her, he even gave her some watermelon. The little girl began eating the melon happily. After just one bite, she was stunned. She realized her cultivation level had just jumped to a whole new realm. From the first level of qi condensation straight to the 5th level of core formation. She never imagined the senior would grant her such a massive stroke of luck. Thinking back to the recent rise of that sect, it's highly likely it has everything to do with this senior. She pulled out a voice transmission tool. "Grandfather, that sect might be far more complex than we ever imagined. Make sure to prepare an incredibly grand gift." Back in the yard, Chen Pingan was thinking he should probably lock the door more carefully from now on, lest word of what happens here starts to spread. I'm afraid this is going to cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. How did Xiao Ling know someone was outside? Just as Xiao Ling approached, he asked her directly, "Xiao Ling, tell me the truth. Do you actually possess a cultivation base?" As he spoke, a cold sweat broke out on Xiao Ling's forehead. Under Chen Pingan's stern gaze, she couldn't hide it. Xiao Ling finally replied, "That's right. I really do have a cultivation base." Chen Pingan was stunned, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Xiao Ling hurriedly explained that she was actually very weak, that she was absolutely no match for anyone else. Chen Pingan followed up, probing for more. "So, what realm are you at right now?" Xiao Ling wanted to say she was a heavenly venerate. Suddenly, she saw Sister Peach drop a wooden sign from behind her that read Qi Refining Stage. She immediately blurted out that she was only at the Qi Refining Stage. Chen Pingon felt something was off and whipped his head around. There was no one behind the peach tree, so he continued his questioning. Then when did you start cultivating? This time, Sister Peach held up another sign, not long ago. Xiaoling repeated the words exactly. Chen Pingon turned his head again. Still, there was no one behind him. But suspicion began to take root in his mind. Every time they spoke, Xiaoling kept glancing over there. What puzzled him was that there shouldn't be anyone else in the yard. To uncover the truth, he used a slice of watermelon to threaten her. If she didn't tell the truth, she wouldn't get any more watermelon in the future. Terrified, Xiaoling pointed toward the peach tree. Sister Peach taught me everything. Chen Pingon was baffled. Sister Peach. He recalled reading in cultivation manuals that all things in this world, if they live long enough or encounter great fortune, can become spirits. Some could even speak. Though the orchard was a gift from the system, he had watched them grow for 5 years and never noticed anything unusual. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could they be like that bag of fertilizer? The seeds given by the system were clearly not ordinary. Now Sister Peach was flustered, mocking Xiaoling for selling her out for a piece of watermelon. Wow, Xiaoling, you're really something, aren't you? Suddenly, the system appeared and issued a warning to her. Sister Peach scrambled to find a solution. If you blow our cover, you know the consequences. Feeling helpless, Sister Peach snapped her fingers. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy surged into Xiaoling's body. Xiaoling suddenly felt a wave of intense discomfort. Big brother, I feel so nauseous. Actually, it wasn't just Sister Peach who talked to me. The white clouds in the sky talked too. Even the watermelons were giving me instructions. Chen Pingon was startled and quickly rubbed her head to comfort her. That was when he realized Xiaoling was burning up with a fever. He glanced at the watermelons, wondering if it was a side effect of that fertilizer. He sighed. So it was just feverish rambling after all. What was I even overanalyzing? Xiaoling headed back inside the house. Meanwhile, Long Hao Yin was deep in cultivation within the mountains. Suddenly, a dangerous aura descended upon him. An explosion erupted right next to where he was sitting. Long Hao Yin let out a cold snort. This old man, with his meager strength, he still dares to call himself my superior? You old fossil. I heard you finally stepped into the Earth immortal realm. Couldn't you at least let me come over to say hello? The one who launched the sneak attack was Bai Gufeng, an old friend of Long Hao Yin. Long Hao Yin snapped back in anger. You call that a greeting? In truth, Bai Gufeng was internally shaken. It seems you weren't lying to me. I must obtain the guidance of that senior to finally break through the Earth immortal stage. It turned out that the person stalking Chen Pingon was actually Bai Xiaochun, Bai Gufeng's grandson. After learning about the breakthrough, he had gone to investigate Chen Pingon in secret, to see if the man was truly as terrifying as the rumor suggested. Seeing Long Hao Yin's uncharacteristic humility, Bai Gufeng was now certain. However, Long Hao Yin kept putting on airs in front of him, and that was exactly what was getting on Bai Gufeng's nerves. If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your mouth shut. If you're so capable, why don't you try reaching the peak of the great Mahayana stage? Besides, you're not as handsome as me. Liar. These two were acting like a total comedy act. Earlier, Sister Peach had caused Xiaoling to catch a fever. Since Chen Pingon didn't know the truth, he suspected the watermelon was the problem, yet he felt fine after eating it, which left him confused. Maybe it had something to do with Xiaoling being a cultivator? Just then, Mu Rongong's voice echoed from outside the door. As he stepped inside, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was stunned to see that the watermelons in the yard radiated an incredibly powerful spiritual aura. It was 1,000 times stronger than any spiritual medicine he had ever encountered. Noticing his shocked expression, Chen Pingon asked curiously, Elder Gong, you seem very interested in these watermelons. After asking, he suddenly remembered something from his books. If a cultivator takes in too much spiritual energy and can't refine it, they might develop a fever. He didn't even wait for Mu Rongong to respond, continuing to question Elder Gong. Do you think this watermelon is actually medicine? Mu Rongong didn't think he was being tested, so he simply said no, because it was clearly a divine elixir, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Suddenly, Chen Pingon let out a sigh of relief. He just figured Xiaoling had eaten too much. She probably just had an upset stomach that caused a fever. This time, Mu Rongong had come to invite a guest. He wanted to ask if Chen Pingon would like to go. Since Xiao Ling still had a fever, Chun Pingon politely declined. Murong Gong reluctantly agreed. But in his heart, he didn't buy it for a second. If the senior could even come up with such a specific excuse, there's no way Xiao Ling is actually sick. As he was about to leave, he saw Chun Pingon picking watermelons. Take these 2 melons back with you. I can't let Xiao Ling eat any more of them. Share them with everyone back at the main hall. Murong Gong had no choice but to accept the 2 melons. How could he possibly share this divine opportunity with others? After bidding farewell to Chun Pingon, he rushed back to the Pingon sect. The sect was already bustling with people. Murong Shui assumed Chun Pingon would be coming. Murong Gong shook his head and said, "The senior is busy. He won't be able to make it today." Though Murong Shui was a bit disappointed. Having her best friend there made her feel much better. Just as Murong Gong announced the start of the ceremony, the emperor of the ancient desolate empire arrived to offer his congratulations. Before he could even speak, he was pushed aside by the retired emperor of the Jinshan Empire, who wanted to invite Murong Gong for a chat. Before long, he was surrounded by the crowd. From a distance, someone looked on with pure contempt. This old man is only at the spirit-severing stage. There isn't a single powerful master in this entire sect. Aside from the formations and that dragon, they're all useless. Is this the immortal support you were talking about? The one speaking so arrogantly was Feng Yi, the young master of the Purgatory sect. The lackeys quickly explained they weren't lying. These were the same people who had hunted Murong Shui in the first episode. But back then, they fled in a panic because of Chun Pingon's appearance. This time, they came specifically to eliminate Chun Pingon. Quickly, capture Murong Shui and make her captive. Murong Shui was talking to herself. Her innate sixth sense made her turn her head. She saw a one-eyed man grinning incessantly like an idiot. Feng Ye's expression shifted instantly. He sensed an incredibly powerful aura approaching. The newcomer was Zhen Dandang, the headmaster of Shushan Immortal Academy, along with Hall Master by Gofeng and Long Hao Yin, the Lord of Heaven's Pavilion. His face immediately twisted as if he were severely constipated. How could 3 top-tier powerhouses personally come to pay their respects? Murong Gong stepped forward to greet them. Since Long Hao Yin was a familiar face, there was no need for introductions. Zhen Dandang politely introduced himself. When it was by Gofeng's turn, Long Hao Yin cut in and said he could just be called Old Dust. By Gofeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. How would Murong Gong dare to call him that? So he hurriedly invited them inside to sit. At this moment, Zhen Dandang began to present his gifts. "Brother Gong, please accept this before we enter." The wooden box opened, and a painting soared into the air. Zhen Dandang began his introduction. "This is the auspicious dragon and phoenix painting. Gazing at it for long can enhance your cultivation and enlightenment." Murong Gong was shaken to his core. He never expected this man to gift such a precious treasure from the Shushan Immortal Academy. Then, Bai Gofeng pulled out a wooden box of his own. The box opened, and a surge of spiritual energy rose up. He actually gifted a high-grade spirit vein. Long Hao Yin's voice suddenly rang out. Spirit veins are divided into 3 types: low, mid, high-grade, and supreme. And you actually managed to find a high-grade one. After saying that, he pulled out a luxurious box and opened it. Inside was a supreme-grade spirit vein. He had just completely outdone Bai Gofeng, declaring that he had a second gift as well. It was a gold shopping cart. Feeling like his best friend was about to walk all over him, Long Hao Yin grew furious. My Heaven's Pavilion is always at the senior's beck and call. If the senior goes to buy something, do you really dare to charge him? Bai Gofeng had no choice but to concede. He grabbed Bai Xiaochun and shouted, "I'm even gifting my grandson. He must join the Pingon sect this very day." Neither of them would back down. "You old geezer, you've been planning to have Xiaochun join all along. What are you pretending for? You stubborn old fossil. If you're so capable, why don't you give a gift too? You 10,000-year-old relic." This scene left Zhen Dandang feeling extremely awkward. It was at this precise moment Feng Yi finally realized the sheer scale of Chun Pingon's background and power. But his henchman suddenly asked, "Should we still capture Murong Shui?" Even though he spoke softly, Murong Shui still overheard him. Just as Feng Yi told his companion to shut up, Murong Shui pointed straight at the 2 of them. "Grandpa, these 2 over here are planning to stir up trouble." The moment she finished, killing intent flared in the eyes of the 3 old masters. Long Hao Hien patted him on the shoulder. Hey, brat, you're from the Purgatory sect, aren't you? Don't you know this sect belongs to our little brother? Daring to cause trouble here. You clearly have no respect for this heavenly venerable, do you? By goofing, let out a cold snort. The Purgatory sect? Not much money, but you've got plenty of guts. It seems you don't think much of my treasure pavilion either. Tung Bao, just kill him right now. Terrified, Feng Yi immediately tried to explain. Great masters, this is all just a misunderstanding. I actually came here as a guest. Mu Rongong smiled and tried to play peacemaker for him. But his expression shifted instantly. Since you're here, you should have brought a gift. But it's fine, we aren't picky. Even if the quality is lacking, we can make up for it with quantity. That's how it's going to be. Feng Yi's entire group was essentially robbed blind. I didn't expect these 4 old men to be such experts at this. Of course, Feng Yi didn't plan on letting it go. He was waiting for Long Hao Ian's trio to leave so he could wipe out the Pinyin sect. Sensing this, Long Hao Ian intentionally threw an arm around Mu Rongong's shoulder. Little brother, I live on a mountain nearby. Come over and visit whenever you have time. At that exact moment, the black dragon let out a pathetic, agonizing shriek. It then transformed back into a small black dog. Mu Rongong noticed it running toward them and asked, Hey, black dragon, what's wrong? It turned out the black dragon had been beaten up. Mu Rongong looked up toward the sky. A man was floating in the air, radiating an incredibly powerful aura. He gasped out 2 words, an immortal. This man was Chun Yinming. He had descended from the immortal realm. The moment he arrived in the mortal world, he caught the scent of the dragon's essence. Suddenly, his face twisted with malice. Listen up, you insects. If you don't want your formation shattered and your sect annihilated, then hand over that black dragon quietly. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. Mu Rongong was forced to explain immediately. Great immortal, that dragon belongs to someone else. This isn't something we can decide. Chen Yiming had no intention of wasting words. Miserable ants. I'll give you 3 seconds to reconsider. As he reached the count of 2, Mu Rongxue was paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, the voice of the spirit sword rang out. I dare you to lay a finger on them. Chen Yiming turned around in a panic. The golden spirit, immortal weapon. Why are you here? Do I need to report my whereabouts to a bottom feeder like you? This place is under my protection now. A mere piece of trash dares to act so cocky here? Chen Yiming's heart began to race. He couldn't understand why a legendary immortal weapon would be protecting this lowly sect. Furthermore, its power was at the immortal venerable level. Killing him would be as easy as crushing a worm. With that thought, he didn't say another word and turned to bolt. But he had vastly underestimated the sword. In a flash, it appeared right in front of him. Did I give you permission to leave? Before he could respond, it delivered a heavy blow to his head. With a loud crash, he slammed into the ground. Little golden spirit commanded coldly, Go to the sect entrance and kneel to atone for your crimes. Chen Yiming's pride flared up. Oomph. You want me to apologize to these insects? Not unless I. Before he could finish, he was met with a stinging slap. And just like that, Chen Yiming ended up like this, kneeling on the ground, offering a sincere apology. Little golden spirit took the treasures seized from him and gave them to Mu Rongong. Then, it turned coldly to Chen Yiming. Scram, I am a guardian of this sect. Got it. Chen Yiming nodded frantically. Crystal clear, Lord Kim. With that, he turned into a streak of light and shot back into the sky. But before disappearing, he muttered under his breath, I'll definitely be back. Seeing that everyone was still shaken, Mu Rongong cleared his throat twice. You've all seen the state of our sect now. We are officially beginning recruitment. We need to recruit 10,000 disciples within 3 days. 3 days later, the system notified him that the mission was complete. Chen Pinyin was overjoyed. I didn't realize Elder Gong was still this capable. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared from the system. Congratulations, host, on completing 900 missions. The system will now upgrade and enter hibernation mode. This time, the rewards will change. Depending on the host's choice, rewards may include items or a TV. Chen Pinyin was stunned. Finally, he would have a chance to become truly powerful. But just as the system reached 99%, it suddenly ground to a halt. This was making Chen Pinyin lose his mind with impatience. What the hell kind of resources are you downloading? Just how much longer is this upgrade going to take? While he's fuming, Xiao Ling prepares to sneak some watermelon. Suddenly, Chen Pinyin whips around and snaps, Freeze right there. Didn't you learn your lesson from that fever a few days ago? Xiaoling quickly explains it's not about the melon. Right then, the chime signaling the completed upgrade rings out. Full of anticipation, Chun Pingyan opens the interface to look. It turns out the system interface has turned golden. Just as Chun Pingyan is about to leave, the system finally gets down to business. System has successfully upgraded to winter solstice mode. From now on, the host will choose the direction of development. Option 1. Quest mode. The host must personally carry out missions. Upon completion of each quest, you will be eligible for a lucky draw. Option 2. Strategy mode. The system will automatically select 100 checkpoints across the world. The host completes missions through transportation and logistics. Once finished, the host will truly become invincible. As Chun Pingyan hesitates over which one to pick, the system provides a reminder. The second mode can grant the host a cultivation base. Previously, since the host lacked spiritual roots, self-leveling was impossible. Spiritual energy will now remain at maximum capacity. Every time a checkpoint is cleared, your cultivation will increase. After reading the tip, he immediately chooses strategy mode. Simultaneously, the system rewards him with the first stage of the core formation realm. He is instantly overcome with emotion. I finally have a cultivation base. It's been 500 years. Do you have any idea what I've been through these past 500 years? After calming down, he feels a controllable surge of energy flowing through his body. This is exactly what cultivators call spiritual qi. Excitedly, he gathers the energy at his fingertips and blasts it toward the wall, even though it only caused some surface damage. It makes him feel incredibly powerful. Seeing this, Xiaoling silently talks trash. That is way too weak. Right now, Chun Pingyan is feeling himself with his new core formation power and tells Xiaoling to grab a bamboo pole to spar with him. Xiaoling is totally down for this. Since he hasn't let her eat any watermelon lately, she's going to strike with everything she's got. Chun Pingyan suddenly feels a sense of dread. As the bamboo pole whistles down, a powerful shockwave erupts. But Chun Pingyan is completely unscathed. This makes him even more certain that he's a total badass. Actually, it's because he didn't take off his cloak this time. Seeing his master's smug face, looking like he's about to fly to the moon, the chicken lets out a helpless sigh. When did Master regain his power? He's really an eyesore right now. Sister Dao suddenly chimes in. After so many reincarnations, I don't think Master is as handsome as he used to be. Dezwa is also completely at a loss. We aren't allowed to interfere with Master's choices. But speaking of Master's former invincible self, I still remember it vividly. A flashback begins to unfold. I remember once when Chun Pingyan was peacefully drinking tea at home. Suddenly, his tea began to glow faintly. To think someone would dare disturb his leisure time. A group of people he could have wiped out with a flick of his wrist. Faced with an eternal tribulation, Chun Pingyan only said one thing indifferently. All of you come to me at once. I don't want to waste my time. Every single one of them was slaughtered. He just went back to calmly sipping his goji berry tea. And yet today, just reaching the first stage of core formation has him dying of joy. The system appears. The first checkpoint is ready. Do you wish to enter? Just as he's about to step in, Murong Gong arrives to return the Black Dragon. Chun Pingyan is confused. Elder Gong, didn't I say there was no need to bring him back? Murong Gong doesn't forget to put in a good word for the Black Dragon. Chun Pingyan is surprised. So is he strong? He won't bite people, will he? Murong Gong gives a thumbs up. He's very strong. Please rest easy, senior. He's practically a vegetarian monk. He absolutely won't bite anyone. Chun Pingyan looks at the Black Dragon skeptically. Is Elder Gong telling the truth? The Black Dragon nods immediately. Chun Pingyan sits down. He gives an order, and the Black Dragon cooperatively reaches out a paw. The Black Dragon understands and shakes hands. Chun Pingyan instantly turns into a doting dog lover. I'll call you Little Black from now on. Stay here by my side, okay? Suddenly, Chun Pingyan asks to borrow some 3rd or 4th grade healing pills from Murong Gong. Murong Gong doesn't get it and tries to analyze the situation. Why would Senior need those? Furthermore, he just suppressed that core formation aura he was emitting. Could he have a new plan in mind? So he took off his storage ring. Senior, inside are some 3rd and 4th grade healing pills. I have higher grade ones as well. If needed, I can head back and get them for you. Chun Pingan felt truly grateful. To be honest, he always felt like Pingan's sect didn't really belong to him. Once I truly grow powerful, I will definitely find a way to repay the Mujing Palace family properly. To show his sincerity once again, Chun Pingan prepared to gift Mujing Gong 2 watermelons. This caused quite a stir with Xiaoling. Old man Mujing took the melons and began to ponder. It seems the senior is bestowing another opportunity upon me. He must have struggled to find a reason, which is why he brought up borrowing healing pills. Senior is truly a kind soul. Meanwhile, Chun Pingan's actual thought was that 2 melons in exchange for so much medicine was a steal. I'm worried Elder Gong is just being polite. That's probably why he reluctantly accepted them. Elder Gong really is a good man. Now that I have the medicine, and Xiao He is taken care of, all I'm missing is a handheld weapon. But he felt that carrying a knife around just wasn't cool enough. It was honestly a bit too basic. As soon as he stepped into the house, his eyes landed on a sword. Without a second thought, he chose it. Even though Chun Pingan felt this sword was becoming increasingly formidable, it still wasn't very cool without a scabbard. The sword understood perfectly. It immediately emitted a blinding, dazzling light. A flashy and beautiful scabbard appeared out of nowhere. Chun Pingan marveled at how such a thing was even possible. As expected of a high-level spiritual tool, carrying this sword by his side felt absolutely amazing. Finally, the grand adventure begins. The system appeared before the Black Dragon. I have concealed your power. Don't show off too much in front of the master. Just assist him from the shadows. The sword sensed a sudden threat. Could this be the mistress they were all talking about? You guessed right. Duan was indeed their mistress. She was also Chun Pingan's system and his wife. Everything she did was part of playing out these cycles of reincarnation with him. But before long, she would be able to go find her invincible husband. The teleportation point was in the center of the continent. Having lived in the countryside for 500 years, Chun Pingan looked like a total local. At that moment, the system appeared. In this kingdom, your name is Long Out Yin. Your mission is to make your existence known to everyone. The reward for completion is a breakthrough to the next cultivation realm. Chun Pingan didn't understand why he had to use Old Man Long's name. He decided to test this out. So, he turned to a passerby to ask, "Excuse me, brother, do you see anything off about me?" Suddenly faced with such a bizarre question, the man simply called him a total psycho. Chun Pingan stood there, deeply embarrassed. It looks like this aura is gone. I can't just wing it anymore. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. This brother here is quite unique. My name is Wang Dagui. I can see your physical constitution is very special. You are 1 in a million when it comes to cultivation. You're destined to become a great weapon, or perhaps. Before he could finish, Chun Pingan cut him off. I don't have any money, and I'm not buying anything. Wang Dagui quickly explained he wasn't a salesman. He actually wanted to recruit him for an upcoming tournament. This piqued Chun Pingan's interest. It turns out this kingdom prioritizes martial prowess above all else. They were organizing a martial arts tournament to celebrate the emperor's birthday. The matches were 5-man team battles. Wang Dagui already had 3 members. Seeing that Chun Pingan was at the Golden Core stage, and clearly under 30 years old, he asked if he'd be interested in joining. Though it was a good chance to complete his mission, he remained cautious and used the excuse of needing time to think. Wang Dagui told him to come to the tea house to find them once he'd made up his mind. Watching Chun Pingan walk away, Wang Dagui let out a heavy sigh. It looks like he turned us down. The 4th son, sitting nearby, spoke coldly. No harm in trying to find him one more time. Just then, a street stall caught Chun Pingan's eye. He walked over. He heard someone cursing at the stall owner, calling him a scammer. The stall owner was Lu Shuai. He calmly explained the situation. What he sold depended entirely on luck. He immediately pulled out a cultivation token. The token was inscribed by a 3rd-grade array master. The crowd was stunned at the sight. Even those with higher cultivation than Lu Shuai didn't dare to make a move. Noticing Chun Pingan's interest, Lu Shuai asked if he wanted to try his luck. He then explained the rules to him. One is a light sphere from the fasting period. The other is its combined form. Pick one out of the 2, and you could win 10 times the value. Chun Pingan didn't expect things to be this simple. It seemed like a good chance to make some quick pocket change, but he didn't have any spirit stones on him. So, he pulled out a grade 3 spirit healing pill instead. He asked how many rounds this would get him. Lu Shuai immediately agreed to the trade. Making an exception, He granted him 13 tries. Seeing Chun Pingan agree so easily, Lu Shuai gloated inwardly. He was sure he could squeeze a fortune out of this idiot, because no matter which spirit orb he picked, he could swap its position right before his eyes. The moment Chun Pingan unsheathed his sword, Lu Shuai was paralyzed with shock. The spiritual energy radiating from that blade felt hauntingly familiar. He had been right there the day the golden spirit shattered the immortal trapping array. He racked his brain, wondering if this was that same immortal artifact. But seeing that Chun Pingan was only at the core formation stage, he quickly dismissed the thought as impossible. A sinister smirk crept across his face. Secretly, he swapped into 2 highest-grade light orbs. The next second, the orb completely shattered. Lu Shuai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Even Chun Pingan was stunned. He had only given it a casual swing. Not only did he shatter the light orb, but he even snapped the base it stood on. Totally unaware that the other guy was cheating, he actually worried he'd have to pay for breaking the equipment. Meanwhile, Lu Shuai was spiraling into a total panic. If this guy found out I was rigged the game, he wouldn't kill me, would he? Acting quickly to save face, he stammered, You win. He then handed over 600 spirit stones to Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan let out a huge sigh of relief. He'd been terrified the stall owner was going to demand compensation. Though Lu Shuai felt cheated, he was desperate to cling to a powerhouse like Chun Pingan. Suddenly, his expression turned suspicious. He realized someone was tailing Chun Pingan. This is the perfect chance to play the hero. Chun Pingan also noticed the group following him, but he assumed it was just the stall owner coming back for more money. Lu Shuai leaped out from behind and slapped a hand on his shoulder. He made his move to befriend him right then and there. Noticing Chun Pingan's guard was up, Lu Shuai quickly explained he was there to help. He turned around, his eyes flashing with pure malice. I'm standing right here. Let's see which one of you dares to lay a finger on him. The thugs were instantly intimidated by his aura. They froze in their tracks, watching the 2 of them walk away. Lu Shuai smiled and introduced himself. The name's Lu Shuai. Might I ask your name, fellow cultivator? I'm Long Ganshin. Lu Shuai froze in absolute disbelief. Wait, isn't that the name of the heavenly venerable lord? Is it just a coincidence? No, that can't be right. What cultivator would dare use that name? Unless he actually has Long Hao Ian's permission. At that thought, a cold sweat began to pour down Lu Shuai's back. Before long, they arrived at a tea house where Lu Shuai's group was waiting. Chun Pingan agreed to join their party. However, Fan Heng, a 5th-level core formation cultivator, was clearly displeased with him. But when Diane Sanson welcomed him to the team, Fan Heng's frustration boiled over. As the strongest member, he had only joined the group to pursue Diane Sanson. Now, not only was Lu Shuai more powerful than him, but this new guy was better looking too. He glared at Little Black, his heart full of resentment. Then, he intentionally prodded Chun Pingan. Is this some stray dog you found? What the hell did you bring it here for? Chun Pingan gave an embarrassed explanation. Actually, Little Black is a spirit beast. Fan Heng began to mock him, only to see the terrifying image of a black dragon's head manifest before his eyes. That overwhelming spiritual pressure was coming directly from Little Black. With a loud thud, Fan Heng collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. He didn't even dare to look up. A smirk played at the corner of Lu Shuai's mouth. Even though he couldn't gauge Little Black's exact level, he knew for a fact this was a great demon. Little Black smugly licked his chops, looking quite satisfied. He withdrew the crushing aura he had pinned on Fan Heng. Only then did Fan Heng manage to shakily lift his head toward Little Black. He was confused. The thing clearly looked like a dog, but the killing intent he just felt was absolutely terrifying. Chun Pingan immediately looked concerned. Are you okay? Did you have a seizure, or is it just kidney failure? Fan Heng exploded in anger. Failure my ass. I just slip, all right. Diane Sanson quickly stepped in to play peacemaker. She suggested they head to Monster Mountain for some training. It wasn't long before they reached the mountain, but something felt off. They hadn't encountered a single monster the entire way. Since Chun Pingan had the lowest cultivation level, Diane Sanson told him to stay back and just provide support if they ran into trouble. Hearing this, Fan Heng jumped at the chance to chime in. He reminded them that they were there to train, and that they didn't need to babysit a useless trash like Chun Pingan. Little did he know, his words were making Diane Sanson absolutely furious. Chun Pingan was being hated on for no reason, and honestly, it was starting to get on his nerves. He had no idea why this guy kept targeting him. Meanwhile, the sword was secretly conversing with Little Black. Since her dragon essence isn't showing, Little Black felt a bit guilty. I didn't know. Can you feel it? Even though my rank is higher than yours. If there's only a tiny bit, it's impossible to sense. But there's just a tiny, tiny bit. They were worried they wouldn't encounter any spirit beasts this time. Simple. Wait for my clone to go grab a few for them to practice on. It'll be fine. Besides, I'm not too happy with that brat either. In another scene, a small bear told a large bear it sensed a terrifying power on the mountain. The large bear didn't care at all, boasting that it was at the nascent soul stage. Nothing could possibly defeat it. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Record, what? Go do your job. The large bear reflexively replied, not bad. But once it realized what was happening, it snapped its head around to look. Its eyes nearly popped out of its head. A massive, towering dragon was manifesting before it. It was the spiritual aura radiating from the dog. The large bear was so terrified it nearly fainted on the spot. It asked in a panic, Boss, what exactly are you trying to do? Little Black's clone told them he wouldn't make things difficult for them. He just wanted them to help out with a small favor. After waiting for Little Black's clone to return, Chun Pingon noticed a massive spirit beast standing right in front of them. Panhang immediately stepped up, telling everyone to leave it to him. He was going to show off his skills. He wanted to make sure everyone saw exactly what he could do. He sprinted toward the large bear and landed a heavy punch right on its back. But the blow didn't even faze the large bear. When the large bear turned its head to look back, Panhang was scared absolutely witless. The large bear unsheathed its claws and swiped at the guy. Seeing a large bear at the nascent soul stage, Dian Shanshan began to tremble with fear. Right now, there was only one word in her mind. Run. Just as the large bear prepared to pounce on her, Chun Pingon suddenly rushed out. As Chun Pingon blocked the large bear's attack, seeing its claws about to tear into his head, Dian Shanshan's face turned pale as a ghost. Wang Dagui was also scared out of his mind. Only Lu Shuai remained completely calm. In truth, the large bear had pulled its strength back long ago. It was all just an act. It never expected Little Black would make its death look so pathetic. Chun Pingon thought he was about to be sent flying. To his surprise, the large bear actually stopped. But he was very curious. How could someone with a cultivation level as weak as his have stopped that? And why were they hiding so far away? At that moment, Lu Shuai spoke up. Leave it to Brother Chun. Chun Pingon was bewildered. So it turns out this spirit beast is actually very weak? They didn't even feel the need to step in. They must want me to show some of my strength, so they're leaving it to me to handle. With just one punch, he was able to hold the bear back. The large bear faked a look of utter shock. It followed along with the performance like a true Oscar-winning actor. Seeing this, Chun Pingon prepared to strike. Feeling the crushing pressure coming from the sword, the bear was dazed, raising its paws to play along. It whispered to Little Black, Boss, didn't you just want me to act out a scene? Why is he trying to drive me into a corner like this? Little Black just let out a loud laugh. That's out of my hands. The large bear was getting beaten to a pulp. It didn't know if it should keep up the act or not. So, it faked an attack toward Dian Shanshan. Little did it know, Chun Pingon would charge out like a bolt of lightning to stop it again. Suddenly, the bear received a command from Little Black. It raised its paws in surrender and turned tail to run. This time, even Chun Pingon was confused. When Panhang finally woke up, his head was still in a complete fog. Then he saw the large bear standing right in front of him. He was so terrified he didn't dare move a muscle. Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Panhang couldn't understand why the bear was only attacking him. Hearing Dian Shanshan thank Chun Pingon made him absolutely furious. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder. Panhang assumed it was Wang Dagui. He turned around only to see an ape. Before he could even process it, the ape sat directly on his head. Next, if it wasn't a python wrapping around him, it was a wild boar ramming him into the air. After being beaten to a bloody pulp, he still couldn't understand why they were all staring only at him. Dian Shanshan, seeing the state he was in, had no choice but to declare the training session over. They then loaded him onto a stretcher. All along the way, his cries of pain never stopped. Chun Pingon had thought the guy was actually strong. Who would have guessed he couldn't even handle a few weak spirit beasts? He kindly offered a word of advice. Don't be discouraged just because your cultivation is weak. Just keep working hard at your training. Never fall behind. Fan Hang was so livid after hearing that, he fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Lu Shuai's face turned pale. Killing someone without even lifting a finger. As expected of the boss. Even his revenge is this ruthless. I'm lucky I never got on his bad side. Chun Pingan prepared to take his leave to head over to the Alchemist Guild. Lu Shuai mentioned that he happened to be heading that way as well. The two of them arrived at the Alchemist Guild in no time. As soon as they entered, a young woman greeted them warmly. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? You didn't give us any heads up. As she spoke, Yimin cast a lingering glance at Chun Pingan. She immediately wanted to invite this handsome guy to stay for dinner. Chun Pingan quickly changed the subject. He mentioned he wanted to sell some spirit pills. Yimin patted her chest confidently. She promised she would give him a price that would make him very happy. Chun Pingan pulled out his storage ring. After rummaging through it for a moment, he pulled out a mooncake. Yimin and Lu Shuai both stood there completely dazed. Is this a spirit pill? Embarrassed, Chun Pingan explained that he'd grabbed the wrong thing. Since it was his first time using a storage ring, he wasn't quite used to it yet. It was the first time either of them had heard such a ridiculous excuse. Yimin almost wondered if there was something wrong with his head. Lu Shuai, on the other hand, thought the boss was taking the playing dumb act a bit too far. But Chun Pingan actually wasn't pretending. While he was searching for the items, a gold card from the Nine Treasures Hall suddenly fell out. Yimin thought the card looked a bit familiar. She picked it up to take a closer look. What she saw left her completely shaken. Wait, is this the gold card belonging to the master of the Nine Treasures Hall? By the time Chun Pingan found a bag of pills, Yimin rushed inside, telling him to wait just a moment. Because anyone holding this card was usually a top-tier powerhouse. She took out her transmission device. She intended to report this to the guild leader immediately. Little did she know, the guild leader was busy watching Long Hao Ian and by goofing play chess. Sima Chen had just received the message. He watched as the two old men argued heatedly over a single move. Thinking it was a scam, Sima Chen initially thought he would order Chun Pingan to be kicked out. Long Hao Ian and the other man both shouted at once, "Wait, are you trying to insult me? Taking my gold card." The two of them locked eyes. They immediately realized exactly who the visitor was. Long Hao Ian grabbed Sima Chen by the collar and growled, "You treat that man like he's your own father. You hear me?" By goofing added his own order. "Even if you have to give away the entire Alchemist Guild, you do not say no to him. Is that clear?" Sima Chen finally snapped out of it. "Wait, were you guys actually telling the truth? About knowing that legendary figure from the south?" He immediately picked up the transmission device. "Don't let him leave. Give him the highest royal treatment. Agree to every single request he has. If anyone offends him, I'll punch them out myself." Afterward, the elders began analyzing why Chun Pingan had come. Long Hao Ian was completely baffled. Sima Chen smugly assumed the senior needed him. Even though he wasn't in the north, it proved how important this place was to the senior. Long Hao Ian felt his friend was being incredibly thick-skinned, but there was no point in arguing. In another scene, Yimin's hands were trembling. Specifically, the instruction to satisfy every request made her face turn bright red with embarrassment. Suddenly, her mind filled with steamy visions of her and Chun Pingan. Even though she felt shy, facing a man this handsome and powerful, Yimin felt that satisfying any request was actually a wonderful idea. So, she looked at him and asked directly, "Senior, do you want to feel more powerful?" The question made Chun Pingan jump in surprise. Meanwhile, someone else was nearby, teeth gnashing in rage. Right at that moment, seeing her husband being seduced by another woman, Lady Duan was fuming. Chun Pingan traded his spirit pills for spirit stones. He also picked up a basic cultivation manual while he was at it. Once he reached a secluded alleyway, the system prepared to transport him back. On the way back, he couldn't help but wonder, why do the girls in this world always want to offer themselves as payment? The boss sent back a faint, mocking smile emoji. Then, she sent Chun Pingan back to his original coordinates. He lost his balance and tumbled onto the ground. We questioned what happened. The system displayed teleportation error. Of course, Chun Pingan knew he was being messed with. He yelled out, "System, go sit in the corner and reflect on your actions." His tone was so sharp it scared Xiao He into silence. As Chun Pingan walked into the courtyard, Xiao Ling was lounging comfortably on a chair when she heard the door open. Before Xiao Ling could even finish her watermelon, she heard Chun Pingan's voice. She nearly jumped out her skin. She looked up with teary eyes and whimpered, "Brother, you're finally—" Before she could finish, her stomach let out a loud growl. Chun Pingan was about to say something when Xiao Ling couldn't help but let out a massive burp. Chun Pingan stood there dumbfounded. "Just how much did you eat?" Meanwhile, at the Blood Gate, the immortal Emperor and Lord of Blood was soaking in a pool of gore. He noticed the blood level in the pool was running low. He immediately issued an order. "Men, head to the mortal realm and harvest some fresh supplies. Fill the pool by the 5th day." Chun Pingan stretched his arms, getting ready to start his daily tasks. Suddenly, Xiao Ling crawled out from her hiding spot. She looked up at him with a pitiful, puppy dog expression. "Big brother, are you leaving again? Are you really going to leave me here all by myself?" Chun Pingan knew all too well how powerful she actually was. He didn't buy her act for a second. Teasing her, he claimed he'd stay home all day just to keep her company. Xiao Ling immediately dropped the act and complained that her skills were lacking. Chun Pingan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He could only remind her to go easy on the watermelon. "You're growing up, you should eat more actual food." Once she had seen her brother off, Xiao Ling finally stopped pretending. She dashed into the kitchen to call her friends out to play. Before long, Chun Pingan arrived at the War Weapon Kingdom. He was running a bit late today. He hurried off to find Lu Shuai and the others. At that moment, the Golden Spirit's sword sensed the arrival of immortals. "I can't believe it's that group again. Xiaohe, who are they? You look like you've seen a ghost." The sword explained the situation. "That's a sect that feeds on human blood to fuel their cultivation. It seems they've set their sights on this place." The sword manifested a clone and soared into the sky. Sure enough, a member of the Blood Clan was hovering in the clouds. Just as the intruder prepared to strike, the Golden Spirit appeared right behind him. Sensing the overwhelming immortal chi radiating from the blade, the intruder was scared out of his wits. Too lazy to waste words on such a bottom feeder, the Golden Spirit ended him with a single, swift strike. However, there was a lingering worry. He wouldn't be the only one coming. And, just as suspected, multiple cities were being turned into living hells. Elsewhere, for some reason, Morong Gong had paid a visit. When no one answered him, his mood grew increasingly somber. Suddenly, several figures materialized. It was Zhanda, accompanied by Long Hao Yin Trio. They had come for one reason: the reports of immortals slaughtering entire cities. Xiao Ling returned from playing just then. Seeing them, she gave a polite, sweet greeting. "Hello, grandpas." Si Min-chan stared at her. He could feel an incredibly powerful aura of spiritual energy radiating from the little girl. He actually wondered if this cute child was the legendary senior they were looking for. Long Hao Yin immediately smacked him upside the head. "Have you lost your mind for making too many pills? Didn't you hear her call us grandpas? This is the senior's younger sister." Morong Gong then proceeded to explain the dire situation to her. "If the senior doesn't intervene, I'm afraid many more innocent lives will be lost." Xiao Ling waved it off, saying there was no need to bother her brother with something so trivial. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand toward the sky and slowly clenched her fist. With a playful smile, she announced that everything had been taken care of. At that exact moment, a spectral projection of Xiao Ling appeared before the Blood Clan army. She pressed her palm down through the air. The entire group was instantly suppressed and captured. Long Hao Yin thought she was just joking around. Xiao Ling looked him in the eye and said she was dead serious. "There's only one left that I haven't dealt with yet." She pointed out the final remaining lackey. In a flash, Xiao Ling appeared right in front of the target. She blew him a finger heart and instantly snuffed out his life. Morong Gong stood there, completely speechless. As adorable as she was, they found it hard to believe what they were seeing. Just as they were about to head north to find Chun Pingan, a messenger rushed in. "Lord, news just came in. The immortals attacking the cities have been completely wiped out." Morong Gong was stunned. It turned out they had worried for nothing. This little girl was far more powerful than they could have ever imagined. Of course, Xiao Ling wasn't just helping them for free. After all, she was a bit of a mischievous little schemer. She made the powerful masters help her plant watermelons. Long Hao Tian, meanwhile, convinced himself that the 5 of them were chosen by the heavens to serve the senior, that they were merely pawns on the senior's chessboard. All 5 masters shared this same epiphany. The 5 strongest beings on the continent were now officially allied. In the immortal realm, a general of the Blood Clan reported the scouts' failure. The Blood Lord wasn't particularly surprised. Tonight was a critical night for her to break through her cultivation realm. She ordered the general to go and investigate personally. At that very moment, on the surface, Xiaoling seemed to be treating the grandpas to watermelon. In reality, she was using them to cover for her. If the grandpas were busy eating, then she'd have a perfect excuse to avoid getting scolded by her brother later. Just as the masters were digging into the fruit, a voice boomed from outside. Xiaoling recognized it instantly. It was her father. She had no intention of letting him in. The Bation immortal emperor sighed helplessly. Don't be like that. Didn't I tell you, Dad? You're only allowed to visit once a month. Suddenly, the chicken chimed in reproachfully. Didn't you hear what the young mistress said? The goldfish joined in, looking equally annoyed. Xiaoling says she can't. The master isn't home. Immortal Emperor Ba Tian immediately shut his mouth, not daring to take another step. Ra is just sitting there eating watermelon, cluelessly asking questions. Who the hell is this, daring to barge into senior's home? Bai Goofing couldn't resist throwing in a few sarcastic remarks. Long Outyin couldn't stand it anymore. This is Immortal Emperor Ba Tian. Upon hearing that, Bai Goofing immediately spoke up. But before he could even finish his sentence, the 3 of them were struck dumb, as if hit by a bolt from the blue. Long Outyin stepped forward to greet Immortal Emperor Ba Tian. He then explained that the others were all the senior's pawns. Immortal Emperor Ba Tian was baffled. Suddenly, a sense of loss washed over him. Then Long Outyin told him the story of the immortal who surrendered the city. Actually, he had been investigating this matter himself. It just so happened he felt someone coming and suggested they all watch together. A vortex appeared in the sky above the Battle Martial Kingdom. It was Shuejiang, the one sent to investigate first. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy shifted nearby. She turned her head to look. It was just a group of old men approaching while snacking on watermelon. The 5 of them ate, looking utterly perplexed. This melon is seriously sweet. I can't believe I just broke through to the next realm. Unbeknownst to them, Immortal Emperor Ba Tian appeared behind Shuejiang. Were you looking for me? As soon as he spoke, he grabbed her by the throat and lifted her off the ground. I'm not fond of long speeches. Spit out everything you know about your sect now. Otherwise, I'll lock you up and torment you for 10,000 years. Shuejiang was terrified to her very core. Even if the Blood Lord himself were here, he wouldn't dare disturb the immortal emperor. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. In the next instant, Shuejiang dissolved into a pool of blood. She slipped right through Immortal Emperor Ba Tian's fingers. He allowed a cold sneer. You didn't think you could actually escape me on this piece of land, did you? Shuejiang wasn't actually expecting to get away. She slammed her hand onto the ground. The entire city was instantly enveloped by a blood-refining array. So this was what she was banking on. But how could a mere insect like this threaten an immortal emperor? Immortal Emperor Ba Tian pointed a finger. Just watch me. Suddenly, his tone shifted. Oh crap. The threat is real. Seeing his hesitant expression, Shuejiang knew she had guessed correctly. The immortal emperor descended to the mortal realm for the sake of these mortals, after all. As they hesitated over whether to strike, Long Outyin whispered a reminder not to waver. Saving mortals was actually a small matter for them. However, standing right behind Shuejiang, he saw Chun Pingan practicing with someone. Chun Pingan wondered why Dian Shanshan hadn't left yet. Lu Shuai and Fan Heng didn't even dare to move. That was the sheer pressure radiating from that battle. It left them feeling utterly paralyzed with fear. But Fan Heng actually showed some backbone. If he got the chance, he was determined to get Dian Shanshan out of there. At that moment, Chun Pingan saw Shuejiang leaving. Though Fan Heng wasn't happy to see him, he still warned him not to go looking for death. Xiao He and Jinling were also anxious since they couldn't reveal their true identities. They really couldn't go head-to-head with Shuejiang. Shuejiang looked up at the person approaching. She couldn't believe it was just someone at the first layer of core formation. She felt absolutely no threat from his spiritual signature. Chun Pingan asked in all earnestness, "Young lady, is there anything I can help you with?" Shuejiang was completely bewildered. Xiao He and Jinling were even more confused. Shuejiang didn't know what to say. Hearing her mutter something about taking hostages, a look of deep pity appeared on Chun Pingan's face. Could this poor girl have run into some thugs or bandits? How absolutely inhumane. I can't believe people are still kidnapping innocent women around here. Shuejiang was stunned speechless, but she felt this man was incredibly bizarre. She immediately moved to finish him off. She slammed her hand down onto his shoulder. The sheer force caused the ground to shatter beneath them. To her shock, the man in front of her was completely unharmed, and he was smiling. While Shuejiang was reeling in internal shock, Chun Pingan suddenly took her hand. He placed a spiritual stone in her palm and sighed. Take this spirit stone for now. Now that you've met us, you're safe. The people behind me are all very strong. Shuejiang felt like she was experiencing a second youth. Maybe I can finally be a normal girl again. This feels just like something that happened 3,000 years ago. Though her heart was fluttering, something was very wrong. There had to be something sinister behind her. She crushed the spirit stone. She took flight and lunged toward Chun Pingan. She still had no intention of letting this man go. But at that exact moment, Shuejiang's face went pale. Everything suddenly ground to a halt. You're the only one who's unscathed. Even an immortal emperor like Ba Tian was frozen in his tracks. Suddenly, she turned her head. The spiritual energy from the person who struck came from this house. And standing on the balcony was the proprietress, Duan Hanin. She pointed a finger and spoke coldly. A mere speck like you dares to touch him? Before she could even finish, a systemic magic circle manifested beneath Shuejiang's feet. With just a single breath, Shuejiang vanished into nothingness. A moment later, space returned to its normal state. Chun Pingan asked in confusion, "Where did that girl go?" Tian Shanshan then recounted everything that happened on the mountain. After listening, Chun Pingan was shocked. Only now did he realize that they had been suppressed by a technique that rendered them completely immobile. That girl actually wanted to kill you, Fan Hang. Wait, didn't you deal with her? Suddenly, Chun Pingan looked embarrassed. My power is so weak. It obviously couldn't have been me. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Lu. In truth, Lu Shuai didn't believe it either. He already knew Chun Pingan was the power behind Long Jiashan. Long Jiashan, however, assumed it was Xiao He and Jin Ling who had intervened. Immortal Emperor Ba Tian shook his head. This power is enough to sweep across the entire continent. It reminded him of a certain someone. The group analyzed the situation and concluded Chun Pingan likely wanted to groom a successor. In my opinion, this newcomer is Lu Shuai, the array master who often accompanies Chun Pingan. However, Lu Shuai's family was currently in danger, so all the big shots gathered to find an opportunity to step in. At that exact moment, Long Jiashan's trio didn't just help Lu Shuai resolve his family crisis. They even competed with one another to shower him with gifts. This left Lu Shuai utterly terrified. Such grand gifts, how could I possibly accept them? Suddenly, Long Jiashan put a hand on his shoulder and took his hand. Just take them. This is all out of respect for the senior. Lu Shuai's father was stunned. He pulled his foolish son aside and whispered a question. Is the senior they're talking about the person you met? Back at the market stall, Lu Shuai nodded and said, From now on, I won't say another word. Meanwhile, his father wanted to open several more shops for him. Upon hearing this, the three big shots all showed looks of admiration. At the Monster Beast Mountain, while training, Chun Pingan picked up quite a few treasures. He even thought of a way to scavenge for loot in the future. Just then, a sound echoed from nearby. The source of the noise was a black panther. Standing across from it was Prince Yang Ming of the Zhanwu Kingdom. Just as he fell into despair, he suddenly noticed someone rushing toward them. This made him even more hopeless. Another first-level core formation? Isn't this just feeding the beast another snack? But the moment the panther saw Chun Pingan, it was so terrified it actually let out a tiny meow. Chun Pingan was completely stunned. As it turned out, Xiao He, sitting behind him, had released his dragon aura. The black panther meowed again. It turned around and bolted for its life. Suddenly, Chun Pingan let out a loud shout, "Halt!" The panther slammed on its brakes instantly. Chun Pingan was baffled once more. Yang Ming, standing behind him, was also frozen in shock. He couldn't comprehend how someone at the first level of core formation could stop a monster beast like that. Chun Pingan simply said, "Sit." The panther obediently sat down. This scene made Yangming question the very meaning of life. Chun Pingon reached out his hand. Understanding the gesture, the panther proactively offered its paw. Seeing the man in front of him sigh, the beast thought he was dissatisfied and began rubbing its face against him to curry favor. Suddenly, Chun Pingon asked, "Are you afraid of me?" The panther didn't know how to respond. It glanced at Xiaohei. Xiaohei immediately sent a telepathic message. "Better behave yourself for me." The panther forced itself to stand tall and nodded repeatedly. This made Chun Pingon suspicious. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that my forceful aura is actually working? Even if it doesn't work on humans, that doesn't mean it's useless against monsters. At this time, Yangming thanked him for saving his life. But he was truly curious about Chun Pingon's cultivation level. He asked cautiously. Chun Pingon replied bashfully, "My cultivation is exactly as it appears. You don't need to overthink it. Perhaps due to some special reasons. I might seem just a tiny bit stronger than you guys." Yangming caught his drift immediately. He then took his leave and departed. On the way, a guard asked curiously, "Prince, even you couldn't see through that man's cultivation?" Yangming shook his head. "I couldn't. This senior's realm likely reaches a level we cannot comprehend. When he told us not to mind it, he was telling us to stop asking questions. Didn't you see seniors move just now?" He placed 2 fingers before his eyes, and in an instant, everything within his sight became his domain. Yangming reported this to the king immediately, while Chun Pingon remained completely bewildered. He believed he possessed spiritual energy. Yet, he couldn't find a single decent technique to practice. So, he came up with an idea. He decided to draft the leopard and use it to track down other spirit beasts. Before long, they ran into a giant gorilla. This gorilla was at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. It started off acting completely wild and aggressive. But the moment Jinling released a surge of pure intimidation, the gorilla dropped straight to its knees in submission. And just like that, his team grew by 1. Chun Pingon led his new group and continued the search. An hour later, the spirit beast mountain began to shake as if an earthquake had struck. Massive plumes of smoke billowed into the sky. At the mountain's exit, people were frantically erecting a wall of light for defense. The sect master of the beast taming sect was deeply grateful to the seniors who had stepped up to help him hold back the tide. The 3 people helping were none other than Long Outyin and his companions. It turned out the explosion in the mountains earlier had made them fear a beast tide was coming. Sect Master Chun remembered how decades ago, someone killed a beast during the Mahayana period. That triggered the high-level beasts to lead their kin in a massive stampede. It nearly wiped out the entire kingdom. The sect master noted that this tide seemed controlled by someone, numbering nearly 10,000 beasts. The faces of the 3 heroes went pale. There was no way they could fight off those numbers. At that moment, the beast tide came crashing toward them. But in the middle of the stampeding swarm, they spotted someone riding on the back of a bear. Long Outyin stared for a second, then chuckled. "Don't worry about it." His 2 friends behind him agreed completely. The beast-taming sect master thought they were giving up. Long Outyin said casually, "Yeah, we give up, because the one leading the tide is Senior himself." Meanwhile, Chun Pingon was soaring along, feeling totally refreshed. He thought this was way more fun than driving a car. When he saw Long Outyin and the others standing ahead, he hopped down from the bear's back. The beast-taming sect master stood there, paralyzed with shock. He was dying to know how this young man could possibly control such a horde of spirit beasts. When he noticed a black dog following behind, his jaw hit the floor. Because he could sense it. That was no dog, it was a dragon. Well, he wasn't exactly wrong. How could a mere youth command such powerful creatures? Chun Pingon simply clapped his hands and said, "All right, scatter." Instantly, all the beasts turned around and headed back into the mountains. Later, he returned home. To his surprise, he found Boss Duan standing in his courtyard. Chun Pingon gasped, "Boss Duan, what are you doing here?" Duan Hanhuan gave him a playful smile. "I live here now. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Chun. This actually belonged to my uncle. Since my shop is being renovated lately, I had nowhere else to stay, so I had to move in here." Chun Pingon was completely lost. He frantically asked the system what was going on. The system gave a very reluctant explanation. After all, Duan Hanhuan had just made the whole story up on the fly. So, would Chun Pingon actually let her stay? Night fell. Duan Hanhuan finished her bath and walked out wearing only a nightgown. Though Chen Pingan was annoyed, he didn't dare look her way. He thought, this woman is doing this on purpose. Why on earth did I agree to let her stay? Suddenly, Duan Hanhuan reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Is it possible Mr. Chun doesn't want to have a little fun? Her words made him snap. He told her she needed to watch her behavior. After all, there was a kid right there watching the drama unfold. Duan Hanhuan let out a laugh. Haha, you're cute when you're flustered. What's the rush? We're all friends here. No need to get hung up on the little things. With that, she turned and headed to bed. She left him standing there, staring at her captivating silhouette. But before entering her room, she reminded him, don't go doing anything weird tonight, Mr. Chun. Teased until his face was bright red, Chun Pingan stomped off in a huff. Xiaoling's gaze shifted back toward her own room. She let out a little sigh. Surprisingly, her brother didn't scold her for watching the drama this time. Chen Pingan sat on his bed, but he couldn't get it out of his head. He had a nagging feeling that something bad was about to happen. He even worried the boss might actually make a move on him. He closed his eyes, but his mind refused to rest. The night passed. When Chen Pingan slowly opened his eyes, he felt a woman lying in his arms. He took a closer look and realized he was dead meat. Who else could it be but Boss Duan? He glanced around the room. This was her bedroom. He thought he must have been sleepwalking. But in all these years, he'd never known himself to have such a condition. Panic surged through him. Just as he was trying to sneak out before she woke up, Xiaoling suddenly pushed the door open. Sister Han, are you awake yet? Chen Pingan froze like a statue. Xiaoling didn't know how to react. Her face turned beet red as she scrambled back outside. I didn't see anything. I swear, I saw absolutely nothing. Chen Pingan hurriedly tried to explain. I haven't done anything yet. Don't go getting the wrong idea. Just then, Duan Hanin let out a yawn, woke up, and offered a greeting. What are you two doing here? Chen Pingan felt a pang of guilt. I just came to wake you up for breakfast. Duan Hanin asked intentionally. Well then, let's go eat. Chen Pingan admitted he hadn't actually made breakfast yet. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. While Chen Pingan was munching on a steamed bun, Hanin spoke up. I slept so well last night. It was probably the best sleep she'd had in months. Chen Pingan, who had been stiff with tension, finally let out a long sigh of relief. He figured she hadn't noticed a thing. But out of nowhere, Xiaoling leaned in and whispered, Hey, big brother, should I start calling Sister Han sister-in-law from now on? The words hit him so hard that Chen Pingan sprayed his mouth full of bun all over her face. As the two started bickering, Duan Hanin pulled out a handkerchief. She wiped the girl's face while speaking. Xiaoling only has your best interests at heart. You're at the age to get married anyway. It's time you found a wife. Speaking of wives, before this, Chen Pingan was so afraid of being wiped out by the system that he hadn't given it a thought. This sudden topic reminded him of his past life. Actually, he had been married in his previous life, but his current self couldn't even recall what his former wife looked like. Hanin stepped closer, breaking his train of thought. What are you thinking about, Mr. Chun? What do you think of my suggestion just now? Chen Pingan looked confused. Duan Hanin gave a charming, playful smile. How about I become your wife? Chen Pingan felt his heart skip a beat. Still needing time to process this, his face turned bright red as he made an excuse to step outside. Xiaoling couldn't help but throw a sarcastic comment his way. You two are so high maintenance. Can't you just say it straight? Chen Pingan overheard this just as he reached the door. His heart hammered even harder against his ribs. He quickened his pace. Duan Hanin pinched Xiaoling's cheek as a warning. Don't worry. The day will come when he understands. She even hinted that if Xiaoling wasn't careful, she'd confiscate her snacks. Because now simply wasn't the time. Soon after, Chen Pingan traveled to the kingdom of Zhanwu. At this point, his only goal was to finish the mission quickly. He had to push Boss Duan's proposal to the back of his mind for now. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face walking toward him. He walked over to greet her warmly. Miss Dian, I was just looking for you. What a coincidence. Where's everyone else? But the girl claimed she didn't even know him. Chen Pingan felt a wave of embarrassment. It's me, Long Out Yin. I'm your teammate. The girl insisted they were strangers. She even looked at him with blatant disgust. The burly man accompanying her took notice of the interaction. He immediately threatened Chen Pingan. Scram, kid. Trying to hit on my woman right in front of me? Do you have a death wish? Chun Ping'an thought anxiously. Could it be that Dian Shanshan no longer considers me a friend? Anger began to simmer inside him. If that's how it is, acting like complete strangers. This is taking it too far. His voice turned cold. Miss Dian, if this is how you want to play it, then I guess I was blind to think you were a decent person. I'll see you in the arena. The man scoffed contemptuously. Huh, you're nothing but a first-level golden core. How dare you act so arrogant? Chun Ping'an stopped dead in his tracks. Xiaohei was fuming as well. Golden Lord, should we take out this idiot? We need to assess the situation first. There are too many people around. It's not a good time to strike. Chun Ping'an said flatly. With that attitude of yours, do you want to go a few rounds? The man burst out laughing. Get lost. I don't waste my time bullying trash like you. Chun Ping'an's expression darkened. You won't, or you don't dare. Don't be so quick to call others trash. In reality, you're the biggest piece of garbage here. Xiaohei. And Jinling cheered relentlessly. Well said, boss. The man didn't want to waste more words and let out a roar. Everyone get out of my way. A young lady in the crowd recognized the man. It was Moe, the Prime Minister's son. Will our protagonist succeed in his first big face slap moment? At that very moment, Chun Ping'an started the countdown to the fight. Moe waited obediently for the other to strike his chest, having no clue a fist was already flying straight for his face. Moe stood there utterly dazed. He crashed heavily to the ground. Chun Ping'an stepped hard on him, pinning him down. Moe clutched his swollen face and screamed. You little brat, you actually dare to sucker punch me? Even my own mother has never hit me before. But his outburst was met only by Chun Ping'an's footsteps, heavy and unshakable as a Buddhist mountain. The crowd watched the scene, eyes nearly popping out of their heads. This kid, where the hell did this guy come from? Finally, Moe snapped in a fit of rage. Even a full release of spiritual energy couldn't halt those advancing steps. He immediately unleashed his true power. Chun Ping'an was struck with a sudden realization. The books say those with this skill can manipulate spiritual energy. The lightning crackling on his body marks the focal point of his control. Suddenly, Chun Ping'an felt as if he had instantly mastered the technique himself. Moe's strike lunged forward, closing in within an inch of its target. Chun Ping'an merely let out a cold snort. With the thunder script, he neutralized the attack in an instant. While Moe stood frozen in shock, Chun Ping'an launched his own move. Seeing Chun Ping'an lift his leg, he assumed it was going to be a kick, but Chun Ping'an pulled a feint. Instead, he landed a direct punch squarely on the man's face. Once again, Moe was sent sprawling across the floor. A girl rushed to help him up, then shrieked at Chun Ping'an. Who do you think you are? Attacking people for absolutely no reason. Chun Ping'an felt his own temper rising. Could I have actually mistaken him for someone else? Does the War Martial Kingdom really have two people who look exactly the same? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Dian Shanshan's voice rang out from behind him. Brother Long, what are you doing? Chun Ping'an froze in his tracks. He hadn't expected his guess to be right. It turned out they really were twins. Dian Shanshan's sister was Dian Liqi. And yet, Chun Ping'an had somehow managed to hit that 1 in 1,000 chance. What a crazy coincidence. Only now did he realize he had targeted the wrong person. Dian Shanshan tried to step in and play peacemaker. But Moe wasn't interested in excuses. You beat me twice, and now you're calling it a misunderstanding? I'm going to take your life for this. Suddenly, Lu Shuai appeared on the scene. As long as I, Lu Shuai, am here, let's see who dares to lay a finger on Brother Long. Moe was stunned. He quickly bowed in greeting. Moe greets Brother Lu. Brother Lu's meaning is quite literal. This was nothing more than a simple misunderstanding. There's no reason for everyone to get violent, since Master Lu Shuai had spoken. Despite his burning resentment, Moe had no choice but to swallow his pride. After all, the Lu family was currently the top clan in the War Martial Kingdom. Seeing his reluctant submission, Lu Shuai smirked. How about I go a few rounds with you myself, Brother Moe? But try not to hit the face. I still have to go have a chat with Uncle Fong. Chun Ping'an hadn't expected his friend to have such a powerful background. He even had ties to the king himself. Lu Shuai felt a bit awkward inwardly. Man, boss is way too good at playing the part. Wasn't this status given to me by you in the first place? Moe broke into a cold sweat. He forced his anger down and muttered that it was all just a mistake. He called for Dian Liqi, and the two of them turned to leave. Lu Shuai began to ponder Chen Pingan's intentions. Even though Senior could have wiped those two out with a flick of his wrist, he insisted on acting like an ordinary person. He must have predicted I would show up. That's why he felt comfortable giving them a little lesson. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan felt quite guilty about the whole ordeal. He had dragged Dian Shanshan into a mess caused by his own mistake. Dian Shanshan smiled and waved it off. It's fine. Our relationship hasn't been great for a long time due to some personal reasons. At the border of the immortal realm, Immortal Emperor Bactian arrived. He thought to himself that this must be a subtle hint from the senior to lead him here. Therefore, he didn't bother with an announcement this time. A surge of spiritual energy gathered in his palm. He fired it straight into the sky. In an instant, the formation completely enveloped the evil clan. A golden sword materialized in the air. Immortal Emperor Bactian continued to weave his hand seals. With a single downward strike, the entire evil clan was leveled to the ground. Suddenly, a streak of red light shot out. It was the Bloodlord, desperately trying to find an escape route. She couldn't understand how she had ever offended someone as powerful as Bactian, but the Immortal Emperor's blade was already at her throat. Did you really think you could run? The Bloodlord hissed that she had powerful backers. If you kill me, Bactian, you'll be signing your own death warrant. Immortal Emperor Bactian narrowed his eyes. Then I'll be waiting for them. With a single stroke, he took her head. At that same moment, deep within the immortal realm, a figure playing chess felt the exact moment the Bloodlord was slain. He wondered who could have dared to destroy one of his chess pieces. To make matters worse, he couldn't even find the cause. The old man sitting across from him spoke calmly. It might be the desolate ancient immortal realm. The fatty asked in shock how the old man could possibly know that. The old man began to explain. Long ago, members of his clan had slain a dragon. He had reluctantly tried to divine the situation in the desolate ancient immortal realm, only to discover something startling. As he continued his calculations, his soul was nearly shattered by an invisible force. The fatty guessed that someone even stronger than them was pulling the strings in the desolate ancient immortal realm. As he set his chess piece down, he had already dispatched men to the desolate ancient immortal realm, just as Immortal Emperor Bactian was preparing to return to his manor. A sudden flash of light appeared. He looked up. The immortal gate had reappeared right above his head. The moment it swung open, Immortal Emperor Bactian's face turned pale. The newcomer was someone at the God Realm. He spoke with the condescending tone of the powerful. It seems you're the one who wiped this place out. Tell me, who is the person standing behind you? Immortal Emperor Bactian refused immediately. He was already prepared to unleash his full power. The man let out a contemptuous laugh. You dare challenge me? Old man, you've got some backbone. I'll give you that. With those words, he flicked his finger. An array formation lunged toward Immortal Emperor Bactian. The mighty Immortal Emperor couldn't even withstand a single strike. Meanwhile, Boss Duan was lying in the courtyard with her eyes closed, soaking up the sun. Suddenly, she sensed someone's spiritual aura. She opened her eyes and called out coldly, "Old Dao." A brilliant red light suddenly streaked out from the kitchen. Dao Jia immediately stood before Boss Duan. Duan Henin told him to head to the immortal realm and give him a hand. Dao Jia's moment of glory was finally at hand. At that very moment, Immortal Emperor Bactian had reached his absolute limit. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Dao Jia. With a simple point of his finger, the array formation was instantly shattered. Immortal Emperor Bactian was stunned. He never expected it would be the kitchen knife from the senior's house. The man barked. "Who the hell are you?" Dao Jia replied coldly. "You don't need to know who I am." He let out a long sigh. And here I thought someone strong had finally shown up. Turns out it's just a lowly lackey. Oh well, it's been a long time since I've killed someone in the God Realm. Too bad, I don't have the patience to play around with you. Having said that, he pointed his finger. A golden talisman appeared. Then, countless similar talismans manifested in the air. The man stood there, completely frozen. Over 3,000 seals had appeared around Dao Jia. Who would have thought Dao Jia possessed the power to create so many seals? And he had only just released one of them. It was enough to see through the lackey standing before him. The light in his hand transformed into a sword. He swung the blade forward with massive force. The man finally felt true terror. Before he could even react, the sword strike tore through him. He was reduced to ash amidst a blood-curdling scream. Dao Jia let out a breath and muttered to himself. I barely used any strength. I really miss the feeling of destroying an entire immortal realm in a single blow. Hearing this, Immortal Emperor Bation broke into a cold sweat. The senior's melon-cleaving knife is absolutely terrifying. Just how powerful is that senior? Dao Vijia returned home in a flash. He couldn't help but let out a roar of pure joy. Just then, Boss Duan said softly, "You're slow. Be a bit faster next time." Dao Jia felt a surge of nervous tension. It wasn't until his mistress told him to get back to the kitchen that Dao Jia finally dared to move. Duan Henin set down her teacup and murmured to herself, "Since you're already here, I suppose we should meet." The person she was referring to was Immortal Emperor Bation, who was standing outside the door. He assumed the senior must have known everything, which is why Dao Jia was sent to save him. Just as he was about to knock, Duan Henin hurried out to open the door. Immortal Emperor Bation was stunned to see her. His expression shifted instantly. He immediately dropped to his knees. "Greetings, master." Duan Henin sighed. "I told you, I'm not your master. Besides, I already forgot what I even told you back then." Immortal Emperor Bation looked up and replied, "I wouldn't dare forget. You always treat me like a stranger. But 10,000 years ago, you gave me the cultivation technique that allowed me to become an immortal emperor. I can never repay such kindness." Duan Henin smiled and helped him up. Fine. I only gave you a technique. I can't accept being called master. Since you remember, then just pretend you don't know me. Understand? You won't be back until this evening. Go in and see your precious daughter." But immediately, Xiao Ling pulled a grumpy face, scaring Ba Tian so much he doesn't even dare to step inside. Duan Henin tried to comfort him. "She's still just a little girl. She just needs a little more time. Actually, the reason Xiao Ling doesn't want to see a father like me is related to her mother." Immortal Emperor Ba Tian looked like he was about to tell a story. Duan Henin quickly waved him off. Stop right there. I already know everything about what happened at Monster Beast Mountain. I'm really not in the mood for a story." The Immortal Emperor was stunned. How did Master know about the things I've kept hidden? But he didn't dwell on it for long. If Senior and Master are together, then he could finally rest easy. But then a sudden thought struck him. Wait, could Senior and Master have been together this whole time? The fat man gasped, speechless with shock. How is this possible? The person he just sent to the immortal realm was killed almost instantly. What's more, their soul vanished into thin air. They didn't even have time to scream for help. The old man sitting across from him looked terrified at the sight. He immediately began to calculate the omens. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out across his face. If it's like this, he won't be able to trace the karma. It seems the immortal realm has recently been sealed off by some sort of power. The fat man immediately thought of the only person capable of such power. The old man asked curiously, "Are you talking about the eternal god Emperor? Could he have ended his secluded meditation? But what business would he have with the ancient immortal emperor? It makes no sense. But we are the overlords of the ghost realm and the god realm. If he keeps this up, we'll be backed into a corner. Let's go. We're going to have a word with him." The two of them quickly arrived at the palace of the eternal god emperor. A calm, indifferent voice echoed out. "What brings you two to my doorstep today?" "I've just finished stabilizing my power after meditation. If you have something to say, make it quick." The fat man spoke up angrily. "God Emperor, as the ruler of the god realm, you agreed to stay neutral and let us develop freely. So what's the meaning of attacking my ghost realm now?" The old man chimed in, backing him up. The eternal god Emperor frowned. "When did I ever lift a finger against your ghost realm? I have absolutely no memory of doing such a thing." Hearing this made the fat man even more furious. "Is that so? The people I sent to the ancient immortal realm were all slaughtered, and their karma was completely severed. How do you explain that?" The eternal god Emperor's eyes snapped open. The fat man rushed forward and questioned him in a cold tone. "Did you just say severed karma?" The fat man nodded, looking intimidated. The eternal god Emperor suddenly let out a soft chuckle. "There are only two people in existence capable of severing karma like that. After all these years, I finally have news of them. Tell me everything you know, right now, to prepare for the upcoming martial arts tournament." Chun Pingon asked Big Bear and Little Bear to help them train. Lu Shuai and the others were internally shaken. "Brother Long, are you sure about having these monsters as training partners?" Chun Pingon patted the bear's leg and smiled. "Don't worry. I'm using a treasure to keep them under control for a while. Just focus on your training and don't worry about it. Pan Hang's expression shifted when he heard that. A treasure that can control high-level beasts must be incredibly high-grade. But then he realized something wasn't right. Last time, he had been beaten to a pulp by those very beasts. It was Chun Pingon pulling the strings all along. He hurriedly tried to explain. I only just realized it over the last 2 days. That whole situation had nothing to do with him. Pan Hang stopped giving him a hard time. He admitted that he was the one at fault back then. He figured he deserved the punishment he got. He watched San training with Big Bear and sighed. I don't know how many more secrets you're hiding. But with you here, our chances of winning this time are huge. This means a lot to the San Pavilion. You met her sister today, didn't you? They're blood sisters, yet they treat each other like mortal enemies. The reason San's group couldn't form a team was because her sister was sabotaging her behind the scenes. I bet you're curious how they ended up like this, huh? Chun Pingon looked awkward. Why would I be curious? Seeing that Pan Hang was about to launch into a story. Chun Pingon cut him off. Sorry, I have zero interest in their personal drama. Entering this tournament is my only goal. It's strictly business for me. Meeting them was just a coincidence. I'm just a mortal man. I can't be bothered with all these complications. Bottom line, as long as we win a match, that's all that matters. The next day, the martial arts tournament officially began. Since the rules forbade bringing spirit beasts into the arena, Chun Pingon had no choice but to leash Little Black to a tree. He patted its head to comfort it, promising to come back once it was all over. Just then, a young girl hurried toward him. Chun Pingon accidentally bumped into her. He immediately apologized. The girl stopped in her tracks. She stared at the man before her, her eyes filled with curiosity. She noticed the sword in his hand was far from ordinary. It felt like she had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, she let out a sharp cry. Don't get distracted. It turns out she had lost her sex divine beast. She had come here specifically to get it back. But as she watched Chun Pingon walk away, his divine sword caught her eye. She thought it might be just the thing to make up for losing the beast. Meanwhile, Mo, and Dian Lai Chi were sitting and waiting. The match was about to begin. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, big brother, has the match started yet? I'm not late, am I? But Mo, and Dian Lai Chi had no idea who she was. Mo, looked toward his other teammate for answers. But they didn't recognize her either. Right then, the girl activated her spirit snaring technique. What do you mean you don't know me? I'm Deng Shuyan. I'm one of the core members of your team. Seeing that Mo, and the others seemed to have fallen under her spell, Deng Shuyan let out a smirk. As it happened, Jin Ling saw the whole thing play out. He was well acquainted with Deng Shuyan. She was the holy maiden of the Yunji sect. Elsewhere, Dian Shanshan was explaining the tournament rules. This competition will consist of 2 rounds. The first round is an arena battle. The moment she finished speaking, Chun Pingon volunteered to go first. His reasoning was that the other teams likely wouldn't send their strongest fighters out early. By fighting this way, they could conserve their energy to secure a higher total score later. Therefore, he was the best choice for this round. Lu Shuai seemed to catch his drift. He nodded in agreement, even though Jian Shanshan agreed. She couldn't help but think to herself, isn't this guy the strongest one among them? The real reason Chun Pingon wanted to fight the first round was because of his earlier clash with Mo. He realized that he could learn anyone's techniques just by looking at them once. He wanted to learn as much as possible as fast as he could to grow even stronger. Lu Shuai reminded him that the Crown Prince would also be in the arena. He told him to stay sharp. Chun Pingon declared that he definitely wouldn't fall behind. In truth, Lu Shuai just wanted him to go easy. He didn't want him beating the Crown Prince into a pulp. As luck would have it, I'm up against the Crown Prince in round 1. Yang Ming saw his benefactor and didn't dare to actually trade blows with him. But Chun Pingon was thinking, the Crown Prince's martial arts must be incredible. He immediately dropped into a stance. Let's go. To his shock, Yang Ming forfeited on the spot. This scene left the entire crowd stunned. No one saw this coming. Who would have thought that kid was the Crown Prince's benefactor? Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized Chun Pingon. A few days ago, they ran into a demonic beast in the mountains. It was Chun Pingon, riding a bear, who saved them in passing. It turned out he was their savior as well. Spurred on by that realization, many others who had trained in the mountains remembered being saved by him too. The scene descended into chaos as people started shouting, "Senior, I forfeit. Great fight, but I give up." One guy even flashed him a finger-hard gesture. This just made Chen Pingon angry. How can this martial arts tournament be so ridiculous? At that moment, Mo stepped onto the stage. I don't care what you're up to. Don't think for a second I'm going to let you off easy. With that, he drew his sword. This time, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson. Don't expect me to roll over like last time. Do you recognize this blade in my hand? Chen Pingon looked disappointed. He'd already learned this guy's moves. He wanted a new opponent. He glanced at his own divine sword and remarked that Mo's sword wasn't nearly as pretty as his. Moe blew a fuse. To make sure no one could say he was bullying Chen Pingon, he told him to take the first shot. A second later, Chen Pingon snapped his sword in half. Moe spiraled into a panic, unable to believe that Chen Pingon's trash weapon could break his blade. Chen Pingon said disdainfully, "Bringing such a cheap toy to a fight, you're wasting my time. And by the way, let me remind you of something. Mistaking you for someone else that day was my bad. But I beat you because you called me trash." Moe stammered in confusion. "Wait, you only won because of your weapon. Don't you feel any shame at all? Look, I've already lost face twice. You think I care about my feelings at this point? Though, using this sword to cut you down does feel a bit unfair." Moe breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw Chen Pingon shamelessly pull out a second sword, his face went pale, looking like he just swallowed a fly. He was so terrified he surrendered immediately. This scene is completely baffling. Yang Ming, of course, was well aware of Chen Pingon's true power. He even suspected that his benefactor was just trying to intimidate Moe. However, he could sense a deep-seated grudge between the two. He feared the Prime Minister's son wouldn't have a very easy life from now on. Right at that moment, Chen Pingon found himself facing off against Deng Shuyan. Looking at her height, Chen Pingon wondered if some kid had just wandered off and gotten lost. Deng Shuyan immediately flew into a rage. "Your whole damn family are the kids here. So what if I'm a late bloomer? What's wrong with being a little cute? Am I eating your food?" "No." After her wild outburst, she began to lay a trap for Chen Pingon. "I've taken quite an interest in that sword of yours. How about we settle this with a wager on our match? What do you say?" A dazed Chen Pingon asked what the stakes were. The corners of Deng Shuyun's mouth curled into a smirk. "You bet that sword in your hand. And as for me, how about I put myself on the line?" With that, she immediately cast her ghost-seducing technique. But far from falling under her control, Chen Pingon just stared disdainfully at her flat chest. A single "not interested" from him left her completely petrified. This was the first time Deng Shuyun had ever failed so miserably. If the soft approach won't work, then we do it the hard way. She lunged fiercely toward Chen Pingon. Suddenly, a flash of green light erupted above her head. Chen Pingon's eyes began to glow. He actually managed to learn a new move on the fly. Deng Shuyun threw a punch, but she only struck his afterimage. Deng Shuyun's face paled. Chen Pingon had already reappeared right behind her. He felt a surge of secret satisfaction. "I really can learn anything just by looking at it once. Is he some kind of monster?" Deng Shuyun spun around and threw another punch. But Chen Pingon remained completely unscathed. She followed up with a sharp kick. Chen Pingon had seen it coming a mile away and dodged it effortlessly. After trading a few blows, Deng Shuyun questioned him coldly. "Kid, where exactly did you learn those moves?" "That's a top secret of the Manhwa sect." Chen Pingon simply replied that he'd just learned it. Deng Shuyun didn't believe a word of it. Chen Pingon took the opportunity to flip the script on her. "Then let's test our skills properly. A real duel, what do you think?" That was exactly what Deng Shuyun wanted. The truth didn't even matter anymore. Now, she just wanted to eliminate Chen Pingon to keep the secret from getting out. As she drew her precious sword from her back, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly flooded the entire castle. Someone recognized the blade in her hand as a top-tier spirit tool. Deng Shuyun began to mutter an incantation. "Supreme Ancient 10,000 Swords. The hidden form becomes the blade." As the words left her lips, thousands of swords manifested around her. Chen Pingon couldn't understand why these cultivators were so obsessed with chanting spells. Are they afraid people won't notice them? Regardless, this allowed him to pick up the technique even faster. He mimicked only the first line, "Supreme Ancient 10,000. His entire body suddenly levitated into the air. Deng Shuyun closed her eyes and let out an arrogant huff. "See this, kid? This is the ultimate secret art of the Manhwa sect. Every single sword represents a realm of power. One step, one blade. One blade, one life taken. But when she opened her eyes, her pupils dilated in shock. The man before her was surrounded by countless swords, looking as magnificent as a primordial sword god. The problem was, Chen Pingon couldn't remember the second half of the incantation. Deng Shuyun was spiraling into a panic. Just who the hell is this guy? There's no way he's immortal. Even in the immortal realm, I've never seen a freak this heaven-defying. Despite her confusion, her ingrained pride made it impossible to believe she could lose to a kid at the first stage of Foundation establishment. Suddenly, she sensed the spiritual aura of her sex divine beast. After a frantic glance around, she screamed at Chen Pingon, "Don't you dare run away. If you got the guts, wait right here until I get back." Chen Pingon was left standing there, bewildered. "Hey, wait, don't go yet. At least tell me how to turn this move off." But before he could finish, she turned into a streak of light and vanished. Chen Pingon was left in an awkward spot, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, the glowing swords looked like they were about to explode. The crowd watching from below began to tremble in absolute terror. Someone shrieked for help. Like a lit fuse, the swords suddenly erupted in a blinding light. At that moment, the system interface popped up. Mission accomplished. A triumphant victory chime echoed in his head. But Chen Pingon just grabbed the interface in a fit of rage. He really hadn't intended to become famous using a move like this. A moment later, silence returned to the sky. Since no one else was left to compete, only Chen Pingon's team remained. The Crown Prince had no choice but to declare them the winners. Tian Shanshan couldn't believe they had actually won. However, Lu Shuai seemed to have seen it coming all along. As long as the boss had a good time, that's all that matters. But Chen Pingon didn't seem as happy as he claimed. After all, this was his first time practicing in the cultivation world. He had really hoped to leave behind a cool, heroic impression. Who would have thought he'd be misunderstood as some kind of monster? Seeing this, Yang Ming walked over to offer some comfort, promising to help clear up the misunderstanding. Only then did Chen Pingon feel at ease. Yang Ming took the opportunity to invite him to the Grand Assembly. However, Chen Pingon didn't have much time left before he had to return. He had no choice but to politely decline the prince's kind offer. Still, he promised to send someone with a gift when the banquet arrived. After saying his final goodbyes to everyone, he left behind a dashing silhouette as he headed back home. Back at the courtyard, a massive bird suddenly touched down. The cleaver asked calmly, "Did you call for this thing?" The rooster let out a proud huff. "Of course I did. I've taken them under my wing as my underlings. Why wouldn't I call them over?" As he spoke, the giant bird landed right in front of the two of them. This creature was actually the divine beast of the Yunju sect. It asked cautiously, "Great masters, was it you who summoned me here?" The rooster put on a smug expression. "That's right. I brought you here to grant you a stroke of luck, a grand opportunity. I guarantee I can help you evolve into a phoenix. But from now on, I'm your boss. Got that, birdie?" The bird couldn't believe a mere rooster could be so shrewd. Testing the waters, it asked, "Boss, may I ask, just who are you?" The rooster snapped to attention. "It seems you have no idea who you're dealing with." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from its body. With a sharp cry, a phoenix materialized. In the blink of an eye, the rooster had transformed into a majestic heavenly phoenix. At the exact moment the rooster revealed its true form, the new underling finally bowed in total submission. It lowered its head and said, "The azure dragon in the pond over there just took on a black dragon as a follower. It's already on the verge of ascending." Curious, the giant bird peered into the fish pond. Sure enough, a black dragon was coiled at the very bottom. The rooster continued, "Even though your foundation is weak, I guarantee you'll become a dragon within a year. How's that sound?" Terrified and awestruck, the bird nodded like a chicken pecking at grain. "Boss, I accept." Just then, Deng Shuyun kicked the door wide open. The moment she saw the scene in the courtyard, she collapsed to the ground in terror. Every single wisp of aura in this yard was 10,000 times stronger than an immortal emperor's. She had no idea how she had stumbled in such a terrifying place. The cleaver looked at her with a suspicious gaze. Suddenly it gasped, "Oh no, we're in trouble. The master is coming back." With that, it turned into a streak of red light and zipped back into the kitchen. The giant bird looked at its boss, the rooster, in a panic. "What's happening?" The rooster snapped, "Stop yapping. Find a place to hide fast." While Deng Shuyun was still reeling, the sound of footsteps approached. She was paralyzed with fear. Who on earth could live alongside such monstrous entities? When she turned her head, she realized the newcomer was the same guy she had fought earlier. Chen Ping'an was also stunned. Was she here for revenge? But then he saw her grab his leg and beg, "Senior, I was wrong. Breaking into your home. And my disrespectful words, it's all my fault." Chen Ping'an told her he didn't blame her. But hearing that only made the girl cry even harder. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Mr. Chun, what are you doing?" It was Boss Duan, who had just returned from buying groceries. Little Ling was right by her side. Chen Ping'an was a loss for words. Meanwhile, Deng Shuyun was still clinging to his leg, sobbing. Seeing this, Duan Henhen teased him. "No wonder you've been so cold to me lately. So, this is the type of girl you're into, Mr. Chun?" Just as Chen Ping'an was about to explain, Little Ling let out a scream. "Big brother, you're a pervert." Chen Ping'an struggled to pry Deng Shuyun's hands off him. He rushed over to explain himself. To Boss Duan, though Deng Shuyun was still in distress. Her overactive imagination was running wild. If those terrifying monsters called him Master, then his level 1 core formation stage was definitely a lie. The power of this mistress must be the same. It felt like she could turn her into dust with a single thought. And then there was this little lowly. She must be the daughter of these two seniors. She looks about 12 years old, yet her cultivation is at the heavenly venerable rank. Duan Henhen reached out her hand. "Are you all right, dear? I don't believe we've met. Would you like to come inside for a cup of tea?" Boss Duan's gentle smile only terrified Deng Shuyun more. It felt as haunting as a cursed painting. She was gripped by sheer horizontal terror. Too scared to even speak, she just shook her head frantically, signaling that she needed to leave. She instinctively took a step back. Then she turned and bolted as if her life depended on it. This left Duan Henhen standing there, completely speechless. "Am I really that terrifying?" Chen Ping'an walked over and tried to smooth things over. "Boss Duan, it's not what you think." Duan Henhen pressed her lips together and smiled. "Mr. Chun, I've suddenly realized you're actually quite adorable. You really don't need to explain yourself to me." Chen Ping'an's face flushed red. "You're right. Why did I feel the need to explain everything to her anyway?" But before Chen Ping'an could overthink it, Duan Henhen continued. "We've known each other for nearly 5 years now. It's time we change how we address one another. From now on, I'll call you Ping'an, and you call me Henhen." Hearing this, Xiao Ling flashed a mischievous, knowing grin. Chen Ping'an nodded, his face burning. He thought he wouldn't actually let himself get swept up in a moment after that night. But he still tried to whisper, "Henhen." The moment he said the name, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. Memories of a past life suddenly flooded his mind. It was the scene of his wedding to his wife, Zhang Yusen. The bridesmaids and groomsmen were Dao Da and Sister Dao. When Chen Ping'an took the bride's hand from her father, the bride was actually Boss Duan Henhen. The names Henhen and Xin began to blur and intertwine in his head. Finally, he remembered. You are Zhang Yusen." Duan Henhen's expression shifted instantly upon hearing that. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers. Chen Ping'an froze in place. Time and space came to a sudden, grinding halt. Duan Henhen let out a long sigh. Could he not even handle this much? "I didn't expect a simple change in name would break the seal on everything. I'm so sorry, my love. Based on the plan, I can't let you remember everything just yet. I have to seal your memories again." With that, she reached out and pointed a finger. Chen Ping'an's memories were locked away once more. The recollections of his past life vanished instantly. Duan Henhen intentionally teased him. "Mr. Chun, you've been staring at me like this forever. What exactly are you trying to say?" Embarrassed, Chen Ping'an turned away. He felt completely bewildered. "That's strange. What was I about to say? Why do I feel like I just forgot something incredibly important?" But speaking of important things, he suddenly remembered little H. The poor thing was still chained to the tree next to the arena. Chen Ping'an had completely forgotten to bring him back inside the house. Duan Henhen looked up at the giant bird perched on a roof. The dog was panicking, terrified she would kick him out. Duan Henhen sighed. "Forget it. Consider this a little compensation for the Yunji sect." By now, Deng Shuyun had run quite a long distance away. Just as she thought she was safe, the system suddenly materialized in front of her. Deng Shuyun was both confused and overjoyed. What exactly did Boss Duan mean by compensation? At that very moment, sounds of harsh scolding erupted from within the Yunji sect in the immortal realm. The one speaking was Yudonglai, the patriarch of the Yunji sect, and the one receiving the lecture was Zhang Lini, Deng Shuyun's master. It was all over the matter of losing the giant bird. Since Deng Shuyun hadn't returned yet, Zhang Lini had to take the fall. Yudonglai barked at her, asking why she hadn't gone along to help capture it. Zhang Lini tried to explain. You were in seclusion, so I couldn't leave the sect without permission. Besides, this is her fault. Without warning, Yudonglai pulled out a 40-centimeter-long mace. You are Shuyun's master. She messed up, so you take the hit. This terrified Zhang Lini so much she didn't dare utter another word. She was shaking with fear inside. Even though the patriarch treated Deng Shuyun like his own granddaughter, he was the one who raised her, too. Just then, Deng Shuyun's voice rang out. Master, I'm back. Zhang Lini glared at her coldly. She was waiting to see how the patriarch would discipline the girl. To her surprise, Deng Shuyun cried out, Patriarch, you come out of seclusion. I missed you to death. Yudonglai immediately gave his granddaughter figure an affectionate hug. He forgot all about the giant bird. Never mind that. He praised her, saying she was as beautiful and well-behaved as ever. This made Zhang Lini see red. Suddenly, she asked, Shuyun, did you bring the giant bird back? Deng Shuyun answered honestly. While Zhang Lini waited for the patriarch to scold the girl, Yudonglai pulled his mace out again. He was going to discipline Zhang Lini first regardless. Deng Shuyun quickly pulled the patriarch back to explain. Even though she didn't find the bird, she had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. Something that could make their sect the strongest of all. Hearing this, Zhang Lini assumed her disciple was just boasting. The patriarch snapped and told her to shut up. Deng Shuyun continued her story. She witnessed everything that happened inside Chen Pingan's house. She said the things she saw there were absolutely terrifying. Every single wisp of their aura was 10,000 times stronger than an immortal emperor's. And the master of that house, he has the power to obliterate the immortal realm itself. Seeing the look of utter disbelief on Yudonglai's face, Zhang Lini seized the chance to accuse the girl of making it all up. But Yudonglai didn't scold her at all. He just gently advised her not to tell such tall tales in the future. Then, turning his anger elsewhere, he threatened to give Zhang Lini a good thrashing. She really couldn't take it anymore and quickly snapped at the girl. You need to own up to your lies right now if you want the patriarch to forgive you. Deng Shuyun puffed out her cheeks in frustration. I'm really not lying to you too. The master of that house gave me a gift as compensation. He actually gave me the overlord arts. Hearing that, the patriarch's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Wait, could it be the long-lost secret technique of the overlord immortal emperor? Deng Shuyun smirked proudly. That's the one. Yudonglai felt like her story was getting more ridiculous by the second. He told her to stop playing games with them. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to punish her master. Without a word, Deng Shuyun handed the manual over to Yudonglai. And there they were, 4 words written clearly on the cover, the overlord arts. Zhang Lini broke into a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. If this is real, I'm as good as dead. Yudonglai flipped through the pages quickly. It really is the genuine overlord arts. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Zhang Lini had actually slammed her head against the wall in shock. In that moment, her entire worldview came crashing down. Meanwhile, Yudonglai's eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately realized that the giant bird staying at that house was part of a much bigger plan. But how on earth can we latch onto a powerhouse like that? Yudonglai couldn't think of a way to bridge the gap. Just then, Deng Shuyun remembered a few friends who were close with Chen Pingan. She suggested that he could try approaching them first. Yudonglai immediately burst into praise. Good heavens, Shuyun, you've really grown up. You're so sharp. You deserve a reward for this. He then turned a cold gaze toward Zhang Lini. From now on, you'd better start learning a thing or two from your own disciple. After saying that, he went right back to showering Deng Shuyun with compliments. The whole scene left Zhang Lini fuming with rage. But she had to suck it up to keep the peace. Deep breaths, swallow your pride, and the path ahead stays wide. Even though she wanted to, she didn't dare discipline her disciple now, which made her blood boil even more. The Warwu Kingdom. Dian Shan Shan shyly asked Brother Lu, is this really the gift Brother Long told you to buy for the Crown Prince? Lu Shuai nodded proudly. Of course. Pretty unique, isn't it? But the gift in question was nothing more than 2 pitch-black rocks. Everyone was convinced that Lu Shuai had been scammed. Lu Shuai just laughed and explained. I bought these exactly as Brother Long instructed. Before he left, Brother Long gave me 110,000 spirit stones. He told me to spend 100,000 on a gift for the Crown Prince. And he said I could use the remaining 10,000 to pick something for myself. On that entire street, these 2 stones were the only things that cost exactly 10,000. Besides, it's just a street stall. Who's going to bother running a scam for that much? Hearing the story, Fan Hang felt like something was off. He asked who exactly he bought the stones from. Lu Shuai tried hard to remember. He said the guy looked totally ordinary, someone he'd never seen on those streets before. But the man who sold him the stones was actually Boss Duan in a fake beard. It looks like everything is going exactly according to her plan. Dian Shanshan asked nervously, when the banquet starts, "You're not actually going to give him those 2 rocks, are you?" At that, even Lu Shuai started to have second thoughts. Fan Hang told him not to worry about it. Lu Shuai perked up, thinking Fan Hang had spotted something special about the stones. Fan Hang patted his shoulder and grinned. "I don't see anything special, but your family is top tier. The king is basically ready to call you his brother. The crown prince won't care much about what you give him anyway." Despite the reassurance, Lu Shuai was still a nervous wreck. Soon enough, Crown Prince Yang Ming's banquet began. The eunuch began announcing the gifts in a loud voice. A gift from the Prime Minister's son, a precious sword, a gift from the Alchemist Guild, a branch of the divine, celestial herb. Listening to the list of lavish gifts, Lu Shuai started to panic. This was going to be way more embarrassing than he thought once he pulled out those rocks. But Yang Ming was looking at him with such high expectations that he felt incredibly awkward. Just as he was about to present his gift, a sudden shout drew everyone's attention to the front. A beam of light shot across the sky above the main hall, and 3 figures appeared. It was the 3 patriarchs from the Fortune Engine sect. Yang Ming was stunned. These 3, they're immortals. Lu Shuai recognized the little lowly from before. He immediately worried that she had come back for revenge. Yang Ming quickly stepped forward to welcome them. Yu Donglai smiled and told them there was no need to be tense. They were only there to deliver a gift. Yang Ming froze in shock. Why were these powerful immortals treating him with such respect? He immediately realized. This must be part of his benefactor's plan. Sure enough, at that moment, Deng Shiyun spoke up. "Is Chun Ping gone attending the banquet?" Lu Shuai said he isn't coming. He just asked me to deliver a gift on his behalf. Yu Donglai let out a disappointed sigh. But right at that moment, Yu Donglai presented a talent medallion. This medallion is linked directly to the talent mountain of the Yunji sect. Just by keeping it with you during cultivation, your talent will naturally ascend. Yang Ming accepted it, his hands trembling with awe. This is truly an incredibly precious gift. Master Yang Ming, please, there's no need for such formality. Yu Donglai quickly used the excuse of simply following the senior's arrangements. Hearing this, Lu Shuai spoke up. "I also brought a gift from Brother Long." Yang Ming was instantly struck with shock again. With a thick skin, Lu Shuai pulled out a strange-looking stone and gave a wry, awkward smile. "This is the stone I purchased, following the senior's instructions." He began to voice every single thought running through his head. "This senior, the moment I was about to present my gift, you appeared. I assume you already know exactly what this stone is for?" Hearing those words, Yu Donglai froze in shock. He couldn't believe the senior had predicted his arrival. He had even predicted exactly what gift he would bring. This stone is called a conversion stone. It's the raw material used to craft talent medallions. Even more coincidental, this stone is just large enough to create exactly 3 talent medallions. While he pondered the senior's true intentions, he realized the senior likely wanted him to do the crafting. The fact that the talent medallion was his gift and the senior provided the materials for more made him even more suspicious of a deeper plan. Suddenly, Yang Ming had an epiphany and kept his benefactor's hidden intent to himself. This stone can be made into 3 talent medallions. Aside from Brother Lu, there are exactly 3 people left in their team. The reason my benefactor gave me this gift was so I could use these 3 medallions to win over these 3 people. Realizing this, he felt a wave of panic and confusion. He was utterly in awe of his benefactor's tactical genius. So he announced that he would be giving the 3 talent medallions to them. The 3 of them were completely stunned. Receiving such a massive gift made Dian Shanshan feel it was all worth it. Yang Ming calmly stated that this was the senior's intention. He looked over at Lu Shuai. "Brother Lu, the senior told you to prepare this gift alone, didn't he?" Lu Shuai nodded slowly. Then, He held up another stone and asked Yu Donglai, I wonder if you know the purpose of this stone as well. The moment Yu Donglai saw it, he was paralyzed with shock. He excitedly grabbed Lu Shuai by the shoulders. My young friend, would you be willing to take me as your master? Lu Shuai's brain couldn't even process the information. He was completely frozen, but Yu Donglai understood everything in an instant. This person hadn't just guessed the senior's intent. He had brought a high-grade conversion stone specifically to ask for his help. Perhaps the Tyrant Heaven Manual wasn't just compensation for a single giant eagle. Every favor bestowed was likely to nurture and groom this one man. Lu Shuai's mind raced. Then, he dropped to his knees and performed the formal bow to greet his new master. The next morning, Chun Pingan woke up in a daze. He felt as if something was missing from his bedroom. Then, his face turned bright red as he cursed himself for being so shameless. How could I even think something like that? This isn't a good sign at all. Madame Duan, who had been watching him all along, suddenly let out a small smile. She was thoroughly amused. With a chuckle, she tapped a command into the system. Chun Pingan immediately received a notification. Current mission completed. Distributing rewards and initializing the next phase. Reward. Cultivation base increased to the 5th layer of the nascent soul stage. New system feature unlocked. Chun Pingan was reeling. If I complete 100 missions, will I really become invincible? And a new feature has been activated. Does this mean I can directly exchange for cultivation techniques now? Excitedly, he pressed the button to start the new feature. It turned out to be a pack of adult-themed gum. His face turned beet red, and he shoved the system screen aside. Madame Duan snapped at him in annoyance. Hey, flip it over and look at the back. Chun Pingan gave a couple of awkward coughs and flipped it over. It turned out to be the Desert Eagle and a Barrett. There were even grenades. And on top of that, an electric scooter. Chun Pingan began to imagine the scene. Riding an electric scooter with Shaoling on the back would look pretty cool. But he still had a nagging feeling that something was off. Just then, the system issued another prompt, reviewing. Since the host has completed the first mission, the host may choose how to claim the next reward. Option 1. You must make those nearby feel a sense of admiration toward you. Option 2. You must make those nearby feel a sense of worship toward you. Option 3. You must ask those nearby one question. Do you like me? If someone says yes, you will receive the corresponding reward. Chun Pingan scratched his chin and analyzed it carefully. Ranking these 3 emotions, liking someone seems relatively simple. Then comes admiration. And finally, worship. The first 2 options are passive. I have to wait for them to feel that way. But for the third option, I can take the initiative and ask. Plus, I could just smooth talk my way through it. It doesn't even matter if they actually like me. I just need to get them to say the word yes. Chun Pingan praised himself for being a genius. Without a second thought, he chose the third option. Madame Duan was truly speechless. She had made it so obvious, yet this guy still didn't pick the 2 easiest paths. And so, the next morning, a rather ridiculous scene unfolded. Shaoling had just set down a plate of steamed buns when she heard Chun Pingan calling her name. She turned around only to find Chun Pingan wearing a mischievous, sly grin. Do you like me, Shaoling? In truth, Chun Pingan was so worked up that he hadn't quite returned to his senses yet. His words gave Shaoling goosebumps all over. She spun around and let out a loud cry. Sister Huan, something's wrong. Big brother has slept himself stupid. As soon as the words left her mouth, the little girl tried to bolt outside, but Chun Pingan managed to catch her. What are you screaming for? Just give me an honest answer. Without a moment's hesitation, Shaoling blurted out, I don't. You're always lecturing me, big brother. And you keep confiscating my fruit. Her reasoning left Chun Pingan stunned. He had been so sure she'd say she liked him. I promise I'll change from now on. Little did he know, Shaoling was determined not to say it. Just then, Boss Duan pushed open the bedroom door. Mr. Chun, why all the commotion so early in the morning? What on earth is going on here? The moment she saw her boss, Shaoling flew to hide behind her back, sticking her tongue out at Chun Pingan and declaring she only liked Sister Huan. Chun Pingan was exasperated. It's only been a few days, and you're already siding with an outsider? Duan Huan patted Shaoling's head and let out a soft sigh. Must be nice, kid. At least someone is actually asking if you like them. I'm not quite so lucky. After saying that, she shot a pointed look at Chun Pingan. The weight of her gaze made Chun Pingan's face flush deep red. His heart began to thud wildly. At a loss for words and not knowing how to respond, he made up an excuse about having errands to run. Once again, he dodged the boss's true feelings. Meanwhile, at that very moment, the apprentice at the treasure hunt pharmacy was reading a medical manual, but the content within felt incredibly bizarre to him. The book told the tale of a traveling physician who wandered the four corners of the earth. He could easily cure the most complex of ailments. Yet, nothing could cure a man who was attracted to other men. The protagonist was so competitive that he refused to give up on finding a cure. By the end of the story, it seemed he had been converted himself. Lines of frustration creased the owner's forehead. Was that even a medical book you were reading? The apprentice asked back in surprise. Wait, it wasn't? Then why did the book call this men's illness? Is the good something that actually exists in reality? The owner suddenly turned serious. There are indeed records regarding such matters. A scheming devil could be right beside us even now. Right then, Chun Pingan walked in. Old master, how has business been lately? Seeing a familiar face, the owner immediately asked, Are you feeling unwell? Chun Pingan looked a bit bashful. Old master, I actually just came by to have a chat today. And to ask, by the way, do you like me? The owner was about to say yes. After all, Chun Pingan was famous in town for his helpful nature. But he suddenly remembered the strange medical book his apprentice had just been reading. He looked at him sternly. Mr. Chun, this liking you speak of, have you experienced it yourself? Thinking of his system quest requirements, Chun Pingan replied, Well, I wouldn't say I've experienced it yet. The moment he said it, the owner recoiled in pure terror. The apprentice's jaw dropped in absolute shock. The owner wore a look of utter disbelief. Mr. Chun, not only are you sick, but you have some seriously intense tastes. Disciple, make sure you take very good care of Mr. Chun. Leaving those words behind, the owner bolted out of the room. Chun Pingan was speechless. He just wanted to earn some points, yet here he was being misunderstood as someone who liked men. He figured surely the apprentice wouldn't think the same thing, right? But before he could even open his mouth, the apprentice burst into tears of fright. Don't come any closer, he cried, clutching his book and running for his life, leaving Chun Pingan standing there in a mess of confusion. At that moment, the system notified him that the second gate was about to close. The second gate, the Danxing Empire. In an instant, Chun Pingan was teleported there. He was still feeling quite dejected. Not only did he fail to get points, but he'd been branded with a bizarre reputation. He didn't have the face to show himself in town anymore. He even started to suspect the system was playing a prank on him. The system snidely retorted that this was his own choice. It had nothing to do with the system. In short, he got what he deserved. Chun Pingan let out a helpless sigh. The system pinged again. Your alias here is Zhun Dandang. Use this name to join the Danyuan sect, and use your alchemy skills to earn the admiration of everyone there. Reward for completion, a breakthrough in cultivation realm, and a special gift. Suddenly, a loud commotion broke out nearby. A young boy was being pursued by a massive crowd of people. Chun Pingan spoke up. Hey there, friend. Do you need some help? Seeing Chun Pingan's enthusiastic expression, the boy thought to himself, perfect timing. Young master, I certainly do need help. Please, save me. Without a single word, Chun Pingan drew his sword. There's an old saying, with no women in the heart, the blade becomes divine. But when he realized the enemies he was facing were actually a group of beauties, he immediately sheathed his sword, his face turning beet red. The leader of the group stared intently at the young Master Wan. This time, we want a straight answer from you. The others behind her chimed in. That's right. You have to give us an answer. The beauties spoke in unison. Which one of us do you choose, after all? Chun Pingan stood there completely stunned. This really didn't seem like the kind of trouble he could help with. Still, he managed to squeeze out a question. Young Master Wan, may I ask how you plan to settle this? Wan Xiaojun looked at Chun Pingan with a bashful, shy expression. I appreciate all of your affection. But the truth is, my heart has belonged to someone else for a long time. And the person I love is this gentleman right here. With that, he lunged straight into Chun Pingan's arms. The group of women stood there, completely frozen like statues. At the same time, the system notified him of a massive spike in points. Chun Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So this is how you farm points now? I definitely didn't want to earn points under these circumstances. The girls' faces flushed with embarrassment. But then their lips curled into identical, suggestive smiles. Their eyes glazed over with a look of obsessed fangirls. To them, this development was actually even better. Both Chen Pingan and Wan Xiaojun felt their skin crawl. Suddenly, the girls charged forward. The two men were instantly swallowed up by a sea of women. Chen Pingan worried that if this kept up, things would spiral out of control. Thinking fast, he scooped up Wan Xiaojun and made a run for it. The beauties weren't about to let such a golden opportunity slip away. They immediately gave chase. It wasn't until he had carried Wan Xiaojun through several streets that they finally managed to lose them. Once they were safe, Chen Pingan asked Wan Xiaojun what on earth he had done to make those women chase him like that. Little did he know, Wan Xiaojun was actually looking quite pleased with himself. Seeing that expression, Chen Pingan felt a wave of nausea. He let go and dropped the guy flat on the ground. Wan Xiaojun gave a sheepish laugh. Sorry about that. I've never been held like that since I was a kid. I just got a little carried away by the feeling. Chen Pingan's skin broke out in goosebumps. Stop talking. If you like being held so much, why the hell were you running earlier? Wan Xiaojun explained that he didn't exactly have a choice. It turns out those women were all his junior sisters. Usually, he would occasionally help them with their alchemy practice. As a result, it didn't take long for things to end up in the mess they were in today. Hearing him mention alchemy, Chen Pingan asked, "Wait, are you a member of the Pill Essence sect?" Wan Xiaojun nodded. Chen Pingan was thrilled. He told him that he was actually looking to join the Pill Essence sect himself. Wan Xiaojun smiled. You've come at the perfect time. 3 days from now, they're holding an alchemy competition right here. As long as you place in the top 20, you're in. The only problem was Chen Pingan had never touched alchemy in his life. But having this information was enough for now. He'd figure out the rest later. Chen Pingan gave Wan Xiaojun a brotherly thud on the chest as a sign of thanks. Wan Xiaojun's face instantly turned bright red. As Chen Pingan turned to leave, Wan Xiaojun called out to him. Sir, please wait. Actually, I have a way to guarantee you a spot in the Pill Essence sect. But in return, I need your help with something. Hearing there was a shortcut, Chen Pingan asked, help with what? Wan Xiaojun continued. Lately, my family has been pressuring me about something, and I have no way to refuse them. So, I was hoping you could keep playing along with this act for a bit longer. A cold sweat broke out across Chen Pingan's forehead. Does this guy seriously have a thing for men? Without waiting for Wan Xiaojun to finish, he turned and bolted for his life. What he didn't realize was that this handsome boy was actually a beautiful girl. Due to a mistake during an alchemy session, a backfire had occurred. She had accidentally let the furnace flames scorch away her precious long hair. She never expected the news of her mishap to spread. So, she chose to disguise herself as a man to hide the embarrassment. She never dreamed the newly recruited junior sisters would misunderstand and fall head over heels for her. Wan Xiaojun had tried to explain that she was actually a girl. But the junior sisters just assumed she was making up excuses to reject them. Just when Wan Xiaojun thought the whole thing would blow over, she ended up receiving a mountain of love letters instead. The misunderstanding only deepened. Back then, she didn't get a chance to tell Chen Pingan that she was a woman. The situation had left her completely bewildered. All she wanted was a passionate romance with a handsome guy. And yet, she had been rejected. So heartlessly. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan ran until he reached a forest. Recalling the scene from earlier made him feel like the world was a terrifying place. At least he managed to get some intel on the Pill Essence sect. The only issue was he had no alchemy manuals, no workshop, and no furnace. The thought was giving him a massive headache. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Old Man Kong must have everything he needs. He immediately ordered the system to teleport him back to the Pingan sect. When he saw the new Pingan sect sign, he was stunned. He had no idea how they had managed to pull this off. At that moment, a crowd had gathered outside the sect gates. A red-haired man, sitting on the ground, finally lost his patience and grumbled. Just how much longer is Lady Murong going to stay inside? I've been waiting here for days. I'm a prince of the empire, yet I'm being turned away. This sect is straight up bullying people now. Hearing this, the two imperial princes felt their blood start to boil. They acted as if they were just chatting with that red-haired quack. The guy nearly jumped out of his skin. Just then, a man and a woman approached. They were Zhen Lingxiu, Crown Prince of the Golden Feather Empire, and Princess Shinxiao. Zhen Lingxiu looked at the group and let out a cold snort. Their status and power aren't even worth mentioning. Yet they dared to pursue Mu Rongxue? What a joke. When he saw Chun Pingon greeting him, his inward contempt grew even stronger. Since when do backwater hicks have the nerve to show up here? This is getting ridiculous. He was certain that this time, Mu Rongxue would finally be his. Suddenly, Jin Xiao told him to wipe that smug grin off his face. She had worked hard to get this chance to see Mu Rongxue. She wasn't about to let him ruin it with his attitude. After overhearing them, Chun Pingon asked if he was a friend of Mu Rongxue. Jin Lingxiu didn't hold back and snapped at him. What the hell does that have to do with you? The words had barely left his mouth before his sister punched him. She immediately apologized to Chin Pingon. Don't mind him, handsome. He didn't mean anything by it. He just forgot to take his meds today. I'm a friend of Mu Rongxue. We're here to pay her a visit today. Chin Pingon figured it must be fate. So, he headed inside with them. As the two of them watched with skepticism, Chun Pingon suddenly shouted, Elder Gong. Miss Mu Rong, is anyone there? A smirk played on Zheng Lingxiu's lips. Is this guy actually an idiot? The red-haired man let out a cold laugh. Hey, newbie, if you can actually get Miss Mu Rong to come out just by yelling like that, I'll bow down to you. Before he could even finish, the door swung open. Mu Rongxue poked her head out. Senior, you're finally here. The red-haired man froze in shock. He actually thought he was hallucinating. Mu Rongxue began chatting happily with Chin Pingon. The other men rushed forward with flowers, shouting in unison. Miss Mu Rong, I would be honored to take you out for dinner. Without a second thought, Mu Rongxue turned them down. She turned back to continue her conversation with Chun Pingon. That's when Zhen Xiao chimed in. Miss Mu Rong, my brother and I came specifically to see you today. Even though Mu Rongxue knew Zhen Xiao, she made it clear she didn't have time to host them. Instead, she asked someone to take them on a tour of the sect grounds. The siblings stood there, bewildered. That was basically a polite way of saying get lost. Seeing how close the two of them looked, Zheng Lingxiu's imagination began to run wild. Hearing Chun Pingon mention alchemy, he realized Mu Rongxue shared that interest. This brat, he must have some high-level talent for alchemy. That's why Mu Rongxue is calling him senior. Thinking fast, Zheng Lingxiu announced his status as a rank 4 alchemist. He wanted to use the opportunity to follow them into the alchemy room. Chin Pingon couldn't have asked for more and readily agreed, thinking a rank 4 alchemist might actually be able to teach him a thing or two. On the surface, Zheng Lingxiu acted grateful, but inside, he was full of disdain. This kid's ego is through the roof. He knows I'm here for Mu Rongxue, so he's probably trying to show off and suppress me. Fine, let's see what this brat is actually capable of. Once the group entered the alchemy hall, Mu Rongxue gathered a pile of ingredients and a furnace following Chun Pingon's instructions. Zheng Lingxiu looked at the materials with total disbelief. These are all basic, rank 1 materials at best. He's only going to make some rank 3 trash with this? Chin Pingon picked up a book and began reading it with intense focus. Zheng Lingxiu thought it was some legendary, secret technique. It turned out to be a beginner's guide to alchemy. Suddenly, he became curious. He figured this had to be some kind of misdirection. Maybe he's going to use a special, rare flame for the refinement? But then, Chun Pingon's unique method of starting a fire made him question his entire reality. He tried his best to stay calm. Right? I've heard that some furnaces need to be jump-started with a physical strike. Usually, you have to do that to pick the right furnace. Once he saw Chen Pingon successfully light the fire, Zheng Lingxiu felt a bit more at ease. At least the guy knows how to use spiritual energy to fan the flames and control the ingredients. In alchemy, the most important thing is the technique. Speaking of technique, Chun Pingon found the book's instructions way too tedious, so he just dumped all the ingredients in at once. Zheng Lingxiu's face went pale. Is he making pills or brewing an explosion? This is absolutely insane. But he bit his tongue and held it in. It seemed ridiculous, but what if this guy was some kind of once-in-an-eternity genius? While others refined pills with precision, Chun Pingon was treating it like he was making a pot of bone soup. This bizarre method nearly caused Zheng Lingxiu to lose his mind. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Zhen Xiao quickly covered his mouth. Seeing their reaction, Chun Pingon felt a bit nervous. Wait, did I do something wrong? Suddenly, a divine fragrance filled the air. Zheng Lingxiu's eyes went wide with shock. Chun Pingon lifted the lid of the furnace. A pillar of light shot straight toward the heavens. Inside, there were 2 spirit pills. Zhen Lingxiu gasped in horror. These were peerless grade spirit pills. Besides, its spiritual energy might be even higher than the 4th grade. The system's boss finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out she had stepped in just in time. Otherwise, Chen Pingan would have turned those 1st grade materials into a god-tier immortal pill. She hadn't expected Chen Pingan's alchemy skills to awaken this rapidly. It looked like she was going to be quite busy from now on. Mu Rong looked on with an expression of pure worship. Senior, you are truly incredible. Chen Pingan felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. He was confused as to why there were 2 spiritual pills in his palm. A bold thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that I'm some kind of once-in-a-lifetime alchemy genius? At that moment, Zhen Xiao whispered a question. Brother, you've been practicing alchemy for so long. Have you ever seen a technique like this before? Zhen Lingxiu didn't answer. He had fallen into a state of total disbelief and confusion. Zhen Xiao suddenly shouted at him, telling him to stop overthinking it. But he still couldn't snap himself out of it. He thought this method of alchemy had completely surpassed the realm of normalcy. Chen Pingan must have definitely done something to it. It wasn't until Elder Gong pushed the door open and walked in that he finally regained his senses. Just as he was smugly preparing to introduce himself, Mu Rong Gong treated him like he was invisible. When he heard Elder Gong also address Chen Pingan as senior, he immediately lost his cool. Mu Rong Gong hadn't wanted to disturb Chen Pingan's alchemy session. However, the 2 people with him were desperate to meet him. Zhen Lingxiu's face turned pale. He could sense an incredibly powerful aura radiating from the immortal. Stunned, Chen Pingan asked what they wanted with him. The 2 of them called out senior in perfect unison. But Chen Pingan didn't recognize either of them. One of them was actually Chen Yinming, the one who had caused a scene at Pingan's sect before. He began to recount everything that had happened that day. After being beaten by Jin Ling and forced to flee back to the immortal realm, he had told the whole story to his elder brother, Huang Zhengan. Huang Zhengan was one of the 10 heavenly sovereigns of the immortal realm. His little brother had been thrashed, so he wanted to reclaim their honor. As it turned out, both of them got a beatdown from a Jin family. From that moment on, they became completely devoted to Lord Jin, under Lord Jin's guidance. The 2 of them had come specifically to seek Chen Pingan's help. Suddenly, Elder Gong spoke up pointedly. Senior, these are the guys who caused a ruckus at the sect's opening ceremony. Hearing this, the 2 of them nearly jumped out of their skins in terror. Then Elder Gong added that they had sincerely repented for their actions. He had even agreed to let them open a new branch of the sect. Chen Pingan burst out laughing. Oh, so that's how it is. It's good that you've learned from your mistakes. This left Zhen Lingxiu utterly speechless with shock. He never expected this man, who wasn't even as handsome as him, to be so terrifying. Suddenly, he lost all courage to compete for Mu Rongxue's affections. Afterward, Chen Pingan wanted to try a new alchemy method. Zhen Lingxiu pulled himself together to watch and learn seriously. Step 1. Chen Pingan threw in the materials. Step 2. Close the lid. Step 3. Open the lid. And just like that, it was finished. Zhen Lingxiu couldn't even begin to fathom this impossibly simple refining technique. At that moment, Chen Yinming suddenly spoke. Big brother, did you catch that? Huang Zhengan nodded slowly. The senior was likely afraid of scaring us, so he suppressed the spiritual pill's power. The materials in that cauldron were being condensed from an immortal pill back into a primary pill. Chen Yiming asked in confusion. Using first-grade materials to refine an immortal pill. That completely defies the laws of the immortal realm. Huang Zhengan shook his head. No, there is one unique technique in the immortal realm that exists only in theory. That is to simultaneously burn the materials, while constantly replenishing them with spiritual energy. That way, all impurities are incinerated, while the spiritual energy is continuously restored. The quality of the final product would reach an unimaginable level. The reason it only exists in theory is because it consumes spiritual energy like a bottomless pit. Even an immortal emperor probably couldn't pull it off. Though the room seems quiet now, a massive heavenly phenomenon has already appeared above the Pingan sect. Huang Zhengan couldn't help but sigh. This is too terrifying. This level of control is just frightening. This senior is acting so nonchalant. He's making things seem ordinary while intentionally letting us sense the anomaly. He's likely trying to give us a warning. Thank goodness we listened to Lord Jean and came to seek this sect's favor. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. In reality, Chen Pingon hadn't thought that far ahead at all. He was still genuinely confused. Why did following the book still result in 2 pills instead of 1? So, he looked over at Zhen Lingxiu. Young master, did you notice any problems with what I did? Zhen Lingxiu was completely lost. How could he possibly find a problem? He could only say respectfully that he had learned a great deal. Chen Pingon was taken aback. He had originally wanted the guy to teach him how to refine properly. But hearing that, he felt a bit more relieved. He figured participating in the alchemy competition shouldn't be much of an issue. Only then did Mu Ronggong find the time to ask what these two wanted. Zhen Lingxiu said sheepishly that they were just there for a visit. Mu Ronggong gave a gentle, knowing smile. Then he said, "Take care on your way out. I won't see you to the door." He then explained the background of those two to Chen Pingon. Zhen Xiao couldn't help but tease her brother. "You're way too much of a coward." Zhen Lingxiu could only offer a helpless explanation. "There's nothing I can do. That senior is absolutely terrifying." By now, the Heian sect has effectively become the top sect in our imperial continent. We simply can't afford to offend them. He let out a long, heavy sigh. The emperor, his father, wanted him to get close to Murong Shui, just so he could cling to Chen Pingon's powerful influence. Looking at things now, it seemed there was no hope left. Suddenly, Zhen Xiao gave a shy, bashful smile. "Actually, relying on me might work just as well." Zhen Lingxiu never imagined there was another way, but he had no idea that in the future, he really would have to rely on his little sister. Right at that moment, Murong Gong was reporting the sect's current status to Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon thanked them all for their hard work. Even though everyone insisted it was all thanks to him, he felt that aside from being the old ancestor, he hadn't actually done anything at all. But on second thought, this was the perfect chance to farm some system points. After all, Murong Gong and the others were always so reasonable and understanding. Surely, his plan wouldn't fail. And so, he began to play his little trick. "Everyone, I've recently developed a divine ability that can boost one's luck. Would you all like to give it a try?" Everyone grew instantly excited. Chen Pingon continued his bluff. "It's very simple. In a moment, I'm going to ask you all a question. Don't worry about the literal meaning of the words. Just answer directly with 'I love it' or 'I like it.'" Seeing everyone nodding eagerly, Chen Pingon felt a bit guilty as he asked, "So, do you all like me?" Murong Shui was the fastest to respond. She looked up and said clearly, "I like you." It caught Chen Pingon so off guard he almost didn't know how to react. Simultaneously, the system chimed, points +10. However, Chen Pingon noticed that the system sounded a little annoyed this time. Suddenly, Murong Shui gasped in surprise. "It feels like my spirit has been completely refreshed. Could this be the effect of the luck boost?" As soon as she spoke, 3 more disciples immediately shouted that they liked him. The point total jumped by another 30. Murong Gong couldn't hold back either. He announced, "The more we say it, the more luck we receive, right?" Chen Pingon nodded. Internally, he praised the old man for being such a natural at this. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up with fervor. A crowd of people began chanting their love for him nonstop. The points just kept rolling in. Chen Pingon stood there dazed. He hadn't expected them to have this much stamina. Finally, he hit the 1,000-point mark. By the time he left the Heian sect, he was starting to hallucinate. If he had to hear those words one more time, he'd probably never like that phrase again. Fortunately, he now had enough points to trade for gear. He spent all 1,000 points to exchange for a gun. Chen Pingon held the firearm, feeling immensely satisfied. He'd handled guns before, but the most important thing was that this one felt way lighter than he'd imagined. He pulled out the magazine, only to find it was empty. Even the internal mechanism looked like a total fake. Chen Pingon froze in disbelief. "Wait, is this just a toy gun?" He raised the gun, preparing to test it out. The moment he pulled the trigger, a beam of pure light erupted from the barrel. It instantly tore right through the trunk of a massive tree. He stood there stunned. With destructive power like this, is it even a gun anymore? This is way stronger than. Even when he used his cultivation to attack, the discharge didn't look like a bullet, and there wasn't even a magazine to begin with. He had a secret inkling of what was going on. He fired off a few more shots in quick succession. He was absolutely overjoyed. Just as I thought, infinite ammo. The system's goods really are top tier. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. "Huh, I hid these things so well, and yet you still found them." The speaker was that same red-haired guy from before. Actually, He had only crawled out because he was scared. Chen Pingyan had long since forgotten who this guy was. And you are? The man felt a sting of insult, but he couldn't stop himself from bragging. He continued to bluster. I came looking for you. Murong Shui is the goddess of the Heian sect. She is as beautiful as fresh snow. She's cold as ice, a woman so captivating that countless princes dream of catching just a glimpse of her. And you? You're barely at the 5th level of the Foundation realm. I have no idea where an insect like you crawled out from, or how you managed to make Lady Murong follow you so submissively. You've got some kind of dirt on her, don't you? Chen Pingyan smirked to himself. Turns out, he's just another obsessed fanboy. Seeing the smirk, the man flew into a rage. He prepared to unleash the full force of his cultivation to finish Chen Pingyan off. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Pingyan leveled his gun and fired. The man clutched his chest in agony and gasped. What? What kind of hidden weapon is that? It doesn't matter what kind of weapon it is. The real question is, are you always this brave? As he spoke, Chen Pingyan pressed the gun against the man's forehead. The man could feel death closing in on him. Please, I'm begging you. Chen Pingyan coldly told him to get lost. The man immediately scrambled away, running for his life. Not long after, Chen Pingyan arrived back home. The moment he stepped through the door, he heard Madame Duan's voice. How come Mr. Chen is back so early today? Chen Pingyan instinctively looked over, then turned his head away, blushing. This woman is definitely doing this on purpose. What's the point of showing off her figure like that? What if someone tried to take advantage of her? But his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Before he knew it, Madame Duan had drifted closer. Has Mr. Chen seen enough to get addicted? Just looking is so boring. Would you like to come sit with me for a while? Chen Pingyan quickly changed the subject, mentioning there was a child present. We need to watch our behavior and language. Madame Duan shot a look at Xiaoling. Xiaoling understood immediately. She spun around instantly and declared she hadn't seen a thing. And hadn't heard a thing, either. Seeing Chen Pingyan's irritation, Madame Duan teased him for being so protective of the child. He then tossed the gun to Madame Duan, telling her it was a concealed weapon she could use for self-defense. This was the very item Madame Duan had originally given to Chen Pingyan. She just hadn't expected this man to give it back to her. So, he's actually worried about me. Even if it's useless to her, it's the thought that counts. Madame Duan played along, claiming she didn't know how to use it. Suddenly, Chen Pingyan grabbed her hand. He led her outside to teach her personally. Looking at the smug expression on Madame Duan's face, it seemed she had predicted Chen Pingyan would do exactly this. Could she have a hidden agenda after all? As Chen Pingyan led Madame Duan to the woods for target practice, she sent a telepathic message to Xiaoling. Linger, proceed with the plan. Xiaoling flashed an OK sign back to Madame Duan. At the heaven-breaking sect, a pillar of light erupted from the back of the mountain. It turned out Yu Donglai was practicing the heaven-breaking immortal art. He feared that before long, he might actually become an immortal emperor. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Yu Donglai immediately dropped to his knees. The newcomer was none other than the heaven-breaking immortal emperor. Yu Donglai was terrified. He thought the immortal emperor had come to find trouble because he was on the verge of surpassing him. To his surprise, the heaven-breaking immortal emperor helped him up. We are both just pawns of the senior. Brother Yu, there is no need for such formalities. Yu Donglai was completely bewildered. The heaven-breaking immortal emperor smiled and exchanged pleasantries. But internally, he was shaken to the core. Did Master give him a cultivation technique so he could challenge my position? Or is he preparing me to break through that final layer and ascend to the God realm? Back at the house, Xiaoling suddenly cried out, Brother, something's wrong. Chen Pingyan, just returning from the woods, asked her what happened. Xiaoling pointed inside and said all the doors in the house were gone. Chen Pingyan's jaw dropped. How could something so ridiculous happen? Xiaoling immediately recounted the events. Not long after the two of them left, before she could even close the gate, a dark shadow blurred into the house. She didn't even have time to react. The figure then tore down every single door in the house and vanished without a trace. Chen Pingyan looked at Duan Henin suspiciously. You didn't take the doors down, did you? Naturally, Duan Henin had a perfect alibi. She had been in the woods with him the entire time. Chen Pingyan then frowned and looked at Xiaoling. Xiaoling scrambled to explain that she was far too weak. How could she possibly tear down that many doors? Seeing that he didn't believe her, Xiaoling mentioned that many other houses have been robbed too. Chun Pingon couldn't believe anyone would be bored enough to do this. So, he went to a nearby neighbor to find out the truth. The old man there became agitated the moment he heard the question. I don't know if that thief is crazy or what. Who on earth steals doors? Chun Pingon was stunned. He hadn't expected it to actually be true. The old man's story was exactly the same as Xiaoling's. A dark shadow rushed into the house, headed straight for the doors, and displayed incredible strength. The thief could rip a door off its hinges with a single hand. After snatching the door, they made a clean getaway. The old man said many families had suffered the same fate. The only weird thing was that the thief left money behind. The more Chun Pingon thought about it, the more nonsensical it seemed. He went to check several more houses, not returning until nightfall. It turned out every single one of them had their doors stolen. It was completely baffling to him. He couldn't stop obsessing over it. Duan Hanin smiled and tried to comfort him. All right. A few stolen doors are no big deal. As long as Xiaoling is safe, that's all that matters. With that, she turned to him and asked, By the way, Mr. Chun, do you happen to sleepwalk? Our rooms are right across from each other. Since there are no doors, it's easy to see quite a lot. Just make sure you don't look at things you shouldn't, and then go doing something strange later, okay? Chun Pingon struck a pose, looking as though he'd never dream of such a thing. But when he woke up the next morning, he realized he and Madame Duan had slept in the same bed again. He was utterly panicked. I've been sleeping so soundly lately. How did this happen again today? As he tried to sneak away, Madame Duan reached out and grabbed his clothes. Chun Pingon stammered, trying to explain himself. Madame Duan, please, just let me explain what happened. Madame Duan simply smiled and uttered two words. Lie down. Confused and flustered, Chun Pingon lay back down beside her. Finally, Madame Duan spoke up. Mr. Chun, you've been sleeping in my room this whole time, only to sneak out every morning before dawn. I've actually known all along. If you want to come over, just come over. There's no need to sneak around like a thief. Chun Pingon turned so red he felt like he might pass out. What does she mean by that? Is she hinting at something? No, she's practically spelling it out. Stop being so hard on yourself. Just lie back down and sleep a little longer. It turns out the stolen door from before was all a plan concocted by Xiaoling and Madame Duan. They wanted to make it easier for Chun Pingon to enter and leave her bedroom. One has to admit, Xiaoling is one sharp little girl. Later that afternoon, the alchemy competition of the Danyuan sect had long been prepared. However, 2 hours had passed, and it still hadn't begun. The crowd of spectators was growing restless and confused. Wan Xiaojun was pacing back and forth like a cat on a hot tin roof. As it turned out, she was waiting for Chun Pingon to arrive. Her father, Wan Beautyow, couldn't take it anymore and said, The person you're waiting for probably isn't coming. We can't keep delaying the grand assembly any longer. Just as Wan Xiaojun was about to plead for more time, Chun Pingon finally appeared. He had accidentally overslept. Thankfully, he made it to the assembly just in time. Wan Beautyow was stunned the moment he laid eyes on Chun Pingon. Previously, Sect Master Chun, the president of the Alchemist Association, had issued a decree. The Alchemist Guild told everyone that if they saw the senior from the portrait, they must obey him unconditionally. They were also told that this senior enjoys posing as a mortal. They were strictly forbidden from exposing him and had to play along with his act at all costs. Wan Beautyow never imagined his own daughter would be acquainted with such a legendary figure. When Chun Pingon finally reached the arena, huffing and puffing, he immediately drew the ire of the crowd. Wan Beautyow then officially announced the start of the match. The crowd's frustration reached a boiling point. They were forced to wait all that time just for some kid who couldn't even show up on time. Seeing the audience below on the verge of losing their tempers, Wan Beautyow was filled with regret. He was frantically trying to figure out how to address the senior without offending him. Suddenly, he realized he had it all wrong. Sect Master Chen had told them, everything this senior does has a profound, hidden meaning. Him being late must have some deep significance as well. Perhaps my own negligence was something he had foreseen long ago. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. He realized the senior probably wanted to draw everyone's hostility toward himself. He immediately announced the official start of the competition. The rules stated that performance would be judged based on both speed and the quality of the elixir. Chun Pingon's simple alchemy technique was about to be revealed once more. At that very moment, By arriving late, Chun Pingon had already offended a certain man. By holding up the start for Chun Pingon, several other late-coming contestants had also managed to join. Unintentionally, he had gained even more rivals. This man was Sun Ziguang, the third prince of the Danwu Imperial Kingdom. The treasure in his hand was the dragon fire bead. It allowed him to manipulate all flames within a 40-foot radius. He was secretly planning to sabotage the other contestants by making their cauldrons explode. Meanwhile, Chun Pingon had just tossed all his ingredients into the cauldron. Seeing this, Sun Ziguang shouted, "Do you even have the slightest clue how to refine pills?" Chun Pingon was baffled. "Are you talking to me?" He was genuinely confused. This guy had been staring him down for a while now. He started wondering if every man from the Danwu Kingdom was this weird. But this actually worked in his favor, as Sun Ziguang decided to target him first. After all, in Sun's mind, he didn't even need to lift a finger. That mess of an alchemy attempt would fail on its own. So, he began targeting those he deemed a real threat instead. The man with the nervous expression was his first victim. Sun Ziguang activated the dragon fire bead. The fire in the man's cauldron suddenly surged violently. There was a deafening boom. Next was cauldron 15, then 10, then 3. This chaotic scene caught Wan Xiaojuan's attention. She couldn't see any mistakes in the way these contestants were operating. Wan Budiao had already spotted the foul play and told her someone was cheating. However, because Sun Ziguang was royalty, his hands were tied. But Chun Pingon's alchemy technique left him utterly speechless. Even with conflicting ingredients, there was no explosion. Such delicate control was simply unbelievable. Furthermore, he wasn't affected in the slightest by the surrounding cauldrons blowing up. Meanwhile, Sun Ziguang just stood to the side, watching. Deep down, Wan Budiao was certain that Chun Pingon had a profound hidden motive for all of this. Since it had all been meticulously arranged, there was no need for him to expose Sun Ziguang's petty tricks just yet. Meanwhile, Sun Ziguang was feeling incredibly smug. Every rival capable of outshining him had already been eliminated. But just as he convinced himself he was number one, the distinct aroma of a spirit pill filled the air. The crowd below was instantly sent into an uproar. Judging by that scent, it has to be at least a grade 4 or grade 5 spirit pill. In the end, Sun Ziguang was still one move behind. Fuming with rage, he gritted his teeth and glared at Chun Pingon. He reached out and secretly activated the dragon fire bead. The flames in Chun Pingon's cauldron suddenly surged with violent intensity. What the? I was sure I had the heat under control. Panic started to set in. If this cauldron explodes, the entire mission is a failure. Yet, the flames only grew fiercer by the second. If this keeps up, the whole thing really is going to blow. I have to try and use this heat to force the pill to condense now. Strange, jarring noises began to echo from inside the cauldron. Suddenly, the lid was blown clean off. Sun Ziguang smirked, thinking he had finally won. He put on a grand show of arrogance. The spectators below let out a collective sigh of disappointment. But Chun Pingon simply curled his lip and uttered 4 words. The pill is complete. It turned out that the moment the lid flew off, his hand had already snatched the spirit pills. And not just one, but 2 of them. Chun Pingon handed the 2 pills over to Wan Budiao for inspection. Wan Budiao held them up to his eyes and declared, "Both of these are top-tier grade 5 spirit pills." Hearing this, Sun Ziguang's blood boiled with fury. Wan Budiao quickly turned his gaze toward Chun Pingon. His heart was racing. Despite a lifetime of refining pills, he had never witnessed such a miraculous technique. This senior truly is an unfathomable master. Feeling the weight of the stare, Chun Pingon felt a bit awkward. He spoke up to break the silence. "So, does this mean I passed?" Wan Budiao gave a smiling nod. Suddenly, Sun Ziguang stormed forward. "Not so fast. He cannot be allowed to pass. He's a fraud. I've never heard of a spirit pill being refined from an exploding cauldron, let alone 2 of them. Those pills were clearly hidden in the cauldron beforehand." Wan Budiao's expression darkened instantly. "Watch your words, Your Highness. These cauldrons were all prepared by my sect. Are you accusing the pill element sect of treachery?" Sun Ziguang replied haughtily. "That's exactly what I'm saying. I, the prince, suspect that you, sect leader Wan, are being biased. You're even using this competition as a mere facade." He turned to address the crowd. "Everyone, don't forget who showed up late today. The pill element sect has been unfair from the very beginning. His words began to stir doubt among the onlookers. They started to feel like he might actually have a point. For a moment, Juan Beauty couldn't find the words to argue back. Then, a sudden realization hit him. So that's how it is. This situation is exactly what the senior wanted. If I rush to expose Sun Zigong's schemes now, I'm afraid I'll ruin the senior's grand plan. Thank goodness I realized it in time. With that thought, he bowed deeply toward Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon was completely baffled by the gesture. He figured Juan Beauty wanted him to handle the situation himself. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed in his mind. Yes, that must be it. This old boss knows the truth better than anyone. The pill element sect didn't cheat. So he knows I really did refine those pills myself. He wants me to handle this, to test my capabilities. He's trying to groom me for greatness. And so, the two of them bowed to one another simultaneously. They spoke in unison. So that's it. I understand now. Then, to prove his innocence, Chen Pingon announced that he would refine the pills once more. This was exactly what Sun Zigong wanted. However, he demanded that Chen Pingon use ingredients and a formula provided by him. Without a second thought, Chen Pingon agreed. Sun Zigong sneered inwardly. You fell right into my trap. I won't be so soft on you this time. He handed over a refining formula. This is a secret formula from the imperial family. If you can successfully refine this, only then will I believe you aren't lying. In truth, anyone could see this formula was a complete fake. Sun Zigong had intentionally included ingredients that reacted violently with one another. If these touched, there would be a massive explosion. There was no way sect leader one wouldn't notice the flaw, and certainly not Chen Pingon. Yet, both of them recognized there was a problem the moment they saw it. Even though Chen Pingon didn't know much about ingredients, this formula gave him a very bad feeling. But he noticed that Juan Beauty remained silent. Juan Beauty was thinking the same thing as Chen Pingon. This formula is obviously wrong. Why isn't the senior saying anything? Suddenly, the same thought struck them both. I get it. This is a test for me. Chen Pingon suspects there's a flaw in this method. In reality, it's a complex trap. The more fake it seems, the more real it actually is. He's worried they're testing his judgment this time. Juan Beauty saw through it ages ago. He's determined to use this chance to teach Sun Zigong a lesson. After reconsidering, the two of them stood firm and declared in unison, there's nothing wrong with this method. Having spoken, they looked at each other with excitement. Chen Pingon thought, even the boss says so, then I must have made the right choice. Juan Beauty thought, as expected, I understand senior perfectly. Meanwhile, Sun Zigong had already prepared the alchemy furnace for Chen Pingon. Can Chen Pingon actually refine a spirit pill this time? Right at that moment, Chen Pingon began his second attempt at alchemy. He used the same Ning Ru Ning Shuang technique as before. Just as he was gloating about the spirit pill being finished, the furnace suddenly exploded. Chen Pingon's face went pale. I clearly followed every step perfectly. Juan Beauty moved to help, but Sun Zigong blocked his path. If sect leader Juan steps in now, you won't escape suspicion yourself. Juan Beauty glared at him in warning. You think I don't know what you've done? How can an ant hide from the eyes of an eagle? Let me give you a piece of advice. He who sows the wind shall reap the whirlwind. As soon as he finished, an oppressive aura suddenly washed over everyone. It turned out this pressure was released the moment Chen Pingon opened the furnace lid. A blinding golden light erupted from within the alchemy furnace. Who would have thought that after the explosion, 2 spirit pills would emerge? It seems the quality of these is even higher than the previous batch. Chen Pingon was overjoyed. It looks like I really am an alchemy genius. He handed the 2 spirit pills to Juan Beauty for inspection. Everyone in the crowd finally recognized Chen Pingon's true power. Juan Beauty was beyond shocked. Before he could speak, Sun Zigong cut him off. Wait, that thing in your hand isn't a realm-breaking pill. He then pulled out a decorative box. Mine is the real deal. This is a gift from my royal father. There is absolutely no way it's a fake. He looked at Juan Beauty with a smug grin. I'm sure sect leader Juan can see the difference between these two, right? Juan Beauty took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed, the pill in my hand truly doesn't deserve to be called a realm-breaking pill. That one of yours only helps a user break through their current stage. Therefore, it only works if someone is already at the absolute peak of their realm. But the one I'm holding is different. It contains an incredibly pure and potent medicinal power. It isn't bound by any restrictions at all. It directly promotes the user to an entirely higher realm. If used below the nascent soul stage, one could jump straight to the 5th level of the soul transformation stage. Hearing this, the crowd stood there slack-jawed. The name Realm-Breaking Pill really doesn't do it justice. Soon after, the alchemist sect announced that Chun Pingon was the only disciple accepted in this recruitment. This time, Sun Ziguang lost everything. His pride and his prize were both gone. He stormed off in a fit of rage. He was already plotting his revenge against Chun Pingon. Meanwhile, after Wan Beautyao and Chun Pingon finished talking, the sect leader took out the realm-breaking pill. Just as he was about to give it to Chun Pingon happily declined. I have no use for this. Keep it for yourself. I trust that you'll know exactly who should receive it. After all, his cultivation level was granted by the system. Swallowing this medicine would be pointless. At least he managed to earn a favor from Wan Beautyao. Watching Chin Pingon's retreating figure, Wan Beautyao began to ponder. Senior said I should know who to give it to. It seems every single thing Senior does has a profound meaning. I understand now. Senior wants me to give it to Xiao Jun. As Chin Pingon walked down the street, a porcelain cat caught his eye. He was about to buy it for Xiao Ling when a book suddenly smacked him right on the head. He turned around angrily, only to see a young boy with teary eyes apologizing. I'm so sorry. I was just so mad. I didn't mean to hit anyone. This boy was Zhou Xiaoming, the son of the Prime Minister Danwu. Chun Pingon picked up the book to take a look. It turned out to be the Buddhist palm technique. Zhou Xiaoming explained piteously. A scammer told me I was a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. In a moment of stupidity, I spent all my money to buy it. But it turns out the book is a total fake. That's why I threw it away in a rage. I didn't think I'd actually hit someone. Chun Pingon smiled and shook his head. This experience will be a good lesson for him. So, he offered to buy the Buddhist palm manual from the boy. Zhou Xiaoming agreed immediately. Chun Pingon then began to study the book seriously. As he read, he began modifying the cultivation method, just as Zhou Xiaoming was about to leave. An incredibly powerful surge of energy stopped him in his tracks. He turned back and stood frozen in shock. It turned out Chun Pingon was actually practicing the Buddhist palm right then and there. The moment he clenched his fist, the swirling aura instantly vanished. Who would have thought a few minor tweaks could turn a cheap knockoff into the real deal? Now, I'm about to try out this legendary palm technique that literally fell from the sky. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed behind him. Before he knew it, he was completely surrounded. It turns out Sun Ziqiang had come looking for trouble. The second Sun Ziqiang arrived, he started barking at him. Kneel before me, brat. Chun Pingon didn't want to make a scene and prepared to turn and run. Suddenly, it felt like he had slammed into a solid brick wall. He looked up to see a man 3 heads taller than him. Sun Ziqiang sneered. Think you can run? Looks like I'll have to give you a taste of a beating so bad, even your own parents won't recognize you. Chun Pingon panicked. Just then, 2 men happened to be walking by. He was about to call out to them for help. But as soon as they realized it was the 3rd prince, they turned tail and bolted. They acted as if they hadn't seen a single thing. All they left Chun Pingon was the sight of their retreating backs. Sun Ziqiang grew even more arrogant. He barked out an order. Get him, all of you. The thugs lunged forward at once. In a panic, Chun Pingon threw his hands up to shield his face. Unexpectedly, he accidentally triggered the Buddha's palm. With a single thrust of his palm, one of the thugs was sent flying through the air. Chun Pingon stared at his hands in pure shock. To think I actually possess such combat power. He wondered if he really had what it takes to finish off this entire crowd. Then, Chun Pingon struck, one palm then another. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was wiped out. Chun Pingon couldn't believe he had become this powerful. Meanwhile, Sun Ziqiang had been beaten into a swollen mess. Even so, he kept howling at him. You brat, how dare you hit me? My father is the general of Chun State. Suddenly, Chun Pingon smirked, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. That terrifying expression on Chun Pingon's face scared Sun Ziqiang witless. Mommy, you don't have some kind of twisted fetish, do you? It turned out Chun Pingon was coercing them into saying, I like it over and over again. He took the opportunity to rake in 3,000 points. Their arms were so they were almost crippled. As he prepared to teleport back, Zhou Xiaoming called out to him. The boy wanted Chen Pingyan to copy the Buddha's palm for him. Chen Pingyan was going to just hand it over, but he saw a golden opportunity to farm more points. So he lied to Zhou Xiaoming, claiming he had modified the book. He told him it had now reached the immortal grade. Zhou Xiaoming's eyes lit up as Chen Pingyan continued to boast about being a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. He told him that after receiving the copy, he must keep it a total secret. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. A meteor! Run for your lives! A massive, glowing red meteor was hurtling toward the ground. Zhou Xiaoming immediately begged Chen Pingyan to stop it. Chen Pingyan was completely bewildered. Catch a meteor with my bare hands? This is absolutely ridiculous. Awkwardly, Chen Pingyan pointed a finger toward the sky. A thunderous boom shook the air. The meteor instantly shattered into a million pieces. Zhou Xiaoming looked at him with pure adoration. Big brother, you're incredible. Chen Pingyan gave a guilty laugh. He figured some hidden master must have made a move in secret. So, he played it cool, pretending he had destroyed the meteor with a casual flick of his wrist. He even claimed it was just basic stuff. Even if another one came, twice as big, it wouldn't be a problem. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another meteor appeared. An even bigger one was crashing down. Zhou Xiaoming urged him to hurry up and destroy this one too. This time, Chen Pingyan was stunned. He didn't expect his bragging to backfire so literally. Forced to keep up the act, he said calmly, "Let it fall for a moment. Look closely at that meteor. Do you notice anything?" In reality, he was just stalling for time, hoping that mysterious power would intervene again. If they didn't, he wouldn't be able to keep up the charade. Zhou Xiaoming stared at the meteor in confusion. Then, the boy claimed he understood. He pointed at the meteor. He noted that the flames on this meteor were massive. It looked exactly like a giant ball of fire. Its impact would be even more powerful than the previous one. Chen Pingyan was speechless. Did he really need an epiphany to realize that? Zhou Xiaoming scratched his head bashfully. But he was curious. Why did the meteor have fire on it? Chen Pingyan sighed and decided to give him a quick physics lesson. He explained it was because the meteor was falling at such an extreme speed. As it falls, the constant friction with the air generates heat, which creates the fire. Zhou Xiaoming fell into deep thought. So that's how it is. Movement creates heat, and heat creates fire. He spoke up again. I understand now. Chen Pingyan casually asked what he had figured out, but Zhou Xiaoming didn't answer. Instead, a powerful aura began to surge from the boy's body. Chen Pingyan looked down and was nearly frightened out of his wits. This kid's aura is getting stronger by the second. He actually gained an epiphany. Seeing this, a realization began to dawn on Chen Pingyan. People around him always seemed to reach enlightenment just because of a few random things he said. But there's no way there could be this many coincidences in the world. Suddenly, he felt like there was a high chance that he was the only loser here. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoming opened his eyes, feeling a new power coursing through him. By following his big brother's words, he had actually broken through his cultivation realm. Overwhelmed with excitement, he thanked Chen Pingyan just as a loud explosion rang out. The second meteor shattered into 100 pieces. Chen Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief. The show could go on. Zhou Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with awe. So that's why Big Bro let the meteor fall for a moment. He was trying to give me a pointer. Chen Pingyan continued his act. High-level meteors like these are absolutely nothing in my eyes. Zhou Xiaoming was already looking at Chen Pingyan with pure worship when a voice drifted over. Zhou Xiaoming turned his head to look. The newcomer was his father, Zhou Onping. Zhou Xiaoming immediately introduced Chen Pingyan as the person who had destroyed the meteors. He then introduced his father as the Prime Minister of Dongwu State. He's a pretty big deal too. Zhou Onping bowed respectfully to Chen Pingyan. Thank you, Senior, for your protection. I didn't expect a senior as young as yourself to possess such terrifying power. Chen Pingyan replied, feeling a bit guilty. Think nothing of it. Your son and I share a certain destiny. As for those two meteors, I simply destroyed them on a whim. Zhou Xiaoming didn't seem to follow the conversation between the two adults. But both men clearly had their own hidden thoughts. Naturally, Zhou Onping didn't fully trust Chen Pingyan. He felt his son had been swindled. Seeing his father's skeptical expression, Zhou Xiaoming pulled him aside. He explained that he hadn't been tricked at all. He had seen this big bro destroy the meteors with his own eyes. He then released his spiritual energy. He told his father that Big Bro had given him pointers to break through his realm. Zhou Anping finally believed it. None of the famous teachers he'd found before could help his son overcome his spiritual roots limitations. To think this person could actually do it, it seems he truly is a hidden master. My attitude earlier must have offended Senior. What should I do to make it up to him? Seeing the father and son whispering endlessly, Chun Pingan started to feel anxious. If they keep whispering like that, what if that chubby guy stops believing in me? If I don't work, I won't get any system points. So, he interrupted their conversation. He said he could give them weapons, but they had to do him a favor first. Zhou Xiaoming nodded enthusiastically. Chun Pingan brought up the matter of upgrading luck once again. He told Zhou Xiaoming that whenever he asked a question, the boy just had to answer, "I like it." So, Chun Pingan kept asking questions, and Zhou Xiaoming kept saying, "I like it" over and over. The system points began to climb rapidly. But Zhou Anping found the scene a bit creepy as the points finally reached 4,000. Only then did Chun Pingan stop. If anyone else saw this, it would be total social suicide. I have to stop here. Chun Pingan promised to bring the weapon tomorrow, and with that he turned to leave. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoming realized something. He chased after Chun Pingan. I forgot to tell Big Bro my home address. But when the two of them caught up, they found only a dead end. By then, Chun Pingan had already teleported back home. The moment he stepped through the door, Xiaoling quickly hid a piece of melon behind her back. Madame Duan smiled and asked him if he wanted some papaya. Chun Pingan looked at Xiaoling and gave an order. Go wash your hands right now. No more eating for today. His intense gaze made Madame Duan blush. He also reminded her to eat less papaya. Madame Duan teased him on purpose. Why? Do you not like it? Chun Pingan felt lightheaded, as if he'd been struck by a bolt of love. He shyly turned his head away. Madame Duan couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoling, hiding behind the madam, pouted in dissatisfaction. Big brother is so mean. Why does Sister Han still get to eat? The buns, porridge, and fried dough are fresh today. Chun Pingan recalled the scene from yesterday, making him too embarrassed to look her in the eye. Madame Duan picked up a bun and asked him, Mr. Chun, is something on your mind? Before she could finish, Chun Pingan couldn't take it and slammed the table. He blurted out that he had to go out. Madame Duan stood up. Wait, you have something on your face. She quickly approached Chun Pingan and picked off a grain of rice from his cheek. Suddenly, she planted a kiss on Chun Pingan's face. His entire face turned bright red. Unable to handle it, he bolted outside. He ran without stopping, straight into the forest. His heart was still racing, unable to forget the moment. That woman is absolutely wild. Sooner or later, I have to take back control of the situation. That was the first time I've ever been kissed. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly widened. Memories of his wedding with his wife, Zhang Yuxing, from his past life flooded his mind. He was completely shocked. Madame Duan and his wife from his previous life looked exactly the same. At that same moment, Madame Duan let out a long sigh. I've been holding back so much. Just a tiny kiss, and he managed to break the seal. Time is running out. Some things should be let go of slowly. She looked outside and immediately gave an order. You may go now. You know what to say. Chun Pingan came to a sudden halt. Little Black and the giant bird were standing right in front of him. Little Black opened his mouth and called out, Master. Chun Pingan was completely stunned. Wait, you guys can talk. The giant bird chimed in as well. Chun Pingan felt his head spinning even more. Suddenly, his sword began to glow with a brilliant light. Jean Ling's true form manifested before his eyes. She then began to explain everything. Don't be afraid, Master. The truth is, we've always been able to speak. We were just afraid of scaring you. Since you never spoke to us first, we decided to stay quiet. Little Black nodded. Exactly. After being together for so long, I realize you're actually quite charming. That's why I finally mustered the courage to speak up. Chun Pingan was baffled. He knew Little Black was a spirit beast, but he had heard that only the most powerful beasts were capable of human speech. Furthermore, only immortal artifacts possessed the power to shapeshift. That sword he had picked up so casually turned out to be a genuine immortal artifact. Chun Pingan let out a light cough to clear his throat. Actually, I knew all along. I was just posing as a mortal. I couldn't reveal the truth so easily. Do you understand? In reality, he thought he was just as capable as his uncle, so he decided to bluff his followers. He chose to keep up the act of being a hidden grandmaster. Since it's come to this, we shall reveal our true forms. Fine. In that case, I'll give you all new names. As soon as the words left his mouth, Little Black's aura exploded. The energy from the giant bird surged forth as well. The fire phoenix and the black dragon greet the master. We greet the master. Chun Pingyan felt his scalp go numb. He never imagined his little lackeys were actually a dragon phoenix duo. His uncle truly was a man who defied the heavens. Little Black glanced over sideways. He knew this was his big chance. He immediately began acting subservient and eager to please in front of Chun Pingyan. Master, are you heading to the Pingyan sect? Without waiting for an answer, he scooped Chun Pingyan up and placed him on his head. Think of Little Black as his personal chauffeur for now. One had to admit, when it came to sucking up, Little Black was a total pro. The giant bird couldn't help but curse Little Black for being so shameless. Jean Ling realized too late that she had missed her window. She wanted Chun Pingyan to ride the sword because it looked way cooler than riding a dragon. But Little Black had already sped off with Chun Pingyan in the distance. He felt smug, laughing at how slow the others were to react. The Pingyan sect was in total chaos today. Powerful factions from all over had arrived on flying ships, and they had brought scores of beautiful women with them. It turned out Zhang Qingxian was looking for a daughter-in-law for his son, Zhang Daling. Mu Rongong wanted to notify Chun Pingyan about the event, but Zhang Qingxian thought a private matter like this shouldn't trouble him. Besides, he had already accounted for everything. If he wanted to come, he would show up on his own. The man currently stuffing his face was none other than Zhang Daling. However, he didn't seem to have the slightest interest in any of these beauties. This made Zhang Qingxian absolutely furious. Because Zhang Daling had always been in love with Mu Rongxue, he was deeply resentful of his father for organizing this mass marriage proposal. Mu Rongxue gave him a little pat. Hurry up and find me a sister-in-law. Zhang Daling froze in place, his heart turning to stone. Meanwhile, Princess Zhen Xiao of the Golden Feather Empire seemed to have a crush on Zhang Daling. As Mu Rongxue was about to sit down, Zhen Xiao invited her over to sit with her. Zhang Daling wanted to cry, but no tears came. His childhood sweetheart, Mu Rongxue, only saw him as a brother. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxian tried to offer some comfort. But Zhang Daling wasn't having any of it. He told his father that if he wanted a wedding so bad, he should just get married himself. Zhang Qingxian was stunned. Everyone who gathered here today was a person of great renown. He warned his son that if he didn't make a choice, he'd have to clean up the resulting mess himself. Zhang Daling wasn't worried at all. He had already come up with a plan. He cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Everyone, as you all know, there's a legendary figure backing the Pingyan sect. I have the utmost respect and admiration for that senior. If he tells me to marry someone, I will do it without a second thought. I believe that with the senior's vast abilities, he is already aware of my situation. The fact that he isn't here today clearly shows he doesn't approve of me getting married right now. Just as he finished speaking, the girls all looked up toward the sky in shock. Look, could that be the legendary figure behind the Pingyan sect? Zhang Daling was dumbfounded. Did I just jinx myself? My mouth is a weapon. As Chun Pingyan climbed down from Little Black's back, Mu Rongong and Zhang Qingxian immediately rushed forward to pay their respects. Zhang Qingxian then explained the situation regarding his son's marriage proposals. Chun Pingyan looked at Zhang Daling and asked what was going on. Zhang Daling was completely panicked. Before he could even open his mouth, Zhang Qingxian cut in. Daling said, "That his marriage is entirely up to you, senior. He won't take a wife unless you give the word." Chun Pingyan gave an awkward laugh. A man's marriage should be his own choice. I'm not getting involved in this. Zhang Daling was overjoyed, thinking the senior had come to bail him out. But those two old men completely misinterpreted it, thinking the senior meant none of the women here were good enough for him. Suddenly, Zhen Lingxiu spoke up. Senior's acting is truly formidable. Zhen Xiao really does have feelings for Zhang Daling. Summoning her courage, she finally spoke. Senior, I love Zhang Daling. I hope you can give us your blessing. Chun Pingyan broke into a cold sweat. Why is she asking for my opinion? This is putting me in a really tough spot. But he had met Zhen Xiao before. He felt she was a decent enough person. So, he turned to Daling. This girl has a crush on you. She even made it clear how much she likes you. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhang Qingxian and the other were stunned. So that's it. The senior's intent is for him to choose this girl. Zhang Daling felt like he wanted to cry, but had no tears left. Didn't you say my marriage was my own choice? At that very moment, Zhang Daling agreed to try dating Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao couldn't believe she had won the gamble. Suppressing her joy, she bowed to Chun Pingon. Thank you, Senior, for fulfilling our wishes. Chun Pingon replied awkwardly, no need for that. I'm sure Daling has feelings for you too. With that, he headed back to the alchemy room, leaving them to continue hosting the guests. The reason Chun Pingon came to the Pingon sect was for the alchemy competition in the Danwu Kingdom in 2 weeks. All the alchemists from the Danyuan sect would be there. If he wanted to win everyone over, this competition was his best shot. He had to refine a grade 6 spirit pill to even qualify for the match. Before long, the fragrance of the pill began to waft through the air. Chen Pingon was thrilled. Perfect. It really is possible to refine pills using the spiritual energy provided by the system. Now I just have to wait for the pills to finish. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted outside. He rushed to the window and looked out. The sky was covered in dark clouds and the roar of thunder. Chun Pingon was utterly baffled. How did my alchemy cause all this? Everyone else was wondering who was behind the commotion. Zhang Qingxian realized the source of this phenomenon was the alchemy room. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the room. Boom! The entire alchemy room was blown to bits. 2 spirit pills appeared before their eyes. Then, the 2 pills emitted a resonating sound. They flew straight toward Zhang Daling and Jin Xiao. Zhang Xiaofeng was dazed. So that's how it is. Senior didn't bring a gift with him. So he refined 2 immortal pills on the spot as a wedding present. Mu Ronggong shouted, take them quickly. Don't let the senior's kind intentions go to waste. The 2 of them swallowed the pills immediately. In an instant, their auras surged as they leveled up. They actually awakened their special constitutions. Everyone was green with envy. Now the Pingon sect has 2 more geniuses on the verge of immortality. Zhang Xiaofeng sighed in admiration. It seems Senior is very pleased with Daling's match. Zhen Lingxiu thought the same. It seems Senior is very pleased with my daughter's union. Finally, Chun Pingon crawled out from the rubble. He cursed under his breath. What kind of rotten luck is this? Then he saw Zhang Daling and Zhen Xiao kneeling before him. Thank you, Senior. Chun Pingon had no idea the pills he refined had been eaten by these 2. He assumed they had just hit it off and realized they were soulmates. That's why they were thanking him so profusely. He thought to himself, I really did a good deed today. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. With so many people here, this is the perfect chance to farm some points. And so, he started his routine again. Everyone, meeting here today proves we share a common fate. I know a secret that can boost your luck. If you're willing, I can perform it for all of you to try. The rules are simple. Whatever I ask, just answer I like it. Zhen Lingxiu froze. He felt like he had heard about this secret somewhere before. Next, his system points began to climb nonstop. Once he hit 10,000 points, Chen Pingon finally stopped. After all, he was a high immortal. He couldn't just boost people's luck too casually. Feeling satisfied, he called it a day. Just then, Zhen Lingxiu approached him. Forgive my boldness, Senior, but I have a question. Did you happen to visit the Danwu Kingdom yesterday? Chen Pingon turned around and asked, Yes, I did. How did you know? I never mentioned it to you. Zhen Lingxiu panicked and immediately dropped to his knees. Please, Senior, calm your anger. Yesterday, I heard that 2 meteors fell upon the Danwu Kingdom. Fortunately, they landed right on Chancellor Zhou's manor in the Danyuan sect. When our Golden Feather Empire went to recruit him, I heard Prime Minister Zhou mention a Grandmaster who helped them out. And I certainly have no intention of ruining Senior's plans. Chen Pingon burst into laughter. I was just asking casually. Come on, stand up. Zhen Lingxiu let out a massive sigh of relief. Chen Pingon patted his shoulder with a smile. Actually, I did handle a few minor matters back in the Danwu Kingdom. But as long as nothing goes wrong with the alchemy competition in 2 weeks, you're free to do whatever else you need to do. He then pulled out the modified version of the Tathagata Palm manual. He asked Zhen Lingxiu to deliver it to Zhou Huiming on his behalf. Zhen Lingxiu readily agreed. After that, Chun Pingon rode Xiao He back home. Zhen Lingxiu also boarded his airship to head back to the Golden Feather Empire. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofeng muttered to himself, If I'm not mistaken, the Danwu Kingdom is about to face a major upheaval. Meanwhile, Chun Pingon sat in the forest and opened his system interface. Since Xiao He had revealed his true form, He needed to find something more powerful for self-defense. In no time, he received a guerrilla-style laser rifle. He held the gun up and decided to take a test shot at a mountain peak. As he pulled the trigger, a blinding beam of light surged out. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed through the air. A massive chunk of the mountain peak simply vanished. Crackling arcs of electricity flickered all around the site. Chun Pingan's eyes lit up. Now, that is impressive. What do they even call this? Even if the great general himself came knocking on my door, I wouldn't be afraid. Standing nearby, Xiaohei was so terrified his hair stood on end. With such a terrifying artifact, even he wouldn't dare cross the master. Chun Pingan put the rifle away. He activated the system's teleportation to head to the Danwu Kingdom to register for the competition. Once he arrived at the registration point, Chun Pingan put Xiaohei back on his leash. Noticing the commotion nearby, he couldn't help but comment. Wait, isn't that the son of the great general who came looking for trouble last time? How did he end up like this? Before he could finish, someone immediately chimed in. General? What general? He's just the son of a criminal from the old regime. A few days ago, the new emperor uncovered over 300 crimes committed by his family. The tides have turned in Danwu, my friend. You seriously didn't know? Chun Pingan explained he was a traveler from out of town, prompting the man to continue. As it turned out, regarding those 2 meteors that crashed into Danwu that day, one of them landed right on Prime Minister Zhou's estate. This made the previous emperor incredibly jealous. He immediately tried to eliminate Prime Minister Zhou. At the critical moment, the Golden Feather Emperor arrived. Not only did he wipe out the previous emperor's assassins, but he also formed an alliance with Prime Minister Zhou. He agreed to lend him troops to take revenge on the old emperor. In the end, the old dynasty was completely overthrown. Prime Minister Zhou took the throne and became the current emperor. Chun Pingan was stunned after hearing the story. He never expected that asking Zheng Lingxiu to deliver a book would cause such a massive incident. Just then, a blue-haired young man asked, "Does the Danwu Kingdom have any alchemy geniuses?" The local guy looked quite proud. Actually, an alchemy grandmaster appeared about half a month ago. He's the rising genius of our Danwu Kingdom. Hearing this, Chun Pingan felt a bit sheepish. Wait, is he talking about me? The blue-haired youth asked. What is this genius's name? The local guy said excitedly, his name is Zhen Dandan. Just listen to that. Doesn't my idol's name sound amazing? Chun Pingan was speechless. He really wanted to thank the Academy Dean on their behalf. Then, the guy patted Chun Pingan on the shoulder. Hey brother, have you heard of Zhen Dandan? If not, I can tell you all about my idol. Just as Chun Pingan was about to decline, a voice called out from behind him. Brother Zhen Dandan. The speaker was Wan Beautyow. Brother Zhen, you're finally here. Quick, come inside. I've already signed you up. As Chun Pingan waved goodbye to the 2 guys, they both froze like statues. The blue-haired youth looked furious. I thought you said you'd met Zhen Dandan before. The local guy was devastated. He collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. If only I'd stood a little closer, I would have recognized my idol. I totally wasted my chance to get an autograph. The blue-haired youth watched Chun Pingan's retreating figure and thought to himself, could you really be the legendary alchemy genius of the immortal realm? Please, don't let me down. As Chun Pingan entered the hall, he noticed a huge crowd this time. Suddenly, Wan Xiaojun approached him. Thank you for the pill you gave me, Master Zhen. It allowed me to break through my cultivation level just in time for this competition. Chun Pingan was confused. Excuse me, but who might you be, miss? Wan Xiaojun looked extremely embarrassed. It was only when she shouted out her name that it clicked. It turned out Wan Xiaojun was actually a girl. She explained the previous accident that forced her to cut her hair short, which led everyone to mistake her gender. She never intended to deceive him. Like this time, she wanted to challenge Chun Pingan to a match, declaring that if he lost, he'd have to agree to one of her conditions. As all the contestants entered the grand hall, the alchemy sect announced the official start of the competition. Chun Pingan stared calmly at the alchemy furnace. He began gathering his ingredients, preparing to start the refinement. Right next to him, the green-haired youth watched him intently. Earlier, this youth's appearance had already caught the eye of Jin Wu's immortal lord. He turned to his companion. Who was that kid standing next to the senior? To be a 6th-rank alchemist at such a young age. He must have quite a reputation, doesn't he? Zhou Onping flipped through the contestant roster, only to find that the boy's name wasn't even on it. But seeing him chatting happily with the senior, Zhou Onping figured it must have been the senior's personal arrangement. The green-haired youth closed his furnace lid, waiting for the spirit pill to emerge. Just as he convinced himself he was destined for first place, he noticed a fragrant aroma wafting from Chun Pingan's furnace. He asked instinctively, You've succeeded already? How are you so fast? Chun Pingan replied simply, so what? Is there a problem? The green-haired youth was momentarily speechless, unable to find a retort. But he wasn't about to accept defeat like this. He immediately surged his spiritual power to the limit. He was determined to upgrade his spirit pill. He had to refine a celestial pill that would leave everyone in awe. Soon enough, his furnace began to emit a rich fragrance. He waited triumphantly for the celestial pill to manifest. The lightning tribulation arrived, but something felt wrong. He looked at his furnace in confusion. Those were just raw materials. How could they possibly attract lightning? And why is this tribulation even more massive than one for a finished immortal elixir? Seeing the lightning bolts crashing down, he immediately deployed a protective shield to block the strike. He was terrified that a single slip-up would destroy the spirit pill inside. But the moment the lightning struck, it suddenly veered off course, slamming directly toward Chun Pingan instead. Boom! Chun Pingan's alchemy furnace took the full force of the lightning strike. The green-haired youth turned his head to see two shimmering lights emerging from the furnace. Just as the two lights tried to fly away, Chun Pingan caught them just in time. He couldn't believe this kind of absurdity was happening for a second time. Thankfully, he didn't lose the spirit pills this time. Dumbfounded, the green-haired youth stared at Chun Pingan and fired off 3 questions in a row. Was that lightning drawn here by you? And this isn't even the first time? Did you actually refine a celestial pill? Hearing this, Chun Pingan was internally stunned. I refined an immortal pill? But the books never said ordinary spirit herbs could produce a celestial pill. Could it be that I've reached some sort of self-enlightenment? Before Chun Pingan could even answer, the green-haired youth muttered to himself, My alchemy skills, they can't even compare to immortals. After saying that, he slumped down and crouched on the ground, lost in his own thoughts. Seeing him like this, Chun Pingan figured he wouldn't be able to answer his questions anyway. Suddenly, Chun Pingan gave a fake little cough and addressed the crowd with 4 simple words. Just a basic maneuver. No need for such surprise. The moment he finished speaking, the system notification popped up, mission accomplished. The rewards were ready, but he'd need to find a secluded spot to claim them. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The green-haired youth was pointing a finger toward the sky. He began ranting, complaining that since he had also refined an immortal pill, why hadn't the heavens sent any lightning his way? It seemed the heavens were in the mood to grant his tiny wish. Before he could say another word, a bolt of energy-laden lightning blasted straight down onto him, even though the strike nearly knocked him flat. He stood there with a goofy, satisfied grin. Hey, now this feels right. Chun Pingan watched him, thinking the guy must be a total masochist. Realizing this, he instinctively took a few steps back to stay away from him. After the youth composed himself, he performed a formal bow. Brother Chun, I understand now. With alchemy skills like yours, there's no way you're mere mortal. Let's stop the charade, shall we? Chun Pingan listened, completely lost. The green-haired youth continued. I am Mo Chofei. I come from the immortal realm. My cultivation level is at the pre-immortal stage. Today, I only ask that Brother Chun reveal his true cultivation, so I can at least know the gap between us and why I lost. Chun Pingan felt a bead of sweat drop. How was he supposed to show a true cultivation he didn't have? What you see is my true cultivation. Seeing the expectant look on Mo Chofei's face, Chun Pingan decided to keep playing the role of the mysterious master. I've known your origins and cultivation level for a long time. So, if you want to trade that information for my secrets, it's simply not enough. He noticed that Xiaohei didn't look worried at all. He figured Mo Chofei definitely wasn't as powerful as Xiaohei. So he continued his act, trying to bait Mo Chofei into revealing his true purpose for descending to the mortal realm. If the guy turned out to be a villain, he'd just let Xiaohei handle him. Mo Chofei immediately explained that he came because of a prophecy from the alchemy realm. It predicted that an alchemy genius would appear on this day. His mission was to bring that person back to the immortal realm for training. I thought it was you, Brother Chun. But now I see your power is far beyond common sense. I honestly have no idea where that specific genius might be now. Chen Pingan was shocked. Being taken to the immortal realm for training? That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But unfortunately, he still had to look after Xiao Ling and Boss Lady Duan. Though if he could, he really did want to see what the immortal realm was like. He thought to himself that it was a good thing he had the myriad step statue for this mission, or things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. This was the perfect chance to use this opportunity to pay them back. So, he turned to Mo Chofei and said, "The genius you're looking for is right here in the Dan Yuan sect. Stay here for a while longer, and you'll naturally find him." Upon hearing this, Mo Chofei's eyes lit up with excitement. In a fit of emotion, he immediately grabbed Wan Beautiao's hand. "It seems I will have to trouble the sect leader for a few days. I hope you won't find my presence a nuisance." Of course, this was exactly what Wan Beautiao had been hoping for. Chen Pingan was also quite pleased. This way, the Dan Yuan sect would have an immortal guarding it. I've really been looking forward to this day. Even then, Mo Chofei refused to give up and continued to press Chen Pingan about his true cultivation level. He's literally forcing Chen Pingan to keep the lie going. "Why are you still so clueless? Those meant to see my true cultivation will see it naturally. Your time simply hasn't come yet. Keep at it. You'll have your chance eventually." Mo Chofei suddenly had an epiphany. "So that's it. My karmic bond with Senior isn't strong enough yet." Zhen Sang, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, also realized the truth. So that's how it is. No wonder Senior was radiating divine light before. And now we can only see his nascent soul cultivation. Hearing this, Chen Pingan gave a composed nod. But inside, he was breaking out in a cold sweat. Phew, finally, that's over. Now, even if my bluffing fails later, I've already got a built-in excuse. Now that this mission is wrapped up, there's no reason for me to stay here any longer. Xiaohei, it's time to go. As soon as he spoke, Xiaohei erupted in a flash of light, transforming into a massive black dragon. Chen Pingan bid them all farewell. If fate decrees it, we shall meet again. With that, Xiaohei immediately took off to bring him home. Mo Chofei was shaken once again. That black dragon is clearly far more powerful than I am. Yet it's willing to live as a mere dog for him. Just how unfathomable is this Senior's true power? Just then, a hand came down on his shoulder. "Don't feel too bad." Senior once said that even among immortals, he is an invincible existence. With a divine beast by his side, of course he's powerful. Zhen Sang chimed in, "Exactly. Even immortal Emperor Batian has met the sect leader of the Pingan sect. He even had to kneel before Senior. It's true. How could an immortal not know of Senior? I wouldn't be surprised if Senior predicted your descent to this realm long ago." Mo Chofei's eyes widened. He quickly recounted how he met Senior, and as he spoke, his pupils suddenly dilated. "That's right. How could there be so many coincidences in this world?" Zhen Sang nodded in agreement. "Senior must have been waiting there for you on purpose. You really are incredibly lucky. Now that the Dan Yuan sect has an immortal guarding it, its future prospects are truly limitless." But Wan Beautiao suddenly let out a long sigh. "That wasn't my doing at all. It was my Xiao Jun who happened to run into Senior. She forced me to postpone the competition, which is the only reason this fate even came to pass. It's just a shame she'll have to endure so much hardship in the days to come." Hearing Wan Xiaojun's name, Mo Chofei turned to sect leader Wan. "Is this Xiao Jun the same person who used her cultivation to refine a 7th grade peerless immortal pill before the match?" Wan Beautiao was stunned. How does an immortal know about that? Finally, it all clicked for Mo Chofei. So that's how it is. The alchemy genius at the Dan Yuan sect that Senior mentioned to me turned out to be sect leader Wan's daughter, Xiao Jun. This entire karmic connection exists because of her. Xiao Jun is the very genius Senior was talking about. The moment Chen Pingan teleported back, a system notification popped up. Since the host cleared this stage with impressive speed, you have been granted a special reward. A half-realm breakthrough from the 5th layer of nascent soul, directly to the 1st layer of the soul transformation stage. Furthermore, a new function has been unlocked. Function, Loot Explosion. The host will now receive item drops immediately upon defeating any enemy. The more powerful the enemy, the greater the rewards. After defeating an opponent, you may spend points to increase the drop rate and item quality. The only problem? His current point balance is 0. As he reached the small town, a voice suddenly called out, "Mr. Chun? Mr. Chun." The local pharmacist hurried over and handed him a package. "The whole town is gossiping that you and Miss Duan are getting married soon. I specially prepared this tonic for you. Trust me, you're definitely going to need it." Chen Pingan stood there, dumbfounded. "I'm getting married? Since when? How come I'm the last to know? Wait, did Xiao Ling start this rumor?" The moment he stepped through his front door, he started shouting. "Xiao Ling, what kind of crazy rumors have you been spreading around this time?" Boss Duan turned around and asked, "Rumors? Did Xiao Ling do something wrong?" He looked up and saw Boss Duan wearing a delicate bridal veil. She was dressed in a magnificent, ornate wedding gown. Xiao Ling was kneeling on the floor, carefully adjusting the hem of the dress for her. Qin Pingan was caught between total shock and pure joy. He never expected happiness to catch him off guard like this. He stammered, "Why? Why didn't you talk to me about this first? Isn't this all a bit sudden?" Seeing his reaction, Boss Duan put on a piteous expression. "Is it really too sudden? We've been living together for so long now. Don't tell me Mr. Chen plans to ruin a lady's reputation and then refuse to take responsibility for her." Chun Pingan quickly tried to explain. I didn't mean to. I got a little overexcited." "Fine, have it your way then," she teased. Madame Duan chuckled inwardly. "Now this feels right. Come here and try on your wedding robes. Let's see if they fit." Nightfall arrived in the blink of an eye. Lying in his arms, Madame Duan looked up and asked, "Say, before we actually tie the knot, shouldn't we test the waters a little?" Chun Pingan felt a surge of panic. That wouldn't be right, would it? We aren't married yet. It would be bad if we ended up making a baby by mistake. Madame Duan covered her face in playful embarrassment. "Oh my God, little one, you didn't think I meant doing that for real, did you? I was only talking about a kiss." Chun Pingan's face turned bright red, though he felt a hint of disappointment. Before he could react, Madame Duan lunged forward and kissed him. The moment their lips met, he felt an invisible surge of power flowing into his body. It turned out that as the world changed, Madame Duan was using this chance to break the seal on his power. When he opened his eyes, he looked completely dazed. Madame Duan asked with concern, "Little Nin, what's wrong?" Chun Pingan steadied himself and replied, "I'm okay. My head just hurts a little, that's all." As soon as the words left his mouth, his vision blurred. Suddenly, strange lines began to flicker and manifest before his eyes. The next day, he tried to use his spiritual energy to practice his palms, but those invisible lines were nowhere to be seen. This left him feeling incredibly frustrated. The system wasn't giving him any hints either. He even began to wonder if something was wrong with his body. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. He thought of those elite masters who could use their will to harness the power of heaven and earth to amplify their attacks. So, he decided to try using his thoughts to guide it. Sure enough, it worked exactly as he suspected. He could actually touch those lines now. So this is the legendary power of heaven and earth. He pulled one of the lines into his palm, then thrust his hand forward, mimicking the Buddha's palm technique. In an instant, the entire forest was nearly leveled. Watching from within the system, Madame Duan smiled. "This husband of mine really is adorably stupid." On the screen, Chun Pingan was beaming with joy. A little headache was a small price to pay for this much power. "I wouldn't mind having my head hurt a few more times if it means this. Actually, I wouldn't mind being kissed a few more times, either." Madame Duan muttered to herself, "You dummy. That's Tao patterns. Not just the power of heaven and earth." But the timing was perfect to issue a new mission. Soon, Chen Pingan received a notification for a new quest. And this time, the mission was set in the immortal realm. Chen Pingan looked at Little Black and Little Ho beside him. Remembering he still had Jin Ling in his storage ring, he figured he'd be safe. With that, he opened the system and activated the teleportation. This was the Zhao family estate in the immortal realm. Chen Pingan was teleported directly into a bedroom. He quickly realized the dead man, lying before him, was the owner of this room. His name was Zhao Mu, a direct descendant of the Zhao family, a wealthy family in the city. His parents had passed away when he was 17. Having been raised by the clan, he had shown great talent since he was a child. A few years ago, he was on the verge of becoming the clan's crown prince. Because he and Chun Pingan looked identical, the system issued a mission for Chen Pingan to live under his identity. He was to fulfill the man's dying wish. Wait, isn't this basically a rebirth story? Chun Pingan wondered. This guy was almost the crown prince. How did he just drop dead? The system provided the answer. The day before his coronation, his cultivation base suddenly regressed. He plummeted from the immortal infant realm down to the first level of the spirit severing realm. The system then displayed the cultivation ranks, from lowest to highest: immortal infant, immortal origin, and immortal venerable. During these years of regression, Zhao Mu was constantly tormented by petty people who were jealous of his past glory. He eventually became a shut-in, locking himself in his room. He hadn't stepped outside in ages. Finally, yesterday, he passed away for sheer depression. His dying wish was to be reborn, to reclaim the crown prince title and earn the respect of everyone in the family. Once he understood the situation, Chun Pingan placed the body into his storage ring. He planned to find a place with good feng shui to give him a proper burial later. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from outside the room. "Zhao Mu, get your ass out here!" Chun Pingan jumped. What's going on? Could this be the same crowd that used to bully Zhao Mu? Before he could finish the thought, the door was kicked open. A fat, bloated man barked in order to break in. Seeing these guys looking for a fight, Chun Pingan was completely bewildered. If you're going to hit me, at least give me a reason. I haven't even stepped outside in forever. Why the hell are you attacking me now? Huh, still playing dumb, are we? I warned you to stay away from Zhao Li, yet you had the nerve to talk to her. This arrogant, bloated prick was Zhao Mafan, a young master of the Zhao family. She's going to be my wife one day. Looks like I need to beat a lesson into you, so you don't forget. Just as Zhao Mafan finished speaking, Zhao Li appeared. Who the hell do you think you're calling your daughter-in-law? And just who do you think you are? What gave you the right to come here and cause trouble for Brother Mu? What gave me the right? I'll tell you. It's the fact that my brother is now the #1 genius of the Zhao family. While this Zhao Mu is nothing but a useless piece of trash, Zhao Mafan closed in, step by step, intimidation written all over his face. As he prepared to strike, Chun Pingan pulled Zhao Li behind him. Look, we're all civilized people here. Is there really any need for all this violence against a young lady? If she was out of line, can't I just make it up to you? Hearing him sound so submissive, Zhao Mafan grew even more arrogant. Make it up to me? Fine, let's do that. As long as you crawl between my legs, I'll let this slide. Standing behind him, Zhao Li looked frantic, not knowing what to do. In reality, Chun Pingan wasn't panicked at all. He wasn't even afraid of the spirit realm Xiao He, let alone the strongest of Zhao Mu's generation. He was more than capable of handling these punks. So, he played along on purpose, but on one condition: he would give him his most precious treasure. In exchange, he was never to come looking for trouble again. Zhao Mafan, thrilled by such a windfall, let his guard down. To make the act convincing, Chun Pingan claimed his past godlike talent was all thanks to this treasure. Greed flared in Zhao Mafan's eyes as he demanded to see it immediately. Chun Pingan gestured for him to lean in close, whispering that they shouldn't let anyone else see. Zhao Mafan leaned in, only to find Chun Pingan's hands were completely empty. Realizing he'd been played, he opened his mouth to scream an insult. But Chun Pingan's Tathagata palm was already primed and ready. With lightning speed, he delivered a crushing blow straight to the man's face. Zhao Mafan was sent sprawling across the ground, out cold. A look of satisfaction crossed Chun Pingan's face. He hadn't expected his own strength to be quite this formidable. Zhao Li gasped in shock, looking at him. Brother Mu, has your power. As it returned, this was exactly the opening Chun Pingan had been waiting for. Some things just can't be hidden. He explained that the reason he'd been in seclusion for years was because he'd met a supreme master in his dreams and had been training in ultimate divine arts. I know it sounds hard to believe, but you saw that technique just now with your own eyes. Have you ever seen me use a move like that before? Zhao Li felt herself starting to believe his story. Chun Pingan let out a heavy sigh, acting regretful. The problem is, I was in that dream state for too long. Since waking up, I've forgotten so many things. Just moments ago, I couldn't even recall your name. I'm going to need you to fill me in on a few things, starting with what's been happening lately with the Zhao family. Maybe they'll help trigger my memory. Zhao Li nodded eagerly, agreeing to help. However, she didn't quite know where to begin. Chun Pingan told her to just start with the most recent major events in the immortal realm. Zhao Li clapped her hands and began recounting the biggest news. It was about the immortal Emperor Ba Tian ascending to the God realm. Strangely, he didn't pass his title to any of the 10 great heavenly venerates under his command. Instead, he handed it over to Yu Donglai of the Yunji sect. This caught Chen Pingan's interest immediately. Just as he was about to ask for details, the urgent tolling of a bell echoed through the air. Zhao Li recognized it instantly. The family's emergency assembly call. She grabbed Chen Pingan's hand and pulled him along, explaining as they ran. Before long, they arrived at the council chamber. A large crowd had already gathered inside. The moment Chen Pingan stepped through the door, the jeers began. Well, if it isn't the family failure, Zhao Mu. I'm surprised he even dares to show his face in public. Still stuck at the first level of the spirit severing stage. I see. Not a bit of progress. If I were him, I'd have bashed my head against a wall and ended it by now. At that moment, a man holding a folding fan approached them. If in a long time, Zhao Mu, I didn't expect to see you here today. While Chen Pingan was wondering how to respond, Zhao Li quickly pulled him away. Behind them, the mocking voices rose again. Look at that coward. He doesn't even have the guts to answer Big Brother Zhao Buju. And poor Zhao Li, every time she goes to see him, he won't even open his door. Chen Pingan felt a flicker of pity. This Zhao Mu really lived a miserable life. No wonder he ended his days rotting away in a lonely corner. Zhao Li spoke up, her voice trembling with anger. Brother Mu, don't listen to a word they say. They're nothing but petty, small-minded people. Chen Pingan just smiled and shook his head. He told her truthfully that he didn't care in the slightest. He glanced back at the group from earlier. Who was that guy? You don't seem to like him very much. That was Zhao Buju. He's Zhao Mafan's older brother. He's currently the strongest youth in the entire family. But in reality, he's just a massive hypocrite who hides behind a mask of virtue. He's not even fit to carry your shoes, Brother Mu. Don't worry, I'll protect you. He does nothing but enable his brother's wicked behavior. Zhao Li let out all her pent-up frustration in one breath. After hearing her out, Chen Pingan suspected that Zhao Mu's decline in power might have something to do with that man. Suddenly, the Zhao family head, Zhao Banxiao, entered the room. Listen up, everyone. You are the finest talents of our family. I have called you here for a specific reason. In 2 weeks, a secret realm will be opening. The youth of all the other great families will be participating in this expedition. But most importantly, the newly crowned Immortal Emperor will be in attendance. If the Immortal Emperor takes notice of us, we might stumble upon a massive opportunity. For the next 2 weeks, everyone must give their all to break through their current cultivation realms. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Mafan came charging in, cutting him off. Big Brother Patriarch, you have to get justice for me. Zhao Buchu looked at his brother's battered state and immediately demanded to know who beat him. Zhao Mafan took a deep breath and blurted out, It was Zhao Mu. He's the one who thrashed us. Every eye in the room instantly shifted toward Chen Pingan, but everyone was skeptical. How could 3 experts of the nascent soul stage be defeated by someone only at the first level of the spirit severing stage? A cold glint flashed through Zhao Buchu's eyes. Even so, he didn't quite buy Zhao Mafan's story. Zhao Mafan screamed at the top of his lungs. I'm not lying to you guys. He insisted that he really had been beaten. Zhao Buchu remained highly suspicious. He suspected a hidden master might be secretly helping the boy. At that moment, Chen Pingan's voice rang out, cold and brimming with disdain. I'm the one who beat them. So what? Don't they deserve it? In truth, Zhao Buchu had been waiting for him to admit it. The atmosphere turned suffocatingly tense in an instant. Chen Pingan suspected that this man was definitely involved in Zhao Mu's death. He planned to provoke him with a few sharp words. He wanted to see if the man would slip up and reveal a weakness. But before he could say much more, Zhao Banxiao cut him off. I see that Zhao Mafan's injuries aren't too severe. A few spirit pills should fix him right up. Today, the secret realm will open immediately. You all should prioritize your cultivation above all else. Actually, Zhao Banxiao didn't have honorable intentions either. He assumed Zhao Mu's strength had recovered. He knew he couldn't just ignore the boy anymore. Chen Pingan saw right through the patriarch's little scheme. But since there was still plenty of time left for his mission, and since he was currently wearing the identity of Zhao Mu, he couldn't afford to have a direct confrontation with the patriarch yet. He decided to back off and save his investigation for another time. Meanwhile, Zhao Buchu was far from calm. That brat didn't show even a flicker of fear when he faced me. Could it be that the curse failed? He immediately dismissed the thought. He convinced himself there must be some other explanation. Still, the whole situation left him feeling incredibly uneasy. It seemed Chun Pingan's hunch was spot on. The true culprit behind Zhao Mu's murder was indeed Zhao Buchu. A short while later, he and Zhao Li arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The sight that met Chun Pingan's eyes left him in awe. Red-crowned cranes soared gracefully through the sky. Moreover, the entire atmosphere was saturated with dense spiritual energy. The man and his dog looked like children, like they had never seen the world before. Neither could help letting out gasps of pure amazement. This place really is something else. Chun Pingan felt a surge of excitement. He hoped to find a treasure here, something to boost his power. If he could do that, he'd be able to seize control of these lands. His strength would reach entirely new heights. As they tried to enter, they were stopped by the gatekeeper. "Forgive me, but pets aren't allowed inside." Chun Pingan and Xiao He shared a look. There was no doubt about it. This was the third time Xiao He had been locked out. The dog could only hope his master wouldn't forget to take him home this time. Just as Chun Pingan stepped inside, someone began staring intently at Xiao He. The young man wondered if there were no black dogs in the immortal realm. Or perhaps he wondered whose pet this could possibly be. Hearing the boy mumble, Xiao He rolled his eyes at him. Deep down, the dog was thinking, "This guy is blind. I'm a literal dragon." Suddenly, the youth's eyes lit up. He had never seen a dog roll its eyes like that before. This dog has so much spirit. No wonder it was specially brought up to the immortal realm. As he reached out to pat Xiao He's head, the dog swiped his hand away. While the youth stood there dazed, a wave of draconic pressure radiated from Xiao He. The dog sent a telepathic message straight to his mind. "Kid, you'd better watch those hands of yours. If you don't want to die, get lost." Terrified, the youth collapsed onto the ground. He couldn't believe the black dog in front of him was actually a dragon. He knew only the immortal emperor had the power to tame dragons. Could the emperor be at the pavilion? Just then, Chun Pingan's voice drifted over. "Hey brother, what's the matter? Did my pet scare you?" The youth was shocked again. "Is this really your pet?" Chun Pingan let out a light chuckle. "Don't worry, he's just a talking spirit beast. He doesn't bite." The youth was reeling inwardly. To have a dragon by one side, he must be highly favored by the immortal emperor. This man has to be the genius the emperor brought up here personally. Seeing the boy just lying on the ground without moving, Chun Pingan figured he was trying to shake him down for compensation. He grabbed the leash and prepared to make a quick exit. Right now, Chun Pingan didn't have the time or patience to deal with this kid. Just a moment ago, while I was inside the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, I managed to find an artifact that could boost my strength. But the price was insane, a full 100,000 immortal crystals. I could only shake my head and sigh in disappointment. The staff there mentioned I could earn some quick cash at the arena. I guess I'll have to find someone to show me the way. Overhearing this, the young man nearby hurriedly called out to stop him. "I am Meng Fanyan. May I ask your name, brother? It just so happens I'm headed to the arena myself. If you don't mind the company, we could head there together." Chun Pingan's eyes lit up instantly. "My surname is Zhao. In that case, thanks for leading the way, Brother Meng." The arena wasn't actually on Meng Fanyan's way, but he was desperate to cling to the coattails of this immortal emperor. The two of them arrived at the arena's registration desk in no time. The founder of this arena was primarily a beast merchant. To showcase the ferocity of the beasts he sold, he established this arena, using massive rewards to lure people into challenging them. Furthermore, the beasts in this arena were all incredibly powerful. Because of the danger, every challenger had to sign a life and death waiver before stepping into the ring. When a staff member asked Chun Pingan which level of beast he wanted to challenge, Meng Fanyan leaned in and whispered a warning. "Brother Zhao, this is your first time here. You should probably play it safe. Maybe start with a beast at your own cultivation level." Chun Pingan gave a small smile. "I appreciate the advice. I'll be a bit more careful then. Let's go with 3 realms higher. Set me up with a great transformation stage beast." As he stepped onto the stage, the arena's live commentator began the broadcast. The youth entering the ring is a first-level spirit-severing cultivator. He's attempting to jump across 3 major cultivation realms. He will be challenging the great transformation stage Gale Tiger. Let's have a huge round of applause for this young man's incredible bravery. Sitting in the stands, Meng Fanyan was a nervous wreck. A 3-realm gap is no joke. It's practically suicide. Xiao He, sitting beside him, gave a cold snort. Keep your mouth shut. How could my master possibly lose? Hearing the word master, Meng Fanyin was stunned. The heavy iron gates creaked open with a roar. A vicious, bloodthirsty tiger prowled onto the stage. The crowd in the stands erupted into a frenzy of cheers and screams. The tiger charged at Chen Pingon with terrifying speed, looking like it had been injected with adrenaline. At that moment, Meng Fanyin couldn't help but voice his confusion. Senior Black Dog, I assumed you were a guardian sent by the immortal emperor to protect Brother Zhao. Why do you address him as master? Xiaohei looked visibly annoyed. The immortal emperor? That old man isn't even worthy of feeding me, let alone owning me. Meng Fanyin was shaken to his core. If even an immortal emperor isn't worthy, and considering that dragon also calls Brother Zhao master, he couldn't help but ask the obvious question. Could it be that Brother Zhao is even more powerful than an immortal emperor? Just who? Or what is he exactly? Xiaohei scratched his ear, looking satisfied with the reaction. At least you've got a brain in that skull of yours. He sized up the kid next to him. This guy looks like he's loaded with cash. As a loyal dog who always looks out for his master, and knowing his master is currently broke, he figured it was time to come up with a plan. Time to ease the master's financial burdens. Seeing that Meng Fanyin was still in a daze, Xiaohei began to weave his little scheme. I'll be straight with you. My master's true form actually resides in the God realm. What you see before you now is merely one of his many clones. He's just borrowing the identity of a junior from the Zhao family to take care of some business. Since you seem like a sensible fellow, I'm going to offer you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is the master's first trip to the immortal realm. He's a bit short on immortal crystals at the moment. Xiaohei intentionally trailed off, letting the silence hang. Meng Fanyin caught on immediately. Thank you for the hint, Senior Black Dog. I'll find a way to gift as many immortal crystals as possible to Brother Zhao. Xiaohei nodded in approval. You're a quick learner. Just make sure you're subtle about how you give it to him. Don't make it awkward for my master. Suddenly, a loud shout of incredible interrupted their conversation. Meng Fanyin turned his attention back to the ring. He couldn't believe his eyes. The fight was already over. A blinding pillar of light had struck the tiger dead. Chen Pingon stood before the beast, looking completely unbothered and calm. A spectator nearby started cursing, calling the arena's beast trash. Turns out, he had bet 2,000 crystals on the tiger to win. He was losing his shirt, but that gave Meng Fanyin an idea. He could place bets before the matches started. He turned to Xiaohei, his face beaming with excitement. He had just thought of the perfect way to make a fortune, and it gave him a legitimate reason to hand all that money over to Chen Pingon. Meanwhile, in the arena's VIP lounge, manager Zunshun was chewing out the registration clerk. He refused to believe anyone could jump 3 realms and take down an opponent that easily. It shouldn't be possible. He suspected Chen Pingon was hiding his true cultivation level. The clerk stammered, insisting he had double-checked the boy's power level himself. He even confiscated Chen Pingon's storage ring. Only after confirming nothing was out of the ordinary did he allow him onto the field. But for the next round, he wants to challenge an immortal baby stage spirit beast. The subordinate cautiously asked if they should stop him. Zunshun gave a cold snort and shot back a question. Why should we stop him? The man was confused, so? Zunshun explained with a chilling smirk. If he's that greedy, let it be greedy until the day he dies. Go and arrange the next match. Send out the peak divine infant stage golden lion, the one with dragon blood. As soon as those words were uttered, the subordinate's face turned pale. He hurriedly reminded him. This is the beast that once slaughtered a heavenly spirit realm cultivator. And now, it's even broken through to a higher realm. If we send it out, the audience will definitely say we're rigging the fight. Zunshun's expression remained indifferent. Because if Chen Pingon doesn't die, the arena's beasts won't sell in the future. Plus, Meng Fanyin bet 10,000 immortal crystals on Chen Pingon. As long as Chen Pingon dies, all of that will belong to the arena. I have to say, this bastard is playing a high-stakes game. But what happens next is likely going to leave him disappointed. As soon as the live stream introduced the spirit beast, the audience gasped in unison. They all knew this golden lion had once torn an immortal spirit realm expert to pieces. They didn't expect the arena to be so shameless as to pull such a dirty trick. However, that didn't stop them from continuing to watch the show on stage. At that moment, Xiaohei heard someone calling out. He looked back, but Meng Fanyun was nowhere to be seen. It turns out this guy had pawned all his artifacts and even the clothes on his back to the arena. He even bet the 80,000 immortal crystals his family gave him for shopping. He claimed he was definitely going to make a fortune this time. Xiaohei felt a bit awkward. You didn't really need to bet your clothes too, you know? Meng Fanyun said with a grin. My gear is worth 2,000 immortal crystals. That's just how they do business. Missing out on a chance to make money is more painful than losing it. Suddenly, a loud clanking sound rang out. The iron gate holding the spirit beast swung open. A ferocious glint flared in the lion's eyes. It stepped out with an arrogant stride. Its entire body was wreathed in golden electricity. It took a deep breath. Then, it let out a deafening roar that shook everyone to the core. It was a display of its immense power and status. The roar carried a draconic pressure that made the crowd tremble uncontrollably. It even mocked that the arena's food looked ugly as hell. Just as Chen Pingon poured spiritual energy into his sword, a sharp crack sounded. The precious sword in his hand was shattered into pieces. Chen Pingon felt a surge of dread. This beast was significantly stronger than the last one. He figured the arena must have rigged the match. Once he wins this round, he'll definitely have to give Xiaohei a heads up. The lion gave a cold snort. Looks like someone wants you dead, so don't blame me. Before it even finished speaking, it transformed into a golden streak and lunged at Chen Pingon. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in its vision, and it skidded to a halt instantly. Without anyone noticing, a small black dog had appeared in front of it. Xiaohei didn't waste words. He directly released his dragon chi. Only the golden lion could see what was happening. The shadow of a massive black dragon loomed over it. The spectators were baffled by the sight. Was the golden lion actually scared of a dog? Xiaohei huffed coldly. You wretched beast. If you don't want to die, get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. The lion was terrified, shaking like a leaf. The crushing pressure forced its head down. It immediately signaled its surrender. It just pleaded for its life to be spared. A look of utter confusion crossed Chen Pingon's face. After all, Xiaohei's true level was far beyond his own. Naturally, he couldn't see Xiaohei's dragon shadow, nor could he hear their conversation. This scene led the crowd to curse the lion, calling it a paid actor hire by the arena. The act was falling apart. People started shouting for their money back. They said anyone who bought a beast from this arena in the future would be a brainless idiot. Suddenly, the arena official spoke up, stating the rule was that only one could leave standing. Then, a voice transmission hissed into the lion's ear. If you don't kill that brat, then you can wait for death yourself. Hearing this, the golden lion broke into a cold sweat. With a desperate grit of its teeth, it slammed its own head against the ground. It coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. This sudden turn of events left Chen Pingon completely stunned. He had originally wanted to try and talk it down, but the golden lion just slammed its head harder. The sickening sound of a cracking skull echoed through the air. Finally, when it lifted its head, its eyes were vacant and unfocused. It let out one last, unwilling roar. Then it collapsed flat on the ground. It was unclear if it had actually lost its miserable little life or not. Chen Pingon looked at Xiaohei. Was this your doing? Xiaohei just gave a cheeky hee. Of course, he wasn't going to admit to it. But inside, he was feeling incredibly smug. At that very moment, the golden lion surrendered on its own. The audience began placing bets, desperately trying to guess Chen Pingon's true identity. What kind of man could make a lion beat itself unconscious rather than dare to lift a paw against him? Everyone was convinced that Chen Pingon was some sort of hidden overlord with mysterious, unfathomable power. Chen Pingon scratched his head and asked blankly, so, does this mean I won? The Beast Fight live streamer immediately shouted into the mic. I declare the golden lion defeated. Meng Fanyun was so thrilled he jumped for joy. But that jump completely exposed his naked body to the entire crowd. The onlookers around him began to wonder if he had some sort of special hobby. Even though Meng Fanyun tried his hardest to explain, no one was listening to a word he said. Elsewhere, Chen Pingon led Xiaohei backstage. Suddenly, Lord Zun blocked his path. You've got some nerve, kid. Chen Pingon's gaze turned cold. It seemed your arena really was the one messing with that sword. Since you didn't have the decency to die out there in the ring, I'll just have to finish you off with my own two hands. As soon as Lord Zun finished speaking, A powerful, oppressive aura erupted from his body. He lunged forward, launching a palm strike straight at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon simply called out a name. Xiao Hei's true form, the great red phoenix, began to shimmer into view. Just as Chun Pingon called for the giant bird, Xiao Hei, eager to take all the credit, rammed into Lord Zun, sending him flying into the sky. Boom! Lord Zun was slammed so hard he embedded directly into the wall. He slumped to the ground, coughing up blood uncontrollably. Ow! How could you have a dragon as a guardian? Who the hell are you? Before Chun Pingon could even answer, the giant bird replied instantly. Who do you think you are? You aren't worthy of knowing my master's identity. Lord Zun's pupils dilated in pure shock. He couldn't believe this man had both a dragon and a phoenix as his protectors. He struggled to his feet, glaring at Chun Pingon. You're only at the peak of the immortal essence realm. The power backing this arena is an immortal venerable. If you leave right now, I'll act as if nothing ever happened. The moment he spoke, a cold laugh echoed from the storage ring in Chun Pingon's pocket. An immortal venerable? So what? It's not like I'm not in the immortal venerable realm myself. That was Jin Ling entering the fray. Lord Zun's face twisted in sheer terror. Even a mortal artifact like Jin Ling served as this man's bodyguard? Jin Ling sneered at him with total disdain. You mentioned some backing? Why don't you bring them out so we can have a look? Fine. I have no choice then. You people force my hand. The moment Lord Zun finished that sentence, he suddenly dropped to his knees before Chun Pingon. I'm sorry. This lowly one was blind and failed to recognize greatness. Please, grandfather, have mercy. Your friend won a total of 300,000 immortal crystals from the arena. After paying out the rewards, there's still 50,000 in working capital left. You can take it all if you want. I only beg you to spare my life. Chun Pingon and his 3 guardians were stunned. This plot twist was way too sudden. However, Xiao Hei didn't trust this guy one bit. Jin Ling told Xiao Hei not to worry. With Jin Ling here, no one in the immortal realm could stand against him. A short while later, Chun Pingon led Meng Fanyan out of the arena. But that brat Meng Fanyan just sat there, huddled on the ground. Thanks to his earlier stunt, the whole city now knew the eldest son of the Meng family was a closet exhibitionist. He was terrified he'd never be able to show his face in public again. Chun Pingon patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry about it. After all, this life will be over before you know it. Hearing that made Meng Fanyan even more depressed. Brother Zhao, I'm an immortal. I've got thousands of years left to live. Their conversation didn't escape Lord Zun's watchful eyes. Hearing them talk about the 350,000 immortal crystals made him grit his teeth in rage. He wasn't going to let Chun Pingon off the hook that easily. This time, Chun Pingon had truly struck it rich. Meng Fanyan gave the entire 300,000 immortal crystals he won to Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon was momentarily confused. After all, this was the money Meng Fanyan had put up himself. But Meng Fanyan had been coached by Xiao Hei earlier, so he intentionally claimed the bet was placed on Xiao Hei's behalf. Therefore, the winnings all belonged to Chun Pingon. He only kept the extra 50,000 for himself. His eyes sparkled as he sent a secret transmission to Xiao Hei. Senior Black Dragon, did I say that right? Xiao Hei looked pleased. Well done. Master will definitely remember your contribution. When Chun Pingon opened the storage bag, the glow nearly blinded him. 25,000 immortal crystals. I'm loaded. Meng Fanyan chuckled to himself on the side. Spending a little money to be remembered by Senior was a bargain. Chun Pingon gave a thumbs up to Xiao Hei. I'll get you some extra treats tonight. Xiao Hei was overjoyed. Just then, a voice called out, Zhao Mu, what are you looking to buy at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Just tell me what you need. The secret realm is about to open. The whole clan is doing everything they can to save you. The one speaking was Zhao Banxiao. Chun Pingon grinned. Thank you, clan leader. He couldn't believe another stroke of good luck had just fallen into his lap. So, he said bashfully, to be honest, I've got my eye on some immortal soul wood at the pavilion. But I'm still short about 20,000 immortal crystals. I'm not sure what the clan leader's intentions are. Zhao Banxiao looked quite pleased with himself. 20,000 immortal crystals is no problem at all. It's just that I already bought this immortal soul wood to give to the minister. Zhao Buzhou wore a smug, self-satisfied look. The immortal soul wood was hanging right there around his neck. He intentionally threw in a mocking jab. My apologies, brother Zhao Mu. We both happen to need this immortal soul wood for our cultivation. Chun Pingyan just handed it over to you. I was just one step away, yet someone else snatched it right from under me. Zhao Buzhou was truly relishing the look on Chun Pingyan's face. He told him to just come back the next time the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had stock. Chun Pingyan frowned, lost in thought. The shopkeeper had mentioned that immortal soul wood is incredibly rare. If I miss this chance, I might never find it again. After weighing his options, he spoke to Zhao Buzhou. I wonder if you'd be willing to part with something you like, brother. I can pay extra to take it off your hands. Zhao Buzhou let out a scoffing laugh. It seems your memory isn't what it used to be, brother Zhao Mu. Do you still think you're that legendary genius standing in the spotlight? I'm afraid with your current salary. Before he could even finish his sentence, Meng Fanyan cut him off. It's fine if brother Zhao doesn't have the funds. Because I do. Zhao Buzhou's face instantly turned pale upon hearing those words. His mind began to race with suspicion. How on earth did Zhao Mu get involved with someone from the Meng family? Could the news about Zhao Mu's talent returning have already leaked out? Ignoring him completely, Meng Fanyan turned and bowed respectfully to Zhao Banxiao. Greetings, clan leader Zhao. I am Meng Fanyan. Zhao Banxiao immediately responded with a flattering tone. Young Master Meng, to be so talented at such a young age is truly impressive. Meng Fanyan turned his gaze back to Zhao Buzhou. Name your price, brother Buzhou. As long as you're willing to sell, I'll pay whatever amount of immortal crystals you want. Hearing this, Zhao Banxiao realized something was off. Everyone in the immortal realm knows the Meng family values money above all else. For him to say this, is he trying to recruit Zhao Mu? Chun Pingyan and the other man stared intently at Zhao Buzhou. They waited for his answer, but the man simply shook his head and sighed, claiming he needed the item for himself. He refused to sell it, no matter the price. However, Chun Pingyan wasn't about to give up. If I can't buy it from him, then I'll just have to make a move through the clan leader. Chun Pingyan began his masterclass in deception. A look of profound sorrow washed over his face. He covered his face, stealing a glance at Zhao Banxiao before letting out a heavy sigh. This is going to be a problem. I desperately needed that immortal soul wood. With it, not only would my talent return, but I would have become stronger than ever before. I suppose I failed the family today. As expected, Zhao Banxiao took the bait. Muer, are you telling the truth? Has your talent really returned? Chun Pingyan nodded with a straight face. Of course it's true. The moment he said it, an excited Zhao Banxiao turned to Zhao Buzhou. Buzhou, Muer's situation is critical. Why don't you let Muer have that immortal soul wood first? I promise I'll buy you another one, just like it later. Zhao Buzhou gripped his fan so hard his knuckles turned white. He was absolutely livid. He could only force out a strained smile. Since the clan leader has given the order, I wouldn't dare refuse. Fine, I agree to sell the immortal soul wood to brother Zhao Mu for 20,000 immortal crystals. Despite his words, he was determined to stop Zhao Mu from ever regaining his talent. Back at the Zhao house, this guy had already stolen all of his glory. At that moment, Chun Pingyan suddenly feigned distress. I've already borrowed 20,000 from brother Meng just to scrape together 10,000 crystals. I'm still short by 20,000. Zhao Banxiao fell for it again. He promised that the clan would help him cover the rest. Chun Pingyan then handed the 10,000 immortal crystals over to Zhao Buzhou. Though loath to do it, Zhao Buzhou was forced to hand over the immortal soul wood. Unable to stand being there a second longer, he excused himself to Zhao Banxiao. But a flash of pure hatred flickered in his eyes. It was subtle, but it was there. Who knows what kind of scheme this guy is cooking up next? Meanwhile, a furious shout echoed through the Meng family estate in the immortal realm. Meng Huan, the head of the Meng family, was berating his useless son for using family crystals to place a bet. You got some nerve. Now start talking. What kind of noble deeds did you get up to at the arena? Meng Fanyan offered a confident smile. Father, I haven't done anything wrong. I was simply trying to secure a connection with an invincible powerhouse for the sake of the Meng family. Did you not feel those 3 overwhelming auras radiating from the arena today? Hearing this, Meng Huan's anger finally began to subside. If 80,000 crystals can buy a connection with a powerhouse like that, then it's worth it. A smug grin spread across Meng Fanyan's face. Actually, I befriended the master of those 3 powerhouses. A true supreme being from the God realm. Excited, Meng Huan urged his son to tell him every single detail. After hearing the whole story, Manhwa beamed and praised his son for a job well done. That's my boy. You handled this perfectly. Still, he couldn't quite wrap his head around one part of his son's foolish behavior. Why on earth did you strip off all your clothes? The Meng family isn't so desperate that we're missing a few crystals. Meng Fanyun explained that a grand figure like the senior couldn't possibly care about money. He figured it was all just a test. The harder you work, the more favors you'll receive. While old man Meng looked on in total confusion, Meng Fanyun continued. That Black Dragon Senior said his master is incredibly humble. So, this matter must absolutely stay between us. Old man Meng nodded enthusiastically. I get it, son. I'll make sure not a word of this leaks out. He immediately handed his son another 200,000 immortal crystals just so he could go out and show off. At that moment, a man radiating the aura of an immortal venerable suddenly appeared in the sky above the Meng estate. As the man descended, Zhao Banxiao immediately rushed out to greet him. The patriarch of the Zhao family. Zhao Banxiao greets the eternal immortal venerable. I had no idea your excellency would grace us with. Before he could finish, he was cut off. I'm not here for small talk. Tell me, do you have a disciple in your clan at the first level of the spirit's severing realm? Someone who went to the arena today? This eternal immortal venerable was Chunichen, ranked 13th among the immortal venerables of the immortal realm. He once served directly under the tyrant heaven immortal emperor. Furthermore, he was the powerful backer behind the arena. Hearing this, Zhao Banxiao was bewildered. Wait, isn't he talking about Zhao Mu? Did Zhao Mu somehow manage to offend the eternal immortal venerable? Just as he was about to offer an explanation, a massive pillar of fire erupted from the mountain behind the Zhao estate. The two men sensed the surge of spiritual energy, and their expressions shifted instantly. They transformed into two streaks of light and shot toward the back of the mountain. There, they found Zhao Buchu enveloped in a raging blaze. That massive surge of energy from moments ago had originated from him. Chunichen watched the scene, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Zhao Banxiao asked anxiously, Immortal Venerable, what's happening to him? Chunichen replied calmly, This kid has some incredible luck. He's actually awakened the legendary Immortal Flame physique. If he keeps this up, his future will be limitless. Zhao Banxiao was overjoyed, silently thanking the heavens for blessing the Zhao family. He quickly interrupted Zhao Buchu's cultivation. He ordered the boy to come over and pay his respects to Chunichen. He figured if the eternal immortal venerable took an interest and accepted him as a disciple, the Zhao family would rise to the heavens in a single bound. Zhao Buchu immediately bowed before Chunichen. I am Zhao Buchu. It is an honor to meet the eternal immortal venerable. Chunichen gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. This small gesture sent Zhao Buchu into a state of pure ecstasy. While he was busy dreaming of how he'd eventually crush Zhao Mu under his boot, and how he'd climb to the pinnacle of life, Chunichen suddenly turned to Patriarch Zhao. Where's the Zhao Mu I heard about earlier? Take me to him. Now. Zhao Buchu's face instantly darkened. He ground his teeth in a silent rage. He couldn't believe the immortal venerable was actually here for him. Quickly, Zhao Banxiao and the guest arrived at Zhao Mu's residence. As the patriarch reached out to knock, Chunichen stopped him. Don't. That would be far too disrespectful. Chunichen turned toward the room and spoke with extreme caution. This humble servant, Chunichen, requests an audience with young Master Zhao Mu. I wonder if you would be willing to see me? Banxiao stood there, completely stunned. He had assumed the immortal venerable was here to settle a score. But from inside the room, there wasn't a single sound. The two of them just stood there awkwardly in front of the door. Meanwhile, eternal immortal venerable Chunichen and Zhao Banxiao were still standing like statues outside Chen Pingan's door. Unable to take it anymore, Zhao Banxiao whispered, Maybe he didn't hear you. Should I go in and check? Chunichen let out a long sigh. Perhaps young master Zhao Mu simply doesn't wish to see me. Deep down, he was actually relieved that the tyrant heaven immortal emperor had given him a description of the man before he left. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He thought to himself that this was exactly how a true master should behave. How could a peerless powerhouse be so easily accessible? Chunichen then spoke up again, changing the subject. Young Master Zhao Mu, I have already dealt with the person in charge of the Tianyuan City arena. I'm deeply sorry for what happened. If you do not wish to see me today, I will return another time to personally atone for the offense." Hearing those words, Zhao Banxiao was struck speechless with shock. This level of reverence. I doubt even an immortal emperor would get this kind of treatment. What the hell is the deal with this Zhao Mu? Suddenly, Chen asked, "Why is young master Zhao Mu living in such a dump? And what is this nonsense about a prince?" Before Zhao Banxiao could even start to explain, Chen let out a cold snort. How short-sighted. Even the immortal emperor must treat this man with the utmost care. Yet your Zhao family dares to treat him like this? Since things have come to this, let me give you a piece of advice. From now on, you better treat young master Zhao Mu with the respect he deserves. He is the true benefactor of your Zhao family. Also, my visit here today must remain a secret. If anyone asks, say, I came for the kid who awakened the immortal flame physique. Understood? Remember my words. Chen then turned into a streak of light and vanished before Zhao Banxiao's eyes. Only then did the patriarch finally breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He wondered if Zhao Mu could be related to immortal Emperor Yidonglai. Suddenly, his eyes went blank as he remembered that Zhao Mu's late mother also had the surname Yu. He began to piece it together in his mind. As for Qin Pingon, he had long since returned to his own home. If Chen knew he had been talking to thin air the whole time, who knows how he'd feel. Qin Pingon pushed the door open happily. "Xiaoling, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Duan, the shop owner, gave a casual reply. "Oh, you're back." The handsome man standing in front of her greeted him as senior. With just 2 soft coughs from her, the handsome man's hair stood on end from sheer terror. He immediately clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Qin Pingon. "This humble servant is Dengiji, an old friend of the late Emperor Bathian, Su Yi. I've come with Su Yi today to pay my respects to Mr. Chun." Just then, Emperor Bathian emerged from Xiaoling's room, wiping tears from his eyes. It looked like he'd just taken another scolding from her. He looked up and noticed Qin Pingon had returned. Politely, he spoke up. "I won't be coming around for a while. I hope Senior will continue to take good care of Xiaoling in my stead." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. "Of course. Xiaoling is my sister, after all." With that, Su Yi and Dengiji transformed into 2 streaks of light and vanished into the horizon. Only the couple remained in the courtyard. Suddenly, Qin Pingon's expression soured. He shot a sharp glare at Lady Duan. "You seem to be having a pretty lively chat with that guy just now." Lady Duan smirked playfully. "Oh, are you actually jealous?" Qin Pingon's face turned bright red as he fumbled for an excuse. "What kind of nonsense is that?" "I am not." Lady Duan poked a finger against his chest. "Not jealous, huh?" Qin Pingon felt his heart pounding against his ribs. This wicked woman. "I won't let you lead me by the nose anymore." In a sudden move, he grabbed her hand. He pulled her firmly into his chest and looked her in the eye. "So what if I am jealous? I'm your fiancé. From now on, you aren't allowed to talk to other men like that. If you do, I'll—" Before he could finish his threat, Lady Duan's crimson lips pressed against his, cutting him off completely. Qin Pingon's brain felt like it had just short-circuited. His face grew so hot it could have melted solid steel. Right at that moment, just as Qin Pingon was about to stop being teased and take the lead, Xiaoling poked her head out of the room and caught them in the act. The little girl instinctively let out a loud, startled shriek. Qin Pingon's arms froze midair. Lady Duan covered her mouth, giggling. Qin Pingon's face burned with even more intensity. Desperate to escape the awkwardness, he made up a quick excuse to go out and buy supplies. Anything to get away from this embarrassing scene. Early the next morning, Qin Pingon headed deep into the forest. He was attempting to use the immortal soul wood to push his power to the next level. After cultivating for a while, he let out a frustrated sigh. It was clear the immortal soul wood wasn't giving him the results he'd hoped for. At the very least, he could now exert a small amount of control over the power of heaven and earth. Deciding the current wood was too small, he opened the system shop to see if they had any in stock. He typed Immortal Soul Wood into the search bar. To his surprise, they actually had it. It looked almost identical to the piece he already had. The only catch, it cost a staggering 1 million contribution points. Helpless, Qin Pingon closed the shop in her face. "Looks like I'll have to head to the Immortal Realm to try my luck. Maybe I'll stumble upon another piece there." This was Zhao Mu's dilapidated room. Chun Pingon had just been teleported here by the system. The door suddenly swung open. A figure lunged at Chun Pingon in a surprise attack. Luckily, his reflexes were sharp. He managed to dodge the strike just in time. At the same time, the roars of Xiao He and the giant bird echoed. Do you have a death wish? The combined pressure of a dragon and a phoenix slammed down on the room. The man's knees buckled, and he hit the floor with a heavy thud. He couldn't wrap his head around it. The mission brief said Zhao Mu was only at the nascent soul stage. He looked up at Chun Pingon, trembling. You're not Zhao Mu. Xiao He let out a cold snort. Don't ask questions that are none of your business. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pressure intensified, forcing the man to cough up a mouthful of blood. The floor tiles beneath him shattered. Only then did Chun Pingon speak. Spill it. Who sent you? Just kill me if you've got the guts. I'm not telling you a damn thing. The giant bird immediately chimed in. Master, why not just hand him over to us? I guarantee we'll make him talk. Chun Pingon blinked, confused. And what exactly do you plan to do? Xiao He and the giant bird shared a very sinister look. Xiao He was the first to explain his method. An immortal's physique is incredibly tough. They don't die easily, so we can slowly carve away every non-vital part of his body, starting, perhaps, with a man's most prized possession. Terrified, the man instinctively clutched his crotch. The giant bird added her own touch. And I can slowly break his spirit. Once his cultivation is crippled, he'll turn into a woman instantly. Then we could drop her off at some pleasure pavilion. Sounds fun, right? The man was now completely paralyzed with fear. He looked utterly weak and helpless. Chun Pingon listened to their suggestions, speechless. He took a sharp breath through his teeth. Actually, that does sound pretty effective. Fine, Xiao He, he's all yours. Just try not to get blood all over the yard. The man was so terrified he began to beg. Wait, young master. I'll tell you everything. Just please give me a quick, painless death. It was Zhao Buzhou. He's the one who ordered me to do this. Chun Pingon's gaze turned cold. Just as I thought. It really is him. So your guess was right all along. The culprit behind Zhao Mu's cultivation regressing was Zhao Buzhou. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I won't let you feel a thing. The moment the words left his lips, Chun Pingon reached out a hand. There was a sickening thud. The man's head burst like a firework. Just then, the giant bird spat out a plume of fire. Clean up this mess. Using his sheer power, Chun Pingon extracted a stone from the man's corpse. But this stone looked so ordinary. Luckily, the system managed to recover the loot from the explosion. He sent the stone back into the system interface. He clicked to exchange it for points. Suddenly, Chun Pingon's eyes widened in shock. This stone is actually worth 100,000 points. Chun Pingon was stunned. I finally understand what it means for something to look mediocre but be absolutely lethal. Right at that moment, Zhao Li's voice echoed from outside. Brother Mu, immortal venerable Duhu has arrived at the Zhao estate. The patriarch wants you to come to the council chamber to meet him. Chun Pingon was taken aback. Looking for me? What business does an immortal venerable have with the Zhaos? Zhao Li answered, her voice tinged with frustration. Zhao Buzhou awakened his immortal flame physique yesterday. The immortal venerable is here because he wants to take him in as a disciple. It's so unfair. This only made Chun Pingon more suspicious. Normally, someone like me wouldn't be invited to meet such a powerful figure. Zhao Li finally realized the oddity as well. You're right. They usually wouldn't call for you, Brother Mu. Chun Pingon thought to himself, is Zhao Buzhou trying to use this opportunity to humiliate me? If Zhao Buzhou becomes the disciple of an immortal venerable, I won't be able to touch him for quite a while. At the council chamber, the immortal venerable Duhu, Huang Zhengan, was showering Zhao Buzhou with praise. Impressive, Zhao Buzhou. Despite your youth, you already possess such profound insights into the path of cultivation. Zhao Buzhou replied with feigned humility. I am honored by your praise, great immortal. These are just basic observations, hardly worthy of such high regard. Zhao Banqiao, however, wasn't interested in their small talk. He just hoped Chun Pingon would hurry up and arrive. If Huang Zhengan really knows him, then my theory will be proven correct. Regardless of whether I'm right, if the eternal immortal venerable Chani Chen has spoken, then I must treat him with even more reverence from now on. As he was lost in thought, Chun Pingon's figure appeared at the door. The patriarch quickly beckoned him inside. Mu'er, Come here quickly and pay your respects to immortal venerable Du Hu. Hearing this, Huang Zhengan froze. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face. Why is he bringing someone else in? Didn't I say I would only be taking one disciple? But when his eyes fell upon Chun Pingan, his pupils dilated in shock. Why is Senior here? Chun Pingan was equally dazed. This guy looks strangely familiar. Zhao Buzhou's heart sank. How is Zhao Mu still alive? Did that assassin fail to strike? Seeing Huang Zhengan's stunned expression, Zhao Banxiao nodded to himself in satisfaction. I knew it. My hunch was spot on. Huang Zhengan definitely knows Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu's background is clearly far from ordinary. Chun Pingan had no choice but to go along with it and bow. Zhao Banxiao immediately stepped in. Please don't mind him, immortal venerable. This is Zhao Mu, a member of our clan. His cultivation was damaged previously, so we were hoping for consultation. I only called him here today so he could witness your majestic presence. At this, Huang Zhengan grew suspicious. He scrutinized Chun Pingan from head to toe. He was certain this wasn't the Zhao Mu he knew. The aura between the two was world apart. The man standing before him was undoubtedly that senior from the Pingan sect. But what he couldn't understand was why such a senior would pose as a junior. The Zhao family must be up to something. I can't just blurt it out. I can't risk ruining Senior's plans. He decided to test the waters first to avoid any blunders. He spoke up. Zhao Mu, you don't seem to match my memory of you. You've changed quite a bit since we last met. Chun Pingan scrambled for a random excuse. I'm flattered the immortal venerable remembers me. But people are always changing, aren't they? After speaking, Chun Pingan felt that the man's attitude didn't seem like someone who actually knew him. Did I see it wrong? How could the Pingan sect have an immortal venerable? Immortal venerables don't just grow on trees. When Huang Zhengan heard Chun Pingan address him as immortal sovereign, he thought to himself, I absolutely have to play along with him. He was in exceptionally good mood. He immediately announced that he would take Zhao Buzhou as his disciple. The apprenticeship ceremony was also scheduled for today. At that moment, Huang Zhengan began to ponder. He recalled Murong Gong mentioning that the senior would select a few juniors to nurture. He concluded that Zhao Buzhou must have been granted a fortuitous opportunity by the senior. That had to be how he awakened his flame body. He felt smug, thinking that Chun-Ichin definitely couldn't outdo him now. The Zhao family quickly organized the apprenticeship ceremony for Zhao Buzhou in the family courtyard. But as the ceremony was about to begin, a servant informed Zhao Banxiao that immortal sovereign Duohu had gone to Zhao Mu's quarters. Zhao Banxiao waved him off, dismissal in his gesture. He already knew those two were acquainted. To him, this was another golden opportunity. He took out a spiritual talisman to eavesdrop on their conversation. As long as he could hear their exchange, he could confirm Zhao Mu's true identity. Meanwhile, Chun Pingan was focused on reading a book. It was a book where even a monkey could learn cultivation techniques. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. As soon as he said, "Come in," Huang Zhengan entered and immediately bowed in salute. I offer my respects to the senior. Chun Pingan was stunned. What on earth is going on? He knows me, yet he's still pretending we're strangers? Huang Zhengan hurriedly explained. This humble servant was impolite. I beg for the senior's forgiveness. Chun Pingan smiled. It's fine. I just didn't expect to run into you here. Outside, Zhao Banxiao was shocked as he eavesdropped. Specifically, that word, senior. It made his head spin so hard he almost passed out. At that moment, immortal sovereign Duohu, Huang Zhengan, asked cautiously, May I ask if the senior has come to the immortal realm for some important matter? Chun Pingan put on a profound front and said he was here for the next move on the chessboard. Truthfully, he only said that to stay in character as a powerful senior. After all, in novels, these guys are always trying to turn life into a game of chess. In his opinion, such talk was completely meaningless. However, this happened to confirm exactly what Huang Zhengan was thinking. He believed he was merely a pawn in Chun Pingan's hands. But being his pawn only proved his own worth. He immediately bowed to Chun Pingan again. I understand the senior's hint. Please rest assured, senior. I will definitely keep your identity a secret. Chun Pingan was dumbfounded. A look of utter confusion crossed his face. He didn't even know what hint he'd given. What the hell did this guy think he understood? But since he had to keep up the act, he played along. Good that you understand. Huang Zhengan hesitated for a moment before asking, Should I inform the immortal emperor? so he can come pay his respects. After all, he has admired you for a long time. Chun Pingon coughed twice and waved his hand. No need. The time isn't right. In truth, he was afraid his bluff would suddenly fail, so he didn't want to risk it. Outside, Zhao Banxiao was completely paralyzed with shock. Specifically, the part about the immortal emperor coming to visit. He couldn't even fathom it. At the same time, he began to doubt Zhao Mu's identity. He finally realized that Zhao Mu was likely not the Zhao Mu of the past. Thinking of this, he bolted from the spot, terrified that knowing any more secrets would lead to the total annihilation of the Zhao clan. By now, many guests had arrived at the Zhao residence for Zhao Buju's ceremony. The father and son of the Meng family entered. The head of the Meng family, Meng Huan, noticed Zhao Banxiao looking like he'd seen a ghost and checked on him. Brother Zhao, what's wrong? It's a joyous occasion for your family to have a disciple of an immortal sovereign. Why do you have that look on your face? This comment actually snapped Zhao Banxiao back to his senses. He turned and grabbed Meng Huan by the shoulders, asking excitedly, Brother Meng, tell me the truth. You knew all along that Zhao Mu's identity was extraordinary, didn't you? Confused, Meng Huan asked, Brother Zhao, why do you ask that? Zhao Banxiao said in a low voice, You Mengs always care about profit. If there wasn't something special, why would the eldest young master of the Meng family help Zhao Mu? Even though immortal sovereign Tingu stepped in to suppress it, how could a scene at the arena with so many witnesses be kept quiet? Furthermore, I just eavesdropped on the conversation between Zhao Mu and immortal sovereign Duohu. You can't hide it from me anymore. Hearing this, Meng Huan's expression shifted instantly. How dare you eavesdrop on a conversation involving a powerhouse from the God Realm? Zhao Banxiao wore a smug look. So that's it. No wonder immortal sovereign Tingu said the immortal emperor must treat Zhao Mu with respect. He's actually from the God Realm. Meng Huan was furious. You tricked me. Zhao Banxiao explained quickly. Think about it, Brother Meng. If the senior is a powerhouse from the God Realm, he surely knew I was eavesdropping from the start. So why didn't he kill me? Meng Huan was baffled. You mean the senior wanted you to hear it? And this conversation we're having right now might also be part of the senior's plan? Zhao Banxiao praised him. Your mind is sharp, Brother Meng. Impressive. The overthinking levels of these two old men were truly off the charts. Shortly after, the apprenticeship ceremony began. The Zhao residence was incredibly lively. Everyone was showering Zhao Buju with endless congratulations. Meanwhile, Chun Pingon sat alone, sighing to himself. If it weren't for this senior title hanging over my head, I could have just told Huang Zhengan to forget about taking a disciple. While he was pondering how to treat Zhao Muju in the future, Meng Fanyun spoke up. Brother Zhao, weren't you looking to buy 2 more immortal soul wood pieces? I've thought of a way to get you some immortal crystals. As he spoke, he handed a storage ring to Chun Pingon. Without hesitation, Chun Pingon took it, saying that if he came into more in the future, he would definitely pay him back. But as he spoke, he felt a twinge of guilt and thought to himself, did Xiao He go overboard with the bragging again? Why is he taking the initiative to just give me immortal crystals? But then again, I am his junior. Chun Pingon figured there were probably only about 120,000 crystals inside. But when he heard Meng Fanyun say there were 200,000 crystals in there, and that he hoped it wasn't too little, Chun Pingon stood there dazed. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out from behind. Zhao Mu, you see that? My brother is the only true prince of the Zhao family. A piece of trash like you will never be able to keep up. The speaker was Zhao Mafan, Zhao Muju's younger brother. I advise you to return Zhao Li to me immediately. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't live to see the sunrise tomorrow. Zhao Li immediately snapped back, calling him shameless. Chun Pingon let out a chuckle and stood up. And who's going to make me? You. Zhao Mafan gave a cold laugh. You caught me off guard and won once, so what? Stop acting tough. It turned out the guy was wearing a set of spirit armor today. No wonder he sounded so bold. He even tried to provoke Chun Pingon, saying that if he were a real man, he'd face him in a fair fight. The commotion had already drawn the attention of many guests. Chun Pingon sneered inwardly. As expected, Zhao Muju must be the one pulling the strings behind this. He surely wants to use these guests as witnesses to take me down once and for all. Too bad for him. He doesn't realize who's actually walking into a trap. Chun Pingon smiled. Fine, I accept your challenge. This was the perfect opportunity to make Huang Zhengxian give up on the idea of taking Zhao Muzhu as a disciple. At that moment, Zhao Mafan grew even more arrogant and overbearing toward Chen Pingan. He barked that he would beat him until he was on his knees, begging for mercy. The scene quickly drew the eyes of every guest present. Zhao Banxiao gasped in shock. If he had known this would happen, he would have locked this idiot up long ago. Meanwhile, the poisoned tiger Immortal Venerable remained silent. The reason he stayed on the sidelines was that he suspected this was all part of the senior's grand plan. He couldn't risk interfering and ruining his scheme. Zhao Mafan became increasingly huffy and puffing. Full of himself, he puffed out his chest, showing off his armor. Then, he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Chen Pingan. But as Chen Pingan watched this pathetic performance, he couldn't help but let out a long, bored yawn. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Spiritual energy surged into his left hand, using the Tathagata palm imbued with Taoist principles. He slammed a fist straight into the guy's face. A loud thud echoed through the air. The very atmosphere around them vibrated from the impact. Zhao Mafan hit the dirt hard, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Chen Pingan looked down at him with utter contempt. Why all that grandstanding? You couldn't even handle one of my hits. The crowd collectively gasped. No one expected that the useless Zhao Mu would be this powerful. Seeing his brother get thrashed, Zhao Muzhu rushed over. He immediately propped Zhao Mafan up, calling his name over and over. It was clear that Zhao Mafan had been knocked unconscious. There was no way he could answer. Standing in the crowd, Huang Zhengxian was struck with awe, because he could see much more than the others. The moment Chen Pingan struck, he had channeled a massive amount of great Tao rhymes. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed in his mind. Then, spiritual energy erupted from his entire body. Huang Zhengxian was overjoyed. Just by watching the senior strike once, the shackles that had bound his cultivation for 100 years finally shattered. His cultivation level instantly surged to a whole new realm. He gazed at Chen Pingan with reverence. He knew that dealing with a small fry didn't require drawing upon the Tao rhymes. The senior must have done it intentionally to give him the chance to reach enlightenment. Thinking of this, Huang Zhengxian's face turned beet red with excitement. But he had to suppress his joy for now. He would wait until they were in private to thank the senior. Perhaps he might even be granted another great fortune. At that moment, Zhao Muzhu drew a 40-centimeter precious sword. Zhao Mu, how dare you be so ruthless to my brother? I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. He finished by pointing his blade directly at Chen Pingan. Zhao Mu, do you dare to duel me? Huang Zhengxian had been in a great mood. But in an instant, his eyes flared with killing intent. However, he managed to temporarily mask his aura. When Chen Pingan felt that flicker of killing intent, the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. It worked. He turned around immediately with a smile. Why wouldn't I dare? But you'd better ask your master for permission first. Zhao Muzhu let out a cold sneer. Master will obviously give me. Before he could finish, he was cut off by Huang Zhengxian's roar. Shut your mouth. The master stepped forward. I am severing all ties with you. You are no longer my disciple, and I am no longer your master. Zhao Muzhu was instantly thrown into a panic. He grabbed the master's sleeve and cried out. Master, you're joking, right? Huang Zhengxian violently shook his hand off and huffed coldly. Your family is arrogant and tyrannical. You are not worthy of being a disciple of Huang Zhengxian. After speaking, he walked over to Chen Pingan and bowed deeply. I am truly sorry, young Master Zhao Mu. I failed to see the truth behind his character. I hope you can find it in your heart not to blame me. Chen Pingan had been waiting for exactly this moment. You're being far too polite, Immortal Venerable. But you're right. He really isn't fit to be your disciple. It's a stroke of luck that you realized it in time. Huang Zhenggan nodded frantically, like a chicken pecking at grain. You're absolutely right. I'll be much more careful when choosing disciples from now on. Watching them play off each other like a rehearsed comedy routine made Zhao Buchu grit his teeth in pure rage. Just as he was about to lose his mind, a small vortex appeared in the sky and a soft voice drifted down. What a massive commotion. Is my royal brother trying to hold a discipleship ceremony here? The newcomer was none other than the eternal Immortal Venerable, Chun-Chen. The onlookers watching the drama felt their scalps go numb with anticipation. Everyone knew Chen had previously taken an interest in Zhao Buchu's immortal manifestation physique. He had wanted to take the boy as his own disciple. The show is about to get even better. Right at that moment, as the two great immortal venerables locked eyes, the air grew thick with the scent of gunpowder. However, Chen hadn't come for Zhao Buchu. He turned to Chen Pingyan and spoke. "Young Master Zhao Mu, I was wondering if you might have a moment to talk?" Chen Pingyan was stunned. Why is another immortal venerable looking for me? Judging by the look of this one-eyed immortal venerable, he doesn't seem to have realized he's being played yet. Chen Pingyan simply chuckled. As it happens, I have a few things I'd like to ask the one-eyed immortal venerable as well. If you don't mind, we can certainly have a chat. The moment he finished speaking, an array formation appeared beneath his feet. At the same time, Chen's excited voice rang out. "Wonderful. I've already booked a private room at the Violet Tower. Please, both of you step inside the array. We'll teleport there together." Watching this scene, Zhao Buchu was so livid that he felt a dull ache in his very organs. He couldn't understand why a piece of trash like that was getting all the attention from two immortal venerables. He clenched his fist tight. It looks like Zhao Buchu is starting to plot his revenge again. At the highest level of the Violet Tower, the three of them stepped out of the array and entered the room. Chen Pingyan couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. "What exactly did you want to see me about? Can you tell me now?" The one-eyed immortal venerable immediately bowed in respect. "My name is Chen. I've come to offer my sincerest apologies for the incident at the arena. I failed to discipline my subordinates properly, and they nearly harmed you. I've already dealt with them, but the wrong has still been done. Therefore, young Master Zhao Mu, if you have any requests at all, please name them. I will do my absolute best to fulfill them." Chen Pingyan looked at him with suspicion. He's a high and mighty immortal venerable, yet he came all this way to apologize for such a small thing? Even little he and the others wouldn't go this far. Does he actually think I'm some kind of powerhouse? Chen Pingyan sat down and prepared to go into full master mode. He put on a lazy front and asked with feigned indifference. "So, you've noticed I'm a bit unusual?" "That's right. Immortal Emperor Batian specifically ordered that you must be treated with the utmost respect." Chen Pingyan's hand slipped, nearly knocking over his teacup. How the hell is Immortal Emperor Batian involved in this? What is going on? Chen Pingyan glanced at Huang Zhengan and spoke. "It seems the eternal immortal venerable doesn't know much. Little Huang, why don't you explain everything to me?" Huang Zhengan proudly accepted the command. In truth, Chen Pingyan wanted to hear what kind of person they thought he was. And while he was at it, he wanted to scout for info on this immortal Emperor Batian. Huang Zhengan then launched into a speech like a flooding river. Once he started, there was no stopping him. He went on and on with endless praise. Chen, however, found it fascinating. His face was full of genuine belief. Finally, Huang Zhengan summed it up with one final line. "In my heart, Senior is as vast as the rivers and seas. The charisma of your personality is like the sun itself." Chen Pingyan couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of tea. This testimony was honestly both exaggerated and embarrassing. Plus, he'd been talking for ages without getting to the point. He hadn't said a single useful thing about Immortal Emperor Batian. He had to clear his throat twice and keep up the act. Speaking of which, I have an interesting story about Immortal Emperor Batian. Would you like to hear it? At those words, both of their eyes lit up. Who wouldn't want to hear secrets about the Immortal Emperor? Suddenly, Chen Pingyan dropped a question. "Do you two know the Immortal Emperor's real name?" Truthfully, Chen Pingyan didn't know it himself. He just figured since Huang Zhengan and Murongong were on good terms, maybe the Immortal Emperor was someone from Murongong's circle. Huang Zhengan was taken aback and immediately replied, "Of course I know it. Immortal Emperor Batian's name is Su-Yi. Is there something wrong with that?" The moment he said the name, Chen Pingyan's pupils dilated. Su-Yi. Could it be Shaoling's father? He never expected that the old man who used to kneel at his feet was actually the immortal emperor of the immortal realm. But to keep the act going, Chen Pingyan set down his teacup and spoke calmly. Actually, when he was a child, his name wasn't Su-Yi. It was Su Qiudan. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two immortal venerables were shaken to their core. Because Su-Yi's name, when he was little, really was Su Eggball Qiudan. Their admiration for Chen Pingyan continued to soar. Suddenly, Chen felt a wave of panic wash over him. That damn god emperor, he really brought a massive headache right to my doorstep. After all, Chun Pingyan still hadn't made his stance clear regarding the incident at the arena. At that moment, Chun Pingyan spoke up calmly. But if you both recognize your mistakes and reform, I shall grant you each a stroke of destiny. The two of them listened with deep respect. He then introduced Zhao Li and Meng Fanyan to them. He explained that by taking them in, they could obtain even greater karmic providence. Both of them looked overjoyed. Their faces displayed a whirlwind of fascinating emotions. Suddenly, Huang Zhenggan's expression shifted to one of worry. He asked cautiously, "Senior, if I may ask, how do you plan to deal with Zhao Buchu?" Chun Pingyan had been waiting for him to ask that. He smiled and threw the question back. "How do you think he should be handled?" Who would have thought the old man would just blurt out exactly what was on his mind? Since Senior doesn't want to act personally, you must have a plan in place. After he finished speaking, Chun Pingyan was left speechless. He could only reply helplessly. Right, exactly as you said. In truth, he was quite frustrated. After all, he was currently playing the part of Supreme Master. Otherwise, he would have just dealt with Zhao Buchu directly himself. Right at that moment, Chun Pingyan led the two immortal venerables back to the Zhao family banquet. As the guests scrambled to see what they were discussing, the poison jar immortal venerable, Huang Zhenggan, spoke first. "Zhao Buchu is arrogant and tyrannical. I have decided to choose another member of the Zhao family to be my disciple instead." Having said that, he pointed directly toward Zhao Li. "I have decided to choose you, Lady Zhao Li." Zhao Li stood frozen, a look of pure disbelief on her face. She immediately clasped her hands in a respectful bow. "Thank you, Master." Just as the words left her lips, she was gently held up by Huang Zhenggan's spiritual energy. "There is no need to thank me. In truth, it was young Master Zhao Mu who recommended you to me." Zhao Li's eyes widened in surprise. "I can't believe it. It was Brother Zhao Mu." Chun Pingyan gave her a charming, warm smile. Consider this his way of repaying the girl for taking such good care of Zhao Mu. Then, the myriad antiquity immortal venerable spoke up. "Meng Fanyan, stand up this instant. I am taking you as my disciple." In his wildest dreams, Meng Fanyan never thought he'd be chosen by an immortal venerable. He knew deep down that this was all thanks to Chun Pingyan. He immediately lunged toward Chun Pingyan, looking like he wanted to plant a kiss on him. He kept shouting about how such a great debt could never be repaid, so he might as well offer himself to him. Chun Pingyan was so annoyed, he wanted to slap him across the face. Finally, Chun Pingyan made it back home. Clearly, he was still terrified of being pestered by Xiao Ming. When he pushed the door open, he saw only Xiao Ling sitting by the pond, poking at the goldfish. He asked Xiao Ling, "Where is Sister Han?" To his surprise, Xiao Ling innocently replied that Sister Han had run away from home. Chun Pingyan nearly fainted on the spot. His brain couldn't keep up with the situation. He figured Xiao Ling was just playing a prank on him. After all, their wedding was only half a month away. How could she possibly run away now? He checked Boss Duan's room, but it was empty. He even checked a rice barrel, but there was no sign of her. At this point, Chun Pingyan started to panic and began calling out through the house. Seeing this, Xiao Ling let out a helpless sigh. Sister Han moved back to the bookstore, and she said she won't be coming back until the wedding day. Hearing this, Chun Pingyan furrowed his brows. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Did you annoy her so much that she left, Xiao Ling?" Xiao Ling's fur immediately bristled. The girl explained that Sister Han wanted the two of them to experience one last half-month of single life before they married. Chun Pingyan was stunned. He couldn't accept that reasoning at all. He had to find Boss Duan and get a real explanation. Soon enough, he was pounding on the door of the bookstore. "Duan Henin, get out here. I know you're in there. If you've got the guts to run away from home, don't tell me you don't have the guts to open the door." Boss Duan heard the commotion and opened the door. "What's all this noise? Didn't Xiao Ling tell you? I want to live apart for these 2 weeks." Chun Pingyan looked like he was ready to argue his case. Suddenly, Boss Duan sighed and spoke honestly. "To tell you the truth, this wedding feels so rushed. I need to see if I truly love you. To see if I'll actually miss you after 2 weeks apart." Chun Pingyan stood there frozen, completely at a loss. He didn't even know what to say next. Finally, he turned around dejectedly and waved a hand. "Fine, you're right. I'll go back and think things over too. Since you're alone, please stay safe. And remember to keep the weapon I gave you close at hand." Unexpectedly, Boss Duan's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. She suddenly grabbed his hand, and like a flash of lightning, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Then, She whispered in his ear. Actually, I already miss you a little bit, but a promise is a promise. Now go on home. Xiao Ling is all alone there. After saying that, she slammed the door shut. Meanwhile, Chun Pingin's face turned bright red. He gently rubbed the spot where she had kissed him. He just stood there, grinning like a complete idiot. Right at that moment, after Boss Duan sent Chun Pingin home, her physical form suddenly began to flicker and dim. It turned out Boss Duan still wanted to be with Chun Pingin, but if their karmic ties became too tangled, time would accelerate. If things went wrong, the entire karmic web would descend into absolute chaos. Someone had found this place and was threatening to ruin the plan. Right then, the system suddenly manifested. Duan Han-in froze in shock. How is it possible for it to appear here? Inside the system stood a white-haired man. Clearly, this person's appearance caught her completely off guard. She quickly performed a calculation and made a discovery. It turned out this man was also a part of Chun Pingin's grand design. I didn't expect my ability to read the heavenly secrets to be so far inferior to Chun Pingin's. As it happened, this white-haired man was Ing Qingyan, the wood spirit sword master. He was currently approaching a stall selling various curiosities. Ing Qingyan smiled and asked the owner, "Boss, have you ever heard the name Zhou Haoxian?" The moment he spoke, Zhou Haoxian's eyes filled with confusion. As he stood there dazed, the seal on his memory shattered. Zhou Haoxian's memories came flooding back. He chuckled and replied, "Long time no see, old Ing." Ing Qingyan echoed, "Long time no see, Zhou Haoxian." While packing up his stall, Zhou Haoxian said, "Let's go. It's time to go see him." Soon after, a knock echoed at Chun Pingin's front door. When Chun Pingin opened it, he was genuinely surprised. Standing outside was Shun Bao, the owner of the medicine stall. Shun Bao said 2 gentlemen were looking for him. Since they didn't know the way, they were just standing there in front of my shop. So, I decided to lead them here myself. After saying his piece, Shun Bao bid the 2 men behind him farewell and left. Zhou Haoxian whispered, "Are you just going to let him leave like that?" Ing Qingyan nodded. Shun Bao's memories haven't awakened yet. It's not his time. For now, don't let him in on this. The 2 of them immediately bowed to Chun Pingin. "I am Ing Qingyan. Forgive us for dropping by unannounced. We hope we aren't intruding, Mr. Chun." Chun Pingin invited them inside for tea. He figured that since they were acquaintances, he should show them some proper hospitality. As soon as Ing Qingyan stepped through the door, voices echoed from the artifacts inside. "It's been a long time." Sister Peach swayed her branches and replied, "Wood Spirit Swordmaster, it has been a long time indeed." The Broom brothers whispered excitedly, "Even the old punishment Heavenly Venerable is here. Looks like the time is drawing near." The chicken was struck with sheer terror. "We're doomed. Once Master's memories return, is he going to turn us into dinner?" Hearing this, the goldfish panicked as well. "Maybe, but surely the mistress will protect us." These 2 men could single-handedly suppress all the artifacts here, for back in the era of primal chaos, they were the true heavyweights. And yet, even they didn't amount to 1/10 of Chun Pingin's power. A young girl appeared before the kitchen knife. She called out happily, "Big brother knife, I missed you to death." But the kitchen knife didn't react at all. In reality, he was just playing dead. Of course, the girl knew he was faking it, because every time she came looking for him, Big brother knife always ignored her. Suddenly, the little girl threw a tantrum. "Someone must be driving a wedge between us. That's why you're being so cold to me. Just wait until I find out who it is. I'll beat them into a pulp." As she spoke, her gaze instinctively drifted to the side. "I don't think I've ever seen this or before. You're the one behind this, aren't you?" Kim Ling trembled in fear at her words. Who is this little girl that even the great knife is terrified of her? As the girl picked up Kim Ling, the knife on the cutting board finally let out a long sigh. Then, a burst of green light flashed. The knife revealed his true form and shouted, "Little sister Wood Sword." The girl turned her head, stunned. Overjoyed, she tossed Kim Ling aside and ran toward the great knife. "This is wonderful, Big brother knife. You're finally paying attention to me. It's been way too long, Big brother knife. Since we're here, let's have a duel." The great knife, feeling helpless, had to scramble for an excuse. "The Wood Spirit Swordmaster is here for tea today. I'll spar with you some other time." Hearing this, the little wood sword grew incredibly pouty. Just then, the Wood Spirit Swordmaster's voice could be heard from outside the kitchen, bidding his farewells. The little wood sword furrowed her brows in annoyance. She turned to leave, saying, "Fine, we'll fight next time, Big Brother knife. You better not forget. The great knife smiled and waved her off. The little wood sword transformed into a golden light and shot out of the kitchen. Himling reappeared and asked Master Knife, "Who exactly was that young lady? Why are even you afraid of her?" The great knife shook his head with a sigh and asked, "How would you feel if someone you couldn't beat kept pestering you for a fight? You lost, and now you're just a big crybaby. Everyone is looking at you with such disappointment. Aren't you even a little bit scared?" Jinling looked on in shock. "So that's how it is. Then in that case," he suddenly burst into a mocking laugh. "I completely forgot. You're just trash. Trash like you shouldn't have anything to worry about." Then the old blade spoke again. "I guess not everyone can understand the burden of being the strongest." Hearing those words, Jinling's fragile heart felt like it had been pierced by 1,000 arrows. He staggered and collapsed to his knees. Just then, the sound of Chun Pingan's voice calling for Jinling drifted in from outside. The blade's sharp gaze shifted instantly, and he vanished like a knife stabbing into a chopping block, leaving Jinling behind, drowning in his own misery. Chun Pingan walked in and, confused by the sight, asked, "What's wrong with you? Get up quickly. It's time for us to head to the immortal realm." Jinling let out a heavy sigh. "Don't worry, Master. I'm fine. I just hate how weak and useless I am." Before long, Chun Pingan arrived at the Zhao family estate in the immortal realm. Leading Little Black, he prepared to make his way toward the immortal treasure pavilion. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Wait a moment, Brother Zhao Mu." Chun Pingan turned around and saw Zhao Buju. "What is it? Is something the matter, Brother Buju?" Zhao Buju gave a sincere bow, clasping his hands together. "I acted like a fool yesterday, but I've finally come to my senses. Truly, I never should have picked a fight with you, Brother Zhao Mu." On the surface, Chun Pingan claimed to forgive him. But in reality, if he wasn't worried about the consequences of killing a fellow clansman, he would have ended him right then and there. As he listened, Zhao Buju's grip tightened around his fan. He could tell Chun Pingan was being completely fake. Still, he suppressed his rage and reached out his hand. "Brother Zhao Mu is truly generous. Since that's the case, let's shake hands and put this behind us." Chun Pingan hesitated. He wondered to himself, is this guy trying to poison me? Is there something on his hand? The system chimed in. The system will ensure the host's safety. Only then did Chun Pingan feel safe enough to take Zhao Buju's hand. Watching Chun Pingan walk away, Zhao Buju couldn't help but let out a cold snort. A glimmer of triumph flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, as Chun Pingan strolled down the street, the system suddenly blared a warning signal. Panic surged through him. This isn't good, he thought. The system continued its alert. Warning. The host's body has been struck by a curse. Chun Pingan was suddenly hit by an agonizing pain that racked his entire body. At the same time, his cultivation was being forcibly drained away. He leaned against a wall for support and urged the system not to rush into restoring his cultivation. "Don't fill it back up just yet. Just keep my cultivation at a steady, low level for now." It turned out Chun Pingan had realized Zhao Mu's cultivation had originally dropped because of this very curse. To think a simple curse could so easily ruin a genius. He was going to make that man pay a devastating price. With that thought, a sly, devious smile crept across Chun Pingan's face. "If you love playing dirty so much, then I'll make sure your own evil comes back to haunt you." The moment the curse took hold, Chun Pingan knew that Zhao Buju had used their handshake as a chance to pull this stunt. At that very moment, Zhao Buju was sitting inside a ritual circle, channeling his spell. Suddenly, he suffered a violent backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even his hair turned stark white in an instant. He fell into a frantic rage, screaming out, "I sacrificed 1,000 years of my lifespan. How does this Zhao Mu still have any cultivation left?" He grabbed at his hair in desperation. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Previously, dropping Zhao Mu from the nascent soul stage to the first level of the spirit-severing stage had only cost him 500 years of his life. This time, he had sacrificed a millennium, yet he couldn't even make the man flinch. Right at that moment, the ancient book in front of him began to float slowly into the air. Suddenly, a raspy, old voice spoke from within the pages. "Don't you get it yet? That kid is carrying a powerful treasure. He's been playing you for a fool this whole time." Zhao Buju turned pale with shock. "Ooh, what the hell are you?" The voice from the ancient book let out an eerie, distorted laugh. I am an ancient tome containing the mysteries of the God realm. You've learned so many secret techniques from me already. Why are you acting so scared now? Zhao Buju looked absolutely terrified. He never imagined the book he had stumbled upon in that secret realm would have such a terrifying origin. He immediately began to apologize, claiming he didn't mean to steal its secrets. The ancient book chuckled. Don't be afraid. Being able to learn my secret arts means you were destined for this. Besides, you used your own lifespan to wake me up. I'm quite satisfied with you. So let me ask you, are you willing to become the young master of the Jushin Pavilion? Zhao Buju was stunned. He hadn't expected this disaster to turn into such a massive stroke of luck. To become the young master of the Jushin Pavilion, one of the God Realm's major powers. Meanwhile, Chun Pingon was calmly sitting back, sipping on some goji berry tea. He felt his cultivation level finally stop dropping. He thought to himself that Zhao Bu must have finally reached his breaking point. At the same time, the system notified him that his cultivation had been fully restored. Little did he know, he had actually handed Zhao Bu a massive stroke of luck. He remained under the impression that Zhao Bu was simply reaping what he sowed. As he stood up to leave, he froze, spotting someone walking past. That person's silhouette looked incredibly familiar. After a moment of reflection, he realized this man looked exactly like Lu Shuai, the one he met during his first mission. However, he wasn't entirely sure if it was really him. He tossed a few spirit stones onto the table and hurried after the man entering the tavern. Right at that moment, Chun Pingon crossed paths with someone who looked identical to Lu Shuai from the Immortal Realm. Just as he followed the man into the building, someone suddenly called out to him. Young Master Zhao Mu, your performance at yesterday's apprenticeship ceremony was truly, absolutely breathtaking. I don't suppose we could witness such talent once more? Chun Pingon felt a wave of awkwardness. He had no choice but to make an excuse, saying he had an appointment today and would have to rain check. With that, he dashed up the stairs of the tavern. Reaching the second floor, Chun Pingon scanned the room and saw the companions of the Lu Shuai look-alike sitting not far away. He figured the man had just stepped away for a moment. So, he cautiously took a seat at the neighboring table to wait. Suddenly, a beautiful woman at the table spoke up. Is this Lu Shuai even a man? Chun Pingon was stunned. Could it really be Lu Shuai? How did he make it to the Immortal Realm? Was he originally from here and just hiding his identity? He immediately shook the thought off. Lu Shuai clearly had a family back in the Martial War Kingdom. He figured the guy must have stumbled upon some other great fortune. The other man at the table sighed. Well, he is the Immortal Emperor's disciple, after all. Maybe he feels like he's got no shortage of women. You just need to be more persistent. The woman let out a cold, annoyed huff. So what if he's the Emperor's disciple? Aren't you and I disciples of an immortal venerable? This woman was Lu Rupiing, a disciple of the second immortal venerable Bai Yuan. After saying that, Lu Rupiing glanced around. She leaned in and whispered to the man, Senior brother, you don't think he prefers men, do you? Maybe you should go give a shot? Even though she whispered, Chun Pingon heard every word. He couldn't help himself and spat out a mouthful of tea. The noise instantly caught the attention of Ma Su, Lu Rupiing's senior brother. He stood up, walked over to Chun Pingon, and snapped at him. You've got some nerve. How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? Chun Pingon waved his hands frantically, trying to explain. You got it all wrong. I just thought of something funny. That's all. I definitely wasn't eavesdropping. As he spoke, his eyes instinctively drifted toward Lu Rupiing. His pupils suddenly dilated. The pendant around Lu Rupiing's neck was a piece of immortal soulwood, and it was far more powerful than the one he possessed. Noticing Chun Pingon's gaze fixed on her chest, Lu Rupiing shrieked in anger. You little brat, do you want to die? Keep staring, and I'll gouge those filthy eyes right out of your skull. It was a misunderstanding, but after being repeatedly insulted, Chun Pingon's temper flared. If you're going to be this much of a bully, then don't blame me for just then. He hadn't noticed when Lu Shuai had returned. Have you two not ordered yet? Lu Rupiing immediately stepped forward to greet him. We were waiting for you, Brother Lu. At that moment, Ma Su shot Chun Pingon a warning look. Hey kid, you better keep your mouth shut. Do you really think you can challenge the disciples of the second immortal venerable? Fearing Chun Pingon might blab, Lu Rupiing quickly asked Lu Shuai to help her pick some dishes. Chun Pingon felt a bit awkward. It seemed these two were terrified he'd tell Lu Shuai what he'd overheard. Still, he couldn't resist calling out, Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai, who was talking to Lu Rupiying, instinctively turned around. When his eyes landed on Chen Pingan, they went wide. Brother Long, what are you doing in the immortal realm? Chen Pingan smiled. I really didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Shuai couldn't help but marvel at the coincidence. Privately, he suspected this senior was hiding his identity again. He must have a new master plan in motion. Chen Pingan was curious about how he got here and became the emperor's disciple. Lu Shuai's face filled with gratitude. It all goes back to that time, thanks to your guidance. I bought those 2 stones as gifts. By a stroke of luck, they caught a mortal Emperor Udonlai's eye, and he took me in as his disciple. Chen Pingan was stunned. He didn't remember giving any guidance. And what kind of stone could possibly impress an immortal emperor enough to recruit Lu Shuai? Nevertheless, he maintained his master persona and replied, it was nothing. Don't mention it. Since we've met again here, it's probably best not to use our old names. Actually, I am Zhao Mu of the Zhao family. Lu Shuai caught on quickly and nodded. I understand completely, Brother Zhao. But Lu Shuai didn't believe a word of it. He knew this was definitely just the senior's latest alias. Lu Rupiying was shocked that this brat actually knew Lu Shuai. She was terrified that Chen Pingan would reveal everything that had just happened between them. Lu Shuai heard Ma Su let out a cold snort. I don't think Chen Pingan has the guts to do that. After all, even the Zhao clan had bows and scrapes before us. What's a mere junior going to do? While Lu Shuai was speaking, Dian Shanshan had also been accepted as a disciple, and Chen Pingan caught every flickering expression on Lu Rupiying and her companions' faces. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. Since you two decided to play the bully first, don't blame me for collecting a little interest on the debt. Then, Chen Pingan flashed a wicked, mischievous grin. By the way, Brother Lu, before you arrived, I had a rather interesting chat with these 2 friends of yours. Care to hear what we talked about? Lu Shuai looked over at the 2 of them, who were already frozen like statues. Is that so? Did something interesting happen? Seeing the 2 siblings standing there looking like stone, Lu Shuai asked them what was going on. Panic instantly set in for the pair. Ma Su rushed to interject. Hey, brother, let's just drop it. Let's all just try to get along, shall we? Lu Rupiying chimed in quickly. Right, exactly. It wasn't anything important anyway. There's really no need for the young man to say another word. Hearing that, Lu Shuai's expression darkened. Did you guys have some kind of dispute? Internally, he was already regretting bringing these 2 along. Chen Pingan let out a hearty laugh, choosing not to expose their earlier conversation. Instead, he lied and claimed he had lost a pendant identical to the one Lu Rupiying was wearing. He asked if she could take it off so he could see if it was the one he'd lost. Lu Rupiying was bewildered and asked, What? Ma Su, what is this brat playing at? Ma Su snorted and replied, Don't worry about him. He's just trying to call in a favor. He figured Lu Shuai wouldn't dare offend them just for the sake of Chen Pingan. After saying that, he let out a cold sneer. Besides, he's the one making the first move. Even if he mentions our little incident later, Lu Shuai will just think he's being unreasonable. Lu Rupiying happily flattered him, as expected of my brilliant senior brother. While the 2 were whispering, Lu Shuai was deep in thought. He guessed that a master like Chen Pingan wouldn't make a scene over a mere pendant. He must be looking for an excuse to teach those 2 a lesson, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to show off his own loyalty. So, he crossed his arms and said calmly, Since Brother Zhao mentioned it, Lady Lu, why don't you let him have a look? Lu Rupiying was stunned. She never imagined Lu Shuai would actually side with that brat. Just as she was about to lose her temper and explode, Ma Su pulled her back. We're really giving him the pendant? When Lu Rupiying turned back with a look of pure confusion, Ma Su whispered, Don't forget our master's mission. Since Lu Shuai has spoken, we have to give him face. Lu Rupiying cursed him bitterly under her breath. Reluctantly, she unfastened the pendant and tossed it over toward Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan caught it, looking immensely pleased with himself. Of course, if he was going to play the part, he had to go all the way. He put on a serious face and pretended to examine the pendant closely. Then, he acted surprised and exclaimed, It really is the pendant I lost. In that case, thank you, Lady Lu, for returning my property. And just like that, Chen Pingan walked away with their precious immortal soulwood. Lu Shuai followed his lead and added, Congratulations on finding your item, Brother Zhao. Having secured his spoils, Chen Pingan took his leave, mentioning that if Lu Shuai needed a place to stay, he was welcome at the Zhao estate for a few days. Lu Shuai was both surprised and delighted, worried he wouldn't get another chance to impress him, so he nodded in agreement immediately. Because Lu Shuai was right there, Ma Su and his sister could do nothing but glare as the boy walked away. Meanwhile, Lu Shuai was still trying to guess what Chen Pingan's real plan was. He turned a cold gaze toward the two siblings. I plan to stay at the Zhao house for a while. If you two aren't interested, find your own place to stay. Lu Ruping didn't know what to say. She turned to Ma Su and whispered, "What do we do?" Ma Su decided they had to follow Lu Shuai. A short while later, the three of them arrived at the Zhao estate. The Zhao clan head, Zhao Banxiao, was greeting Lu Shuai and the others. Zhao Banxiao's face was beaming with a smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Having three such distinguished guests here truly brings honor to the Zhao family. Lu Shuai smiled and replied, "Not at all, not at all. I hope the clan head will forgive us for our sudden intrusion." However, the two siblings standing behind him wore expressions of pure arrogance and disdain. If it were up to them, they wouldn't waste any pleasantries on a leader of such a minor clan. After all, their status was far superior. People like this should be the ones looking up to them. Just then, a voice called out from outside the door. "Clan head, I heard we have distinguished guests." Ma Su turned his head to look. The newcomer was Zhao Buchu. With a head of white hair, he clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. "I am Zhao Buchu. It is an honor to meet our three guests." Ma Su looked shocked. "Wait, are you the disciple of the immortal venerable Tonghu?" Hearing this, Zhao Buchu gave an awkward, sheepish smile. "Although I was accepted as a disciple because of my immortal flame body, I was expelled from the sect yesterday. I no longer dare to claim such a high status." Ma Su was stunned, unable to believe his ears. A genius with the immortal flame body? How did it end up like this? Lu Ruping was equally confused and asked why he had been kicked out. Zhao Buchu let out a helpless sigh and recounted the story, though he conveniently left out the part about attacking Zhao Mu that actually got him expelled. Suddenly, Ma Su's eyes lit up, and he whispered to Lu Ruping, "If getting on the good side of the immortal emperor's disciple is proving difficult, why don't we find another way to redeem ourselves?" Lu Ruping quickly realized his intention. He wanted to introduce Zhao Buchu to their master so that he could be taken in as a disciple. She fully agreed with his idea. Ma Su then excitedly grabbed Zhao Buchu's hands. "Brother Zhao, don't lose heart just yet. The immortal realm has more than just one immortal venerable. If you're interested, I can introduce you to my master, the Baiyuan Immortal Venerable." Hearing this, Zhao Buchu was absolutely stunned. Was his luck finally about to turn around? At that moment, Chun Pingan was cultivating his room. The soul nurturing what he had obtained from Lu Ruping was floating above his head. Chun Pingan closed his eyes, his hands forming a series of ritual seals. His mental power surged instantly. 4 Dao patterns manifested before him. After finishing his session, Chun Pingan slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't help but marvel. This soul-nurturing wood is truly effective. Just one night of cultivation allowed me to reach the 4th pattern. It's a pity I couldn't buy more at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. If I had, I'd be incredibly powerful by now. He climbed out of bed and stretched his limbs. He figured most of the business in the immortal realm was wrapped up for now. There was no need to head back there today. But as he opened his door, his eyes narrowed in surprise. Right in front of him, a pair of small eggs was dangling in midair. On the ground lay a discarded watermelon rind. It was Xiao Ling, sitting atop a floating artifact, happily munching on a watermelon. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to freeze. Chen Pingan was completely dumbfounded. Seeing him, Xiao Ling panicked and hid the watermelon behind her back. She was so flustered she forgot she was still hovering on the artifact. Sure enough, Chen Pingan looked at her suspiciously. "Wait, aren't you supposed to be in the qi refining stage? How can someone at the qi refining stage make an artifact fly like that?" Xiao Ling tapped her head and quickly improvised. "Oh, you mean this? Actually, my memories have started coming back. And then I discovered I'm already in the nascent soul stage." Chen Pingan pressed further. "Then how much do you remember? Do you remember your true identity yet?" Xiao Ling gestured with her fingers and giggled. "Just a little bit." She then put on a proud little expression. "But I remember who my father is. He's the overlord, immortal emperor of the immortal realm." Chen Pinggan fell silent upon hearing this. If the Overlord Immortal Emperor is her father, then Xiaoling must be incredibly powerful. Could it be that both her power and her memories were sealed away together? While Chen Pinggan was lost in thought, Xiaoling turned and whispered to Sister Peach. Sister Peach, are we really going to give it to Big Brother now? Sister Peach swayed her branches as if to say, go ahead. I've already asked the mistress. The mistress has given her permission. As soon as she finished, the goldfish's voice rang out. We have to give Master a heads up first. I'm terrified that once Master gets his power back, he'll get angry and turn me into grilled fish. I'm counting on you, Xiaoling. Xiaoling confidently told them to leave it to her. She then looked back at Chen Pinggan. Oh, right, Big Brother. There's something I need to tell you. Chen Pinggan was taken aback. What is it? Xiaoling put on a convincing look of surprise. We've noticed that some things in our yard are not normal. They're actually insanely powerful. But it seems like something is restricting them, preventing them from showing their true strength. Chen Pinggan stared at her, bewildered. You can communicate with them? Did they say why they can't show their power? Xiaoling was stumped. How was she supposed to answer that? She froze like a statue. Thinking fast, she clutched her head, acting as if she were about to faint. Don't ask me anymore. Every time I try to talk about it, I get this strange, piercing headache. To make it look real for Chen Pinggan, Xiaoling dropped to her knees, crying out in pain. Seeing this, Chen Pinggan finally gave up on his questioning. He helped her up and told her to go back to her room and rest. Suddenly, Xiaoling turned back with a mischievous smirk and whispered to Sister Peach. I've done my part. The rest is up to you guys. Sister Peach swayed her branches in a gesture of thanks. After walking Xiaoling back to her room, Chen Pinggan began to analyze the situation. Xiaoling definitely has an agenda. It seems the things the system rewarded me with are anything but ordinary. His gaze instinctively fell upon the chicken standing nearby. He reached out and snatched it up. The chicken panicked instantly. Flapping its wings, it wailed internally. Why did Master have to pick me? Seeing Chen Pinggan heading toward the kitchen, the chicken was terrified, but it didn't dare resist. Chen Pinggan grabbed the chicken by the neck and pinned it to the cutting board. He raised his knife high with a smile. Since Xiaoling said she has a headache, I'll whip up a pot of chicken soup to help her recover. At those words, the chicken's soul nearly left its body. It desperately pleaded with the saber. Hey, Saber, we're brothers, aren't we? You can't just stand there and watch me die. Suddenly, the saber's spirit materialized behind Chen Pinggan. He remained silent and let out a long, heavy sigh. Sorry, my good brother. I'm just acting as the blade today. As the rooster squeezed its eyes shut and accepted its fate, the knife suddenly stopped. It was a mere 0.0001 millimeters away. Chen Pinggan's surprised voice suddenly rang out. You've pushed it this far, and you still won't open your mouth to beg? Could it be that you really are just an ordinary rooster? As it turned out, Chen Pinggan was only testing it. But he had already scared the living daylights out of the poor bird. He walked out of the kitchen and let the rooster go. While he was wondering if there was anything else unusual in the house, Xiaohei poked his head out from behind the water vat. Chen Pinggan's eyes suddenly lit up. Right? Even if I can't ask Xiaoling, I can still ask Xiaohei. He gave Xiaohei a bright smile and waved him over. Xiaohei, come here. I have something to ask you. Before he could finish his sentence, the threatening voices of Sister Peach and Goldfish flooded Xiaohei's ears. Little brother, you'd better be smart about this. Understand? You need to know what should be said and what should stay buried. Then, the voice of the big brother rooster joined in. Watch that mouth of yours as carefully as I do. Threatened by the big bosses, Xiaohei broke into a cold sweat. He trembled, quickly using his paws to cover both eyes. He didn't dare utter a single word. Chen Pinggan froze. He guessed that the poor thing was definitely being threatened. He turned his head to look at the giant bird perched in the peach tree. But the giant bird had already been warned by the others. It kept its head down, not daring to meet Chen Pinggan's gaze. At this point, how could Chen Pinggan not realize? The giant bird must have been threatened too. He felt incredibly frustrated. They clearly don't want to tell me anything. I don't even have to guess. Goldfish definitely won't talk either. But then, a look of joy suddenly flashed in his eyes. The system gave me all these things. I can just ask the system directly, right? He began frantically clicking the system interface. He kept asking, System, are you there? Over and over. Annoyed by his persistence, the system issued a direct warning. Host, please mind your behavior. Chun Pingan snapped back in anger. You gave me all these treasures. Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known I had these treasures, I wouldn't have spent every single day worrying. The system retorted sharply. Precisely. I have given you many things. The majority of your past rewards were supreme treasures. Even that black wrap was my handiwork. But host, think about it for a moment. Can you guarantee you wouldn't have become entirely dependent on these items? If I had told you the truth from the very beginning, would you have still taken your mission seriously? Stunned by the system's soul-searching questions, Chun Pingan fell into a deep silence. On the surface, he apologized sheepishly. You're right. Only when one is strong themselves does it truly count. I got too ahead of myself, but inside his heart was blooming with joy, because he felt it wasn't too late to find out now. He even began to drift into a daydream. In the future, with a blade in hand, he would make everyone kneel at his feet. However, his little scheme was quickly seen through by the system. There's one more thing I must remind the host. It would be extremely dangerous if the host tried to use these items out in the world. These are top-tier immortal artifacts. If you encounter someone from the god realm with insatiable greed, you're as good as dead. Hearing this, Chun Pingan's dream shattered, and he stood there completely numb. But as he thought about it, where would the immortal realm get so many people from the god realm anyway? The system immediately issued another warning. The requirements for those from the god realm to descend are not that strict. Ordinary gods might not dare touch you. But with the treasures you possess, it is not ruled out that powerful experts will be tempted to act. Chun Pingan felt the system's words made a lot of sense. After all, even after Su Yi ascended to the god realm, he still came back down to see Shaoling. To completely kill off Chun Pingan's idea of wandering outside, the system added a final reminder. These top-tier artifacts, including the Black Dragon, who currently cannot exert its full power, can keep you safe here. In critical moments, please look after yourself. Chun Pingan let out a disappointed sigh. It's fine. Even if I can only use them in secluded places, they're still incredible. Suddenly, a vital question occurred to him. If Shaoling is an immortal princess and everything in the house is an immortal artifact, then could the real owner, his fiancée Duan Henin, also have some hidden secret? At this thought, Chun Pingan felt a wave of panic. Madame Duan wouldn't have dreamed in a million years that her clueless husband would suddenly become so sharp. Just as she was about to have the system find something to keep Chun Pingan busy, she noticed two people from the god realm had arrived in the immortal realm. Madame Duan no longer needed to invent a distraction for him. This middle-aged man is Li Manian. The young girl is his disciple, In Xiaoyan. As it turns out, the master and disciple were traveling. Furthermore, Li Manian's ancestor once said that this young disciple was blessed with immense luck. She might be the key to helping him find the opportunity to break through his current realm. Coming to this world was In Xiaoyan's choice, based entirely on her intuition. But clearly, Li Manian didn't buy it. What kind of opportunity could possibly exist in this tiny immortal realm? Suddenly, he looked confused. He turned his head to look back. He discovered a radiance overflowing with divine energy emanating from a distance. What's more, this aura was even stronger than his own ancestor's divine artifact. Overcome by curiosity, he used an investigation spell, preparing to see exactly what that source was. Soon, an image appeared, Chun Pingan holding a teapot. Li Manian was struck with utter disbelief. I can't believe such a terrifying aura is coming from a mere teapot. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how such a divine artifact ended up in the hands of a mere soul-splitting stage brat. While lost in thought, he suddenly realized the man was staring right back at him. Li Manian quickly dispelled his technique. His heart raced with shock. He hadn't expected the man to detect his probing spell so quickly. He concluded that this man definitely couldn't be just at the soul-splitting stage. In reality, Chun Pingan hadn't noticed a thing. He just felt like someone was burning a hole in the back of his head. So, he instinctively turned around. Who would have thought that a simple glance would make Li Manian's scalp tingle with fear? As it turned out, Chun Pingan had returned to the immortal realm. He'd even brought his teapot from home, hoping to show off a bit in front of Meng Fanyan. After all, he knew that a teapot capable of brewing such tea had to be extraordinary. When Meng Fanyan took the cup, he was shaken to his core. He, too, could sense the terrifying, oppressive pressure radiating from Chun Pingan's teapot. This teapot has to be a treasure from the god realm. This must be the opportunity Senior Chun is bestowing upon me. Without a moment's hesitation, he downed the tea. As the liquid hit his throat, Meng Fanyun's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He could feel his very spiritual root expanding. Seeing Meng Fanyun lost in deep thought, Chen Pingyan nodded in satisfaction. This teapot really is a huge help. It's just a shame I don't have a spiritual root of my own. If I did, these treasures would have made me invincible a long time ago. Once Meng Fanyun snapped out of it, he scrambled to his feet to thank Chen Pingyan. Chen Pingyan just waved him off with a smile. It's just a small gift, not even worth mentioning. Remembering that Chen Pingyan was looking for immortal soul wood, Meng Fanyun mentioned that his master was currently searching for some. Suddenly, a voice called out, "I, Li Ma Xian, and my disciple, Yin Xiaoyan, have come specifically to pay our respect to the senior." Curious, Chen Pingyan went out to take a look. A man and a woman stood before him. Chen Pingyan was a bit taken aback. He had no idea what was going on. Meng Fanyun stepped out as well. Seeing that the kid didn't seem to recognize the two strangers, Chen Pingyan figured they must have shown up uninvited. Meanwhile, Meng Fanyun was freaking out internally. The middle-aged man's aura was several times more powerful than even an immortal emperor's. Chen Pingyan offered a polite smile. "May I ask what brings you two here?" He spoke very courteously. If they could make Meng Fanyun look that terrified, these two had to be big shots. Li Ma Xian bowed deeply with his hands clasped. This humble Li Ma Xian greets the senior. Standing behind him, Yin Xiaoyan was completely lost. She had expected her master to be meeting some legendary figure, but all she saw was a guy at the soul-splitting stage. Then her eyes widened. She realized the spiritual energy coming from the teapot in Chen Pingyan's hand was even stronger than their patriarch's divine artifact. Her contempt vanished instantly, and she lowered her head in fear. She didn't even dare to look Chen Pingyan in the eye. Someone with a divine artifact of that caliber had to be an absolute powerhouse. When Li Ma Xian explained why they were there, Chen Pingyan found it quite strange. He hadn't realized the teapot's energy could be felt from so far away, since the system had tricked him into thinking his divine artifacts were just common immortal tools. He assumed the person in front of him was, at most, an immortal venerable. Good thing I haven't offended anyone from the God Realm yet. Little did anyone know, he was actually a bona fide boss of the God Realm. Chen Pingyan then asked where they were from. Li Ma Xian replied that they came from the Qingquan realm. The name meant nothing to Chen Pingyan. He just assumed it was some random place in the immortal realm. So, he decided to play along and keep up appearances. "Ah, so you're from that tiny little corner." Li Ma Xian and his disciple froze where they stood. It was the first time they'd ever heard anyone call the Qingquan realm tiny. Sensing he might have overstepped, Chen Pingyan gave a small cough and changed the subject. "Your strength is decent enough, but you, especially, need to train harder. You have a bright future ahead of you." Hearing this, Li Ma Xian was stunned. He caught on immediately. He bowed low once again. "Thank you for the validation, senior. This junior will work even harder. However, I have encountered some difficulties in my cultivation. I was wondering if senior could offer me some advice." Chen Pingyan went stiff. He talked himself into a corner. He looked at Li Ma Xian, his mind racing to find a way out using some high-level nonsense. After all, masters always love speaking in riddles. If the guy didn't understand, he could just blame it on a lack of enlightenment. Li Ma Xian began to explain. He was currently facing a bottleneck, one that felt like an endless loop. As soon as he solved one issue, another would pop up. Eventually, he'd just end up right back where he started. Chen Pingyan struck a thoughtful pose. Channeling his inner grandmaster, he spoke. "Tell me, how would you untie a loop of rope that has no end?" A light bulb went off in Li Ma Xian's head, and he blurted out, "By cutting it with a sharp blade." He immediately thanked Chen Pingyan for the profound insight. And right at that moment, Chen Pingyan noticed the atmosphere in the room had suddenly turned a deep blood red. Eerie crimson shards slowly coalesced, forming a massive array that sealed the entire room. Li Monian's voice cracked as he let out a terrified scream. This is the 10,000 gods imprisonment array." As the words left his lips, a figure materialized within the array, erupting into a fit of maniacal laughter. "Ha ha, Li Monian, you hid yourself away in the eternal sect, where I couldn't touch you. But today your life ends here." Li Monian's face paled with confusion. "You're Cheng Yu, the Blood Buddha? I have no grudge against you. Why are you doing this?" Chung Yu sneered coldly. I'm from the demon realm. Since when do I need a reason to kill? If you don't resist, I promise to make your death quick and painless. In truth, Chung Yu wanted to seize Lemonian's providence to bolster his own demonic powers. Panic surged through Lemonian's heart. He was utterly shaken. He had no idea where he could have possibly crossed paths with this lunatic. When it came to cultivation, he was no match for the Blood Buddha. He wasn't afraid of death himself, but what would happen to his precious disciple? Knowing he couldn't win this fight against Chung Yu, Lemonian turned to Chun Pingan, desperately begging him to protect Yin Xiaoyan. Seeing Yin Xiaoyan trembling in a daze of fear, Chun Pingan couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He really is a devoted master. Too bad I'm not actually some powerhouse. I wonder if the system can teleport me and this girl out of here. Just then, a voice rang out clearly in Chun Pingan's ear. Master, there is no need for concern. This guy is nothing more than a lowly insect. Chun Pingan's expression shifted instantly. Who's that? Who's speaking? He asked urgently. The voice replied calmly. I am your blade. Just leave this clown to me. It turned out that Chun Pingan hadn't just brought his teapot. He had his kitchen knife with him as well. The one speaking was none other than Master Blade. A faint smirk played on Chun Pingan's lips. Good. Wait for my signal, then strike. Once the blade agreed, Chun Pingan stepped forward, clapped a hand on Lemonian's shoulder, and smiled. There's no need to be so tense. You should keep looking after your own disciple yourself. Lemonian froze in shock. He opened his mouth to speak, but Chun Pingan cut him off. Even if 1,000 more like him showed up, it wouldn't mean a thing. Chun Pingan felt a surge of confidence as he spoke. It feels damn good to have the power to back up my boasting. Hearing Chun Pingan's words, Lemonian felt an immediate wave of relief wash over him. Chun Yu couldn't believe he was being looked down upon by a mere soul-split stage brat. Spiritual energy began to swirl and condense in his palm. In an instant, the energy swelled to a massive size. It coalesced into a towering pillar of raw power. Then, Chung Yu let out a thunderous roar. All of you can go to hell. The massive beam of spiritual energy plummeted toward Chun Pingan, despite the lethal energy bearing down on him. Chun Pingan didn't even flinch. He didn't even bother to open his eyes. He simply gave a slight, confident smile. Blade, take him out. Before he could even finish his sentence, Master Blade revealed its true form and lunged forward. Fire erupted around the blade's manifestation. With a single movement, the flame transformed into a sharp arc of light, obliterating the pillar of energy instantly. Chung Yu's pupils dilated in pure horror. Before he could even process what was happening, Master Blade uttered a single, quiet word. A flash of steel blinded the room. Chung Yu was cut down where he stood, killed in a heartbeat. Master Blade slowly descended back to the ground. Then, he gave a faint, elegant smile. To be honest, Master, I'm not fond of killing, so I had to improvise a bit with that second strike. Chun Pingan laughed heartily. No worries. You did a great job. The two powerful entities finally acknowledged each other. Initially, both had been concealing their true auras. Master Blade then transformed back into a streak of light and flew into the storage ring. Chun Pingan nodded, feeling quite satisfied. He thought to himself that this knife was just as good at acting cool as he was. A kindred spirit, it seemed. It was a pity he hadn't realized its power sooner, having assumed it was just an ordinary kitchen knife. He had used it to chop all sorts of things. He'd almost used the damn thing to split firewood. The scene they had just witnessed made Lemonian's scalp tingle with fear. As for Yin Xiaoyan, she was so terrified she had covered her eyes with her hands. Who would have thought a seemingly ordinary knife in Chun Pingan's hand could be so terrifying? Chun Pingan just laughed it off. Don't be so surprised. That was just a basic move. Lemonian sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Effortlessly killing a powerhouse of the God King realm is just a basic move. If this senior actually fought for real, wouldn't this entire immortal realm be wiped out? The impact of Master Blade's final strike had torn straight through the barrier of Chung Yu's residence. The shockwaves caused the entire divine realm to tremble violently. The tremors quickly reached the Buddhist domain of the divine realm. Inside a temple, an old monk suddenly cried out. Could the God Emperor be fighting someone again? Suddenly, from outside the temple, the voice of a disciple rang out. Reporting to the ancestor, the God Emperor hasn't left his palace recently. Only then did the old monk manage to steady his nerves. This old monk was Chung Yu's master. He let himself sink into a long silence. Even for a peak divine emperor, a fight like that would have been incredibly difficult. Suddenly, the jade pendant hanging from his waist shattered into pieces. The old monk's face went pale. That jade pendant was Chung Yu's life tablet. The fact that it shattered meant his disciple was dead. The old monk quickly began to calculate the heavenly secrets with his fingers. A look of pure shock washed over his face. The divination confirmed it. His disciple had just been killed. It happened right after that massive blade energy surged into the god realm. Chung Yu's master realized his disciple had been wiped out by that world-shaking strike. He fell silent for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. Compared to a powerhouse of that caliber, he was nothing more than a mere ant. A disciple can be replaced. Keeping his own life was far more important. Meanwhile, once the great battle ended, Limaxian returned to the Eternal Sect. The moment he arrived, he headed straight for the ancestors' cultivation palace. Standing outside the doors, he requested an audience with the ancestor. The palace doors swung open on their own. The ancestor's voice echoed from within, granting him permission to enter. Limaxian stepped inside and bowed to the ancestor, an old man sitting cross-legged on a mat floating in midair. This man was Yong Chunglin, the ancestor of the Eternal Sect. He could sense that Limaxian had already resolved his troubles. He was curious why Limaxian hadn't gone to stabilize his cultivation yet. He asked if there was something urgent that brought him here. With an excited expression, Limaxian spoke up. He explained that he had stumbled upon a godsend of an opportunity in the immortal realm. Yong Chunglin found it hard to believe. After all, it was just a tiny immortal realm. Could it really hide something that an eternal divine emperor wouldn't know about? Limaxian then described the blade light that had recently shaken the entire god realm. At this, Yong Chunglin's eyes narrowed. Even now, everyone in the god realm was still reeling and talking about it. He couldn't imagine anyone other than a divine emperor being able to pull off such a stunning strike. He looked at Limaxian. Could there really be a divine emperor-level powerhouse hiding in the immortal realm? Limaxian wagged his finger and smiled. He isn't just divine emperor level. He's far stronger than that. A powerhouse from the world below is concealing his identity there. Yong Chunglin's expression shifted instantly at those words. He thought it was absolutely impossible. How could someone from that world be so easy to encounter? Limaxian knew his master wouldn't believe him so easily, so he mentioned what he had done before coming here. He had personally met with the immortal emperor, Yudonglai, and he had arranged for his disciple, In Xiaoyan, to enter the secret realm where Chun Ping'an would be. He told the ancestor that if they went to see Chun Ping'an together this time, he would finally believe it. Though still skeptical, Yong Chunglin agreed. He wanted to see for himself just how powerful this person truly was. At the Zhao family residence in the immortal realm, Chun Ping'an was in his room, staring at the system screen in excitement. It turned out that after that strike killed Chung Yu, the system had rewarded him with a mystery gift box. He was dying to see what kind of treasure was hidden inside. When Chun Ping'an clicked open, the box popped open, emitting a brilliant green light. The first reward was the high-grade fertilizer the system had given him once before. The second reward was a mask. By channeling spiritual energy into it, the wearer could change their appearance. The third reward was the Vajra pestle, the weapon of the Blood Buddha, Chung Yu. Chun Ping'an beamed at the sight of these rewards. His luck was really holding up. Just a few days ago, Xiaoling was complaining about being low on fertilizer. This was exactly what they needed. As for the mask, Chun Ping'an figured the system was prepping him for his next mission. After all, he couldn't always count on finding someone who looked like him to steal an identity. Chun Ping'an had no use for the final weapon. He was worried it might be like his kitchen knife. If it decided to seek revenge on him, he'd be finished, so he decided to exchange the Vajra pestle for points. As the system reclaimed the pestle, his point total began to skyrocket. When the counter finally stopped at 1,060,532, Chun Ping'an was overjoyed. I'm about to be filthy rich. I can trade these for 2 pieces of immortal soul wood right now. Coincidentally, the secret realm was about to open. He planned to spend the next few days focused on soul cultivation and finish his tasks before the wedding. The day the secret realm opened arrived quickly. The major powers boarded their airships and flew toward the site. The Zhao family ship was among them. It didn't take long to reach the entrance. Cultivators participating in the trial began pouring out of their vessels. Chun Pingyan stood among the crowd. He hadn't expected so many people to show up. There must be some incredible opportunities hidden in this secret realm. Just then, Zhao Buju appeared behind him. Seeing Chun Pingyan's back made him grit his teeth in pure rage. The divine spirit hidden within his body seemed to sense his thoughts and told him not to worry about Chun Pingyan. After all, he was now the young master of the Zhuchen Pavilion. Chun Pingyan wasn't even worth being mentioned in the same breath as him. These words gave Zhao Buju a massive ego boost. He truly started to believe that Chun Pingyan was beneath him. Furthermore, the ancient scripture had already notified the Zhuchen Pavilion to send reinforcements once the training ended. Now, with a single command from Zhao Buju, even an immortal emperor could be easily slaughtered. But Zhao Buju didn't want to rely on someone else's strength. He wanted to destroy Chun Pingyan with his own hands to clear the mental block in his heart. Then, he would use the power of the Zhuchen Pavilion to kill everyone else who had ever offended him. At that very moment, a massive ship, radiating an imperial aura, appeared above the crowd. Everyone looked on in absolute awe. It's the immortal emperor's spirit ship. The man standing on the deck is Huang Zhengan, the poison fox immortal venerable. He's also the one in charge of opening the mystic realm. He began announcing the rules to the gathered crowd. This is a competitive mystic realm. Flight is strictly forbidden within its borders. The trial consists of 3 stages. First is the gravity slope. Then, the wild beasts and the wrathful thorns. Anyone seriously injured will be automatically teleported out. Having finished his speech, he raised his hand toward the sky and unleashed a beam of light. The entrance to the mystic realm manifested instantly. The cultivators began ascending toward the gateway. The moment they stepped inside, a massive crushing weight of gravity slammed down on them. Everyone plummeted toward the ground. Fortunately, Chun Pingyan formed a hand seal just in time, using his spiritual energy to shield his body and soften the fall. As Chun Pingyan looked up, he saw a desolate, bone-chilling slope ahead. This had to be the first stage. The higher one climbed the slope, the more intense the gravity would become. With the power of heaven and earth at my disposal, I could easily be the first to reach the summit. But if I end up tripping and falling, I'll look like a total idiot. Seeking stability while everyone else was sprinting desperately, he decided to take a leisurely stroll forward instead. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "What a coincidence, senior. Why aren't you running?" Chun Pingyan glanced back. The speaker was Yin Xiaoyan. She was Li Monian's disciple. Chun Pingyan quickly made up an excuse, claiming the scenery here was quite nice. He said he wanted to admire the view for a while. Yin Xiaoyan immediately offered to join him. To her, winning or losing didn't matter at all. Being near this senior was her true lucky break. Outside the realm, a water screen was broadcasting the events inside. The spectators couldn't stop whispering about the pair. They recognized the man as Zhao Mu of the Zhao family. But they didn't recognize the girl walking beside him. The person currently in first place is the Zhao family's very own Zhao Buju. Up on the immortal emperor's spirit ship, the heavy hitters were also monitoring the trial. Immortal Venerable Bai Yuan burst into laughter when he saw Zhao Buju in the lead. His 2 top disciples had recommended Zhao Buju to him previously. He had already agreed to take Zhao Buju as his personal disciple once the trial concluded. Huang Zhengan and Chen Yichen looked at each other from across the room, the same thought crossing their minds. This fat idiot actually thinks he scored prize. Huang Zhengan shook his head and sighed inwardly. No wonder the Zhao family dared to let Zhao Buju show his face. They're relying on that fatso Bai Yuan's reputation. Chen Yichen was fuming. The trash, I didn't even want us being picked up by this guy. He's clearly trying to spite me. He was even looking for an excuse to give the fat guy a good thrashing. Just then, Immortal Emperor Yu Donglai's eyes lit up. He realized the girl next to Chun Pingyan was Li Monian's disciple. He figured that Li Monian, the powerhouse from the God Realm, must be nearby as well. What shocked him even more was that people from the God Realm treated Chun Pingyan with such immense respect. He couldn't help but feel that the background behind Chun Pingyan was terrifyingly deep. Meanwhile, Li Monian and his ancestor, Wang Qinglin, were hiding among the spectators. Wang Qinglin looked at Chun Pingyan with nothing but disdain. Li Monian just smiled and told him not to jump to conclusions so quickly. Wang Qinglin remained skeptical. Just as he was thinking his foolish disciple had been scammed, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "So fast?" he blurted out. A sudden surge of power erupted from beneath Chun Pingin's feet. In the blink of an eye, he shot from dead last to the very front, effortlessly passing the others. He blew right past the leader, Zhao Buju. Zhao Buju felt nothing but a gust of wind as someone blurred past him. When he realized it was Zhao Mu who had overtaken him, he ground his teeth in a blind rage. "I can't believe he's trying to steal the top spot in the first stage." While he was still in shock, Yin Xiaoyan zoomed past him as well. She left him coughing in a cloud of dust as she quickly caught up to Chun Pingin. Watching their retreating backs as they sprinted away, Zhao Buju's fury reached a breaking point. He tried to gather spiritual energy in his legs to give chase, but he was instantly horrified. A massive surge of gravity slammed him directly into the dirt. He slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. At this moment, his hatred for Chun Pingin reached its peak. It seemed he hadn't realized that spiritual energy was useless in this stage. One had to rely purely on raw, physical strength to run. Watching Yin Xiaoyan keeping pace behind him, Chun Pingin thought to himself, "Using the power of heaven and earth to boost my speed shouldn't look too suspicious, right? But if I want to finish this mission, I need to pick up the pace a bit more." With that, he put even more power into his stride. A loud boom echoed through the air. The ground where he had been standing an instant ago literally exploded. The sheer force generated by his legs was enough to shatter the terrain. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Wang Qinglin's face was frozen in pure terror. "Is that a Dao rhyme?" he stammered. "I never imagined anyone in this world could master a Dao rhyme to such a degree." Hearing this, Li Manian wore a smug expression. "I told you this senior was a peerless powerhouse." Wang Qinglin fell silent and nodded slowly. He truly is a peerless master. But have you ever stopped to wonder, what could a man that powerful be plotting by hiding his strength in a tiny place like this? The ancestor's mind began to race with possibilities. Li Manian was clearly shaken. Taking his ancestor's words to heart, he asked if they should try to avoid Chun Pingin entirely. Wang Qinglin shook his head helplessly, noting that the seeds of karma had already been sown. It's likely too late to back out now. This only made Li Manian feel more uneasy. Wang Qinglin gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He let out a long sigh. They say great wealth and power come with great risk. Being used as a pawn by a supreme master might just be the greatest opportunity the heavens have ever granted us. I have to say this old man is incredibly far-sighted. He even managed to turn them into Chun Pingin's pawns. Wang Qinglin was absolutely certain of it. From the moment Chun Pingin met his disciple, he had already anticipated that Li Maxian would invite him here for a meeting. He was just curious to see what role he was meant to play in this grand game. Just then, his eyes snapped wide open. He looked up toward the sky. He could sense an incredibly powerful aura blanketing the entire area. Seeing this, Li Maxian hurriedly asked if he had discovered something. Wang Qinglin replied calmly, "I think I sense the aura of an old friend." Li Maxian wondered if this old friend was actually a true ally. He knew the man was referring to someone from the God Realm. He asked if he should release his pressure to stop them. Wang Qinglin didn't answer, appearing lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "This might just be a massive opportunity for both you and me. If we handle this properly, the senior might just look at us in a whole new light." Then he told him that they just needed to wait quietly. No matter how he looked at it, Chun Pingin never expected this. Not only had he unknowingly caused a massive stir, but he had also conveniently cleared out a few headaches. Chun Pingin was sprinting when he suddenly stopped and looked back, seeing Yin Xiaoyan desperately trying to keep up with him. Behind her, Zhao Buju was leading a whole crowd in pursuit. Seeing this, Chun Pingin gave a faint smile. He hadn't realized his own speed was actually that fast. Before long, he had successfully cleared the first trial. He entered the second stage, Wild Beasts. A series of savage roars echoed from deep within the forest. Suddenly, a lion spotted Chun Pingin's back. It let out a roar and lunged straight at him. Chun Pingin looked up calmly. Golden spiritual energy gathered in his palm, infused with the power of heaven and earth. Then came a soft whisper, Buddha's palm. A massive surge of golden light blasted toward the lion. The lion was struck before it even knew what hit it. It didn't even have time to try and defend itself. A thunderous explosion followed. The lion was instantly obliterated. The Buddha's palm shook the entire forest. At the same time, a series of system notifications chimed. The host has slain a beast and obtained an item. Chun Pingyan took a sharp breath. His scalp felt numb. He truly couldn't believe it. Just by adding a few traces of the world's power, the Buddha's palm had become ridiculously overpowered. It was absolutely staggering. Once he regained his composure, he looked at his chubby little hand and had an idea. With this version of the Buddha's palm infused with the power of heaven and earth, he planned to take this chance to wipe out waves of monsters. It was the perfect way to farm points. So, he channeled even more of the world's power into his Buddha's palm. The entire mystic realm began to shake violently. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Not only were all the beasts in the second stage annihilated by Chun Pingyan, but even the threat of the frenzied thorns in the third stage was completely shattered. When Yin Xiaoyan and Zhao Buzhu reached the second trial, they were stunned by the scene before them. One of the men stammered in confusion. This isn't just fighting beasts. This is more like tearing the entire mystic realm apart. Yin Xiaoyan, however, looked on with excitement and pure admiration. I never expected this senior to be so formidable. He clearly only used the spiritual energy of the soul transformation stage, yet he crushed a threat at the immortal venerable level. In an instant, everyone around began praising Chun Pingyan's monstrous power. This only made Zhao Buzhu hate him even more. He refused to believe it. How could a mere loser have become this powerful? He was so strong that Zhao Buzhu couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Suddenly, the voice from the god, slaying pavilion's ancient scripture spoke. I told you long ago that this man was carrying a treasure. There's no need for you to be this angry. The people from the god-slaying pavilion are almost here. This time, you can deal with him however you please. Hearing this, Zhao Buzhu immediately abandoned any thought of facing Chun Pingyan alone. After all, if he messed up, he might not even keep his life. Shortly after, a rift appeared in the sky in a certain area. It was a sign that the first person was about to exit the mystic realm. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but cry out in shock. It really is him. Before the words even finished, Chun Pingyan's figure appeared, descending with effortless grace. The crowd immediately broke into a flurry of whispers. This kid is incredibly strong. He actually cleared the last 2 stages. But Chun Pingyan's cultivation, still at the first level of soul transformation, left them completely baffled. By now, Chun Pingyan had landed on the immortal emperor's spirit ship. Seeing the senior, Yu Donglai immediately stood up and walked toward him. Chun Pingyan was startled because he had heard from Huang Zhengan that Yu Donglai was extremely respectful toward him. If the emperor called him senior right now, he wouldn't be able to keep playing the role of Zhao Mu. He had to explain his identity first to prevent any unwanted accidents. So, Chun Pingyan cupped his hands in greeting. Junior Zhao Mu greets the immortal emperor. Those words left Yu Donglai frozen in his tracks. But he quickly guessed Chun Pingyan's intention. He decided to help him keep up the disguise. Yu Donglai gave a light cough and played along. Well done. You're from the Zhao family, aren't you? Before Chun Pingyan could even answer, the excited voice of the clan leader, Zhao Bangxiao, rang out from below. Zhao Mu is indeed the crown prince of my Zhao family. Yu Donglai turned a cold gaze toward Zhao Bangxiao. He nodded toward Chun Pingyan. I'm very impressed with your strength. If there's time later, we should spar again. Yu Donglai could only watch helplessly as Chun Pingyan walked away. If he dared to disrupt Chun Pingyan's plans, he wouldn't be able to handle the fallout. Chun Pingyan gave a nod of agreement. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. By finishing this fight, he had finally earned the Zhao family's respect. After all, Zhao Banxiao had just addressed him as the Zhao family prince in front of everyone. This was a level of treatment he had never received before. Just then, a system notification announced that the mission was complete. It directed him to a distant location to claim his reward. He wondered what kind of treasure the system would grant him this time. In the previous episode, Chun Pingyan was preparing to head off and claim his system reward. Suddenly, someone looked up at the sky and let out a terrified scream. Everyone look! What is that? A massive rift had torn open across the sky. A powerful surge of spiritual energy began to pour out uncontrollably. A figure slowly stepped out from within the void. The sheer pressure he radiated was so overwhelming that everyone could barely breathe. This man was Diao Zhitian, an elder from the Jochun Pavilion in the God Realm. The ancient scripture of Jochun Pavilion had appeared behind him without anyone noticing. While everyone else was paralyzed with shock, a smirk spread across Zhao Buzhou's face. Then, his manic laughter echoed through the air. I've been waiting for so long. You're finally here. I am the young master you've been searching for. I am Zhao Buzhou. Hearing this, Diao Zhetian glanced at the ancient scripture of Jochun Pavilion. Once he confirmed that Zhao Buzhou was indeed the master chosen by the scripture, he descended and bowed deeply. Your servant, Diao Zhetian, greets the young master. Young master, please return to the God Realm with me immediately. Zhao Buzhou waved his hand dismissively and spoke with cold composure. There's no rush to return to the God Realm. I still have a personal grudge to settle here. If I don't deal with him, I'm not going anywhere. Diao Zhetian was taken aback. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He glared at Yu Donglai on the spirit ship and spat out a harsh threat. Just point him out, young master. I want to see who has the audacity to cross you. If they've displeased you, even a lowly immortal emperor must die. Upon hearing those words, a cold sweat broke out all over Yu Donglai. His heart hammered in pure panic. But at that moment, Zhao Buzhou pointed directly at Qin Pinyin and roared. I want him dead. Yu Donglai gasped in shock. Chun Yiqin and Huang Zhengan were equally stunned. They weren't afraid of Diao Zhetian. They just couldn't believe anyone could have such a death wish. Chun Pinyin, however, just stared coldly at Zhao Buzhou without saying a word. Yu Donglai saw Chun Pingyin's silence and assumed he just found the threat ridiculous. What he didn't know was that Qin Pinyin was actually freaking out inside. He never expected to run into someone from the God Realm here. He had no idea if the high-level immortal artifacts he held would be enough to save his life. If he used the system to escape now, it might just lock onto him and dump him back in the mortal world later. As Chun Pinyin was lost in thought, Wang Qinglin, the ancestor of the Eternal Sect, convinced himself he was a vital piece in Chun Pingyin's grand design. As expected, everything is unfolding exactly as Senior planned. Wang Qinglin immediately whispered to Li Maxian. Maxian, it'll be our turn to perform very soon. Meanwhile, a sphere of spiritual energy had already coalesced in Diao Zhetian's hand. He spoke with cold indifference. It is my honor to serve you, young master. Before he even finished, he launched the massive orb of energy straight at the spirit ship. It looked like he intended to wipe everyone out in a single blow. Qin Pinyin was about to be summoned by the system. Just as he was about to hit the teleport button, a cold snort rang out. Elder Diao, quite the ego you have there. Suddenly, Diao Zhetian's energy orb was shattered by an invisible force. Wang Qinglin and Li Maxian had stepped in, shielding Qin Pinyin. The one who had struck was Wang Qinglin. He glared at Diao Zhetian and scoffed. Killing people without cause? If this is how the Jochun Pavilion operates, why do you act so self-righteous? Diao Zhetian looked stunned. He never expected the ancestor of the Eternal Sect to be in this tiny corner of the world. At that moment, Li Maxian told Qin Pinyin not to worry. The ancestor will handle this minor nuisance in no time. Qin Pinyin nodded, letting out a long sigh of relief. He never thought the people he'd lied to earlier would end up saving his life. Wang Qinglin was also thinking rapidly. He figured that since Qin Pinyin had arranged for him to appear and was using the alias Zhao Mu, the senior definitely didn't want to reveal his true identity to the public. Coming to this conclusion, Wang Qinglin knew he had to keep Qin Pingyin's cover intact. He turned a freezing gaze toward Diao Zhetian. The way your Jochun Pavilion conducts itself is far too arrogant. It's utterly unacceptable. Diao Zhetian didn't dare utter a word. He thought killing someone in the immortal realm would be a simple task. How could he have known the ancestor of the Eternal Sect would interfere? He had to pull Zhao Buzhou aside and explain that the Eternal Sect's ancestor was one of the top powerhouses in the God Realm. They had no choice but to retreat to the God Realm for now. It was the only way to avoid unnecessary casualties. Though Zhao Buzhou was fuming, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Before leaving, Diao Zhetian actually bowed to Wang Qinglin to apologize. After all, he didn't dare offend a high-level titan like him. He reached out and tore open the rift again, waiting for Zhao Buzhou to step through and leave. Wang Qinglin's eyes narrowed dangerously. You think you can just walk away after saying a few words? Elder Diao, you nearly took young Zhao's life just now. Do you really intend to leave without offering any compensation? Diao Zhetian was seething with rage. As a high-ranking leader of a region in the God Realm, how could he let a mere junior extort him? But he didn't dare cross this old master, so he was forced to ask Wang Chenglin what he wanted. After a moment of silence, Wang Chenglin spoke. 15,000 divine stones, plus that pseudo-divine artifact you salvaged from the secret realm not long ago. Diao Zhetian couldn't hold back any longer. Absolutely not. The Eternal Sect is pushing things too far. This is nothing short of robbery. Wang Chenglin replied calmly. It seems Elder Jiao wants to trade blows with me then? As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. Diao Zhetian and his companion nearly collapsed where they stood. And this was only a fraction of the power Wang Chenglin had released. Diao Zhetian ground his teeth in fury, but he immediately caved. Reluctantly, he pulled the storage ring off his finger. Everything you asked for is inside, he muttered. Please, ancestor, just let us go. Wrapped in a shroud of energy, the ring flew onto the spirit ship. It landed directly in Wang Chenglin's hand. He used his divine senses to inspect the contents. He found that the pseudo-divine artifacts inside the ring were devoid of spiritual energy. He shattered the ring's seal and pulled out the fake artifact. It was a broadsword radiating a faint golden light. Panicking, Diao Zhetian quickly tried to explain. It was already like that when I found it. It must have been sealed in that secret realm for too long, causing its power to dissipate. The man was clearly lying. Wang Chenglin saw right through him. He let out a cold snort and ignored him entirely. Diao Zhetian wasted no time, leading Zhao Buzhou away from the scene. Wang Chenglin then handed the ring and the artifact to Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan gave a bashful thanks. Wang Chenglin waved him off with a smile. You earned this. He then asked Qin Pingan if he had a moment to talk. Qin Pingan nodded and followed him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, back in the God Realm, Zhao Buzhou was fuming. That brat snatched all the good stuff again. Diao Zhetian told him there was no need to be angry. It turned out the master of the God Execution Pavilion had long ago placed a restrictive seal on the pseudo-divine artifact. As soon as the pavilion master appeared, he'd have a way to reclaim the treasure. They reported everything that had happened in the immortal realm to pavilion master Emo Huang. Emo Huang was surprised the eternal ancestor had so much free time. Diao Zhetian swore every word was the truth. He wouldn't dare fabricate a single detail. Emo Huang's expression turned grim. Why would the eternal ancestor go to the immortal realm? Could that Zhao Mu kid be hiding some earth-shattering secret? He didn't bother overthinking it. Gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips, he prepared a communication spell. To link with the artifact spirit, a mirror slowly manifested as the secret technique took hold. Suddenly, a one-eyed figure cried out in terror. Master, save me. I'm surrounded by a bunch of monsters way more terrifying than any divine artifact. This was the spirit of those pseudo-divine artifacts. Emo Huang and Diao Zhetian's faces paled at his words. They even thought the spirit's mind had snapped. He had to be talking nonsense. Before the spirit could say another word, a hand grabbed him from behind. It was Master Blade. He gripped the spirit's head and sneered. A piece of trash like you thinks he can trick my master? The spirit stammered in panic. I was wrong. Please, boss, spare my life. I'll do anything you say. Master Blade flashed a cruel grin. Too late. His grip tightened, and the spirit let out a blood-curdling scream. With a dull thud, Master Blade obliterated the spirit. The divine glow of the pseudo-divine artifact shattered instantly. Master Blade's cold voice rang out. Potential threat eliminated. I'll leave this fruit knife for Master to play with. Emo Huang gasped in horror at the sight. Master Blade turned his head with a mocking smirk. Almost forgot. We've got some cockroaches eavesdropping. With those words, the mirror shattered into 100 pieces. Emo Huang was terrified, clutching his head and screaming. We're doomed. We're doomed. We've provoked a terrifying existence. Judging by the power he showed when he killed that spirit, he could wipe out our entire pavilion with a single finger. Hearing these words, Diao Zhetian and Zhao Buzhou looked at each other, their hearts racing with sheer terror. Emo Huang barked out an order to immediately prepare to relocate the pavilion. They had to run for their lives, no matter the cost. Master Blade was truly a force to be reckoned with. A single sentence sent a major sect in the God Realm fleeing in fear. Only then did Zhao Buzhou realize that Zhao Mu couldn't possibly possess such power. Zhao Mu wasn't the person he used to be, and he had clearly offended the terrifying entities protecting him. To avoid retaliation, he began planning his escape from the pavilion. Meanwhile, back in a small house in the immortal realm, in the courtyard, several figures slowly emerged from a secret door. It was the eternal ancestor and the immortal emperor, Yu Donglai. Chun Pingan followed closely behind the two of them. Wang Qinglin immediately cupped his hands in a respectful salute toward Chun Pingan. Because of the unique circumstances just now, this humble Wang was unable to properly greet you, senior. Please, forgive my lack of etiquette. Yu Donglai quickly followed suit. Senior, thank you for your guidance and for instructing my disciple, Dang Shuyan. Without your help, I never would have been able to ascend to the position of a mortal emperor. Chun Pingan was completely stunned. He had no memory of ever doing any of those things. Of course, Boss Duan had been the one pulling all the strings from behind the scenes. He was truly kept in the dark about everything. Looking at these two powerhouses, Chun Pingan began to analyze the situation. It seemed Immortal Emperor Yu Donglai was here specifically for him. Since Overlord Immortal Emperor Su, he had helped him before, this ancestor Wang must be that Li Maxin fellow. Even so, Chun Pingan maintained his poised, master-like aura. He simply smiled and waved his hand. It was a small matter. Don't let it weigh on your minds. However, he was secretly shocked to learn that Li Maxin was actually from the God Realm. The two big shots then started boasting about their business dealings. Both were secretly trying to find ways to get on each other's good side. Because both of these old foxes believed the other, Chun Pingan's pawns, they were eager to build a connection to better cling to the giant's thigh. But to Chun Pingan, this entire scene looked quite heartwarming and pleasant. He figured Wang Qinglin probably wasn't a major figure in the God Realm. Otherwise, why would he be acting like brothers with someone from the lowly immortal realm? It also explained why back then, Li Maxin had been scared out of his wits when he saw that top-tier immortal teapot in his hand. Little did he know, Boss Duan was constantly monitoring him through the system. In reality, those top-tier immortal tools he held were actually artifacts that surpassed even god-tier weapons. Chun Pingan gave a light cough, interrupting their conversation. By the way, it's quite a coincidence that you both are here. My wedding is in 3 days. If you don't mind, please bring your friends and family for some celebratory wine. With that, he pulled out 2 invitations and handed them over. Internally, Chun Pingan was overjoyed. If he could have an immortal emperor and someone from the God Realm at his wedding, it would be a massive honor. The 2 big shots accepted the invitations as if they were priceless treasures. Their faces lit up with pure joy. They excitedly promised they would definitely be there. There was no way they were going to miss an opportunity to strengthen this connection. Chun Pingan smiled and said one last thing. Then I'll see you then. Safe travels. Not long after, Chun Pingan returned to his small house in the mortal world. Just then, the system's notification rang out. This mission has no special rewards. However, the host is granted an increase of 2 major cultivation realms. Chun Pingan's spiritual energy surged, jumping from the spirit severing stage directly into the spirit realm. At the same time, the system announced that the next mission had been activated. This special reward will be something the host will absolutely love. Feeling the power coursing through his body, Chun Pingan looked delighted. Furthermore, his divine sense had also expanded significantly. At the spirit severing stage, he could only control 4 patterns, but now he could manage 10. He felt as though his future attacks might carry the weight of an immortal venerable. He really wanted to find an excuse to test his strength against the Fox clan's immortal venerable, Huang Zhengqian. He had no idea that if his 4-pattern attacks were already comparable to an immortal venerable, the pressure from 10 patterns would likely turn Huang Zhengqian into dust. He then turned to ask the system, is the next mission going to be in the immortal realm? The system's only response was, don't ask. It's randomized. Chun Pingan immediately pressed his hands together in a silent prayer. If he stayed in the immortal realm with an immortal emperor backing him, his missions would be much easier. Inside the system, Boss Duan was completely speechless. Chun Pingan patted his cheeks to snap himself out of it. The missions were for later. The most important thing right now was his wedding to Duan Hanin. The big day arrived quickly. Chun Pingan had chosen the largest restaurant in town as the venue for their wedding. The restaurant was decorated with bright red, double happiness symbols. The entire place was buzzing with a festive atmosphere. Chen Pingan was currently getting dressed. As the groom, he was a nervous wreck. He kept asking Boss Duan to check if there was anything wrong with his outfit. Boss Duan gently placed her hand on his chest. "It's fine. You don't need to be this tense. Our wedding is quite simple. Nothing is going to go wrong." Perhaps because this was his first time getting married after being transmigrated, Chen Pingan was still incredibly anxious. Before he could ask anything else, she ushered him out of the room to go greet the guests at the door. As he reached the entrance, Chen Pingan instinctively glanced back. He felt like his wife was acting a bit strange. While he was a ball of nerves, she wasn't anxious at all. On the contrary, she seemed to be looking forward to it with total confidence. What he didn't realize was that he and Duan Henin had already lived through this in a past life. It was just that his memories were still sealed away. Just then, from outside the restaurant, a familiar voice called out. Chen Pingan looked over and saw Shun Bao, the owner of the medicinal hall. Shun Bao immediately handed him a thick red envelope and wished him a happy marriage. He mentioned that he had brought along 2 friends to join in on the celebration. "I hope you don't mind. These 2 are the ones you had tea with before. Ying Qingyan, the wood spirit sword master, and Zhou Haoshuan, the high venerable of heaven." Chen Pingan quickly invited the 3 of them inside for tea. Along the way, Ying Qingyan covered his mouth and chuckled. "Old Shen, didn't you prepare a special gift for Chen Pingan? Why haven't you taken it out yet?" On the way here, Shun Bao's memories had suddenly awakened. Now, he could only put on an embarrassed face and wave his hands, saying he couldn't speak of it. Before his memories came back, because of that business with the dragon last time, Shun Bao actually thought Chen Pingan was into men. He had even prepared an indescribable scroll of paintings for him. Now that he understood the truth behind everything, how could he not feel humiliated? If he actually gave it to him, his old face would be completely lost. Old Ying and old Zhou laughed until their stomachs ached. The guests had arrived. Chen Pingan was warmly welcoming them. Suddenly, a very familiar figure approached. It was Lord Saber and Sister Tao. And Kim Lin was there too. Kim Lin opened its mouth to call out "Master." Lord Saber immediately cut it off. "Are you Chen Pingan? We're Duan Xinshin's family." Of course, Chen Pingan knew Lord Saber was saying that on purpose. He played along, greeting them and inviting them inside for tea. Just then, the eternal ancestor from the God realm arrived with Li Maxian to offer their congratulations. Several big shots from the mortal realm showed up as well, like Murong Gong and his son. Murong Yinhai and his granddaughter, Murong Shui, arrived too. As an old friend, Murong Gong immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. Chen Pingan simply smiled and spoke. He had specifically been waiting at the door for them. As soon as he said that, the leaders of the 3 realms, immortal and mortal alike, were stunned. Senior is truly incredible. He even predicted that we'd all arrive together. Chen Pingan had no idea what these 3 old men were actually thinking. He figured since they were all powerful leaders in their own right, he should personally lead them inside, just to be safe. What other hilarious things will happen during this wedding? We'll have to wait until the next episode. Previously, Chen Pingan's wedding banquet had begun. The guests were packed in. Every table was full. Suddenly, Wang Chenglin, sitting at the head table, panicked. He was shaken to his very core. He realized that Lord Saber and Sister Tao, sitting across from him, were radiating a terrifyingly unusual aura. It was the same for High Venerable Zhou Haoshuan and Shun Bao. It felt like a violent storm was raging against his very soul. Only now did Wang Chenglin realize that the people at the opposite table were the true powerhouses. Seeing Wang Chenlin's shocked expression, Chen Pingan thought the old man was feeling unwell. Wang Chenglin hurriedly explained. He said he was fine. He told him not to worry about it. Chen Pingan nodded happily. Wang Chenglin stole another glance at Lord Saber. His mind began to race. He assumed Chen Pingan knew exactly what he was suspecting and had intentionally let him see these true masters gathered together. Furthermore, Chen Pingan had once told him that he had a bright future ahead. Perhaps this was the fortuitous opportunity Chen Pingan was gifting him. Maybe one day, he could even reach their level. Shen Bao had long since noticed Wang Chenlin's odd behavior. He whispered to Zhou Haoshuan to rein in his intimidating aura. "Don't go scaring the juniors." Zhou Haoshuan gave a light chuckle. He hadn't even realized he was doing it. To make amends, he gave a casual wave of his hand. An invisible wave of pure spiritual energy rippled outward. Consider this a gift for the youngsters. Shenbao looked absolutely shocked. Old Zhou, you're being way too generous. That's 10,000 years of your cultivation. The spiritual energy happened to drift down toward Murong Gong's table, infusing itself directly into the food. Shenbao couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Anyone who eats this meal might just become an immortal by tomorrow. Zhou Haoshuan chuckled softly. I'm not being generous. Back then, when old Chun improved my techniques, how could I not put them to use today? Hearing this, Shenbao and Ying Qingyan exchanged looks. They both silently agreed with old Zhou's sentiment. Zhou Haoshuan smirked. All right then, let's stop all this talk. Everyone raised their glasses together in a toast. They shared a drink. The joy in the air returned once more. Before long, the banquet came to an end. The guests began to take their leave one by one. Seeing that everyone had finally left, the lady of the house, Duan, gave a soft smile. So, what did you think of the wedding today? Chen Pingan rubbed his cheeks and let out a long sigh. My jaw is about to fall off from all that smiling. She gently reached out and took his arm. Don't be so tense. As long as you aren't like this on our wedding night, it'll be fine. Chen Pingan's face instantly flushed red. He had no idea how to respond to her. Right at that moment, a beam of golden light shot up into the sky from above the purple tower. Sensing the spiritual energy, Lord Saber thought to himself, this isn't good. It was exactly as he feared. As the golden light descended and took the form of a pair of legs touching the ground, Dao Gu already knew it was her. Little Mu Jian had arrived. She pointed a finger at him and shouted, Brother Dao, you absolutely have to spar with me today. Dao Gu gave her an awkward look as he tried to explain. Today is Master's big day. It's not the right time for us to be fighting. I promise I'll duel you next time, okay? But little Mu Jian wasn't going to let him off so easily this time. She was tired of him always making excuses to dodge her. While they were back and forth, Dao Gu suddenly shot a desperate look toward the rooster standing nearby. Having his true identity exposed for the first time, even a rooster felt his scalp go numb from the pressure. He knew Dao Gu was practically begging him for a lifeline. So, the rooster reached out and firmly grabbed Tao Jie's hand. Didn't you agree to go moon watching with me earlier? He immediately put on an air of deep, devoted affection. It wouldn't be right to hang around here tonight. We shouldn't stay and disturb the master's wedding night. Why don't we head out and see the sights right now? Tao Jie was momentarily stunned. She never expected him to suddenly confess his feelings like that. The rooster quickly leaned in and whispered a frantic explanation. I just don't want to deal with that annoying guy, Dao Gu. Just help me out this once, please. When we get back, I'll let you try some of that premium wine I've been stashing away. A mischievous glint appeared in Tao Jie's eyes the moment he finished. She immediately yanked the rooster along, dashing off to go moon watching, leaving Dao Gu standing there completely dumbfounded. Dao Gu immediately turned his gaze toward the other side, looking for another rescue. Big Brother Zhou saw this coming a mile away. He quickly clutched his head, pretending to be in sudden, excruciating pain. Little Cha, who caught on instantly. She rushed over to support him, saying she needed to take him to a doctor right away. Dao Gu was about to open his mouth to call out to them, but he was left speechless. He watched as little Cha, who hoisted Big Brother Zhou on her back, and sprinted away like a madwoman. It seemed everyone knew Dao Gu was a headache they wanted no part of, and little Cha, who certainly wasn't one to be trifled with. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on Dao Ji's shoulder. Brother Dao, it looks like all our brothers and sisters think you really should spar with me. Dao Gu felt incredibly frustrated. He cursed them all in his head, calling them a bunch of bastards. They had absolutely no sense of loyalty. But Dao Gu still had no intention of fighting her. He gritted his teeth and decided to use one final, desperate move to escape. He forced himself to put on a solemn, heroic expression. Since things have come to this, I won't hide it from you any longer. I don't want to fight, mostly because not long ago, I found the person who holds my heart. I don't want them to see me in a bloodthirsty, crazed state of combat. Mu Jian was visibly shaken by his words. Wait, that's not right. Tao Jie and little Cha, who already have feelings for others. There isn't another female weapon anywhere near you. Dao Gu put on a shy, bashful look. That's because I realize my preferences are a bit different. Don't you think my little brother Jin Ling is incredibly handsome? His power might be weak, but when things get tough, he's brave enough to fight even at the risk of his life. It's truly admirable. Hearing this, little Mu Jian's pupils dilated in shock. She couldn't help but stumble backward. A look of utter horror crossed her face as she let out a piercing scream. My own brother is actually doing that kind of thing with someone else? Dao Ge was momentarily stunned by her reaction. He watched as the young girl burst into tears and bolted away. She cried out as she ran, shouting that she would never, ever give them her blessing. Dao Ge stood there dazed. He honestly didn't understand the exact meaning behind her last words. He let out a helpless sigh of relief. Well, at least she won't be bothering me for a while. Inside the bridal chamber of Chun Pingyan and Duan Xinshin, Duan Xinshin let out a soft, gentle laugh. A spring night is far too short to waste. Does my husband really intend to sit in that chair all night long? On his own wedding night, Chun Pingyan was so nervous he didn't even dare to get into bed. He just sat stiffly in his chair, keeping his back turned toward Duan Xinshin. He started to stammer, saying that wasn't it at all. Duan Xinshin replied that she understood. Then, she stood up and walked over to him. So, my husband prefers to be the passive one. Hearing that, Chun Pingyan turned around, blushing furiously. Before he could even begin to explain, Duan Xinshin placed her hands firmly on his shoulders. It's all right. I understand. I'm happy to take the lead. She gave Chun Pingyan a deeply passionate kiss and began pulling him toward the bed. Chun Pingyan could only gulp nervously. Now, I know you guys aren't interested in the next part of the story, so I'll just go ahead and watch it for you. The following morning, Chun Pingyan's family was gathered together for breakfast. He had just taken a sip of porridge when he heard Xiao Ling speak up excitedly. Big brother, big sister-in-law. When can I have a little brother or sister to play with? Duan Xinshin gave a playful smile. Well, that depends entirely on your big brother's performance. The moment she said it, Chun Pingyan spat his porridge right out. He coughed awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. That's grown-up talk, kid. Don't go asking such things. He then turned to Duan Xinshin and whispered softly. Try to watch what you say in front of the kids. The lady of the house just gave a gentle laugh. My apologies, husband. Won't it be enough if I just make it up to you? This scene didn't escape Jean Ling's eyes. She felt like she was watching a couple deeply in love. Even the tea in the bowl tastes like dog food. Just then, Jean Ling's trembling voice echoed from the woodshed. It turns out he's been feeling uneasy since yesterday. He's had a terrible premonition. Xiao He let out a yawn and tried to comfort him. What could possibly happen? People have to respect the master before hitting the dog. Who would dare bully us right under Lord Blade's nose? It's been over half a month since Chun Pingyan got married. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed today. Chun Pingyan, oh Chun Pingyan, you've been cooped up at home for half a month since the wedding. You can't keep drowning in this sweet domesticity forever. It's time to start a new mission. As soon as the words faded, Chun Pingyan pressed the start button. He was immediately teleported to an unknown location. Right after Chun Pingyan vanished, a purple flash of light streaked into the courtyard. This person was none other than Mu Jian. She had been waiting for the perfect moment when Chun Pingyan and Madame Duan were away. Only after making sure Lord Blade was gone with him did she dare to break in. She scanned the area and shouted, "Which one of you is Jean Ling? Get your ass out here right now." Jean Ling, who was lying under the peach tree, began to shake. He immediately revealed his true form and nervously replied, I'm Jean Ling. May I ask what orders you have for me, boss?" Mu Jian turned around and saw a low-grade immortal artifact. Her anger flared up instantly. "So, it's a piece of trash like you. What kind of relationship do you have with my big brother Blade?" Jean Ling was stunned silent. Having no idea what was going on, he tried to explain himself. "Boss, you're absolutely right. Lord Blade is both handsome and powerful. Being his lackey is honestly a huge step up for someone like me." As he spoke, he assumed Mu Jian was just a huge fan of Lord Blade. He figured a little flattery toward the Lord would keep him safe. Little did he know, Lord Blade had already set him up. His words only fueled Mu Jian's misunderstanding. Just as expected, Mu Jian grit her teeth in pure rage. She grabbed Jean Ling by the collar and hissed, "You dare to praise him? You must have a death wish." Watching this unfold, Sister Peach let out a helpless sigh. If Jean Ling hadn't complimented Lord Blade, Mu Jian might have only threatened him. But now he's basically dead meat. Big Brother Rooster sat nearby, chuckling to himself. You can't really blame him. If we hadn't peeked at what happened that day, who would have thought Lord Blade would use such a trick to escape Mu Jian's nagging? Sister Peach really didn't have the heart to watch, wanting to help Jean Ling. Big Brother Rooster looked at her and asked, "Are you really planning to mess with Mu Jian?" Hearing that, Sister Peach felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly replied that she wouldn't dare. But Big Brother Rooster told her not to worry too much. He knew that while Mu Jian was combative, she didn't actually want to kill anyone, so she wouldn't go too far with Jean Ling. With that settled, the two of them just clasped their hands and prayed for Jean Ling. It looks like a beating is inevitable for poor Jean Ling. This is the Wuchi sect of the God Realm. A golden light suddenly streaked into the sect leader's study. It was Chun Pingyan, teleported there by the system. As soon as he arrived, he could feel the overwhelming density of spiritual energy. While he was wondering where on earth he was, he looked up and saw a man slumped in a chair. At the same time, the system provided a prompt. You must impersonate Hei Wuchi, foster son of the sect leader of the 5th rank Wuchi sect. Due to his limited talent, he was in the middle of a seclusion training period. Earlier, while training outside, he met with an unfortunate accident. Your mission: help the Wuchi sect become a 4th rank sect. After processing the mission, Chun Pingyan stepped forward to investigate, only to find that Hei Wuchi seemed to have been poisoned to death. Just as Chun Pingyan reached out to stash the body in the system, the door flew open. Oh crap, this isn't good. He turned around awkwardly to explain, but the newcomer was already staring at him in shock. Then, the man roared. You bastard! What have you done to our sect leader? He pointed his sword straight at Chun Pingyan. Chun Pingyan scrambled back. Whoa, wait. Would you believe me if I said I just got here? That completely set the guy off. You thief! How dare you insult my intelligence? Take this. He lunged at Chun Pingyan with his blade. In a blind panic, Chun Pingyan instinctively threw out a Buddha's palm strike. Suddenly, the man felt a terrifying, overwhelming pressure. He was instantly blasted by a surge of golden light. There was a massive boom. He was sent flying right out of the room. Chun Pingyan's face was filled with sheer terror. He never imagined that adding just 10 more layers of power to the Buddha's palm would make it this terrifying. Outside, the air was suddenly filled with frantic shouting. As it turned out, the man who had been sent flying was none other than the great elder of the Wuchi sect. Chun Pingyan didn't pay it any mind. He planned to head back to the mortal realm to take cover first, then figure out the mission later. A loud scream suddenly pierced through the courtyard. It was Jean Ling, crying out for help. As Mu Jian's fist was about to collide with her, she suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. Sensing an incredibly powerful surge of spiritual energy approaching rapidly, she had no choice but to release Jean Ling. She transformed into a streak of purple light and vanished instantly. But not before threatening Jean Ling to just wait and see. The moment Mu Jian left, Chun Pingyan teleported back. No wonder she scurried off so fast. Suddenly, a cry of "Master!" reached his ears. Before Chun Pingyan could even react, Jean Ling had already thrown herself into his arms, wailing uncontrollably. Master, you're finally back. Chun Pingyan stood there, completely stunned. He had no clue what was going on. To think a top-tier immortal artifact would actually break down in tears. Poor Jean Ling wiped the tears from her eyes. I'm okay. Master, could you call Daogo out here? I have something I need to say to him. She had figured out the reason Mu Jian was so furious with her. It definitely had something to do with Daogo. Chun Pingyan touched his storage ring and spoke. If something's wrong, you can tell me. I'll handle it for you. Hearing this, Jean Ling panicked. She quickly explained that it was just a personal matter. She didn't want to trouble her master over something so trivial. She watched as Chun Pingyan pulled out the blade. As the blade shimmered with light, Daogo immediately manifested in his true form. Fine, I won't pry then. You two talk it out yourselves. With that, Chun Pingyan turned and headed toward his bedroom. Jean Ling let out a heavy sigh of relief. Then, she grabbed Dao Ji's hand tight. She looked at him with a pitiful expression. Boss, you must have said something to Boss Mu Jian, didn't you? Daogo awkwardly looked away. Based on your face, I'm guessing Mu Jian came to see you? Honestly, I didn't really say anything. But when I needed an excuse to get her to stop bothering me, I just told her I was moved by your delicate looks. Saying it again made Daogo flush bright red from embarrassment. But for Jean Ling, those words were like a bolt from the blue. Daogo patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't be scared, Jean Ling. Mu Jian will give up after a while. Dark lines appeared over Jean Ling's head. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Boss, what the hell are you talking about? Even if you needed an excuse, you could have come up with a better one than that. Dao Ge felt helpless. Just bear with her for a bit. He even tried to claim that getting into a scrap with Mu Jian would be good for her growth. Jean Ling couldn't believe Dao Ge could be so thick-skinned and shameless. She flat out refused to accept his reasoning. She demanded he think of a real solution immediately. Knowing he was in the wrong, Dao Ge promised he'd figure something out right away. His eyes suddenly drifted toward Chun Ping'an. A light bulb went off in his head. Actually, this is an easy fix. If you just hide inside Master's storage ring, Mu Jian won't be able to touch you. Jean Ling's eyes lit up at the idea. You're right. I'll go ask Master for help. Thanks for the idea, boss. With that, she bolted toward Chun Ping'an. Without Dao Ge noticing, Sister Dao had appeared behind him. Mu Jian is incredibly stubborn. I'm afraid she won't give up so easily this time. Dao Ge let out a helpless sigh. Truth be told, he didn't have a better plan either. The scene shifts to the Wuchi sect in the God Realm, where three men are talking in the main hall. The man sitting in the central seat spoke. I believe the sect master died of poisoning, though I saw the face of that damn thief. I wasn't strong enough to stop him from escaping. The speaker was the Great Elder, the very same one Chun Ping'an had kicked away that day. Currently, the Wuchi sect is without a leader. Since he was severely injured, he had no choice but to ask the other two, who among you is willing to inherit the position of sect master? The second elder stared at him coldly and scoffed. Drop the act. You're just afraid that if you become the sect master, that thief will come after you, aren't you? I'm not looking for a death sentence. You'd better keep your wicked schemes to yourself. A faint glint of killing intent flickered in the Great Elder's eyes. Yet, he maintained his facade of indignation. Don't you dare slander me. How could I possibly? Before he could finish, the third elder spoke up. There's no need for you two to argue. I have already chosen someone for the role. As soon as he finished, the other two asked in unison, Who? The third elder gave a sinister smile and uttered three words, Hey Wuchi. At the mention of that name, the Great Elder nodded. A son succeeding his father. It is only natural. The elder's faction sneered at him. It just so happened that he was the weakest among them. Wasn't this just a perfect opportunity? Little did they know that the one they called He Zhuyu was actually Chun Ping'an, whose power defied the heavens themselves. The system had teleported Chun Ping'an to the Wuchi sect in the God Realm. He immediately put on his mask. His appearance instantly transformed into that of He Zhuyu. It seemed this disguised mask reward was meant to kick off his journey here in the God Realm. Suddenly, Chun Ping'an was struck with surprise. He realized the threads of world power in the atmosphere here permeated every corner of the earth. Only then did he realize he had likely arrived in the God Realm. After all, the system hadn't told him the mission location was the God Realm beforehand. He instinctively touched the ring on his finger. Good thing I equipped all the top-tier immortal artifacts the system gave me. Otherwise, I'd be genuinely freaking out right now. Just then, the second elder appeared behind him. Zhuyu, what about the origin pass token? Hearing that, Chun Ping'an turned around. Before he could even open his mouth, the second elder pressed further. Why aren't you answering my question? Chun Ping'an was momentarily stunned when he saw the man. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, smiled, and apologized. I'm sorry, but I don't think I know you. The second elder looked suspicious and questioned him again. Are you really acting like you don't recognize me? Chun Ping'an had to put his bullshitting skills to use once more. He claimed he had been injured a while ago and lost his memory. I can only remember my own name now. A sharp, cold glint flashed in the second elder's eyes. A smirk played on his lips as he let out a faint huff. This was truly a golden opportunity handed to him on a silver platter. He then led Chun Ping'an into the sect. This was the Mo family manor in the God Realm, the new residence for the elders of the Pantheon Pavilion. Jiao Tian was currently reporting back to Pavilion Master Mo Huang. It turned out they planned to seize all nearby powers and bring them under their control. In fact, the sect master of this small Wuchi sect had been killed by Jiao Zhuotian. There had just been a slight mishap, preventing them from cleaning up the body in time. Mo Huang waved his hand dismissively. He didn't seem to care about the heavy losses they had sustained during this move. He ordered Jiao Zhuotian to expand their influence immediately. Jiao Zhuotian obeyed at once. Yet, he couldn't help but voice his internal doubts to the Pavilion Master. Do we really have to go this far? That brat's power hasn't even reached the immortal realm yet. Mo Huang gave a helpless, bitter laugh. You haven't seen his power firsthand, so of course you wouldn't understand. Even now, whenever I think back to that day, it still feels like my head is about to be severed from my shoulders. As he spoke, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that person's overwhelming aura had truly terrified him that day. Meanwhile, Chun Pingyan was brought to the main hall of the Wuchi sect. The three elders were all present. The great elder recounted everything that had happened. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he declared, "We all support you taking over the succession." Chun Pingyan felt a surge of confusion. So the body he saw when he first teleported here was the sect master of the Wuchi sect. He remembered that the current sect master's foster father wanted to raise the sect's rank. But in the end, he just made himself the sect master instead. Though Chun Pingyan was secretly thrilled, he had to suppress his excitement and act the part. So, he feigned rejection. My cultivation level is far too low. I'm not fit for such a heavy responsibility. To his surprise, the second elder grabbed his hand tightly. He told him not to worry about any of that. We will handle everything. This overly eager hospitality immediately made Chun Pingyan suspect a hidden agenda. He secretly guessed they were afraid the next sect master would also be assassinated. But for him, this was a perfect opportunity. And so he agreed. Shortly after, Chun Pingyan was settled into the sect master's residence. He placed a broomed big brother at the door, instructing it to alert him if anyone tried to sneak in. Once he finally sat on the bed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I thought on my feet and faked amnesia to avoid questions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even realized I was in the God realm. What's more, I didn't expect divine essence to be so valuable here. I'm afraid even the low-grade divine essence I have could start a bloody war. This object, radiating a brilliant golden light, was the divine essence. Staring at it, Chun Pingyan noticed that it contained threads of heaven and earth inside. I wonder what would happen if I added 2 more threads. In reality, this was Daoreim. But since Chun Pingyan's memories hadn't fully awakened, he simply thought of them as threads of world power. He mused curiously. If I add 2 more threads of world power to this, the divine essence erupted in a golden flash. It actually upgraded into top-tier divine essence. This discovery filled Chun Pingyan with joy. Talk about a total bargain. Later, he headed to the Wanbao Merchant Guild to buy some power-boosting treasures. Having some self-defense gear is always better when you're new to the God realm. Before long, Chun Pingyan arrived at a bustling, prosperous street. He had already taken off his mask by now. Using my own face is just way more comfortable. Plus, no one recognizes this face here. If I wore Heijiyu's face, I might just end up looking for trouble. By pure coincidence, Chun Pingyan walked right past Diao Zhuotian of the Pantheon Pavilion. Diao Tian suddenly sensed a familiar surge of spiritual energy. He whipped his head around to look. Just one glance was enough to terrify him so badly he forgot how to breathe. His entire body went stiff, his neck frozen in place. Standing beside him, Pavilion Master Mo Huang noticed his state and hurriedly asked what was wrong. With a look of pure shock and trembling with fear, Diao Tian stammered, "Pavilion Master, I think I just saw that senior." The moment he said it, Mo Huang couldn't help but cry out in a startled voice, "What? Are you talking about the master of that powerhouse who snuffed out the spiritual energy in a single blow?" When pressed for confirmation, Diao Zhuotian suddenly looked uncertain. He was about to turn back for a second look when Mo Huang barked a warning at him, telling him not to turn around. As long as he isn't stopping us, it means we aren't part of his current plans. With that, the two of them tore open a spatial rift and vanished. Meanwhile, Chun Pingyan realized those two had actually left him a massive pile of treasures. He turned back to look, only to find they had already disappeared without a trace. He wasn't really in the mood to wander the streets anymore. He decided to head straight to the Merchant Guild to pick up a few things and then go home. Running into those two enemies again would be nothing but trouble. This magnificent tower was the Wanbao Merchant Union. Mo Huang and Diao Zhuotian teleported directly into the interior of the building. Their sudden arrival immediately caught the attention of the Merchant Union's guards. One guard marched right up to Diao Zhuotian to question them. "Do you have any idea that teleporting inside the Wanbao Merchant Union is strictly forbidden?" Diao Tian gave a cold snort. "Save your breath. Bring your chairman out here." My master has a business deal he wants to negotiate with him. The guard's face twisted into a look of pure disdain. Acting tough, are we? Take a look around and see exactly where you're standing. The second those words left his mouth, Diao Zhetian's spiritual pressure erupted, blanketing the entire area. Everyone inside the tower was instantly crushed to the floor, forced onto their knees. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. A man came rushing in, apologizing profusely and looking to make amends to Diao Zhetian. I had no idea a divine sovereign had graced us with his presence. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Our guard was blind and spoke out of turn. I beg for your excellency's mercy. Is there anything you two lords require? I will do everything in my power to assist you. The man speaking was Yang Jia, the chairman of the Wanbao Merchant Union. His cultivation was currently at the 5th layer of the Immortal King realm. In this realm, the power levels of the God realm were divided into 5 ranks. From lowest to highest, they were Deity, God Monarch, God King, Divine Sovereign, and God Emperor. Only then did Diao Zhetian retract his crushing pressure and lift his head. We have a deal we wish to discuss with your Wanbao Merchant Union. Yang Jia immediately began to explain. Your Excellency likely knows that the Wanbao Merchant Union is backed by the strongest experts under the ancient God Emperor. There are certain deals that I simply cannot. He stopped mid-sentence. Suddenly, he paused and turned his head. It seemed someone else had just broken the rules and teleported directly into the building. He looked over, wondering what kind of big shot had arrived this time. As soon as Chun Pingon finished teleporting, he realized every single person in the room was staring directly at him. The sudden attention left him feeling completely out of place. Suddenly, the focus shifted aggressively toward Chun Pingon. Hey kid, do you have any idea that teleporting into the Wanbao Pavilion is forbidden? Chun Pingon froze. He was just about to open his mouth when he was cut off. Guards, teach this brat a lesson. As a group of guards began closing in on Chun Pingon, Yang just suddenly heard the sound of 2 people hitting the floor behind him. He turned around and stood there, stunned speechless. Jiao Tian and Mo Huang were trembling on the ground, desperately begging Chun Pingon for forgiveness. They were terrified, regretting that they had ever dared to mess with the pseudo-divine artifact. They realized they never should have tried to spy on his appearance in the God realm. This scene left Yang Jia bug-eyed with shock. He never expected to run into such a legendary, top-tier powerhouse. A moment later, he let out a shout and threw himself at Chun Pingon's feet. This lowly one was blind to your greatness. Senior, please, just consider me an ignorant fool. Chun Pingon was completely bewildered. He wondered if Yong Chunglin had been feeding these people some wild stories about him, seeing them so desperate to compensate him for their mistakes. A slight smirk played at the corner of Chun Pingon's mouth. This was the perfect chance to throw them off their rhythm. He put on an air of profound mystery and spoke. Did you really think those little tricks of yours could hide anything from my eyes? I knew what you were up to the very moment you pulled them out. The only reason I didn't kill you then was because you still had some use to us. The moment he finished, the 2 of them began thanking him hysterically, promising to serve him like slaves for the rest of their lives. Chun Pingon felt a wave of satisfaction. It seemed a few threatening words were all it took to get his hands on a pseudo-divine artifact. Sure enough, when Chun Pingon intentionally mentioned that it was a good thing he had brought something along today, Mo Huang immediately took the hint. He reached into his storage ring and pulled out a divine sword. With a forced smile, he presented it to Chun Pingon with both hands. He told Chun Pingon that this was the last remaining pseudo-divine artifact belonging to their Zhuchen Pavilion. But if a supreme master like him were to use it, it would be the greatest honor for the Zhuchen Pavilion. In truth, he was devastated. That divine sword had been by Mo Huang's side for thousands of years. Chun Pingon didn't hesitate for a second and took the sword, even though this pseudo-divine artifact was the real deal. The moment Chun Pingon's hand closed around the hilt, he felt it tremble violently. It was as if the sword itself was fiercely resisting him. Suddenly, Jiao Jia appeared behind him. His red eyes snapped open and he let out a cold snort. The divine sword stopped trembling instantly. While Chun Pingon was still confused, the 2 men kneeling on the floor nearly jumped out of their skins from pure terror. That single snort from Jiao Jia carried an overwhelming, suffocating threat. They had already realized Lord Blade's true form, but they couldn't even begin to imagine the true extent of Chun Pingon's power. At that moment, Chun Ping'an looked down at the two of them coldly. Stand up, all of you. I didn't come here today to deal with trivial matters. I'm here to set a grand stage. Upon hearing those words, Yangzhe immediately invited Chun Ping'an into the VIP room. Chun Ping'an sat casually in the Grandmaster's chair and spoke. Let me ask you, are you familiar with the Wuqi sect? Yangzhe quickly responded. I am, senior. They're a fifth-rank sect. Their influence isn't particularly strong, but they manage well enough. Beside him, however, Diao Zhetian broke out in a cold sweat. Because not long ago, he had secretly assassinated the Wuqi sect leader. Suddenly, Chun Ping'an turned and asked Diao Zhetian if he knew them. To hide his inner panic, Diao Zhetian looked away and dismissively said, from his perspective, they were incredibly weak. Chun Ping'an had practically gotten the answer he was looking for. He then ordered the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and Zhuqian Pavilion to help the Wuqi sect rise to a fourth-rank sect. Diao Zhetian let out a heavy sigh of relief. He thought Chun Ping'an wasn't going to press him further. What he didn't realize was that Chun Ping'an actually knew nothing about the assassination. The three of them bowed one after another, guaranteeing they would complete the task. As Chun Ping'an departed, all three respectfully saw him off. Chun Ping'an had played his role to perfection. Only after he was completely gone did the three of them finally wipe the sweat from their brows. Soon after, under Yangzhe's lead, they headed straight for the Wuqi sect. The scene shifts to Chun Ping'an's courtyard. Mu Jian had come looking for him again. As soon as she arrived, she shouted for Jinling to get his butt out here. Sister Dao, unable to stand the noise any longer, revealed her true form. Mu Jian, he's not here. Have you still not given up yet? The little girl demanded Sister Dao tell her exactly where Jinling was. Sister Dao explained that Lord Blade didn't actually think much of Jinling. But Mu Jian wasn't listening. She was determined to find out. Thinking the girl wouldn't be able to reach him anyway, Sister Dao told her that Jinling and Lord Blade were currently inside Chun Ping'an's storage ring. Mu Jian froze as if struck by lightning. She completely misinterpreted it, thinking Jinling and Lord Blade were off enjoying some private couple time together. Talk about a wild imagination. In that moment, Mu Jian was convinced they were off sharing a romantic world of their own. No matter what, she would never approve of their relationship. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She thought of a way to minimize her losses. She immediately transformed into a streak of purple light and flew away. She needed to find Madame Duan to make some preparations before she could execute her plan. A short while later, a pillar of light descended into the courtyard. It was Chun Ping'an teleporting back home. Since he had already sent the Zhuqian Pavilion to help the Wuqi sect, he could now just kick back and wait for the mission to be completed. Suddenly, a childish voice called out from behind him. This junior pays her respects to the senior. Chun Ping'an turned around in surprise. Who are you? Mu Jian stood there, momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, after she shared her plan with Madame Duan, the madam told her that as long as she didn't reveal their identities, she could do whatever she wanted. She just had to be patient. Until Chun Ping'an handed Jinling over. So, she intentionally put on a shy expression and said her name was Mu Jian, and that she was Jinling's wife. She claimed she had come today specifically so the couple could reunite for a while. Chun Ping'an was absolutely floored. He had no idea Jinling was married. Without a second thought, he pulled Jinling out of the storage ring. The moment he appeared, Jinling was snared by a surge of spiritual energy and dragged toward Mu Jian. However, Chun Ping'an noticed that Jinling seemed a bit reluctant. Seeing this, Mu Jian quickly explained that her bond with Jinling was stronger than gold. The little guy was probably just embarrassed to show affection in front of Senior. Meanwhile, Jinling was trembling uncontrollably. In his mind, he imagined a horrifying, gaping maw hidden behind that cute little girl's face. But with no other choice, he had to play along and say he was just shy. Mu Jian bid Chun Ping'an farewell and flew off. Jinling's miserable screams echoed through the air. Chun Ping'an let out a chuckle. He mistakenly thought Jinling was just screaming with joy at seeing his wife. He had no clue he had just hand-delivered Jinling into a living hell. And sure enough, Mu Jian dragged Jinling into the forest behind the house. Spiritual energy began to swirl violently in her hands. A massive blast of energy sent little Jinling flying into the air. Jinling slammed into the ground like a literal sandbag, creating a hole 100 meters deep. Then, Mu Jian's ice-cold voice rang out. I distinctly remember warning you. And yet, you still dared to have private time with Brother Blade? It seems you won't learn your lesson unless I give you a proper beating. Hearing this, Jinling begged for his life. Boss, please let me explain. There were tons of other bosses inside that ring too. It wasn't a private world like you're thinking. But Mu Jian was far past the point of listening. She gave a cold laugh and began gathering spiritual energy once again. Jinling's pupils dilated in terror. He tried to explain further, but the only response he got was a barrage of merciless punches. The threat from this attack was even more terrifying than the last. The spiritual energy exploded, creating a massive shockwave that radiated in every direction. This isn't over yet. Little sister Mu Jian raised her hand once more. She began to gather her energy. Then, Jinling was slammed back into the dirt. A ruthless barrage of strikes followed, one after another. Watching little sister Mu Jian cause such a massive commotion, Sister Tao sighed as she perched on a tree branch. Master Dao, doesn't your conscience hurt at all? Standing beneath the tree, Master Dao gave an awkward, sheepish smile. For Jinling, being thrashed by little sister Mu Jian wasn't just a beating, it was a golden opportunity. Could Master Dao really be trying to play matchmaker for those two? By now, Jinling had been beaten so badly he was sprawled on the ground, looking completely shattered. Deciding he'd had enough of a lesson, little sister Mu Jian finally stopped. Before leaving, she declared, "This was just a lesson for today. If you don't change your ways, next time won't be nearly this simple." Jinling rubbed his aching head and struggled to his feet. He groaned inwardly, thinking Master Dao had really screwed him over this time. A moment later, he found a branch to use as a crutch and limped his way back home. Seeing Jinling's pathetic state, Chen Pingyan was completely stunned. He had no idea what had happened between the two immortal artifacts, but Jinling looked like he'd been put through a meat grinder. Nearly in tears, Jinling wailed, "Master, if my wife comes back again, I beg you, please don't drag me out there." Chen Pingyan burst out laughing at the sight. "I knew it. You've been completely drained. If you need to recover your strength, you should eat something nutritious." As soon as he spoke, Jinling felt as if he'd been struck by a bolt of lightning. He shrieked in protest. "Master, what on earth are you thinking? My lifelong reputation, it's ruined." Elsewhere, in the Wuchi sect of the God Realm, a sudden shout echoed throughout the entire sect. "Where are the people of the Wuchi sect?" No sooner had the voice faded than the Great Elder swung the main gates open. "I didn't realize the Great God Venerable had arrived. Please forgive our lack of welcome." Mo Huang stepped forward and announced he was there to discuss some matters with them. After bowing, the Great Elder invited the three of them into the main hall. The Great Elder spoke first. "First of all, President Yang, for you all to come here despite your busy schedules, has our Wuchi sect done something wrong?" Yang smiled and shook his head. "I've only come here to offer the Wuchi sect an opportunity. From now on, whenever the Wuchi sect visits the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, you will receive significant discounts and exclusive benefits." Hearing this, the Great Elder and the Second Elder were utterly shocked. The Great Elder's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Without hesitation, he turned and delivered a stinging slap to the Second Elder's face. The Second Elder stood there, completely stunned by the blow. Just as he was about to curse him out, he heard the Great Elder's bizarre remark, "My hand hurts." Wait, so I'm not dreaming? It wasn't until Mo Huang clapped his hands that everyone finally took their seats. Still uneasy, the Great Elder asked, "May I ask what guidance the Great God Venerable has for us today?" Mo Huang gave a cool, detached smile. "It's nothing major, really. I simply wish to become the guardian of the Wuchi sect and send some experts to help train your disciples." As he finished, the overwhelming pressure of a peak God Venerable radiated from his body. At the same time, Diao Zhetian released the spiritual aura of a ninth-layer God Venerable. The three elders stared, their mouths hanging wide open in shock. They truly couldn't believe what they were hearing. Toying with a sphere of spiritual energy in his hand, Mo Huang asked, "So, do you elders agree?" The Great Elder scrambled to his feet instantly. Trembling with a mix of fear and excitement, he hurried to agree. "Of course, we agree. It's just, we've waited for such a stroke of luck for a very long time. Our sect master passed away not too long ago, you see." Mo Huang waved his hand and chuckled. There's no need for concern. It's simply that a certain senior thinks highly of your Wuchi sect. You can rest easy. I'm only here to support the Wuchi sect. As for who the sect master is, we don't care in the slightest." At those words, the great elder's pupils dilated. Clearly, all three elders were thinking the exact same thing. Whoever became the sect master would surely reap massive rewards. Seizing the moment, the great elder proposed, "Let us choose one among the three of us to be the new sect master." The other two had been waiting for him to say exactly that. They were already braced for a full-blown battle. Soon, the sounds of a fierce fight erupted from the nearby training grounds. A massive explosion shook the earth, echoing through the sky. Both the second and third elders were sent flying through the air. It seemed the great elder was the strongest after all. Kneeling on the ground, the two elders were bitter, but they had no choice but to accept their fate. The great elder then took out a transmission jade, preparing to contact Chun Pingen. If he could just get the sect master's token from Chun Pingen's hands, he would legitimately become the leader of the Wuchi sect. Shortly after, the storage ring on Chun Pingen's finger began to vibrate. He pulled out the transmission jade and saw 4 urgent messages from the great elder. Given the desperate tone of the messages, Chun Pingen knew it must be a serious emergency. As he stood up, the system's teleportation portal opened before him. A moment later, Chun Pingen vanished from the courtyard. The system teleported Chun Pingen directly to the Wuchi sect. Entering the hall, he saw Mo Huang chatting with the elders. It seemed these people were behaving themselves. Chun Pingen cupped his hands and smiled. "I wonder what prompted the great elder to call me back in such a hurry." The great elder wore an arrogant expression. Referring to himself as the Wuchi sect master, he demanded that Chun Pingen hand over the sect master's token. Chun Pingen was momentarily stunned. He still had no idea what was going on. Didn't they practically beg him to take the sect leader position before? Mo Huang and Diao Zhitian, however, grasped the situation instantly. It seems they were given far too much. Now, even the great elder doesn't fear death anymore. The reason for what happened earlier still isn't clear, but Chun Pingen still handed over the sect leader's medallion to the great elder without hesitation. As it happens, he was looking for an excuse to slack off anyway. Besides, with the big shots from the Jushin Pavilion helping him finish his tasks, he couldn't care less whether he held the title of sect leader or not. Clutching the medallion, the great elder was overcome with excitement. He began fantasizing about a glorious tomorrow. Since Chun Pingen was wearing a mask, Diao Zhitian didn't recognize him. He turned to Mo Huang and asked, "This guy couldn't be one of Chun Pingen's juniors, could he? Should we step in and stop him from giving up the sect leader position?" Mo Huang shook his head, signaling there was no need. Diao Zhitian wanted to argue, but he was quickly cut off. It turned out Mo Huang had already tried to contact Chun Pingen's divine artifacts. The artifact spirits told him the man standing before them was indeed Chun Pingen. He concluded that this had to be part of Chun Pingen's master plan. So, they shouldn't interfere and mess up Senior's rhythm. The sight of the two talking caught the attention of the 3 elders. They wondered if those two were somehow acquainted with Chun Pingen. Just then, the great elder held up the medallion and summoned the other 2 elders over. "Listen well, everyone. From this day forward, I am the official sect leader of the Wuchi sect." The 3rd elder bowed deeply in respect. The 2nd elder, however, let out a cold, dissatisfied huff. He didn't respect this new sect leader at all. The great elder didn't mind. Now that he held the position, everything else was trivial. But the very next morning, the great elder was murdered. He became the shortest reigning sect leader in the history of the Wuchi sect. After a servant discovered the body, he immediately bolted outside and screamed at the top of his lungs. The 3rd elder just happened to be passing by the door. The servant frantically told him that the great elder had been killed. Furious, the 3rd elder shoved him aside and rushed inside. He saw the great elder sitting in his chair, his eyes wide and hollow. The sight made the 3rd elder's skin crawl with fear. Trembling uncontrollably, he reached out a hand to check for breath under the great elder's nose. In an instant, he let out a blood-curdling scream of terror. The great elder was truly, undeniably dead. He quickly relayed the news to the 2nd elder. The cause of death was identical to the previous sect leaders. He had died of poisoning. Though the 2nd elder appeared calm on the outside, his heart was in total turmoil. He had no idea what their next move should be. The third elder let out a helpless sigh. He suggested they should report this to Mo Huang and the other god venerable. But deep down, he had a daring suspicion. He suspected the new sect leader's death might have been tacitly approved by the two god venerables. Perhaps they were even the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes. This thought gave the second elder a massive fright. He hurriedly asked what he meant by that. The third elder began to explain his reasoning. He connected the way Chun Pingon easily handed over the medallion with the fact that the two god venerables seemed to know him. He began to suspect that the great elder's death was somehow linked to Chun Pingon. The news reached the Zhushun pavilion shortly after. Mo Huang immediately grilled Diao Zhetian about what had happened. Evidently, he didn't know the cause of this mess either. Diao Zhetian explained sheepishly. He had forgotten to retract the order he'd given to his assassin. The assassin was someone he'd trained in secret. The man only knew how to follow orders. He had no idea that man was actually working for their Zhushun pavilion, which is how this tragedy happened. Mo Huang's face darkened with frustration as he listened. He couldn't help but snap at him. You absolute moron. One's a fool and the other's an idiot. The two of you are truly brain dead. Diao Zhetian lost his composure out of sheer fear. He frantically asked if they should prepare gifts to go and apologize to Senior. To his surprise, Mo Huang told him there was no need. He simply told him to retract the assassin's order and act as if nothing had happened. But Diao Zhetian was still worried that Qin Pingon would blame them once he found out. Mo Huang shook his head. He guessed that Senior had likely foreseen today's outcome long ago. Perhaps this was exactly what Senior wanted all along. The two of them fell into a long, contemplative silence. Then, they sighed, marveling at how truly unpredictable Senior was. One has to admit, they really overthought it this time. Meanwhile, Chun Pingon had returned home long ago. Suddenly, he let out a loud sneeze. It looks like something troublesome is about to happen again. Sure enough, Mu Jian's little sister came to visit a second time, specifically looking for Jinling. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Pingon sold Jinling out. Mu Jian's sister continued to play the role of a sweet, adorable girl. She said her goodbyes to Chun Pingon with an air of perfect obedience. Then, unable to wait any longer, she took off and flew away instantly. As Chun Pingon watched her, he sighed softly to himself. Such genuine affection is truly enviable. Just then, a pleasant voice accompanied by a series of footsteps rang out. And just who is my dear husband envying so much? Or are you already getting tired of me? Upon hearing that voice, Chun Pingon's eyes immediately lit up. My lady, where is this coming from? You are the goddess of my heart. Here, let me help you with those. Xiao Dang, hiding behind a tree, caught the whole intimate scene. Fuming, the little girl turned to Xiao He beside her. I'm standing right here in plain sight. Are they seriously just going to ignore me? Meanwhile, Xiao He was too busy stuffing his face to notice. Caught off guard by the question, he froze. He had no idea how he was supposed to answer that. Xiao Dang grabbed her hoe and pressed him for an answer. Terrified, Xiao He felt goosebumps break out all over his body. Instinctively, he pushed his bowl of dog food toward her. He quickly stammered an apology, claiming he was so focused on eating that he hadn't heard a word she said. Xiao Dang's face darkened instantly as she let out a piercing scream. Who the hell are you calling a dog? On the other side, Sister Mu Jian was starting up again. A brilliant flash of golden light suddenly erupted, bathing the entire forest. It was clear that Jinling had just taken a brutal hit. Sister Mu Jian shouted in a fit of rage. How dare you hide in that ring with Brother Blade, enjoying your own little world for two? Knocked flat on his back, Jinling groaned in pain. He realized that this time, he was well and truly dead. He swallowed hard, his throat dry with fear. Then he gritted his teeth. It looked like he was about to make a desperate, life-changing decision. Suddenly, Jinling blurted out a confession of love to Sister Mu Jian. Apparently, this was the escape plan his panicked brain had just cooked up. Seeing her stunned silence, he pressed his advantage and began to ramble on and on. I can't hide it anymore. From the moment I first saw you, I was utterly captivated by your powerful aura, Boss Mu Jian. I've been lost in it ever since. Sister Mu Jian had never been confessed to in her life. Her face turned beet red as she barked at him to shut his mouth. But Jinling didn't stop piling on the compliments. I'm just an ordinary immortal artifact. I never knew what love was. Until the day I met you, Boss Mu Jian. In that moment, my entire world changed forever. A smug look flickered in his eyes as he finished his speech. He figured that as long as she believed he was in love with her, he'd definitely be able to make a break for it. I have to distance myself from Brother Blade. With that thought, he poured even more emotion into his fake confession. Boss Mu Jian, don't you see? I think of you every second of every day. I've fallen for you. I'm so head over heels that there's no cure for me. Sister Mu Jian was so flustered she didn't know what to do with herself. She never imagined this little brat actually had feelings for her. Had she really misjudged him this whole time? Even though his confession was incredibly over the top, it felt surprisingly sincere. But then a thought struck her. Something wasn't right. What kind of spiritual artifact falls in love with the person who's always beating them up? This brat is a total actor. He's laying it on so thick he's obviously trying to play me. Once she saw through the ruse, her fists clenched tight. Her rage exploded instantly as she let out a thunderous roar. Just die already. She lunged forward, swinging her fist straight at Jinling. Jinling's soul nearly left his body when he saw her coming. The sound of heavy thuds echoed through the air, followed by a series of pathetic, agonizing screams. Jinling's cries of pain shook the very foundations of the forest. This tragic scene was witnessed by the two bosses who live for this kind of drama. Qing Feng couldn't believe Jinling had the guts to pull a stunt like that. Sister Peach couldn't help but sigh in disdain. You men and your silver tongues, nothing but lies and deceit. Suddenly, Sister Peach shifted the subject. By the way, my head isn't exactly the sharpest either. You aren't planning on playing me for a fool like Jinling did, are you? Panicked, Qing Feng scrambled to explain himself. I would never dream of it. When I say I like you, I mean it. I never lie to you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sister Peach blushed and turned her head away. Only then did Qing Feng finally breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that a woman's heart was truly a terrifying thing to navigate. But then he realized something. Why would she ask me that right now of all times? Could it be that Sister Peach? He leaned in closer and whispered a soft question. Do you want to hear me say I like you again? Sister Peach cleared her throat bashfully. Well, it wouldn't hurt to hear it one more time. Just as she finished speaking, Qing Feng reached out and took her delicate hands in his. But just as he was about to deliver a romantic confession, an urgent, weak voice echoed in his mind. Qing Feng, great one, please come save us. Qing Feng bolted upright, shouting in shock. This is bad. My clan might have been discovered. They're calling out to me for help. He immediately leaped down to the ground. He rushed over and knelt before the mistress. She was currently lounging in the sun. Mistress, my clan is in trouble. Please, I beg you, allow me to go back and save them. Duan Henin looked up, her expression filled with doubt. Your master already made all the necessary arrangements. Logically speaking, nothing should have gone wrong. Before she could finish, Qing Feng interrupted her, his voice trembling with emotion. Mistress, I can hear the cry of my own bloodline. There is no way I could be mistaken about this. Duan Henin let out a helpless sigh. If you're determined to go, I won't stop you. But you must understand, once you expose yourself, you won't be able to return. In fact, you might even lose your life. You know as well as I do that I cannot step in to help you. You must remember. Brother G immediately rose to his feet and bowed. I know, but I cannot simply ignore the life and death of my clan. I beg the mistress to grant me this. Duan Xinshin sighed again and gave her consent. Before leaving, Brother G looked at Sister Dao with a gaze full of reluctance. If I manage to return, I will tell you everything. Without waiting for Sister Dao's reply, Brother G transformed into a streak of golden light and soared into the sky. Sister Dao just stood there. She stared blankly at his retreating figure as it disappeared into the distance. She unconsciously gripped the handle of her fan. Her heart was consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread. At that very moment, unable to bear the concern for Brother G's safety, Sister Dao knelt and pleaded with Lady Duan to let her follow and assist him. Seeing that Lady Duan did not offer an immediate answer, Sister Dao's face paled with anxiety as she explained. Although we have never voiced it, we have always understood each other's hearts. If I don't go with him today, I fear I will regret it for the rest of my life. I beg the mistress to grant me this. Knowing Sister Dao's mind was made up, Lady Duan could only sigh helplessly. Go! Just be careful out there. As soon as the words were spoken, Sister Dao turned into a beam of light and flew off. Lady Duan lowered her head, lost in thought. Her fingers drummed rhythmically against the arm of her chair. She suddenly turned to look at Dao Jia, who was standing nearby. Dao Jia, go after them immediately. If there is a chance to sever the ties of karma, find a way to strike. Dao Jia acknowledged her and vanished instantly. Lady Duan felt a headache coming on. More and more things are veering off course. I just hope nothing catastrophic happens. This is the Chaos Realm. A figure stepped out from a spatial rift. It was Brother G, the one his family had sent the distress signal to. But upon arriving, Brother G found no trace of his clan anywhere. This makes no sense. The distress signal clearly came from this exact location. Suddenly, panic seized his heart. He realized he had walked straight into a trap. Sure enough, a sinister laugh rang out. Huh, you're only realizing it now? Don't you think it's a bit too late? Brother G looked in the direction of the voice. A man slowly emerged from behind him. The man held a golden core that emitted a dazzling, blinding light. The sound coming from within was the exact distress call Brother G had heard earlier. I can't believe such a tired old trick. Actually lured the Saint Phoenix all the way here. Brother G let out a disdainful snort. So what if I'm here? Do you really think a piece of trash like you can stop me? The man smirked. On my own? Probably not. But with the addition of this heaven prison formation, would that still be the case? As he spoke, an array appeared in the palm of his hand. Runes began to fly out from the formation one by one. A massive, solid array materialized above Brother G's head. Brother G was completely surrounded. He wasn't worried about being unable to escape. Instead, he cursed the man for being absolutely insane. Activating this formation required sacrificing the lives of countless innocent people. The man didn't see it that way. He laughed loudly. So what? It's their honor to be sacrificed. Ha ha. With that, he raised his hand. He pressed down firmly and mocked him. You should be worrying about yourself instead. A terrifying, oppressive force instantly enveloped Brother G. Brother G struggled to endure, relying on his powerful physique to stay upright. The man's mouth kept running. Don't you phoenixes claim to be able to undergo nirvana and be reborn? Why be so afraid of death? Brother G forced his head up and gritted his teeth. The only reason you're using the heaven prison method is because it's the only way to trap my soul. You just want to capture me to find out where my master is. I will never let you have your way. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. His entire body erupted with the spiritual energy of a fire phoenix. Witnessing this, the man remained completely unfazed. You want to use that mood to take me down with you? To scatter your own soul and commit suicide? A cruel smirk played on the man's lips. He reached out and snapped his fingers. What a pity. My master already predicted you try that. This heaven prison method was modified specifically for you. Thunder rumbled within the formation. A lightning storm was brewing inside. The man's arrogant voice rang out again. Now, I'll let you experience true agony. Brother G looked stunned as the realization hit him. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning struck Brother G's defenseless body. Brother G let out a gut-wrenching scream. The lightning storm was brief, but it left Brother G kneeling helplessly on the ground. At that very moment, an ice-cold voice echoed through the air. You dare lay a hand on my man? Then you'd better prepare to die. It was Sister Dao. Consumed by rage, she struck the man with a powerful palm. A surge of golden light erupted from her hand, instantly shattering the so-called heaven prison method. The residual force was so terrifying that even the man didn't dare face it head-on. He had no choice but to retreat. But even this had been anticipated by his master. After all, breaking this formation from the outside is far easier than trying to shatter it from within. Seeing a woman even more badass than this useless big bro chicken, that guy still maintained a look as if everything was going according to plan. Clearly, his master had prepared for the possibility of other divine artifacts interfering. But this blade he just drew, just what level of power is that? Right at that moment, someone hiding in the shadows suddenly lunged out, launching a sneak attack on Sister Peach from behind. A blade pierced straight through her chest. Sister Peach blamed herself for being so careless. The assailant quickly withdrew the blade and vanished without a trace. Sister Peach coughed up a mouthful of blood. She let out a pained cry before collapsing heavily to the ground. Big Bro Chicken could only watch, paralyzed by a crushing sense of helplessness. He couldn't help but berate her, asking why she had to be so foolish. It wasn't worth her sacrificing her life like this. Sister Peach spoke with great difficulty. "I'm sorry, but I don't regret it at all. I'm only sad that I couldn't save you." She immediately reached out and tightly grasped Big Bro Chicken's hand. In that moment, their hearts and minds became one. They understood exactly what the other was thinking. At the very least, they could die together. Sister Peach offered one last smile. Suddenly, countless green branches began to sprout from her body. At the same time, Big Bro Chicken released his phoenix flames. Their powers merged into a single vine. It surged violently toward the formation above. Seeing this, the man above shouted that things had turned sour. It turned out Sister Peach and Big Bro Chicken were planning to detonate their souls together. If they did that, the heaven-imprisoning array wouldn't stand a chance. He flew toward the formation, desperate to stop them. But at that exact moment, Master Dao arrived. Master Dao formed a hand seal and barked a single word: "Shatter." A beam of golden light instantly slashed toward the man. He didn't even have time to scream before he was wiped out. Luckily, Boss Lady Duan had told Master Dao to follow them earlier. Otherwise, these two lovebirds would have surely met their ends here today. Master Dao flew into the formation and gave a casual wave of his hand. The so-called heaven-imprisoning array instantly crumbled. The two of them wouldn't have to blow themselves up after all. Master Dao then helped Sister Peach up. Sister Peach gave a weak smile, relieved to have survived the ordeal. Seeing that Master Dao had saved their lives, Big Bro Chicken blushed awkwardly and blurted out, "Master Dao, I freaking love you." Sister Peach shyly interjected, "No, I won't allow it." Big Bro Chicken hurried to explain that he was only joking. This left Master Dao feeling quite annoyed. He had just saved them, and here they were, flaunting their affection right in front of him. Suddenly, a golden light radiated from a spatial portal. At the same time, a cold voice rang out. "You think you can leave? All of you stay right where you are." As soon as the voice spoke, a massive hand, radiating immense spiritual energy, pressed down from above. Big Bro Chicken couldn't help but curse. What the hell? This guy is actually stepping in personally? Master Dao's expression turned grim as well. Spiritual energy quickly gathered in his palms. Clearly, even he wasn't sure if he could block this move. In that life-or-death split second, Boss Lady Duan's voice echoed through the air. "You shameless coward." Boss Lady Duan's own giant hand manifested in the sky, completely shattering the golden palm. Meanwhile, in a grand palace somewhere within the Chaos Realm, a man roared in fury. "Just wait until the time is right. I will make you pay for this 100-fold. The man speaking was the true mastermind behind everything. Master Dao quickly brought the two of them back home. Because his soul had been damaged, Big Bro Chicken reverted back into a small chick. Boss Lady Duan had no choice but to make him a nest and place it on a branch of the peach tree. She then turned to go buy some medicine, telling them both to get some rest. They would have to wait for Chun Ping-in to return. A few drops of his blood would be enough to help them fully recover. Big Bro Chicken and Sister Peach both thanked Boss Lady Duan. As soon as she stepped out the door, the courtyard immediately became noisy again. Goldfish and Teapot were the first to speak up. "Are you two okay? You really scared the life out of us." Jean Ling added excitedly. "It's so good to see the big bosses back home safe and sound." Big Bro Chicken puffed out his wings and laughed. It's nothing. Do you have any idea who I am?" Before he could finish, Sister Peach cut him off. "If Master Dao and I hadn't made it in time, you'd be a piece of fried chicken by now. I took such a serious injury this time. You'd better be ready to make it up to me." Hearing that, he tilted his head. He promised to give her all sorts of great things as compensation. He was even about to spill the beans about Goldfish's secrets. Sister Peach was so annoyed, she started shaking her branches. "You total idiot. Don't tell me your idea of repayment is offering yourself to me?" At those words, the chicken's eyes immediately lit up with joy. He used his tiny wings to hug the tree trunk tightly. "Do you really mean that?" Sister Peach wasn't even angry anymore. She just huffed, saying that if he didn't agree, then forget it. Big Bro Chicken rubbed his face against the trunk. "Of course I agree. How could I ever say no? As soon as we're back in human form, we'll go to the master to ask for his blessing to marry." Sister Peach blushed and finally gave her consent. Seeing how lovey-dovey these two are being, Goldfish couldn't help but chime in with a sarcastic remark. They really are a match made in heaven, aren't they? Even the teapot added irritably. You can say that again. The scene shifts to Chun Pingin's room. Chun Pingin is currently stepping out from a spatial rift. His face carries the look of someone who just narrowly escaped a disaster. The Great Elder was killed the moment he inherited the position of sect leader. It's a good thing I didn't take the position back then. Otherwise, the one who got carved up would have been me. But lately, those kids in the immortal realm helped me find a decent piece of immortal soulwood. He immediately pulled it out, adding it to the piece he had previously exchanged for with points. He believed he had finally gained control over the power of heaven and earth. The energy of the silk threads would definitely be broken. He then closed his eyes and began his cultivation. This time, he was actually able to control 14 threads. This result was far beyond his expectations, but it left him feeling extremely satisfied. He was looking forward to returning to the God Realm this time, to see exactly what level his current strength had reached. After finishing his cultivation, he pushed open the door to his room. Madame Duan, who was in the courtyard, immediately called out, "Husband!" Chun Pingin stroked his chin as he looked at her long, slender legs and nodded in approval. Suddenly, Madame Duan pulled out a sachet she had just finished embroidering and spoke. In my hometown, we have a custom where newlyweds put a bit of their blood into a sachet. If you hang in the room, you'll be happy forever. Fearing Chun Pingin wouldn't believe her, she added another word. I want us to be happy together forever. Do you agree, husband? Without a second thought, Chun Pingin took a needle and pricked his fingertip. A few drops of blood fell into the sachet. Suddenly, a mysterious golden light instantly absorbed the blood. Seeing this, Madame Duan flashed a knowing smile. Naturally, this was all intended to help Sister Peach and Big Brother Chicken recover from their injuries. But to avoid making Chun Pingin suspicious, Madame Duan had to come up with this little scheme. Just then, a streak of purple light flew into the courtyard. It turned out that Mu Jian had arrived again. Chun Pingin knew at a glance. She was here for Jinling. Acting on instinct, he immediately handed Jinling over to her. Very soon, they arrived at the familiar mountain peak. Mu Jian watched Jinling tremble. The sound of her cracking knuckles echoed through the air. This time, she sought out Jinling to settle the score for the nonsense he had spouted before. Meanwhile, Jinling thought to himself that the reason he failed last time was because he hadn't committed to the act enough. So, he took a deep breath. He decided that this time, he had to make his performance look real. He began to speak with deep, dramatic emotion. Boss Mu Jian, I've actually been waiting for a long time. Hurry up and torment me. The moment he finished speaking, Mu Jian was so shocked her eyes went wide and her jaw dropped. Seeing that his plan was working, Jinling immediately stepped forward and continued. I told you that I like you. So even if you torment me, I'll take it gladly. Come on, Boss Mu Jian. Whatever you do, don't hold back just because I'm a delicate flower. Evidently, Mu Jian still hadn't made her move. She simply gathered a surge of energy in her hand. Jinling panicked for a brief moment. Before he could finish his sentence, two loud thuds echoed from the woods, followed immediately by Jinling's miserable screams. Once the remaining threat had vanished, Jinling sat up, but he wasn't ready to give up just yet. He blurted out directly, "It hurts, but when I think about how this is Mu Jian's way of showing me love, I feel absolutely ecstatic." After saying that, Jinling stood back up. He continued to ramp up the intensity. Boss Mu Jian, please continue to torment me. His face was contorted into an expression of pure, twisted bliss. Finally, this display left Mu Jian completely speechless and stunned. She turned around and bolted. She made the excuse that she had other business today and would let him off for now. Afraid that Mu Jian might change her mind, he added one last shout, "Don't go, boss." This scared Mu Jian so much that she turned into a streak of purple light and vanished instantly. Finally, Jinling had escaped that meddlesome little girl. He immediately transformed into a golden light and flew back home to celebrate. Jinling had successfully tricked Mu Jian. Back at the house, he was currently bragging to Xiaohei about how incredible he was. This scene was caught by Big Brother Blade, who was standing right behind them. Sister Peach told Blade to go give him a warning, lest he get beaten to a pulp later. Blade simply shook his head. He just said to let him enjoy himself a little longer. After all, Mu Jian is bound to find out sooner or later. When that happens, his good days will be officially over. Hearing such ridiculous bragging, Sister Peach and Big Brother Chicken couldn't help but mock Jean Ling. Having a big brother like that is truly a curse that spans 3 lifetimes. By the next morning, Chen Pingyan was preparing to go out and find a suitable place to test his strength when Xiao Ling called out to him from behind. He turned his head. Just as he was about to come up with an excuse to deflect her, Xiao Ling grabbed his arm. She begged and pleaded with him to take her along. The moment he said he was going out on serious business, Xiao Ling started whining and pestering him to let her join. In truth, Madame Duan had already told her that Chen Pingyan was planning to head to the God Realm. The reason the little girl insisted on coming along was that she wanted to see how her father was doing lately. Eventually, Madame Duan had to speak up and ask Chen Pingyan to take her with him. Only then did Chen Pingyan finally agree. However, he told her she must obey him no matter what. He knew this little girl was far too mischievous for her own good. He was worried she'd only cause him trouble. Before long, the two of them teleported to a mountain somewhere in the Divine Realm. This time, Chen Pingyan had specifically spent a large amount of system points to have the system teleport them a bit further away from the Yuchi sect. Suddenly, a flash of purple light erupted up ahead. Just as Chen Pingyan was wondering what it was, the beam of light sliced right between the two of them. A thunderous boom echoed across the mountain peak. The area directly behind them was instantly pulverized. Had that attack hit them, they likely would have been severely injured. Chen Pingyan hurriedly asked Xiao Ling if she was hurt anywhere. Xiao Ling smiled and said she was fine. She'd just been a little startled. Suddenly, a series of violent combat sound broke out. Chen Pingyan looked over and saw 2 people locked in a fierce battle. It was obvious that the earlier beam of light had been unleashed by one of them. Chen Pingyan flew into an instant rage. He cursed through gritted teeth. Those 2 bastards. How dare they fight here? Hearing this, Dao Jia asked Chen Pingyan if he needed him to step in and kill them. Chen Pingyan told him there was no need for him to act. He wanted to step onto the battlefield himself to test his current strength. He then pulled Senior Broom out of his storage ring. Fearing Xiao Ling might be in danger, he told her to hold on to it for protection. He simply wanted to stand up for her and demand justice. He charged straight between the 2 combatants. Without a word, Chen Pingyan gathered his chi and unleashed a powerful Buddha's palm strike toward them. The 2 of them immediately felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy closing in. They instantly scrambled apart to avoid the danger. The Buddha's palm slammed down, sending a massive heat wave rippling across the ground. One of the men glared at Chen Pingyan and snarled. "You got a lot of nerve, kid." Chen Pingyan's face filled with murderous intent as he spoke coldly. "Save your breath. You just terrified my little sister. I want you to apologize to her. Now." Hearing such a childish demand, the man's lips curled into a sneer as he mocked, "Fine. Tell her to come over here, and I'll apologize to her with my sword." Chen Pingyan was truly furious now. She began to gather in his hand once more. He still wanted to give the man one last chance. "What did you just say?" The man remained as arrogant as ever. "I don't know where this piece of trash came from, but you dare interrupt my fight?" The other man stood aside, watching the farce unfold. He seemed to sense something. Chen Pingyan was no ordinary person. Sure enough, Chen Pingyan didn't say another word. He launched a devastating strike toward the man who didn't know his own place. The sheer, direct pressure of the attack made it impossible for him to even move. In that split second, he felt a wave of pure regret. He realized he had crossed paths with a truly terrifying existence. But it was far too late. With a blood-curdling scream, the man was sent flying. Then came an earth-shattering explosion. The residual shockwaves radiated wildly in all directions. The remaining man nearly wet himself, shaking uncontrollably with fear. As for the arrogant one, he had been ground into dust. A palm print 1,000 meters deep now marked the earth. Chen Pingyan's cold voice rang out. "You." Hearing himself called, the man's scalp went numb. Before he could speak, Chen Pingyan stared him down and asked flatly, "Do you want to kill me too?" The man shook his head like a madman. He stammered out his reply. "And no, this junior wouldn't dare." Chen Pingyan gave a cold snort. "At least you're smart. Follow me." The man stared at Chen Pingyan's back and took a sharp breath. He then flew after him, like a sidekick following his boss. When they landed, the man looked up and was completely stunned. When he saw Senior Broom in Xiaoling's hand, his jaw dropped. The pressure radiating from that broom was 1,000 times stronger than any divine artifact. He finally realized just what kind of monsters he had run into. Seeing his dazed expression, Chun Pingan snorted coldly. "What are you staring at? Get over here and apologize." The moment the words left Chun Pingan's mouth, the man collapsed to his knees. He kowtowed frantically, begging Xiao Ling for forgiveness. "Wu Mu was blind to your greatness, young miss. Please, be merciful and spare Wu Mu's life." Xiao Ling felt a bit bad for him. She tugged on Chun Pingan's sleeve. "Big brother, I'm okay. Please, just let him go." Chun Pingan smiled and nodded. "All right, have it your way." Having said that, his expression instantly shifted back to coldness. He looked at the man with a chilling gaze. "Now get lost." Feeling as though he had been granted a divine pardon, Wu Mu thanked him repeatedly. He scrambled up and bowed respectfully. Then, he turned into a streak of light and vanished. He didn't know how long he ran for. Finally, the man stopped to catch his breath and steady his nerves. Just as he was feeling lucky to be alive, he felt a sudden jolt through his soul. He discovered that his cultivation had surged to the peak God King realm. This made him feel incredibly ecstatic. Who would have thought today would be a blessing in disguise? To think I'd reap such a massive harvest. Not only did I gain thousands of years' worth of power, but even the bottleneck I've been stuck at has finally been broken. He quickly regained his composure. All these blessings must be thanks to that terrifying senior. Could it be that the senior bestowed this fortune upon me? Looks like Chun Pingan's fan club just gained a new member. Right now, Chun Pingan is taking Xiao Ling for a stroll through the streets of the God Realm. In the central plaza, a pair of siblings are looking for teammates to head to Monster Beast Mountain, promising a fair share of the loot. Chun Pingan is immediately intrigued by this. He steps forward and claims his strength has reached the peak of the divine spirit realm. He asks if he can join their party. The older brother was inclined to agree. But looking at Chun Pingan, he doesn't seem like a divine spirit. He looks more like some pampered young master. Plus, seeing him leading a cute little girl around while she sucks on a lollipop makes the man hesitate. Chun Pingan confidently begins his usual routine of bluffing. "My cultivation is actually quite formidable. Why would I volunteer to join if I didn't have the strength to back it up? I'm not exactly looking for a death wish." He dares to say this because ever since he unleashed that Buddha's palm technique, he feels his power isn't far off from the peak divine spirit realm. As for Xiao Ling, Chun Pingan says he'll take good care of her. They don't need to worry. Despite that, the older brother still advises Chun Pingan to think it over carefully. After all, Monster Beast Mountain is no playground. His younger sister grabs him by the neck from behind. She tells Chun Pingan they'll discuss it and let him know their decision shortly. The two siblings quickly pull away into a corner. The sister begs her brother to take Chun Pingan and the girl along, but he still refuses. He's wary because Chun Pingan won't even reveal his true cultivation level. He fears this man has a suspicious background and might try to scheme against them. His sister counters, saying they're members of the Wu family. Who would have the guts to target them? Besides, that little girl is just too adorable. I really like her. Come on, brother, let them tag along. But the older brother is still overthinking it. Then his sister adds, unexpectedly, "That guy's so handsome. And he has such a cute little sister. It's not like we're losing out here." This girl actually has her eyes on Chun Pingan's looks. I wonder if Boss Duan will catch wind of this. Eventually, the Wu sister manages to convince her brother to let Chun Pingan and Xiaoling join. By now, the four of them have reached Monster Beast Mountain. The two beauties walk ahead, chatting and laughing, while her brother does nothing but sigh the whole way. Seeing Xiaoling so happy, Chun Pingan feels he should take her out more often to have some fun. He looks back at the older Wu brother and asks, "Brother Wu, I'm not from around here, so I don't know much about this city or the beasts in these parts. Would you mind filling me in a bit?" But Wu Donyuan just wears a look of utter indifference. It's like he didn't even hear a word. This leaves Chun Pingan stunned. He has no idea what's going on. Of course, he has no clue what's running through Wu Dongyuan's mind. He simply assumes the man has a lot on his mind and drops the subject. Just as he's about to ask Wu Xiaolan, Wu Donyuan calls out to him. He puts on a fierce front, warning Chun Pingan to stay away from his sister. Confused, Chun Pingan asks him what exactly he means by that. Realizing he's being a bit rude, Wu Donyuan clears his throat awkwardly. He quickly changes the subject back to Chun Pingan's previous question. It turns out the Wu family is one of the most powerful clans. Their ancestor, Wu Dijin, is a peak god king, and as luck would have it, their ancestor is currently in the mountains challenging a sovereign-level twin-winged red lion. Whenever he mentions their ancestor, Wu Donyuan beams with pride and arrogance. He claims that once their ancestor slays the sovereign-level lion, Monster Beast Mountain will become the Wu family's personal backyard. Right then, Wu Xiaolan's voice rings out. "Brother, come here quickly. I found traces of the blue thunder tiger." As soon as she speaks, a streak of yellow light bolts toward them. In a flash, a tiger with a blue star mark on its forehead appears before them. This is the very beast the Wu siblings came to hunt, the blue thunder tiger. Wu Donyuan is instantly paralyzed with shock. He can feel the awakened power surging within the tiger. Its strength has already reached the god sovereign level. With just the four of them, there's no way they can handle it. Wu Xiaolan immediately tells Chun Pingyan to take Xiao Ling and run. The two of them will hold the tiger back. The Wu siblings quickly charge into the fray, but they vastly underestimated the blue thunder tiger's power. The tiger dodges nearly every one of Wu Dongyuan's attacks. Wu Xiaolan tries a sneak attack, but the tiger evades her just as easily. Now, the blue thunder tiger finally retaliates. It launches a devastating, heavy blow. Paralyzed by the sheer pressure, Wu Xiaolan freezes in place. Seeing his sister's life in danger, Wu Donyuan lets out a desperate roar and flies toward her. Just as Chun Pingyan draws his blade to intervene, a streak of purple light flashes past him and slams directly into the blue thunder tiger. With a thunderous boom, the purple light strikes the beast's forehead, cleanly severing its head. The tiger falls backward, letting out a final, pathetic wail. The Wu siblings finally snap out of it and look over. The one who struck wasn't Chun Pingyan, but Xiao Ling, whom no one had even noticed. Xiao Ling pulls back her power and smiles. "Big brother Wu, big sister Wu, are you two okay?" Wu Donyuan can't even respond. He's completely dumbfounded. Is Xiao Ling actually at the peak of the god sovereign realm? The little girl nodded and let out a playful giggle. "That's right. Plus, I'm about to break through to the god king realm." Wu Xiaolan felt like she'd just been hit by a ton of bricks. A little girl is already nearing the god king realm, yet I haven't even reached the god spirit realm. Her legs gave out, and she slumped to the ground. She couldn't stop blaming herself for being so weak. How did I ever have the nerve to consider myself a cultivation genius? And to think I actually dismissed her thoughts as childish. Wu Donyuan knew exactly how she felt. He quickly walked over to comfort her. Meanwhile, Chun Pingyan was wearing a look of pure shock. He asked Xiao Ling how her cultivation level had gotten so high. Just how on earth has she been training? Xiao Ling let out a bright laugh. "Well, you never asked about my realm before, brother." As for how she trained, Xiao Ling didn't really know how to explain it first. Suddenly, a thought popped in her head. She told him it was all because she ate watermelon. Chun Pingyan was left completely dumbfounded. It was obvious he didn't buy such a ridiculous excuse for a second. Xiao Ling kept insisting she wasn't lying to him. She even said that with the techniques they used to grow them, those watermelons were special. The spiritual energy inside them is even more potent than divine medicine. She claimed her cultivation came from eating watermelon for all 3 meals a day. Hearing Xiao Ling speak so earnestly, he actually started to believe her a little. I didn't think the fertilizer from his system would be this powerful. Fearing he still doubted her, Xiao Ling added that it might also be due to her unique constitution. If anyone else ate that much watermelon, they probably wouldn't see the same results. Finally, Chun Pingyan nodded, convinced. He even thought about telling Boss Duan to eat more watermelon from now on. After all, in his eyes, Boss Duan was still just a mortal. He figured eating plenty of watermelon would help extend her lifespan. While Wu Donyuan was busy comforting his sister, a figure suddenly flew over their heads. A surprised voice called out to them from above. "Donyuan, Xiaolan, what are you two doing here?" It turned out this man was the current patriarch of the Wu family, Wu Longtao. Seeing the patriarch descend, the two siblings immediately stepped forward to pay their respects and explain the situation. They told him they had ventured into the Beast Mountain to hunt a blue thunder tiger for materials Xiaolan needed for her cultivation. Wu Longtao was stunned by what he heard. He couldn't believe these two siblings had managed to kill an awakened blue thunder tiger. The siblings quickly clarified that they weren't the ones who did it. They pointed to Chun Pingyan standing nearby and recounted everything that had happened. Wu Longtao looked over with a surprised expression. He saw that Chun Ping'an was only at the crossing calamity stage. As for Xiaoling, he couldn't see through her cultivation at all. He was curious how these two could have possibly killed a blue thunder tiger. Wu Dongyuan explained that they were likely using a treasure to hide their true power. Wu Xiaolan added that Xiaoling had taken down the beast in a single move. Moreover, the girl's cultivation was already nearing the God King realm. Wu Longtao was shaken to his core. He found it hard to believe. Once Wu Dongyuan assured him it was the truth, Wu Longtao realized he couldn't let such talent slip away. He had to find a way to get Chun Ping'an and the girl to join the Wu family. He slowly walked toward Chun Ping'an and offered a formal bow. I just heard from Dongyuan that you two saved their lives. As the patriarch of the Wu family, I wish to express my deepest gratitude for your great kindness. Chun Ping'an waved it off with a casual smile. There's no need for such formalities, Patriarch Wu. We were just passing through and decided to help. Wu Longtao insisted that he couldn't just let it go at that. He asked Chun Ping'an to leave his address with the Wu family. He claimed they would definitely visit his home to properly show their gratitude. Chun Ping'an made up an excuse, saying they were just traveling to clear their heads. For the moment, they didn't have a permanent place to stay. Little did he know, he had walked right into Wu Longtao's trap. The patriarch acted with sudden excitement. He grabbed Chun Ping'an's hand and spoke. In that case, would you be willing to be a guest at our Wu family estate? We will ensure both of you are treated with the utmost hospitality. Chun Ping'an immediately pulled his hand back. No, thank you. The two of us are used to our freedom. At the moment, we have no desire to join any organization or faction. Upon hearing this, Wu Longtao's eyes darkened. He didn't expect this brat would dare to reject an invitation from the Wu family. Frightened by his terrifying expression, Xiao Ling hid behind Chun Ping'an's back. Realizing he had been a bit rude, Wu Longtao forced a smile and changed the subject. Xiaolan mentioned that this young lady is already a peak god sovereign despite her age. I wonder what level you have reached, sir? Chun Ping'an rubbed his head sheepishly and sighed. My little sister was born more talented than me. I'm only at the peak of the god spirit realm. On the surface, Wu Longtao told him he was being too modest, but inwardly, he was gloating. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wu Longtao turned and took his leave. But the sinister look on his face made it clear he was up to no good. At that same time, the Wu family ancestor had successfully slain a Lord-tier twin-winged lion. As he took a deep breath to recover, Wu Longtao arrived. The Wu ancestor turned around, saw it was Wu Longtao, and asked if he needed help with something. Wu Longtao recounted everything regarding Chun Ping'an. Since the two refused to join the family, he had come specifically to ask the ancestor to kill Chun Ping'an. After that, they would wipe Xiaoling's memories. That way, she could be integrated into the Wu family. The Wu ancestor agreed without a second thought. But if he knew the person he was about to face was the same Chun Ping'an who had spared his life before, what kind of face would he make? At this moment, Chun Ping'an was saying goodbye to the two Wu siblings. The Wu ancestor and patriarch were already hovering directly above them. Still, Wu Dijin told Wu Longtao to try inviting them one last time. If that truly failed, then he would take action. After receiving the order, Wu Longzhao vanished instantly. As Chun Ping'an turned to leave, Wu Longzhao suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Mr. Chun, please wait a moment. Chun Ping'an was taken aback. Ah, it's clan leader Wu. Is there something you need? Wu Longzhao bowed respectfully and spoke with forced politeness. The matriarch simply wished to ask once more if he would consider joining the Wu family as an honored elder. Chun Ping'an frowned, feeling more than a little confused. Didn't I already give you my answer earlier? Wu Longzhao's face darkened instantly as he spat out a curse. Ungrateful fool. Chun Ping'an was completely stunned by the sudden hostility. Seeing things escalate, Wu Danyuan quickly rushed forward to intervene. Shielding Chun Ping'an, he argued that the Wu family shouldn't force people against their will. And they certainly shouldn't return kindness with such blatant hostility. Wu Longzhao let out a cold snort and flicked his finger. Without a shred of mercy, he sent the Wu siblings flying with a single blow. He then looked up at the sky and let out a thunderous shout. This unworthy junior begs the great ancestor to take action. As soon as he finished, a massive pillar of light descended right between them. At this, Chun Ping'an's expression finally turned cold. Wu Longzhao sneered, acting as if he held all the cards. since you want to be stubborn. But when Wu Dijin saw the man standing before him, his eyes nearly popped out of his head in sheer terror. Isn't this that terrifying powerhouse from before? Chen Pingyan was also quite surprised. Well, if it isn't the guy I spared earlier. Wu Longzhao was still blustering. Then don't blame me for being. He was cut off mid-sentence by the heavy thud of someone hitting the ground. Wu Dijin had dropped to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. He began babbling hysterically about how he deserved 10,000 deaths for his insolence. The sight left Wu Longzhao completely slack-jawed. He looked at his ancestor groveling on the ground. Then he looked at Chen Pingyan standing calmly in front of them. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. Chen Pingyan was that legendary, terrifying senior. Sheer panic gripped his heart. Meanwhile, Chen Pingyan finally put the pieces together. So this guy is actually the peak god king ancestor of the Wu family? But he was still a little baffled. Am I really so intimidating that people just drop to their knees the moment they see me? Wu Dijin tried to steady his racing heart and think fast. He began kowtowing repeatedly, begging for his life. I shouldn't have let greed blind me for even a second. This wretched brat actually dared to target your sister. Since it's come to this, his life is in your hands. Do with him as you please. This junior wouldn't dare hold even the slightest grudge. Hearing those words, Chen Pingyan felt a surge of genuine anger. Xiao Ling was his bottom line. Anyone who touched her was asking for death. He let out a sharp, cold snort. Then you should already know the outcome I expect. Those words made Wu Dijin freeze in terror. Cold sweat poured down his back like rain. He knew this powerhouse wanted the clan leader's head, and he had no choice but to carry out the execution. Wu Longzhao, standing nearby, turned pale as a ghost, his face drained of all color. Seeing the murderous look in Wu Dijin's eyes, and realizing the ancestor was about to kill him personally, the Wu siblings rushed forward to stop it. They both dropped to their knees directly in front of Chen Pingyan. They begged him to show mercy and spare their clan leader for the sake of their friendship. Chen Pingyan was honestly confused. It was clear that Wu Longzhao hadn't given a damn about them just moments ago. Why on earth were they pleading for the life of a man like that? Still, Chen Pingyan was a soft-hearted man at his core. He let out a long, weary sigh. Fine, forget it. I'll spare his life this once. As for the rest, you all can handle it yourselves. As soon as the words were spoken, Wu Longzhao kowtowed frantically, thanking Chen Pingyan for his overwhelming mercy. Death may be avoided, but punishment is mandatory. Wu Dijin immediately stripped him of his position as clan leader on the spot. He had already decided who would take the reins next. Since Wu Danyuan had braved the danger to plead for mercy, and since Chen Pingyan had actually listened to him, the ancestor immediately declared Wu Danyuan as the new clan leader. After all, this was their best chance to stay on Chen Pingyan's good side. Wu Danyuan was in total shock, unable to believe he was now the head of the family. Without waiting for him to respond, Wu Dijin turned to Chen Pingyan, asking if this arrangement met his satisfaction. Chen Pingyan gave a small nod. Let's go with that. Consider this matter settled. With a wave of his hand, he transformed into a streak of light and flew away with Xiao Ling. Before long, the two of them arrived back at Chen Pingyan's home. Stepping through the teleportation gate, he immediately told Xiao Ling to go to the kitchen and slice up a watermelon. Xiao Ling beamed. She couldn't have been happier with that request. She scurried off toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lady Duan was preparing to retreat to her room to give them some space. She knew exactly what her husband had in mind. Sure enough, Chen Pingyan called out to her, telling her to have some melon before going to bed. Lady Duan made an excuse, saying she'd already had some snacks and couldn't eat another bite. But Chen Pingyan stepped forward, took her hand, and looked into her eyes with deep affection. You know, Xiao Ling only reached such a profound level of cultivation because she ate this watermelon. He pulled her closer, his voice low and serious. Even if she says it might not work the same for everyone else, eating it will still do you a world of good. We have to think about our long-term future together. Hearing him talk about their long-term future, Lady Duan felt a wave of confusion. A soft, gentle smile spread across her face. You really are such a silly man. The sliced watermelon was brought out shortly after. Suddenly, Chen Pingyan stood up with a serious expression and said, please eat all of this. Madame Duan was completely stunned. Xiao Ling looked away, feeling a bit guilty. Madame Duan, let out a helpless sigh. She knew it was always going to turn out like this. Her husband's logic never quite aligned with that of a normal person. Later that night, Jinling suddenly appeared and cheered excitedly. The good days are finally here. Boss Mu Jian isn't coming for me anymore. I'm finally free. After shouting, it looked toward Dao Jia and said, Boss Dao Jia, look, I took the fall for you. When it comes to dealing with girls, you're still... Before it could finish, a hand rested heavily on its shoulder. Oh, it seems you've still got plenty of energy left. The speaker was none other than Mu Jianmimi. Jinling was scared out of its wits, its soul nearly leaving its body. Then, it was forcibly dragged away by Mu Jianmimi. No matter how much Jinling begged Dao Jia, it was useless. Dao Jia could only clasp his hands together and pray for the poor thing. May the master protect you. Back at that same familiar mountain peak. Only this time, it was a romantic night filled with fireflies. Seeing Mu Jianmimi, Jinling's entire body couldn't stop trembling. Because today this boss hadn't immediately attacked. It wondered if she had come up with some brand new way to torture it. Despite its scalp tingling with fear, it managed to ask what she wanted to talk about. To its surprise, Mu Jianmimi suddenly said, I've bullied you for so many days now. You've probably been cursing me under your breath the whole time, haven't you? Jinling hurriedly explained that it had never even thought of such a thing. Mu Jianmimi then wore a bashful expression and spoke. It turned out she realized Dao Jia had been using Jinling as a shield to get her off his back. So tonight, Mu Jianmimi decided to ask Jinling out to apologize and promise not to cause any more trouble. She even said she would bring a treasure to its house in a few days as a formal gift. Before it could even react, she turned into a streak of light and vanished. While it was a relief, she wasn't looking for a fight anymore. Jinling suddenly felt a strange void in its heart. Perhaps Jinling hadn't realized yet that it had actually fallen for Mu Jianmimi. The next morning, as sunlight spilled into the courtyard, Jinling was in a foul mood. It sat there, staring blankly at the corner of a wall. Seeing this, Dao Jia was puzzled. What is wrong with this kid? He didn't look like he'd been beaten when he got back yesterday. But why does he look even more depressed than if he had been? Just then, the rooster's voice chimed in. What would a perpetual bachelor like you know? This is a clear case of Jinling liking Mu Jianmimi. Dao Jia snapped back in annoyance. You think everyone is like you? With some kind of masochistic streak? He followed that up with a look of pure arrogance. Jinling is my little brother. He's a real man like me. There's no way he'd like her. Just as he said that, Jinling's quiet voice interrupted him. Jinling looked dejected and let out a long sigh. Being a high-level being is so incredibly boring. Boss, do you think if we were just acting, Boss Mu Jian would get angry and come punch me again? Dao Jia was completely stunned. In his wildest dreams, he never expected Jinling would actually have feelings for Mu Jianmimi. Right at that moment, Jinling suggested they talk things over. Dao Jia couldn't hold it in and shouted, Kid, do you really, honestly like Mu Jianmimi? Hearing this, Jinling looked surprised as well. It said it didn't quite understand what liking someone meant, but every time it saw how fierce Mu Jianmimi was, it thought she was adorable. As it said this, a look of pure joy appeared on Jinling's face. Dao Jia was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor. He immediately urged it to think things through. After all, Mu Jianmimi is incredibly bellicose. If you ever make her angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Dao Jia tensed up. He sensed Mu Jianmimi's spiritual aura. A golden light streaked toward them. It was Mu Jianmimi. Dao Jia turned pale with fright. He told Jinling to hide in the room for a while. But Jinling's figure had already vanished. Dao Jia stood there dazed. He shook his head and gave a wry smile. Just then, Jinling's voice suddenly rang out. Mu Jianmimi, it's been so long. I missed you so much. Jinling appeared with a rose clenched in its mouth. It was even striking a pose like a total gentleman. Seeing this, Dao Jia felt goosebumps all over his body. As it turned out, Mu Jianmimi came to give Jinling a gift as an apology. She also hoped it wouldn't pretend to like someone as fierce as her anymore. Jinling immediately tried to explain that she had it all wrong. The rose even fell out of its mouth. But Mu Jianmimi wouldn't give a chance to explain. She handed over a wooden box. This is astral gold, or that I went out of my way to get for you. Use it to temper your physical form. Jinling tried to keep explaining, But Mu Jianmimi cut it off again. One more thing. I have to return to the primal chaos with the master for a while. So, I came to say goodbye to all of you. Hearing this, the seniors in the courtyard reminded her to be extra careful. They warned her that the shameless guy from before might have actually provoked them. Daoya also wore a serious expression. Listen, Mu Jianmei, if you run into any danger, you must find a way to contact me. After saying her goodbyes to everyone, Mu Jianmei transformed into a streak of light and took off. Suddenly, Jinling stepped forward and grabbed her skirt. Mu Jianmei turned around and asked what on earth he wanted. Jinling gradually calmed his nerves and spoke. Maybe I really did think poorly of you before, but things are different now. He stepped closer and continued. At this very moment, I've realized that I actually like you. I don't need this gift. If you can't let it go, then please just give me a chance to pursue you. The moment he finished speaking, Mu Jianmei's small face turned beet red. She then used the wooden box to frantically beat Jinling for scaring her like that. After taking a deep breath, she still threw the wooden box back to Jinling. She told him that once she gives something away, she never takes it back. Jinling summoned his courage and asked once more. So, can I pursue you? It seemed Mu Jianmei was moved by his sincerity. She paused her steps and replied, I've always loved a good fight. If you're strong enough to challenge me, then you'll have my respect. Jinling was ecstatic upon hearing those words. If you have the time, could you come visit me in a month? I'll think about it when the time comes. Mu Jianmei left him with those words before turning into a streak of light and flying away. Only then did Jinling breathe a sigh of relief. He turned around and walked back to Daoya. Seeing Daoya's stunned expression, Jinling grew curious and asked, What would that look, Daoya? Daoya patted him on the shoulder and sighed. You actually dare to talk to Mu Jianmei like that? I take it you aren't afraid of her slicing you in two? Jinling thought Daoya was just teasing him. He couldn't believe the adorable Mu Jianmei would ever do something so cruel. Daoya knew his words weren't getting through to the guy. He didn't bother trying to convince him further. He just felt a sense of pure admiration for him. After all, no one had ever dared to confess their feelings to Mu Jianmei before. The next morning, Chun Pingan arrived at the Divine Realm. However, he was stopped by Madame Duan. I'm so sorry, Pingan. I've lost the sachet that held the drops of your blood. Chun Pingan thought it was a major crisis. He told her not to worry and that he'd give her a few more drops when he returned. Madame Duan's eyes immediately lit up. Then could you do it for me right now? Since his little wife was asking, Chun Pingan was naturally happy to oblige. He immediately pricked his finger with a needle and let several drops of blood fall into the sachet. Suddenly, he asked casually, Wasn't your previous sachet hanging in the room? How did you lose it? Noticing Madame Duan's guilty expression, Chun Pingan asked if she was hiding something from him. Madame Duan originally wanted to give a half-hearted excuse, but Chun Pingan kept staring at her with a serious gaze. So, she had no choice but to admit she was indeed keeping something from him. She told him that the previous sachet wasn't actually lost. The reason she asked again was that a custom from her hometown required exactly 100 drops of blood. She hadn't told him because she was afraid it would scare him, but this was just another excuse Madame Duan had cooked up on the spot. Yet, Chun Pingan believed it wholeheartedly. He smiled and let out a sigh. Is that all? There was no need to hide that. It's just a little bit of blood. If it can truly ensure our eternal happiness, I'm more than willing. Wait until I get back. I'll draw enough from my arm to make up the difference. Madame Duan didn't expect her husband to be so generous. She had only intended to get a little revenge for the time he forced her to eat that melon, so she had intentionally tried to startle him. Who would have thought her silly husband would take it so seriously? He was even being proactive about it. This made Madame Duan feel incredibly embarrassed. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. One has to admit, these two have a very unique way of showing their affection. Afterward, she hung the sachet on the tree. This was necessary for Big Brother Chicken and Sister Peach's injuries to recover quickly. However, she began to worry about what kind of excuse she'd have to use tonight to deal with her foolish husband. At the Wu family residence in the Divine Realm, suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. A massive explosion tore right through the main hall of the Wu family home. Then, a man appeared in midair and laughed loudly. Where's the Wu family ancestor? Get out here this instant. Wu Dijin immediately appeared and cupped his hands in greeting. I am the ancestor of the Wu family. I do not know why your divine, venerable excellency has graced us with your presence. How may I serve you? As it turned out, this man was Wan Jiangyi, the master of Li Siding. Li Siding was the one who had fought Wu Dijin previously. The two of them had been bitter enemies for 1,000 years. But by sheer coincidence, both had been beaten by Chun Pingon. Now, Wan Jiangyi had come to seek revenge for his disciple. Wu Dijin never expected his millennium-old rival to have a master at the divine venerable realm. But what he couldn't understand was that since that senior had clearly killed Li Siding, why was this powerhouse coming after him? Suddenly, it clicked in his mind. He thought to himself that this powerhouse must be a test that the senior had set for him. I absolutely cannot betray senior. So, he arrogantly admitted that he was the one who killed the boy. He even mocked them, asking who was to blame for Li Siding's pathetic lack of strength. Enraged by the insult, Wan Jiangyi made his move. He lunged forward, pressing his hand down with immense force. He pinned Wu Dijin to the spot instantly. As the pressure continued to mount, every bone in Wu Dijin's body felt like it was about to shatter into pieces. Unable to withstand the power, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Realizing his life was hanging by a thread, he screamed out in desperation. "Senior, save me." If this truly was a test, then he was certain Senior was watching and called out for help. Wan Jiangyi let out a cold, sharp snort. Today, not even the great golden immortals could save your life. Just as he spoke, a spatial portal flickered into existence right beside Wu Dijin. The moment a pair of feet stepped out of the rift, Wan Jiangyi was struck with pure shock. He immediately retracted his overwhelming power. Only then did Wu Dijin manage to barely cling to his life. But as he looked at the person who had arrived, Wan Jiangyi's expression turned bizarre, because the person standing before him appeared to only have the strength of the Tribulation Transcendent stage. How could a peak god king powerhouse call someone like this senior? Seeing Wu Dijin's terrified expression while facing this stoic, unyielding old man, Chen Pinyin honestly thought he had just interrupted something important between the two of them. Who could have guessed that Wu Dijin would suddenly grab his leg and howl, "Senior, please save me." Chen Pinyin hurried to help him up. He told the man to stay calm. "Just tell me exactly what happened here." Although Wu Dijin's heart had finally started to settle, the old man was still convinced that Chen Pinyin already knew the root of the entire situation. He figured this must be yet another trial set for him. Still, he decided it was best to recount everything one more time. He finally explained that he didn't want to expose Chen Pingyin's identity, so he had nervously taken the blame for killing Wan Jiangyi's disciple. If Chen Pinyin hadn't arrived exactly when he did, he feared he would have been killed on the spot. After listening to the story, Chen Pinyin told him there was no need to be afraid. Since Chen Pinyin had come to the Wu family specifically to ask for their help in gathering 10 pieces of immortal soul wood, and since this mess was technically his fault, he smiled and promised to get justice for Wu Dijin. His confidence came from the fact that he had taken down a god king before. He estimated that his own strength must have reached the god venerable realm by now. With Blade Master by his side, Chen Pinyin felt he had nothing to fear. At that moment, Wan Jiangyi let out a chilling laugh. "Listen, kid, I'll give you a piece of advice. It's in your best interest not to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. In this god realm, no one can stop me except for the god emperor himself. I suggest you start getting your affairs in order." In reality, he was internally panicking. After all, if he could make a peak god king like Wu Dijin so incredibly respectful, this kid had to be at the god venerable realm at the very least. He was only talking big to see if he could make Chen Pinyin back down. Little did he know, Chen Pinyin was actually quite intimidated. Hearing the guy boast like that made him think the opponent's power must be truly immense. But then he thought about his friendship with the Wu family. If he didn't intervene, the entire Wu family would be wiped out. He wouldn't know how to face Xiao Ling if she ever asked, so he had no choice but to keep up the bluff. Chen Pinyin struck a pose of arrogant, overbearing dominance. Those words about getting your affairs in order, I should be the one saying them to you. With your pathetic cultivation, you aren't even worthy of knowing my name. But I suppose there's no harm in telling you now. He paused intentionally, his mind racing. He quickly searched for a name that sounded impressive. Then, he pointed a single finger toward the heavens. "I am the Invincible Supreme from the upper realm." The moment the words left his lips, a thunderous boom shook the world. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky right behind him. Seeing this, Wan Jiangyi's expression instantly turned grave. Wu Dijin was so stunned his jaw practically hit the floor. What shocked Wang Jiangyi even more was the thunderous roar from before began to spiral into even greater chaos. This timing is absolutely perfect. It gave Chun Pingyan the perfect excuse to keep the act going. The God Realm is indeed far too weak. It can't even handle the weight of my name without trembling. I am definitely taking charge of the Wu family's affairs now. Do you have a problem with that? In truth, Chun Pingyan had been nearly scared to death by the lightning bolt. Luckily, he was quick-witted enough to keep his fear hidden under a mask of calm. Wang Jiangyi began to have serious doubts. Could this person really be an unrivaled powerhouse from the upper realm? But he quickly pushed the thought aside. Someone of that caliber wouldn't descend to the God Realm so easily. This had to be a total coincidence. Besides, his disciple's death could not go unavenged. As he gritted his teeth, preparing to respond, another spatial portal opened up. Wang Qinglin, the ancestor of the Eternal Sect, stepped out and bowed deeply to Chun Pingyan. This junior pays his respects to the senior. It has been some time, yet senior's peerless grace remains unchanged. Chun Pingyan was momentarily caught off guard. How did you even know I was here? Wang Qinglin explained seriously that he had never seen the laws of the world in such a state of chaos before, so he took a gamble and guessed senior was the cause. He had come specifically to see him, which turned out to be the perfect opportunity for Chun Pingyan to continue his bluff. He gave a satisfied, knowing nod. Based on his years of experience in talking his way out of trouble, he knew some things were much more convincing when they came from someone else's mouth. So, he patted Wang Qinglin on the shoulder and put on a look of profound mystery. Since you're already here, why don't you fill him in a little? Wang Qinglin understood immediately and nodded. He turned toward Wang Jiangyi and let out a chuckle. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Brother Wang? Wang Jiangyi was so shocked his jaw nearly fell off. Who could have imagined that even the ancestor of the Eternal Sect would address this young man as senior? As Wang Qinglin slowly approached him, Wang Jiangyi recoiled in fear. Wang Qinglin slapped a hand onto his shoulder. Since Senior asked me to explain things to you, let's be clear, you're nothing more than a pawn in Senior's grand design. Since we're both just pieces on his board, you can just call me Big Brother Wang. Wang Jiangyi was stunned. A pawn? Wang Qinglin's eyes crinkled into a smile. That's right. To be one of Senior's pawns is the greatest honor of our lives. To his surprise, Wang Jiangyi violently shoved his hand away and roared. I'm a seeker of the Tao. What you are doing defies the very laws of heaven. I would rather die than live as a puppet in someone else's hands. Wang Qinglin let out a soft, mocking chuckle. Don't be so quick to talk about dying. He slung an arm around the man's neck, starting to recount the legendary feats of Chun Pingyan. Listening to the stories, Chun Pingyan's face turned bright red with embarrassment. I can't believe this old man is coming up with such utter nonsense. Wu Dijin chimed in with deep admiration. My instincts were right after all. Senior truly is a terrifying existence. As Wang Qinglin was enthusiastically rambling on, Chun Pingyan cut him off with a light cough. I don't care about any of that. That's enough for today. Wang Qinglin immediately understood. He nodded obediently like a disciplined child and sternly told Wang Jiangyi to burn those words into his memory. Wang Jiangyi stared at Chun Pingyan, falling into a stunned silence. Then he shoved Wang Qinglin's arm aside and marched straight toward Chun Pingyan. This sudden move caught Chun Pingyan off guard, making him feel a bit flustered. But then the old man dropped straight to his knees and shouted at the top of his lungs. Please, take me as your disciple. Wang Qinglin stood there, jaw-dropping in shock. He never expected this stubborn old man to submit so completely. The scene left Wu Dijin green with envy. He cursed himself for not thinking of such a dramatic way to show his loyalty first. Chun Pingyan figured, since he was already playing the part, he might as well go all the way. He helped Wang Jiangyi up and spoke with gravity. I have use for pawns, but I have no need for followers. If you are sincere, then help my sect complete its current mission. It turned out that his reason for visiting the Wu family was to ask for their help in gathering a massive amount of immortal soul wood. He used the collection of the wood as a convenient excuse, framing it as a crucial part of his grand plan. The three old masters immediately vowed to give their all to complete the task. Before leaving, Chun Pingyan didn't forget to keep up the charade. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Do not delay. He ordered them to get to work immediately. The moment he vanished into the teleportation portal, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth. Another powerhouse had just teleported in. The newcomer was none other than the eternal God Emperor of the Three Realms. The second he arrived, he asked, "Has Senior already left?" Wan Jiangyi looked on in sheer terror and stammered, Does even the God Emperor know Senior?" The eternal God Emperor gave a slight smile. "Of course. Strictly speaking, I consider myself Senior's foster son. Without Senior's guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today." The prestigious eternal God Emperor was actually Chun Pingan's foster son. Wan Jiangyi felt incredibly lucky that he had chosen to kneel earlier. Not long after, these top-tier powerhouses delivered a massive hoard of immortal soul wood to Chun Pingan. After a period of cultivation, his divine sense grew exponentially stronger than ever before. He could now control hundreds of threads of heavenly power simultaneously. He felt as though a single strike from him could make the entire God realm tremble. Chun Pingan was absolutely thrilled. "It's a good thing I didn't waste too many contribution points." We tapped on the system shop to see if there were any other treasures. A notification popped up. The mission to upgrade the Wuchi Sect's rank has been completed. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Mission successfully accomplished. The host is rewarded with a 2-tier cultivation breakthrough, reaching the peak of the Great Achievement Realm. As the words faded, Chun Pingan's entire body was enveloped in a radiant golden aura. His presence began to surge uncontrollably. He could feel every fiber of his being overflowing with raw power. This rush of strength, it feels incredible. He then began tapping on the system screen again. "Wait, what about my special reward? You said it was something I'd definitely like." The system replied instantly. "The special reward has been issued. The next stage has been activated. Please check the details." Chun Pingan impatiently clicked on the mission. When he saw the contents, his eyes widened in shock. The location for the next mission was Earth, the home he had been away from for so long. This was the special gift the system had prepared for him. Still, Chun Pingan couldn't help but feel like the system had somehow swindled him out of a tangible reward. But ever since he had been transported to this immortal realm, this was his first real chance to go back. He was overcome with joy. So many years have passed. I wonder if there are any terrifying entities left back on Earth. He decided to bring Xiaohei and Jiudai along. With these two ancient beasts by his side, he'd have more than enough status to pull off his grand act. High above, a passenger plane soared through the sky. A little girl, sitting in the cabin, was staring intently out the window. It looked like she had spotted something fascinating. She quickly nudged the woman sleeping next to her with an eye mask on and shouted, "Mom, look, there's someone flying in the sky." The woman pulled off her eye mask. She assumed her daughter's eyes were just playing tricks on her. But just to humor the little girl, she leaned over and looked out the window. Suddenly, the woman's eyes widened in shock. Right before their eyes was a severed arm. Along with it, a man dressed in red robes was flying through the sky. A murderous glint flashed in the man's eyes. A moment later, a beam of light shot from his hand, striking the plane's wing. Seeing this, the woman immediately started screaming at the top of her lungs, desperately crying for help. At that same moment, the damaged wing burst into flames. The entire plane began to shake violently. The man had sabotaged the plane just to distract the woman who was relentlessly hunting him down. He figured this was his only chance to make a quick escape with his life. A short-haired woman flew onto the scene. Her name was Zhahongdai. She was the one who had been chasing the man. She never expected that scumbag to use such a cruel tactic to slow her down. A golden light radiated from her hands. It expanded into a massive formation array. She tried to stabilize the falling plane, but her strength was lacking. Even though she exhausted all her spiritual energy, it still wasn't enough to save it. If she went inside the plane now, she might be able to save a few people, but that would mean letting the others perish. As she hesitated, a thunderous roar echoed in her ears. It was the true form of Xiaohei, soaring through the clouds. Zhahongjia's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe her eyes. A dragon out of legend. Xiaohei gently caught the plane, letting it rest on his back. He then glided slowly through the air. He sent a telepathic message to Chun Pingan. "Master, what should I do with this big hunk of metal on my back?" Chun Pingan's silhouette gradually appeared atop Xiaohei's head. "Use your spiritual energy to protect the people inside. Then, set it down carefully on the ground." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant bird flew over. It turned out the giant bird had captured the man in red. It asked Chen Pingon how to deal with him. Chen Pingon asked coldly, "Why did you attack mere mortals?" The man immediately stammered that it was just an accident. "I didn't mean to." Before Chen Pingon could respond, Zhahongdia's cold voice rang out. "You clearly did it on purpose. You were willing to sacrifice all those lives just to stop me from catching you." Chen Pingon furrowed his brows and looked at the short-haired woman. Sensing his gaze, Zhahongdai asked, "Senior, this old man is an evil cultivator. He specializes in slaughtering mortals to fuel his cultivation. Please, Senior, don't let him deceive you." Chen Pingon nodded. "I can see that. The karmic burden on him is far too heavy. That pathetic acting won't work on me." Zhahongdai was momentarily stunned. "Forgive me for speaking out of turn, Senior." On the inside, she was terrified. She couldn't sense Chen Pingon's cultivation level at all. Furthermore, divine beasts were supposed to be extinct, yet both a dragon and a phoenix were nothing more than pets. To this Senior, she surmised he must be an almighty being from the primordial era. She desperately hoped her boldness hadn't offended him. Then, Chen Pingon spoke with authority. "I'll leave this man to you. Give him a proper taste of pain. Interrogate him for whatever you need, then finish him off." After saying that, he took a deep breath, but he immediately broke into a violent coughing fit. He was sensing the smog that was unique to Earth. It was only then he realized he had finally returned to Earth after so many years away. What surprised him, however, was that Earth now had cultivators. He turned to Zhahongdai and asked, "What era is this? And since when did cultivators start appearing on Earth?" Zhahongdai immediately cupped her hands in a respectful salute. "The year is 2227 AD, Senior. As far as I know, cultivators first appeared hundreds of years ago." She secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness the master isn't angry. He's even asking about basic history. This only confirmed her suspicions. This Senior was truly a legendary powerhouse who had been in seclusion for ages. Right then, the system triggered a main quest. "Host, please announce the existence of cultivators to restore Earth's spiritual energy. Usher in the Great Cultivation Era." After reviewing the mission, Chen Pingon fell into a contemplative silence. Restoring the spiritual energy wouldn't be difficult. He could just have his subordinates from the lower realms move it here. After a moment's thought, he turned to Zhahongdai with a smile. "By the way, how should I address you, young lady?" Zhahongdai replied respectfully. "This junior is named Zhahongdai." Chen Pingon smiled. "A lovely name. Miss Zhe, could you tell me a bit about the current state of cultivators on Earth?" Zhahongdai was taken aback. "I'm not sure where to start. What specifically would Senior like to know?" Chen Pingon glanced at the man in red and said, "Let's start with what these evil cultivators have been doing to mortals." Zhahongdai explained, "There aren't many as depraved as him, but there are plenty who treat the mortal world with total contempt." Chen Pingon looked puzzled. "If that's the case, then shouldn't the existence of cultivators be common knowledge by now?" Zhahongdai shook her head again. Earth's spiritual energy was already scarce to begin with. Cultivators usually hide their tracks and identities just to avoid fighting over what little is left. Chen Pingon let out a helpless sigh. If that's the case, then the power dynamics and the culture of Earth cultivators are already set in stone. Bringing more spiritual energy back might not necessarily be a good thing. It was clear this mission wouldn't be as simple as it looked on the surface. Chen Pingon decided to set the mission aside for the time being. He planned to head back to his old home and see how things were. As he prepared to take his leave, Zhahongdai called out to him. She pulled something out of her bag and handed it to Chen Pingon. "This is my personal passage token. If you have any orders, Senior, you can summon me at any time." Chen Pingon took the token and nodded in satisfaction. "You certainly know how to conduct yourself." With that, he tossed her a storage pouch. Inside were top-grade spirit stones and rare elixirs. "These should help you break through to the next level." Zhahongdai quickly replied, "Thank you, Senior," as Chen Pingon's figure faded into the distance. A look of worry crossed her face as she murmured to herself, "It seems the fate of this world is about to change drastically because of this man." The scene shifts to a bustling street in City 5. People walking along the street suddenly notice the sky turning pitch black. A young man points toward the sky and screams, "It's a dragon!" It was Xiao He, having revealed his true form in the sky. Chen Pingon had previously ordered him to land the plane on the ground, but after searching all day, every spot was packed with people. There was simply nowhere for him to touch down. That's when his gaze settled on the city. When the crowd saw the plane on the dragon's back, they realized it had saved everyone on board. At this moment, Xiaohei was struggling to maintain control. He flew toward the roof of a museum. It turned out a massive fair was being held there. Xiaohei carefully lowered the plane onto the central plaza. Even so, he was breaking out in a cold sweat. He really hadn't expected there to be so many mortals in this place. It took 3 whole hours just to find a suitable spot to set the plane down. Meanwhile, Chun Pingyan had returned to his old neighborhood. The 2 divine beasts finished their mission and returned to report to him. Chun Pingyan praised them with a quick, well done, and told them to wait there. He looked up at the apartment across from him, feeling a wave of nostalgia. 5 years. I'm finally home. Moments later, he stepped back into the house he once called home. The familiar layout greeted him the moment he walked in. Chun Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. This was the home he and Xin had worked so hard to save up for. Who could have guessed that before they even went on their honeymoon, he would be transported to a world of cultivation? He ran his hand across the table and found it covered in a thick layer of dust. It was clear that his wife, Xin, hadn't lived here for a very long time. He took out a mask to disguise his appearance. He needed to ask the neighbors what had happened here. Chun Pingyan knocked on the door of the apartment across the hall. An older woman opened the door, looking at him with wary eyes. Can I help you? Chun Pingyan flashed a friendly smile. Hello, sister. I'm the cousin of the person who lived across from you. You could just call me Xiao Chun. Chun Pingyan called the woman sister because he knew people like Annie Wong loved it when others addressed them that way. If he played his cards right, she'd tell him everything. Sure enough, it worked. Annie Wong's face flushed as she let out a hearty laugh. Oh my, you certainly have a way with words, young man. Come in, have a seat. Annie Wong brewed him a cup of goji berry tea. Only then did the conversation really start. My boy, is that hanfu you're wearing? You look quite handsome in it. Chun Pingyan chuckled. You're too kind. Really, sister, you're exaggerating. Annie Wong sat down on the sofa and got to the point. The owner of that place passed away 5 years ago while saving someone from drowning. How come you're only showing up now? Chun Pingyan let out a weary sigh. I wasn't able to see him off back then. I'm in town for work, so I wanted to stop by and check on my sister-in-law. But it seems she isn't home. Do you happen to know where she went? Annie Wong's expression turned sympathetic. After your cousin's funeral, your sister-in-law just vanished. Chun Pingyan's eyes widened in shock. Vanished? How could she just vanish? Before he could even process it, Annie Wong continued. She was gone the moment the funeral ended. No one saw her again. The police couldn't find a trace of her either. People said she probably ran off with another man. Besides, she didn't even cry at the funeral. We all thought they didn't really love each other. But who knew she was actually so devoted? Chun Pingyan stood there frozen. He couldn't seem to wrap his head around this reality. But the worst part was, he had forgotten what his own wife looked like. The thought filled him with immediate regret, and he struck his own head in frustration. How could I be so heartless? How could I forget her face? Startled, Annie Wong quickly asked what was wrong. Panicking, Chun Pingyan scrambled to his feet. He made a quick excuse about having things to do and asked to be excused. Annie Wong felt a pang of pity for the young man. As he left, she didn't forget to offer a final word of comfort. Try not to take it too hard, dear. Devoted souls like them will surely find happiness in their next life. Chun Pingyan turned back and forced a weak smile. Thanks for the comfort, sis. Soon, he returned to his old bedroom back home, because their wedding photo was still there. This time, he was determined to burn her image into his memory. But when he looked up at the wedding photo hanging on the wall, everything suddenly clicked. He used to think he had simply forgotten Xin's face because too much time had passed. But now it was obvious someone had tampered with his memories. Because the girl in the wedding photo was none other than his wife from the cultivation world, Duan Xin. The scene shifted back to Chun Pingyan's home in the cultivation world. Duan Xin was sunbathing when she saw Chun Pingyan teleport back. She immediately stood up and asked if he was hungry. She offered to go prepare some snacks for him. But Chun Pingyan only uttered 3 words, Zhang Yusin. Duan Xin froze instantly. A cold sweat broke out all over her body. This invincible, transmigrated couple had finally recognized each other. Right at that moment, Chun Pingyan finally shouted his legal wife's name. However, Boss Duan intentionally put on a feigned look of anger and reproach. Chun Pingyan, you've got some nerve. How dare you call your own wife by the wrong name? Zhang Yusin? Before she could finish her act, Chin Pingon cut her off. I went back to Earth, and I saw the wedding photo in our bedroom. I remember everything now. As soon as he spoke, Duan Xinshin stood there, paralyzed. Then, she tried to play dumb, acting as if she didn't understand. Why would you say something like that? I'll let it slide this time. Chin Pingon frowned and called out in a low, serious voice, Xinshin. It's already come to this, and you still want to lie to me? Am I not worthy of your trust? The moment he said that, Duan Xinshin stopped in her tracks. She let out a helpless, inward sigh. She knew the system wouldn't let her complete the mission that easily. She turned around to face Chun Pingon and spoke calmly. Whatever you want to know, you can ask me now. Chun Pingon stepped forward and gripped her hand tightly. Xinshin, you just mentioned the system and a mission. Were you brought here by a system as well? What kind of mission did it give you? Duan Xinshin's gaze flickered before she spoke slowly. It turns out we both transmigrated because of a system. The mission the system gave her was that she must never reveal her identity. Furthermore, the reward for completing the mission was incredibly overpowered. Once Chun Pingon became invincible, she would become just as invincible as him. Hearing his wife's words, Chun Pingon was utterly shocked. And what if you fail? Duan Xinshin sighed again. Then, I'll only ever have half of your strength. Chun Pingon sucked in a cold breath, feeling as if he'd been struck by a bolt from the blue. That damn system is totally out of line. He immediately summoned the system interface to have it out. Hey, system boss, let's negotiate. Let's just pretend I don't know anything. Can you not count my wife's mission as a failure? Duan Xinshin stood behind him, stifling a giggle. This husband of mine really is a lovable idiot. Seeing that the system didn't respond, Chun Pingon cracked his knuckles. He began frantically tapping the system screen. System boss, if full power is off the table, how about giving her 3/4? Finally, the system snapped and replied in irritation. Big bro, do you think you're at a wet market? How do you have the guts to haggle like this? Chun Pingon smirked and started bluffing. Come on, system boss, don't be so heartless. Actually, I realized long ago that the Blade Master wasn't just some immortal tool. I also figured out you weren't being honest with me. You're definitely afraid I'll leak the predetermined ending, aren't you? I'm sure there's a massive final boss waiting for me in the future. That's the only way to clear the game. He rambled on so much that the system was left speechless. It didn't even know how to respond. Chun Pingon thought he had finally moved the system. He suggested they both just play dumb. After all, if both husband and wife are powerhouses, taking down the boss will be a lot easier. The system rejected him without a second thought. Chun Pingon let out a weary sigh. I never imagined my small slip-up would cause such a massive loss. Duan Xinshin hugged him tightly from behind. Pingon, it's not your fault. To be honest, I wanted to tell you the truth for a long time. Even if I only have half your strength, don't worry about it. Hearing those words, Chun Pingon's heart finally began to settle. Duan Xinshin wore a look of pure bliss as she continued. Aren't you going to protect me for the rest of my life, anyway? Chun Pingon gently unwrapped her hands. Then he turned around and pulled her into a tight embrace. Of course I will. No one will ever be able to hurt you. However, a flicker of worry crossed Duan Xinshin's face. She let out a faint, heavy sigh. I'm sorry, Pingon, but now isn't the time to tell him everything. What exactly is going on here? Was she just putting on an act earlier? City 5, Earth. Chun Pingon has just been teleported, currently floating high above the city. He's confused. Xiao He caused such a massive scene yesterday, yet there's no reaction at all. It didn't even make the trending news. He sinks in a deep thought. It seems the cultivators on Earth have definitely suppressed the news. If they could bury the explosion of news about the ancient dragon, then this is nothing. It looks like the waters on Earth run much deeper than I thought. Still, this is his home. He can't just let everything fall into chaos. He takes out the communication jade that Zhahongdai gave him earlier. He needs to find this woman and get a clear picture of the situation before making his next move. The most prestigious luxury apartment complex in City 5. Zhahongdai is inside her home, speaking with a man. Hongdai, I heard you had quite the encounter yesterday. Apparently, the master of that dragon even granted you a great opportunity. The man speaking is Ding Shan. He's a cultivator from the same era as Zhahongdai. He is also currently the most powerful cultivator on Earth. Hearing this, Zhahongdai frowns in displeasure. You actually dare to spy on my affairs? Ding Shan laughs it off, unbothered. Now, let's not be so harsh. With a beauty like you, It's only natural for me to show a little concern. A smirk plays on Jahongya's lips. I'm not afraid to admit it. That senior did indeed grant me a heavenly opportunity. But are you even worthy of knowing about it? Would you even dare to try and take it? Her words cause Ding Shan to grit his teeth in rage. He grips the wine glass in his hand tightly. You bitch, he curses silently. The glass is on the verge of shattering. Outwardly, however, he maintains a friendly facade and speaks cheerfully. We cultivators of this generation would never do something as shameless as stealing another's opportunity. Jahongdai doesn't hold back. Fine then. A hypocrite like you. She stops mid-sentence and pulls out her communication jade. Seeing the jade glowing, she knows the senior is sending her a message. She has no interest in entertaining this petty man any longer. She stands up immediately and leaves him with one last remark. This conversation is going nowhere. I have business to attend to. I'm leaving. Watching Jahongdai walk away, Ding Shan is consumed by fury. Once I figure out who this senior is, I'll make sure this woman tastes 100 times the humiliation I feel today. On second thought, her rushing off like that means she must be meeting someone important. It's likely that senior. He waves a bodyguard over and orders him to tail Jahongdai. He has to find out. Exactly who is this woman going to see? On a certain rooftop, Chun Pingan is taking in the city landscape. Suddenly, Jahongya's voice rings out from behind him. How may I serve you, senior? I wouldn't hesitate to go through hell and high water if you asked. Chun Pingan lets out a chuckle. There's indeed something urgent. Having said that, he reaches his hand out toward her. Jahongdai understands instantly and produces a black card. Here, senior. This card has no spending limit. Please, feel free to spend as much as you like. If you aren't familiar with shopping here, you can simply tell me what you need and I will handle it for you. She respectfully hands him the card. She thinks to herself, senior must be playing along. He surely understands all these modern terms I'm using. Chun Pingan is momentarily dazed before quickly taking the card. Sensing her thoughts, he blushes slightly and explains. I don't know much about this world yet. I'll likely still need Miss Jia to help me prepare a few things. Inside, however, he is absolutely blooming with joy. In his past life, he had only ever heard of the legendary black card in stories. After a moment of internal celebration, he regains his cool, authoritative demeanor. But I want to see the state of the cultivation world on Earth for myself. Miss Jia, if it's not too much trouble, lead me to where other cultivators gather. Though surprised, Jahongdai agrees immediately. Shortly after, the two arrive at the entrance of a building. Two bodyguards in sunglasses stand at the door. Jahongdai explains that this is a meeting hall for nascent soul stage cultivators. City 5 is also his territory. Because the owner comes from a powerful family, the hall is equipped with high-tech security alarms. Because of this, Jahongdai can't just lead Chun Pingan inside. Chun Pingan gives a calm smile and forms a hand seal. What's so difficult about this? A simple little spell will take care of it easily. As soon as he speaks, an invisible surge of power envelopes his entire body. He takes a large stride forward. Let's go. I'm going to have a little chat with the master of this place. Jahongdai is left stunned. She only snaps out of it when Chun Pingan reaches the door. It seems she still can't believe her eyes. It was really that simple? Without even glancing at the guards, Chun Pingan pushes the door open and walks right in. Jahongdai looks left and right in confusion, finding it hard to believe. I didn't expect the boss to have such a perfect concealment technique. Even the alarm didn't make a sound. One after the other, the two enter the main hall. Right before his eyes lay the monster's corpse, radiating a faint golden light. Chun Pingan was lost in thought when he was suddenly interrupted by a nearby conversation. How come that troublemaker from yesterday didn't show up today? The two men let out a mocking laugh. Is that even a question? The boss definitely took care of him. The guy dressed head to toe in green immediately chimed in. He was just a joke. That Zhang Feng guy actually had the nerve to ask for compensation. He clearly didn't realize who our boss is. Upon hearing the name Zhang Feng, Chun Pingan's brow furrowed instantly. His best friend from college was also named Zhang Feng. I wonder if it's the same person. Meanwhile, inside the manager's office, Zhang Feng was having his head pinned to the floor by the boss. Try getting up. Tell me, how exactly should I compensate you now? Zhang Feng spat out a curse. You won't get away with this. You're not going to have an easy death. A cold glint flashed in the manager's eyes. He stomped down again, crushing Zhang Feng's head against the floor. Zhang Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood and went still. The manager sneered coldly. Is that all you've got? You mortals really are nothing but trash. With a wicked grin, he drew a bronze sword from his side. In that case, I'll just feed you to my blade. Just as Zhang Feng was at death's door, a blinding light suddenly erupted from outside the door. With a deafening boom, the light burst through the entrance. It shattered the sword in the manager's hand, while the door itself slammed into him, sending him flying and making him spit blood. The man who had just struck was Chen Pingon. The manager shrieked at him instantly. Who the hell are you? How dare you lay a hand on me? I'm with the Ding family, you bastard. Chen Pingon slowly raised his hand. You aren't worthy of knowing. Before the man could finish, Chen Pingon unleashed a palm strike, sending a bodyguard flying straight into the wall. Luckily, Chen Pingon had held back. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough left of that man to bury. He immediately rushed to help Zhang Feng up. It really is him, my old best friend. He quickly produced a healing elixir. With 2 fingers, he gently placed it into Zhang Feng's mouth. As the elixir settled, a faint golden glow enveloped Zhang Feng. His wounds began to close and heal. The physical injuries soon vanished completely. However, he remained unconscious for the time being. Chen Pingon looked up and spoke to Zhahongya. Please take him outside and settle things. If anyone gives him trouble, send someone to get me. Zhahongya cupped her hands and nodded. She then dragged the bodyguard out of the office. Zhang Feng suddenly coughed and finally came to. He opened his eyes and froze in shock. He couldn't believe he was seeing his best friend again. Chen Pingon smiled. Yeah, it's really me. To his surprise, Zhang Feng suddenly burst into uncontrollable sobs. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. I've actually run into my best friend in the afterlife. Chen Pingon just stared at him, utterly speechless. He reached out and gave him a sharp smack. Listen up, my dear son. Look at me closely. Your father's still very much alive and well. I'm the one who saved you, kiddo. Nursing his head, Zhang Feng listened as Chen Pingon told him the story of his transmigration and his journey as a cultivator. However, he conveniently left out the part about having a system. After hearing the whole tale, Zhang Feng clapped his hands. So that's how it is. So you transmigrated to another world, became some kind of big shot cultivator, and then found a way back here? And that guy who was beating me up, he's a cultivator from this world? Chen Pingon nodded. Zhang Feng began to panic. He was terrified that if anyone overheard them, they'd be in deep trouble. Chen Pingon gave a confident smile. There isn't a single soul on this planet I'm afraid of. Truthfully, he did worry about being overheard. But considering how capable Zhahongya was, he figured she'd have no problem handling a minor detail like that. Then, Chen Pingon's expression turned serious. Putting all that aside for a moment, there's something important I need to ask you, and I need you to be honest with me. Zhang Feng let out a laugh. Go ahead. Since when did we ever need to be so formal with each other? Chen Pingon spoke in a low, heavy voice. I want to restore Earth's spiritual qi, but seeing how these cultivators treat ordinary people, I'm worried that bringing back spiritual qi might not be a good thing after all. I want to get your take on it. His question left Zhang Feng momentarily speechless. After a long moment of silence, he finally spoke. Personally, I don't think restoring spiritual qi is a bad thing for Earth, regardless of the circumstances. Chen Pingon followed up, why is that? Weren't you just being victimized by it yourself? Zhang Feng shook his head and began to explain. That's different. If spiritual energy isn't restored on a massive scale, then cultivators will always be a tiny minority. And that minority will eventually use their advantage to seize all the power and resources. Only when everyone has a chance will those people start to behave. Besides, you mentioned that other worlds exist. If Earth's will remains this weak, how are we supposed to deal with external threats? Hearing this, Chen Pingon was a bit stunned, but made perfect sense. He had originally planned to move the spiritual veins back only after completing his mission. It seemed there was no need to make things so complicated. They truly were good brothers. Chen Pingon said he wanted to find a safe place to lead Zhang Feng onto the path of immortality. Zhang Feng was thrilled at the prospect, but things didn't go as smoothly as he had hoped. At Zhahongya's luxurious villa, she was currently attempting to channel spiritual energy into Zhang Feng's body. Half an hour later, she stopped and looked at Chen Pingon with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, senior. No matter how hard I look, I can't find a spiritual root in this young man. I'm afraid he has no destiny for cultivation. As soon as she spoke, Chun Pingan and Zhang Feng were both shaken. Just as Chun Pingan was about to say something, Zhang Feng stood up, patted his shoulder, and smiled. It's okay, man. You already helped me get my revenge. You even paid for all my medical bills. Whether I can cultivate or not really isn't that important anymore. But Chun Pingan refused to give up. Are you kidding me? You're my brother. I'm a big boss now. One way or another, I'm bringing you with me. With that, he pulled out his storage ring. He began rummaging through it, searching for all sorts of heavenly treasures. He went inside and vowed that he would absolutely set Zhang Feng on the path to immortality. This scene left Zhang Feng dazed once again. He was deeply moved, but he didn't know what he should even say. Finally, Chun Pingan found a heaven-defying body-tempering technique. It looked like his brother was about to embark on the path of cultivation after all. At that moment, Chun Pingan found the perfect heaven-defying body-tempering technique for his brother. However, the technique was incredibly obscure and difficult to understand. Worse, the necessary ingredients didn't even exist on Earth. Chun Pingan had no choice but to start modifying the technique's methods right there on the spot. Zhang Feng watched, looking as lost as a deer in headlights, and whispered to Zhahongdai, asking what his brother was doing. Zhahongdai thought for a moment and replied, he is currently in a state of enlightenment. He's creating a heaven-defying technique that resonates with the laws of the universe. Hearing this, Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He had read countless cultivation novels, so he knew exactly how terrifying resonating with the laws of the universe was. He never imagined his brother could be such a powerhouse. Zhahongdai spoke up. You shouldn't be so surprised. For an immortal like Chun Pingan, this kind of thing is second nature. Zhang Feng calmed down and asked a curious question. Oh, right. Aren't you curious why someone as powerful as him is friends with someone like me? Zhahongdai didn't bother answering and instead asked a question of her own. Is there something strange about that? Don't immortals descend to the mortal realm to cultivate their hearts? Even if the senior and you were friends in the past, there's nothing weird about it. Suddenly, Chun Pingan finished modifying the body tempering technique. After exhaling a satisfied breath, he tossed the manual over to Zhang Feng. Take it. This technique is now flawless. Even without heavenly treasures to temper the body, you can still quickly cultivate toward immortality. After speaking, he didn't forget to praise himself for being a brilliant genius. This made Zhahongdai, standing nearby, absolutely green with envy. Zhang Feng held the body tempering manual and looked it over. He seemed to have guessed what was on Chun Pingan's mind. If you want to advertise this technique to the world, do you have a good plan for promotion? As expected, the reason Chun Pingan put so much effort into modifying it was so that everyone would be able to cultivate this technique. This would also happen to complete the mission the system had assigned him earlier. As for how to promote it, he had already thought of a way. Once Earth's spiritual energy is restored, he'll print the technique on flyers. Then, he'll have his ancient pet fly around and drop the flyers everywhere. Simple as that. The effect will definitely be better than hiring people to hand them out on the street. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's jaw dropped. That black dragon from yesterday was yours? Zhahongdai looked worried. Senior, doing it that way might not necessarily work. Chun Pingan's expression shifted. Why not? Didn't the black dragon's appearance yesterday cause a huge stir? Zhahongdai sighed. But the news regarding the black dragon was quickly suppressed by the Ding family. Now, everyone believes that the black dragon yesterday was just an illusion. There have been similar incidents before, so people likely won't believe it's a real dragon. Chun Pingan frowned. The Ding family again? Just what is their background? Zhahongdai immediately explained. The Ding family's ancestor, Ding Shan, is currently the #1 expert on Earth. Before she could finish, the doorbell rang from outside. Zhahongdia's pupils dilated. How did someone find this place? Because this location had never been compromised. But in her heart, she was secretly guessing who the visitor could be. Chun Pingan said calmly, just go and open the door. If we're on the path of immortality, how can we be intimidated by a doorbell? Zhahongdia blushed instantly. She quickly bowed, her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I made a fool of myself. When she opened the door, she saw the person standing outside. It was indeed the patriarch of the Ding family, Ding Shan. Ding Shan wore a mocking, playful smirk. Miss Zhe, we meet again. Zhehongye stood firmly in the doorway, blocking his path. She let out an icy snort. How did you find this place? What do you want? Ding Shan shoved her aside and walked straight into the house. Don't be so anxious, Miss Zhe. I'm not here for you. He walked right up to Qin Ping'an. Then, he offered a respectful bow. This junior, Ding Shan, pays his respects to the senior. A wretched brat from my family has committed a heinous act. He has offended you, senior. I've come personally to atone for his sins. Qin Ping'an raised an eyebrow and spoke with cool indifference. I'm sure you already know everything that bastard did. Speak. What are you really here for? Ding Shan's expression shifted. Then, I'll get straight to the point. Earth's spiritual energy is scarce these days. The fewer cultivators there are, the better. So, I've come specifically to ask you to stay your hand and keep your sword sheathed. It had to be said, Ding Shan was incredibly stubborn. He actually dared to lecture the Invincible boss on how he should behave. Qin Ping'an's face darkened as he spoke coldly. And if I refuse to listen, what do you plan to do about it? Ding Shan rubbed his head and let out a long sigh. Sigh, you're making this difficult for me. Your power is celestial, senior. I know I can't stop you. His eyes suddenly grew cunning and sly. But you did go out of your way to save that airplane. I assume you want to prove you're a man of honor and virtue. If your dragon appears anywhere, I will slaughter every single person in that area. I wonder if that would be enough to stop you? Qin Ping'an hadn't expected to be threatened by a lunatic today. Ding Shan sighed helplessly once more. He claimed he had no other choice but to resort to such methods. Little did he know that posturing in front of this senior would have grave consequences. Because when Qin Ping'an decides to be ruthless, he can be truly terrifying. Qin Ping'an let out a sharp, devious laugh. Huh, you really are a piece of work. An ordinary person would definitely be dead by now. Ding Shan continued his act. You flatter me, senior. Truly. Before he could finish, Qin Ping'an drew a 40-centimeter long blade. The sound of the blade slicing through the air rang out. In a flash of blinding light, Ding Shan was completely surrounded. He couldn't even force a smile anymore. At the same time, Qin Ping'an's icy voice echoed. What a pity. Only the weak are forced to choose. Before the words were even finished, Ding Shan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. By the time Qin Ping'an sheathed his blade, Ding Shan was collapsed on the floor, unable to stand. He clutched his stomach, screaming in agony. Seeing the resentment burning in his eyes, Qin Ping'an spoke coldly once more. I'll say it again, I don't kill, but I have destroyed your cultivation. Consider this a lesson. Now get lost. Ding Shan stood up, trembling. He scrambled out of the room, running for his life. Seeing his pathetic retreat, Zhehongye gave a cold snort. That scumbag got off way too easy. Qin Ping'an shook his head with a faint smile. Miss Zhe, do you want to know why I spared his life? Zhehongye thought for a moment. I believe you felt that killing him would bring unnecessary trouble. By crippling him instead, you've ensured they'll tear each other apart in an internal power struggle. Qin Ping'an nodded, looking impressed. As expected, you're a clever one, Miss Zhe. Zhehongye beamed with joy. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Qin Ping'an maintained his aura of a supreme master. No need for such modesty. I have a mission I'd like to entrust to you. I hope I can count on your help. Zhehongye was stunned, but she quickly promised to do her absolute best. At that moment, Zhehongye asked what the mission was. Qin Ping'an simply waved his hand. A massive wave of spiritual energy erupted from his body. The spiritual energy on Earth is far too weak. I'm going to take a spirit vein directly from another world and transfer it here to restore Earth's chi. With a motion of his hand, he projected a vision of the spirit vein being brought to Earth. Zhehongye stared in absolute shock. Your powers are truly godlike, senior. The mission is this. Before Earth's energy is restored, you must gather all the cultivators. Start with Ding Shan's evil clan and deal with them quickly. We must completely eradicate this corruption once and for all. Zhehongye bowed respectfully. Those evil clans who slaughter mortals aren't even human. This junior will not fail you. Suddenly, a look of doubt crossed Qin Ping'an's face. He placed both hands on her shoulders and spoke in a low, serious voice. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. As for your compensation, I'll bring in a peerless powerhouse to be your teacher. It'll also make it easier for you to recruit subordinates. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhehongye was left utterly stunned. I'm deeply grateful for Senior's immense kindness. Before long, Qin Ping'an arrived at the Wu family estate in the Divine Realm. Seated calmly in his chair, Chun Ping spoke. I need you to go to a world with weak spiritual energy to take on a group of mortal Taoists. I wonder if clan leader Wu is available? Wu Dijin's eyes immediately lit up. I'm available. Very much so. Teaching just happens to be my greatest specialty. Chun Ping nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll be troubling you, clan leader Wu. Once everything is settled, I will grant you a fortuitous opportunity as your reward. A look of pure joy spread across Wu Dijin's face. Being able to serve senior is this junior's greatest honor. Chun Ping simply raised his hand and gave a light push. A teleportation portal instantly manifested behind Wu Dijin. Someone will be there to greet you on the other side. That world is a crucial piece on my chessboard. So, remember to be careful. Do not damage the fragile space of that realm. Wu Dijin immediately promised he wouldn't lift a finger to cause trouble there. Once he stepped through the portal, Chun Ping fell into a pensive silence. Next, I need to find someone unaffected by the world's laws to go and collect 10 spirit veins. It just so happens the folks at Juchen Pavilion are quite free right now. Asking for their help should work. The scene shifts to Zhahongye's home. Zhang Feng and Zhahongdai have been waiting outside the door for a long time. At that moment, Wu Dijin was teleported in. Upon arrival, he immediately began scanning his surroundings. No wonder Senior took an interest in this place. It truly is something else. Zhahongdai immediately stepped forward and bowed. Junior Zhahongdai greets Senior. Wu Dijin assumed the air of a superior being. There is no need for such formalities. Are you two the students Senior wants me to teach? His expression shifted instantly. You may both just call me Master Wu. Do you have any questions? This old man will do his best to resolve them for you. Zhahongdai asked nervously. Seeing your extraordinary aura, I assume you must be an immortal. At those words, the corners of Wu Dijin's mouth curled up in smug satisfaction. Then he let out a loud laugh. This old man is no immortal. That rank is far beneath me. Zhahongdai was completely bewildered. Then, Master Wu you are? Wu Dijin held his head high, a proud look on his face. Since you've asked so sincerely, this old man shall enlighten you. Mortals must endure countless hardships to ascend and become immortals. And immortals must cultivate to the very limit before they can ascend to the divine realm. As for me, I am a powerhouse from the divine realm. As he spoke, Zhahongdai and Zhang Feng stood there, mouths agape and eyes wide with shock. They never expected their new master's background to be so terrifying. Zhang Feng couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap, my roommate can actually order gods around. To have a backer this huge, I must have saved the entire world in my past life." Hearing the word roommate, Wu Dijin looked at Zhang Feng with suspicion. The roommate this brother is talking about. Is he referring to Senior? Zhahongdai nodded. Yes, Senior once cultivated in the mortal realm, and the two of them were best friends for years. 2 days ago, Senior even specially created a body tempering technique just for him. Wu Dijin's eyes instantly sparkled. Hearing that this kid was Senior's good friend, he thought, if I suck up to him, won't the reward Senior gives me later be endless? In the next second, without a hint of hesitation, Wu Dijin threw an arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder and asked flatteringly, I wonder, what might this brother's name be? Zhang Feng felt momentary confusion. I'm Zhang Feng. Master, do you have any instructions for me? Wu Dijin stared at him and grinned. Brother Zhang, don't be so tense. The moment I saw you, I felt like we were long-lost friends. If you don't mind, just call me Big Brother Wu from now on. Zhang Feng was somewhat overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He hurriedly said, Thank you, Big Brother Wu. Wu Dijin burst into laughter. No need to be so polite. I've only just arrived. I might even have to trouble you for help later on, Brother Zhang. Why don't you show me around the area first? Zhang Feng's face lit up with joy. I guarantee you're going to have a blast, Big Brother Wu. Wu Dijin nodded, then turned his gaze toward Zhahongdai. But first, we have a class to get to. Senior mentioned a group of students, so there must be others who want to learn. Go and gather them quickly. 1 month later, in a dark and gloomy alleyway, the sound of a blade piercing through a chest echoed. Only then did Zhahongdai breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out she had just used every ounce of her strength to kill an evil cultivator. Suddenly, the sound of clapping came from behind her. Well done. You've improved tremendously this past month. Zhahongdai replied humbly. It's all thanks to Master Wu's excellent guidance. Suddenly, Her eyes widened in terror. She spun around, only to see a dark shadow flash by. Right at that moment, Hong Yi chased the dark shadow all the way down the street. She noticed his clothes. He looked exactly like one of those evil cultivators. She couldn't afford to let a threat like him escape. Spiritual energy began to gather in her palms. She immediately fired a ring of energy toward the man, striking him square in the head. He tumbled hard onto the ground. However, this only made Hong Yi more suspicious. For someone to elude her for so long, there was no way he could be taken down this easily. As she stepped forward to check on his condition, a purple light suddenly erupted beneath her feet. She had walked right into a formation. Her eyes widened in shock. She realized that then she'd been baited. In an instant, she was enveloped by a murderous array. Clearly, that evil cultivator had lured her into this trap on purpose. Just then, a familiar laugh echoed alongside the sound of approaching footsteps. Fellow Taoist Hong, it's only been a day since we last met, but I've been thinking about you constantly. The speaker was Ding Shan, the man whose cultivation had been crippled by Chan Pingon. Hong Ye's face twisted in horror. I am here on Senior's orders to eliminate evil cultivators. Aren't you afraid of enraging him by attacking me? Ding Shan smirked. So what? My path to immortality has been severed. Do you really think I'm still afraid of death? I've been watching you, so I know he isn't here. Since the heavens have granted me this chance. Then before he arrives, I'll make sure blood flows like a river through this world. He grew more agitated as he spoke, his words sounding more and more crazed. And you will be the beginning of my revenge. So what if he's some invincible senior? I can still make him live with regret for the rest of his life. Once he realizes that you and the people of this city all died because of his sheer arrogance, that will be enough. Hong Yi lashed out in anger. You lunatic. Even now, you still refuse to repent? Ding Shan looked at her with mocking confusion. Repent? What did I do wrong? The only reason you can look down on me from your high horse is because your luck is better than mine. If I had your opportunities, you'd be the one kneeling at my feet begging for mercy right now. Hong Yi was beyond furious. Your skin is thicker than a castle wall. You were the one who provoked Senior first. With your lowly status, Senior wouldn't even deign to look at you. Ding Shan scoffed. I don't have the patience to waste my breath on you anymore. Take your petty morals to hell with you. As soon as he finished, a sphere of light began to form in his hand. Panic surged through Hong Yi as a light sword pulsing with murderous intent materialized within the formation. The sphere in Ding Shan's hand took its final shape. He glared at Hong Yi with a sinister grin. Now just die for me. With that, he crushed the sphere of light in his palm. Hong Yi couldn't help but let out a terrified scream. Just as she thought her life was over, a sudden noise rang out. The sword shattered in an instant. Simultaneously, the entire formation was dissipated by an invisible force. Ding Shan was instantly thrown into a panic. Something's wrong. Hong Yi stood frozen in place, having no idea what had just happened. Then she saw the look of pure disbelief on Ding Shan's face. No, it's impossible. This can't be happening. How could my killing array be destroyed? He was utterly baffled, because he couldn't even sense who had dismantled his formation. He even suspected Hong Yi had some kind of secret trick. Suddenly, Wu Dijin's calm voice echoed. I was busy making sure the whole city was ready to deal with any evil cultivators targeting mortals. My apologies for the delay. As he finished speaking, he appeared right before them. Only then did Ding Shan realize someone had actually broken his array from the outside. Hong Yi quickly looked up to thank him. This junior thanks Teacher Wu for saving my life. She didn't miss the chance to add a bit of flattery. As expected, Teacher Wu truly is a powerhouse of the God Realm. To use your power to save the citizens of this entire city. Senior will surely be full of praise when he hears of this. Wu Dijin beamed at her words. Oh, it was nothing, really. One must always keep Senior's instructions close to heart. Dealing with these insignificant ants takes but a single strike. With that, he began to walk toward Ding Shan. Hearing that it only took a single strike, Ding Shan's pupils dilated in terror. He gasped for air, falling backward onto the ground in sheer fright. He had no idea what kind of monstrous entity he had just run into. Even the term God Realm was something he was hearing for the first time. Seeing Ding Shan cowering like a beaten dog, Wu Dijin scoffed. Trash like you really is peak ignorance. Did you really think, Miss Hong, you met Senior by mere luck? Having finished speaking, he wore a profound, knowing smile. To someone of senior stature, every person and every event is already part of the plan. To even be a chess piece in Senior's game is already a supreme honor. I have to admit, this big shot's foresight is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in a mysterious, nameless location, a young man dressed in black sat atop a mountain peak deep in cultivation. Suddenly, his heart jolted, and he slowly opened his eyes. A phantom image began to manifest from within his body. The projection grew clearer and more vivid by the second. It was the ancient divine beast known as the nine-tailed fox. So, who exactly was this mysterious young man? Even someone as powerful as Long Hao Yin, who once dominated an entire realm, was nothing more than a subordinate compared to Qin Ping'an. As it turned out, this man was also a transmigrator from Earth. His name was Chun-Yi. He had transmigrated from Earth to this cultivation world 5 years ago. His journey began when he encountered the lingering soul of a nine-tailed fox. It was essentially his master and mentor. On top of that, he possessed a broken ability that could stop both time and space. It was the perfect starting kit for an invincible, overpowered protagonist. Under the guidance of the nine-tailed fox, he had now completed almost all of his trials. He needed to ascend quickly to further increase his power. Furthermore, he and the nine-tailed fox shared a pact. Once he became truly invincible, he would return to the Chaos Realm to help the fox exact its revenge. The fox's soul had been shattered until only a fragment remained because its enemies in the Chaos Realm had obliterated its physical body. That was how it ended up wandering the mortal world. Just as Chun-Yi was dreaming of reaching the pinnacle of power, a massive surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted across the sky. The nine-tailed fox narrowed its eyes. Someone from the God Realm. Again? Just what is your purpose for coming here? The moment those words were spoken, a pair of legs stepped out from a shifting portal. For a mere soul remnant, you're quite perceptive to know I'm from the God Realm. The newcomers were Mo Huang of the God Realm and the invincible powerhouse, Chun Ping'an. Sensing the terrifying spiritual pressure radiating from the duo, the nine-tailed fox's fur immediately stood on end from sheer terror. Still, it forced itself to stand its ground and demanded to know why they were there. Secretly, it told Chun-Yi that they needed to get out of there immediately. It would try to hold back these two terrifying gods for as long as possible. As Mo Huang began to explain their objective, Chun-Yi suddenly thrust his hand forward. A bizarre, eerie power was instantly unleashed. Mo Huang's entire body froze, falling into a complete state of suspension. This was Chun-Yi's ultimate trump card, space-time stasis. However, Chun Ping'an was completely immune to the effect. He looked at Mo Huang with a confused expression. He had no idea what was going on. Chun-Yi tried to seize the chance to escape, but Chun Ping'an's calm voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, kid over there. That spell just now. You're the one who cast it, right?" Chun-Yi's face went pale with shock. He spun around and screamed, "What the hell? How can you still move while my spell is active? Did my overpowered protagonist's aura just fail me?" Hearing that, Chun Ping'an realized that this kid was also a fellow transmigrator from Earth. He paused for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. This kid's skill is actually perfect. It's a specialized boss-killing ability. With top-tier crowd control like that, it looks like this kid has just been pulled into my endgame. Chun Ping'an's expression turned cold and imposing. Your little space-time stasis trick is decent enough. Unfortunately, it has absolutely no effect on me. You'd better drop the act and call it back. Chun-Yi gasped, his voice trembling with panic. "I am Chun-Yi. May I ask why a senior of your stature has come here?" The nine-tailed fox, standing behind him, was also shaking uncontrollably. Chun Ping'an suddenly offered a warm, gentle smile. "You transmigrated from Earth, didn't you? To be honest, I'm a transmigrated too. We're fellow countrymen. There's no need to be so tense." Chun-Yi never expected to meet another transmigrator in this cultivation world. He set down the nine-tailed fox, which was currently playing dead, onto the ground. He figured that since these were people he couldn't afford to provoke, a little extra caution and respect wouldn't hurt. He dropped to one knee and performed a formal salute. "I was merely trying to hide my abilities. Please forgive my rudeness. I hope Senior can overlook my behavior." Chun Ping'an nodded and told him it was no big deal. Chun-Yi watched as Chun Ping'an reached out and spoke a few words. A golden light was released, slowly drifting toward the two of them. At that moment, Mo Huang's eyes snapped open. He scratched his head in confusion. He didn't understand why his thoughts had suddenly become so sluggish. Chun Pingyan told him not to be so surprised. He had simply fallen for Brother Chun Yi's technique. Chun Pingyan then revealed his true purpose, the plan to restore Earth's spiritual chi. He just needed to take a few spiritual veins from this world to make it happen. If you're still homesick for Earth, once I'm done here, I can take you back with me. Chun Yi's face immediately lit up with pure joy. He couldn't believe he actually had a chance to return to Earth. Excited beyond words, he rushed forward. He patted the nine-tailed fox, which was still pretending to be dead. I'm finally going home. The wonders of my home world are beyond anything you could imagine. The nine-tailed fox gave a disdainful huff. Are you joking? I'm not some ignorant beast who's never seen the world like you. But very soon, it was about to be proven wrong. In City 5 on Earth, a teleportation portal suddenly flickered into existence in the sky. Chun Pingyan and his two companions finally arrived on Earth. The long-lost sense of familiarity surged through Chun Yi, leaving him feeling completely refreshed. Mo Huang looked around restlessly, his eyes darting from side to side with intense curiosity. Chun Pingyan, however, remained much more composed. He glanced at Chun Yi and gave a knowing smile. Brother Chun Yi, feel free to make yourself at home. If you want to head back later, just wait for me here. Chun Yi nodded his head in agreement. Once Chun Pingyan left, Chun Yi rubbed the nose of the nine-tailed fox and chuckled. What do you think? This is the kind of sight you couldn't even imagine in your wildest dreams. Just as expected, the expression on the nine-tailed fox's face was one of pure shock and awe. It couldn't believe such a strange and wondrous world actually existed. Beaming with pride as an earthling, Chun Yi told the nine-tailed fox that Earth held many more wonders, far beyond anything it could ever imagine. With that, he led the nine-tailed fox away to begin their tour of the planet. Elsewhere, Chun Pingyan and Mo Huang were hovering thousands of meters above the city center. Chun Pingyan turned and signaled Mo Huang to release the spirit veins. Mo Huang nodded obediently. He immediately tapped the center of his storage ring. Suddenly, a majestic and pure surge of spiritual energy erupted. Mo Huang gathered all the spirit veins within the palm of his hand. Then, he cast them forward with immense force. The spirit veins instantly transformed into streaks of azure light, scattering in every direction. Within a heartbeat, they descended, merging into the vast rivers and grand mountains of Earth. Taking in the sight, Chun Pingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of deep satisfaction. Well done. I'll prepare a great opportunity for you when the time is right. Upon hearing those words, Mo Huang's face lit up with joy. Then I offer my deepest thanks, Senior. Chun Pingyan gave a satisfied smirk. Let's go. Let's see how the tasks I assigned to the others are coming along. With that, the two transformed into beams of golden light and vanished. At Ji Hongye's luxurious villa, Wu Dijin was in the courtyard with his eyes closed, regulating his breathing. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Nearby, Ji Hongye and Zhang Feng were in the middle of spar. Wu Dijin's voice suddenly cut through the air, stopping them both. The concentration of spiritual energy in this world is skyrocketing. It seems Senior has successfully returned. Ji Hongye was overjoyed to hear the news. This is wonderful. Finally, the cultivators of Earth won't have to fight to the death over scraps of spiritual energy anymore. Zhang Feng, whose body cultivation had already reached the minor success stage, also couldn't help but comment. It's perfect timing. We just finished wiping out those wicked cultivators. We no longer have to worry about the safety of ordinary people. Just as he finished speaking, Chun Pingyan's voice rang out. It seems you lot haven't been slacking off while I was away. Wu Dijin quickly looked up. He saw Chun Pingyan descending from the sky, accompanied by another man. As he touched down, Wu Dijin and Ji Hongye hurried forward, cupping their hands in a respectful salute. Senior,